My day is good, man. I'm just fucking chilling out, having a look around, seeing what's happening. I figured I'd join in to see what you guys are talking about tonight. I'm happy you're hosting, so good job on your part.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, brother. Do you believe in the flat Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. You do believe in the flat Earth. So, what in your mind? What compelled your mind to believe this?
I guess my skepticism drove my curiosity to
Curiosity killed the cat. You're saying?
yeah, absolutely, and I don't believe the South Pole, well, the round Earth South Pole is where it is, and that's where my skepticism sits at.
So you don't think it's a round ball then?
No, definitely not, man. It's a disc for sure.
Well,
I'm not saying like a traditional disc. I mean, it may be bumpy, it may be rigid, but I believe it's more of a disc than what it is a globe, if that makes sense.
well, I'm just going to try and put this, what would this be? This theory out
No,
there for
definitely
you
not,
that
man. It's a
they
disc
told you
for sure.
about the ball for your whole life,
I'm not
correct?
saying Yes. like
Whoever they are, whoever got to write the book. So now that you're suddenly getting new information about the ball not being legitimate, and now we're living on a plate or disc or whatever it may be that they're describing it as, they still, don't you see that it's still their story?
I don't know. I need to think about that for a second.
Because what do you really think it is? You've been dictated to the whole time. They're dictating and saying it has to be a dick.
I look,
But
like I see satellite images and I see different perspectives from the Earth, from a globalist perspective, and yeah, I can see roundness and curvatures through the Earth, but I think but that's from a disc. Like, a disc is circular. It has circumference, and that's what I see when I look at the Earth. I don't think the Earth is round in the traditional sense. I think that it makes more sense based on mathematics and discussions and law that it's a flat object with a few pimples on it. If that makes any sense.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's more describable. Flat object with a few pimples on it is better than saying it's a disc. Because disc, I don't like. It means that they can make us fall into that stupid theory of, oh, you could fall off the disc, can you? Well, fuck,
No,
you
no,
can fall
no,
off the
no.
ball too. You know what I mean? Like, you can fall off the ball too, but they're gonna say that you can
Yeah,
fall off.
it's not a perfect disc, man. It's a Oreo cookie with a few pimples on it, is what it is, right?
It's not an Oreo cookie. It's you know what I mean? We're on the ground. We're on the bottom level. I'd say we're on a level of something. And to go down anymore, like, we're not just going to fall through into an abyss and just keep on falling like they make out. That's just not existable. It doesn't exist in our lifetime. You know what I mean? Never-ending pits. They just keep on falling.
Yeah,
And
I agree, man.
that's what they make out. That's what we're in a ball. That every which way that we go, once we get out, we're just going to be into a never-ending spiral in that direction. So yeah, what exactly got you to believe in the flat Earth? Was it a particular video or a particular person? Survival of the fittest?
No, like I say, it was more my skepticism that drove my curiosity to get me to where I'm at right now.
Beg your pardon? Say that
I
again,
said it
sorry,
was,
mate.
yeah, no worries. I said it was more my skepticism that drove my curiosity to get to where I'm at right now. Talking to you about this. At first, I was coming from a globalist perspective, and I heard a lot of good debates and different ideas and conversations, and I've been leaning more towards the left versus the right. And where I'm at right now, I'm on par with you.
I don't know where I'm actually leaning though, brother. To be honest, I wouldn't have a clue what it is. It's all a manipulation in my eyes.
Everything is a manipulation, man. It comes as long as it fits the individual's narrative. Everything is a manipulation. So yeah, you're correct.
Not really. I don't see it like that. That's just giving them leeway for what they're doing.
Who's that?
Likely it's going to be people that are employed by NASA and that at the moment. Why do I say that? Well, they're the ones that they call themselves scientists and astronauts and all these special words. And if you try to critique them, then you have an army full of faceless drones that will attack you and defend their so-called masters and the science that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but my question to you was, who are they? Like who's the ones with the most interest?
The circus owners.
And yeah, but like, who are they though? Like, is that the U.S., Russians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Europeans?
Circus owners, whoever owns Barnum and Bailey Circus,
Okay.
whoever owns Walt Disney right now, whoever owns all that propaganda of the media, whoever owns it. It's not the bank, it's the what we watch. It's the entertainment.
Well, let me ask you a question though. Like, I know what my answer is, and I'll give mine to you after if you want to respond to my question. Would be like what drives that motivation to how do I say it? Basically, like if they who you're talking about they truly know that the Earth is flat, what is the motivation to keep that under wraps and to keep that hidden from everybody else and to protect that idea and to protect that concept? What's the motivation for it? I'm asking what your question, or sorry, what your idea of that would be, and I would respond to mine after if you'd like.
Shamanistic tactics can be used after. You know what a shaman is, right?
Sorry, you broke up for a second. Go ahead again.
So shamanistic views can be, shamanistic tactics can be used afterwards.
Okay.
So yeah, if I know the real model and I teach you, it's hard for me to explain. It's
But,
like
like for the skeptics out there, for the
one
skeptics,
language that has two meanings.
yeah, like what is your idea of like why are they keeping that information hidden from the rest of us? Like why would they protect that or cover that up?
Because they can tell time and predict things with that. They can use that for their prediction. You know what I mean? And prediction means power. If you can predict things,
Yeah.
like that's they over time they collected data about the seasons and whatnot based off this collected data of the watch that we're in. All they're doing is collecting data of the watch that we're in and
And you believe in that?
using it over and over for the people that don't. You know what I mean? The people that
Yeah.
don't keep records are then being tricked by these people that do keep the records, and these people that keep the records are saying, oh, wait a second, we don't actually have to teach them how it really worked. We can just teach them partial parts about this so then they can do the hard work for us.
Yeah.
So we can travel all these seas, but I don't want to build the ship. Don't you realize that? All these people, like they say Captain Cook sailed the seas. But did Captain Cook build the ship? You get the point now?
Do you believe in these predictions?
Only the victors got to write the story. So when you hear the name Captain Cook, well, that means that he was just some rich dude that paid for his ship to be made, and he sailed the world and had other people do all the hard labor while he just jumped off the ship and said, I claim this land, while everybody else done the hard labor. I don't think you get how it works.
Well, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. So I'm open to the idea.
It doesn't matter if it's flat or not. It's about the trickery of the society, how society works. Flat round is just that trickery. They're going to pull it off another way. If they can't do it with the round earth, then they're going to do it some other way, and we've got to watch out for it. We've got to be aware of their trickery and what the sleight of hand is. And I'm trying to make everybody realize what the sleight of hand is. It's character clowns. It's crisis acting character clowns. You're in an actor-based reality. So when you read the Bible, just listen to this. When you read the Bible, who wrote the Bible?
A few people. I heard a story.
Well, from the description of the book that I've read the book and I've read it a few times now. Going off the first chapter gives you a description of a certain bloodline that sort of doesn't make sense now, because it says Adam was made by God, and then Eve was made from the rib of Adam. Then Adam and Eve had two sons, one named Cain, one named Abel. All right, did you get that?
Yeah, I heard it.
So one's name's Cain, and when you look into the names together, you put them together, it's cannibal, all right, which is representation of eating flesh, eating your own kind, all right. So then you look into them and split them apart again, and then look at the symbolism now. All right, wait a second. Cain is canine, represented by a bear, all right, a canine tooth. Canine. Do you get this now? Do you get the representation of what the Bible's trying to say? Canine and Abel. Do you get the representation of what Abel is? Do I have to sort of say what he is? Abel is Abel. So who wrote the Bible? If I was going to write a book, at the end of it, I'm going to write by Adam. So who wrote the by Cain? Was it by Cain? Was it by Adam? Was it by Eve? There's another name that rings a bell in that, by Bull. So Abel might have had, but how is that possible when it says in the book that Cain slaughtered Abel?
oh, well, I can see the trickery in that. That's just showing them the script. Now, that's a script to show them, all right, what you do is if you don't like who you really are in this world, what you do is you pretend that you've died and you can become whoever you want. You just make the new character up. Oh, I see that happening everywhere in reality now. I see that in Johnny Knoxville Bad Grandpa. I see that in fucking crisis acting events where they're using different people and they're saying that they've really been killed or shot or whatnot, and they haven't been. I see that left, right, and center now. So how can you tell me that I'm crazy when instead of going off into the wilderness like David I didn't. I called it out for what it is. It's like, wait a second, there is no such thing as a shape-shifting reptile. It's just a human motherfucking being that's dressing up. I take the motherfucker's clown makeup off and you probably figure out who he is. It's probably Tom Cruise or some shit, you know what I mean? Just like I say, that, what is it? That Adolf Hitler is Walt Disney, and that President Kennedy is Carter. And when I say that, I mean that the people that played these characters, they played different roles. So me, if I was to do this, I go now and play a role as Chris Brown, and then my next role that I want to play is Kid Ink. Go look into that for yourselves, because that's another one that I've exposed. Kid Ink and Chris Brown are played by the same person, whoever they are. Like the Chris Brown is owned by whatever record company that owns him. So instead of having to get out of the contract, what he done was he was like, all right, well, I'm just going to make myself a new character and I'm going to call him Kid Ink, and I guess I get to do whatever I want with that new character. That's pretty good too, because if you look into Kid Ink and Chris Brown, they actually have a song together. So that motherfucker, he's playing two different characters, and he's smart enough to trick society into not knowing what he's actually done, and he's made a song that has both of his characters in one song, and they're in the same scenes as each other. It's like, motherfucker, you CGI, like you fucking placed yourself, green screened yourself in, and these dumb motherfuckers are around me, they can't even see it. They're sitting here watching these same like videos that I'm watching, and they can't see how they're being edited, and there's like, that's the same guy. I'm like, what the fuck? That's just awesome, man. This is the best magician I've ever seen in my life. Like, I don't know how you can't see the sleight of hand trickery. No wonder they think that you're fucking docile sheep. No wonder they do what they do to you. No wonder.
It's a CGI, man. It's a CGI.
It doesn't have to be CGI.
Well, it helps.
It does help. It does help to, like, cover it up. Considering that they said that planes hit the World Trade Center, then it was reported that missiles hit it. So how did they accomplish the footage that we have? Well, that's correct. It's footage, so they can insert whatever they want over the footage.
It's CGI, like I said.
That's right. 9/11 was probably CGI. I'm like, well, the planes were at least.
Yep. CGI.
And that's how they accomplish what they do.
I agree.
Is most like Adolf Hitler, the war between the Nazis was a fake war for whatever means necessary. For whatever they actually done at the time. I can't tell you because I wasn't there, but obviously they done something. Back at that time, Walt Disney played a character as Adolf Hitler, and they took a whole bunch of money for something. Whatever they done, I think they probably went to Antarctica to check out the middle of the Earth.
The middle of the Earth is at the North Pole, man.
Or wherever it was, I don't know. You tell me. I haven't been there. They're the ones that have given them all these weird names, and when you try to look into it, they're not even where they say they are.
Fair enough.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't. Have you?
No. Are you allowed there?
I don't think so.
Seems pretty rigged up to me too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's suspect.
It's more than suspect. It's starting to be like, as a society, can't we just hold them responsible and say, fuck off now, mate? I don't give a fuck what you say. What are they going to do when we all stand up? Well, who are they? Aren't they supposed to be just fellow human beings? What, because we were dumb enough to give them the guns, they're not going to put them down now? Well, I guess that we're going to have to do the slight trickery and use their own families against them. Before we walk in, we'll figure out who these soldiers are that are going to fucking shoot us, and I'll just go get their children and their fucking family and just line them all up. So then they won't have a choice but to kill their own family and then fucking all join us.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Hey, dude, man, I want to take off, dude. I appreciate tonight, the conversation, A4. I appreciate the hospitality. You guys have a good night, and I'll check you guys again in a few days. So keep it up, A4. Good job, man.
Anybody else want to jump in? Try to troll me into saying something that I shouldn't say. I don't really give a fuck. Put it down to actual real people waking up, and that's what you're going to get sometimes. You're going to get some harsh reality that if it does turn into a war, well, who am I going to be fighting? Are you talking to me like reasonable? I'm trying to use logic. If I am correct and they're lying and there is no such thing as satellites, well, then that means that it has to work via underwater cables. That means that the militaries are the ones ones that are doing this, it's the military, that means that I'm going to be fighting soldiers, right? Well, I'm just trying to, I know I probably shouldn't do it if it's war, but I don't really care. Tell your plan openly, but if I was to if that's the scenario and I'm going to win against soldiers, the easiest way to do that would be to make sure that they're not soldiers anymore. Make sure that the military isn't that big. So I'd make them I try to hit their consciousness, their guilty consciousnesses and whatnot, use their families against them, make sure they realize that it's going to be their families that are ones that are going to get indoctrinated or enslaved. Still, we don't have any guests. This would have been a good argument for somebody. ISIS would have loved to jump in here and start bashing me, name calling. Anybody want to jump in? Any people? Nope. Guess nobody's here then. I don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to mute myself and go AFK. I know, fuck it. Hey, buddy, I don't even know if you're there. Bye. I'm going to go offline. Mute me if you need to. Going to the office. I'll wait around for a while. I don't want to leave his show like that. Leave it dead. What can I do? I really want to go watch some videos. Eating dinner. Talking to myself. Want to go watch some videos and relax. Nobody wants to have a converse about flat earth, so I might just jet, really. I might just jet like a fucking jet plane. Bye-bye.
Can anybody in Yahoo Land hear me? Hello. Well, I don't know what's for this debate. Don't see anybody in here, but that's all right, I guess. Oh, hey, Adam, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
There you go.
I ain't nothing much, just getting this thing going, I see.
I'm not too sure what's happening. Nobody's joining at the moment. I think they've all gone and been herded over to the other channel. And it's a bit inappropriate, in my opinion, considering the other channel bans and blocks people. I don't think that's very appropriate at all, that anybody should go to that channel over there. Like, it's so stupid. They ban and block people, and then they have no excuse for it. They don't give no explanation other than they don't like people, so they get to ban and block them. That's a dictatorship. These people are only here for revenue. At least this guy leaves his show fucking open.
Yeah, that looks like somebody went into that free channel and booted everybody and shut that one down. I was like 10, 15 minutes ago, maybe a little longer.
Oh, good luck, good on him. Really, like, it's stupid to even have a channel like that. That whoever's running that channel, it's a female and a male, because fucking I've jumped on there a few times, and whenever I speak to the female, she's like, "Oh, hey, how you going, Adam? How are you?" And then I have a conversation with them, and then I leave on my own accord. And then there's other times I'll join, and it's only the males talking, and then fucking I get booted within like 2 seconds of joining. It's like, what the fuck? How fucking rigged is this shit? 1 minute they want to try and pretend that they're my best friends, and the next minute they want to kick me and ban me and tell everybody that I'm the baddest person in the world. It's like, they're fucking dictators.
Yeah, it's just Google chat. Take it too seriously, as I said.
Oh, well,
that just happened to me, man. I just got kicked out of it too. I got banned from it.
Yeah,
and then I got
mean.
accused of doing it. I was just like,
well, somebody accused you of booting all them people like 10 minutes ago, Isis. I said you like to talk too much to want to boot people, but what do I know?
I don't boot people, man. I don't even know how. Well, I figured out how, but I haven't tested it, and I don't want to. I read about it. I searched, because I got kicked. I've been kicked like 6 times in the past couple of days. You can't get back in. It doesn't let you back in at all.
Yeah, once you're booted, they have to create a new room in order for you to get back on the same channel. I mean, I've been booted from this, almost every time they have a chat, I get booted. So yeah, I know all about it, believe me.
They all came over yesterday. Well, it was Shroom today that kicked us and stopped the channel, because I know he did it.
Yeah, I heard Shroom and I heard you, so who knows?
Well, he booted me first. Like, if you watch the bloody playback, you can see me disappear as soon as he comes in.
I didn't even know you were in it, actually. You didn't show up on my screen, but I just saw people getting booted right after the next.
You reckon it was Shroom Head?
Yeah, don't give Shroom this. And he's Demon something 666 as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, Shroom's in cahoots with bloody Hitchhiker and all them, and a vet.
That's so stupid. I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish. It doesn't matter what I believe. Them kicking the show off doesn't change my opinion one bit. It's just a deterrence, And it's like, what the fuck are these idiots doing? They have no life, so these stupid gamer trolls that are so shit at the game they're playing, they can't actually make money off the game they're playing because they're that shit at it. So now they have to come troll us. So pretty fucking stupid.
Gamer trolls. That's the best way of putting it, man. Couldn't have put it better myself.
You look into their channels and straight away it's all gaming shit, dumb gamer trolls. So why the fuck are you even here, man? You fucking sitting there playing fucking Grand Theft Auto, like punching fucking prostitutes and whatnot, like, like ripping people out of cars. Why are you fucking here talking about flat Earth trying to troll me? You don't believe in anything that you fucking say because you're sitting there with a controller in your hand half the day.
I reckon half of them just use it. Seriously, man, I reckon they just, seriously, I think they just use that channel to, they've probably got other soccer accounts, like for all we know, they could be Eric DeBay and that, and they just use it to gather information to make more fucking YouTube videos. They could be Mark Sargent.
Yeah,
They could be a writers guild.
Yeah, I've already thought about that. Yeah, these shows are set up. So I've already said that openly near the start of it was these shows could be set up just to.
For all we know, Andres could be, could be hit because we don't know we've never seen him speak or never seen his face, but he seems to not be the way he speaks. But there's always that element of doubt, because people will say anything to you when they're anonymous.
Exactly.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, what's up, Vaughn?
It's just first crack of dawn here. Well, not even dawn yet. 4:30 in the morning where I'm at. So I just woke up.
Go and admire those underlit clouds, mate.
So, Isis, I wanted to have an actual discussion with you because you seem to be a pretty knowledgeable guy. As far as I can tell, the world's round, obviously, but I come across this Dr. Hovind guy just the other day, and he brings up the whole creationism theory of, he doesn't like evolution. He thinks the world's only 6,000 or 10,000 years old. And he brings up a lot of very compelling evidence that I've never heard before in my life, like these trees all over the world that are found throughout Stratocast stuff. And I was just wondering if you've watched his debate and if you think he's full of shit, if you think all of his evidence is bullshit, or what you really think of him.
He's full of shit because the Tibetans couldn't have recorded back 10,000 years. And we know that by the movements of the stars because of the pole stars. The Earth is slowly doing a, what is it called? The perigee
or something. Yeah.
No, well, when you spin a top and the top, as it slows down, the top starts to draw a circle.
Right.
Yeah.
Precession?
Precession, sorry. And then the earliest recorded pole star was just before Draconis. So it's over 10,000 years old. Yeah.
So you know that Kent Hovind and his son, he just got out of prison for fraud, and his degree comes from one of these Dr. Mills, which is a trailer somewhere. They're like Christian degrees. He's not a scientist. He's a Christian philosopher kind of guy. So you know, Born.
Yeah, it's just that some of the things I've never heard in my life.
Yeah, because he makes shit up. That's why you've never
He does
heard
make a lot of stuff up. Yeah. There's a guy who comes in this channel now and again called MMA, and he's a biologist, and he's really cluey. Like, he's a geneticist. He knows what he's talking about, and he'll quote you all kinds of stuff about proof of evolution and definitive proof. Then he says you can watch evolution occur in a matter of days in a petri dish. It's because germs and stuff will adapt, and they say, well, that's microevolution. Doesn't matter. Well, it's still evolution. We're a superorganism. Yeah. And then you can look at the Knights armor in Buckingham Palace, and they're all short. And they were the biggest men, weren't they? They were the Knights. They were well fed. They were the biggest and the best, and they're all 5 foot tall. Yeah. Humans have been. They're saying that we've grown over the last 300 years. We've actually grown measurably on average. We're getting bigger and bigger because food's more abundant.
Well, they showed that when American food and American influence and food and that kind of thing went to Japan in a very short period of time, they grew 2 inches on average, and they attribute that to the evolutionary pressure of wanting to be like Americans, which isn't really the same exact thing, but it shows that when a pressure comes along and a species or a group is forced to or wants to change, that it changes fairly dramatically and fairly quickly. It doesn't take, these people like Ken Ham and Hovind, they joke about, it takes millions and millions of years. That's really not true. It really happens much more quickly than that. Anyway.
I guess I would ask, there was these, I believe they were redheaded people or gingers found in, I can't remember the state, if it was like Utah or something.
Yep.
Anyway, in North
the
America.
Grand Canyon as well. Yeah.
Where they were
exactly
like 7,000, 8-foot tall,
Yep.
a race
King
of
Ramses.
gingers.
King Ramses, when they cracked open one of the burial chambers, he was 6'3" with red hair. It freaked
So-
people out.
So I wonder what kind of, evidence we can glean from people's height in terms of evolution. I'm not sure. But then I would also wonder about fossilized like dragonflies that are really huge, and then today they're small. Wouldn't that mostly just be environmental pressures rather than an evolutionary type?
Yeah, but you kind of
change?
seem to be thinking that evolution is supposed to make everything bigger and better and
Well, no,
stronger.
it's simple to complex, right? Isn't that the idea? Does it really go
That's
backwards?
part of it, but it also just means survivability. So let's say, for example, you're a really big race of dragonflies, and it turns out the food is disappearing. Being
Right.
smaller might be better. That's my point. Is everybody sort of that
Scarcity,
doesn't
yeah.
understand evolution looks at it as this one-way street down the road of perfection, and that's really not what it is at all. It's just evolving to survive.
See, that Kent guy, he theorizes, and I'm just going off of what he was saying, that everything in the beginning was, perfect, like a perfect copy of genetics, and then over time it's been degrading, and that's why everything is, as he says, like decaying.
And what we see is the exact opposite of that. What we see is people living longer, getting smarter, making better inventions. According to the biblical idea that everything was perfect, what we should really see is perfection and people getting really stupid, the inventions getting worse, people figuring out what's going on in the Bronze Age and then getting stupider after that. And that's not what we see at all. We see the exact opposite of we started off perfect and we're getting worse. That's just not what we
And studies have been proven lately, like say a taxi driver, they have a map of the head in their city, obviously, and they've actually pinpointed the part of the brain that actually develops more where they build the map. And then they scan a brain surgeon, and they've found different parts of the brain that grow. And they've tracked it over a space of 10 years, and a couple of the taxi drivers were no longer taxi drivers, and they found that part of the brain actually started to shrink again because they no longer had the map, and the other parts started to grow. It's a very interesting study, and how everyone develops brain growth according to what they need. It's not like people are born smart. You become intelligent like by working your brain like a muscle.
I was called born stupid about 10 times yesterday, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people come on in to call other people stupid.
You're not necessarily trying to get smarter. What you're doing is trying to find people like Kent Hovind and talk about him. And most people would say that's the opposite of trying to become
Honestly,
smart.
I've never heard the man's name before. What was it, yesterday, the day before? Like, legitimately, I've never heard of him before. I've never heard any of his theories. I've heard of creationist theory once in my life, and I scoffed at it like, well, that's utterly nonsense. Everything's millions of years old, apparently. But the way he laid it out, I found it quite interesting. It's a whole different perspective on the same evidence, like the Grand Canyon, for instance, all this stuff.
And it's all nonsense. He claims that a flood laid down the Grand Canyon because the denser things that are at the bottom, which is absolutely not true. There are layers with dense things, less dense things, more dense things. It has nothing to do with the bullshit he's spewing. That's the problem with people like Kent Hovind, is they're liars. And that was my
could that
point.
not be
Is if
just,
you're trying to learn, you don't go to liars. You find out who you're listening to and are they credible. You don't just swallow it and repeat it. That's not learning.
NASA's fraudulent. Then if you're going to say Kent Hovind's fraudulent, NASA's also a fraudulent source. So you can't.
Well, it might
source
be the
them.
case, but it doesn't really change anything, does it, about what we understand?
I don't quote NASA in anything I said, so I don't
That's
know
really why I'm asking the people that might be in the know is at least in terms of my own curiosity, is if I propose the question, like, have you looked at his side of the argument in entirety? And then, can you refute some of his points? To me, that's learning, right? I can't tell if he's full of shit just from my own observation.
I do remember someone having an argument just sitting there reading comments on YouTube, and someone had a really good point that they made against Kent Hovind was the fossils found in the strata layers in the Grand Canyon, at no point did they intermix. You could actually see a progression, especially in like snails and crustaceans, like especially snails, but you can see as you get higher towards, the surface, surface that we know, that they become what we know today. And you can actually see them progress and become more and more resilient to the environments that they're in. But you can see no relationship between, or you can see none of the ones at the top are at the bottom ever. You'll always find the exact predicted ones, as we know, at the bottom, and all the way up in layers over thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
One of the things that people like Ken Hovind do is they leave things out. For example, one of his spiels is, well, if you look at the layout of the river and the Grand Canyon, the water would have to go up. And we know water doesn't flow up.
Because the source is higher than the start of the erosion.
That's right. But what he completely leaves out is the fact that that land has risen since that happened. So oftentimes they leave things out like land rising or erosion or all of these really basic things, which in effect makes them liars, because they know full well what the actual scientific answer is. And when you leave things like that out, he is lying. He's not telling the truth.
And you can even see the Colorado in the even the Clint Eastwood, no, not Clint Eastwood, Marion, John Wayne films. You can actually see the Colorado a little higher than it is today. It's cutting its way deeper and deeper.
Right. I don't think anyone would disagree that it's not still eroding.
Yep. Which is what happened in the first place.
The point is the land itself has risen up, changed topography, which is why the water would not have to go backwards many years.
One of his main arguments to that was Mount St. Helens eruption.
Which has nothing to do with anything.
He demonstrates that mud flows and really aggressive, global flooding, if you will, that these mud flows carve through solid rock in a matter of minutes. And he shows all the pictures and then slides and says, well, how do you explain millions of years of erosion in 15 minutes from a mudslide?
Nobody's suggesting that kind of. I'm telling you, dude, he's completely discredited. He's just a nut job, and you should go through, if you want to really go through his points
go through these points and see what you guys kind of think about it.
Yeah, I think sort of discredited, crazy creationist, just like Ken Ham.
I'm not willing to just throw away everything he says because somebody thinks he's crazy. I'd still like to hear it and decide for myself if I think he's crazy.
Who was it that has a debate with him?
Argue about it, dude. You don't want to learn anything.
I think Bill Nye has a debate with him.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Bill Nye destroys him.
I think I watched one of them. I don't know how many he's done with them, and I couldn't determine that he destroyed them. Because really the interpretation of data is really left to the beholder, is it not? I mean, when you have a foundation of evolution, you can make a lot of things make sense.
Nonsense, not determined by the beholder at all. That's nonsense. You could say that and keep arguing all you want, but
well, if I showed you something, Richard, I can say it's one thing, and you could say it's something totally different based on looking at the same thing. Could you not? I mean, that's all I'm getting at.
But the fossils in the strata layers indicate a lot.
So those trees, that's one of the things that blew my mind, is I've never heard of a petrified tree standing up found all over the world. There's some in Nova Scotia, Canada. There's some in the Middle East. There's some many parts of the world that's going through multiple layers of stratification. How does one explain that? Like trees fall down after 10, 20 years, do they not? So how would they get buried standing up over millions of years? It doesn't make sense.
Well, it could have been a volcano ash,
But it's not ash that they're buried in. They're buried in actual, sedimentary rock.
Yeah, flooding. Who knows?
Like a global
subfluxation or whatever.
Well, that's one of these pieces of information that I've never heard in school. I've never heard standing petrified trees found all over the world, and I have to wonder, why have I never heard this? Well, it might make me question the standard model of evolution, wouldn't it? Because that's really what it did, is it makes me go well, how do you explain fucking dead trees standing through millions of years of stratification? It's impossible. It can't happen, right?
Well, how do you explain? How does Ken Hovind deal with the two-toed tribe?
With the what?
The two-toed tribe.
I've never heard of a two-toed tribe. Oh, the tribe with two toes. I think someone did bring that up.
Yeah,
and I think he basically suggests that a kind is different than a species. Like you can have, he equates it to, a dog and a coyote are the same thing. They're a dog, but they're different species. There's 200 and some different species of dog. So there can be all kinds of variation from kinds, right?
There's only one species.
That would be a sense of evolution from these different kinds, but no actual different kinds has been created. So I don't know.
Which is a whole load of crap. It's a whole load of crap. We started with little tiny things. We didn't have horses and dogs. We started off little small things that became more complex into big things. And his idiotic theory that horses have always existed is wrong.
Yeah, it was like someone saying yesterday, what did we come from? And, MMA, he's just gobsmacked going, in a liter of water, there's more life forms, like different life forms, than there are stars in the sky. We can't just pick one and go, yeah, we're from that. There are so many. It's like infinitesimal. There are so many variations in life, and that's only one sample of seawater. Yet on the other side of the planet, there'd be a whole slew of another lot. So
what they're
we will
doing
never
by
pinpoint where we come from.
what he's trying to do by that is he's trying to say, well, since you know about the 200 different species of dogs, but you've never seen kinds change, then he brings up that nonsense argument. But we have records and fossils and things like that. We know full well that kinds have changed. It's just another idiotic, nonsense argument from a guy who got his PhD from a trailer in the desert,
Yeah. Yeah, well, the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger kind of refutes the whole, it proves evolution, basically, because the thylacine was a dog, but it wasn't a dog. It was a half-dog weird thing, because it had the back legs like a kangaroo, but it was like a dog. It ate kangaroos, and it had this very strange jaw.
You know about the Australian walking fish? That's like evolution right in front of your face. It's a fish. It's a fish that can now spend 8 hours out of water, and it's increasing the amount of time it can stay out of the water. And before you know it, that fucker won't even go back in the water. And people don't understand that that's a real in-your-face example of something crawling out of the sea and turning into a land animal.
Have we ever seen monkeys continue evolving, or any other species continually evolving over the human history of recorded, information?
We've been around 2,000 years. It's like a for a monkey.
Well, no, we've been around much longer than 2,000 years, right? Sumerians are 6,000 years ago or something, right?
Of civilization, I mean, we haven't even been recording stuff properly for the last 1,400 years. You could barely say that, and you compare that to 1,000,000 years, and it's like a hair compared to a brick wall, But
the answer to your question is yes. There are probably thousands of different examples that people who study this stuff could give you, from snakes to, different jaw structures, different digestive things, all sorts of things like that. What you're looking for is the kind of nonsense that these Christians bring up of saying, well, you want to see a cow, turn into a flying dinosaur or something, and that just doesn't, it's not how it happens.
Yep.
Well, I don't think I'm looking for that sort of evidence, but
I was exaggerating.
Something other than a walking fish, right?
MMA made a really good point yesterday. He said,
walking fish? What in the fuck?
If there's one example, there should be others, right?
There are numerous other examples.
Influenza.
Why, if there's one example, should there be others when you're just going to deny them all anyway?
I didn't deny it. I'm just asking.
Influenza that evolves, becomes more resilient. The AIDS virus, HIV, that's actually devolved, become weaker.
Yeah.
Cancer actually adapts and evolves in the human body. It becomes completely immune to all the things that attack cancer and make it visible, and it sidesteps your whole immune system and says, no, you can't see me, and so it can continue to grow, and it actually emits enzymes to prevent itself from being attacked, and starts to latch onto veins and get blood flows going through it, and that's called metastasization.
How many
once it gets blood flow through it,
gone to, Born, to ask your question and look into it? Zero.
Well, like I said, I've never heard of this Hovan guy until 2 days ago. So
you've never heard of this.
Let's hope that MMA turns up, because he's qualified.
$43 million birth certificates the other day, and you end up saying, "Well, I didn't say it was true. I was just."
I've never heard of it till a week before that either, Richard. I don't know why you accuse me of being so rudimentary in my thinking that I believe all this stuff.
Making up nonsense with no facts or evidence to back it up, and then backing out by saying, "Well, I just heard of it. I really don't know anything." If you don't fucking know anything about it, look into it. That's what you should be doing.
That's why I'm asking, Richard. This is me looking into it. I'm asking people that seem to know quite a bit.
No, that's why you're not trying to.
It's a healthy thing, then. It's a part of.
Really trying to learn how to get $43 million from your birth certificate, or are you just bringing up some idiotic, stupid conspiracy theory? Which was it? You really what we're trying to learn?
I showed you the video, did I not? Hang on. I showed you the video of that guy on the phone. Did you watch the video?
So what?
Just wait. Did you
Bring
watch the
up
video?
Kent Hovind. So what?
Just hold on,
It's
Richard,
just
before you start
argumentative,
attacking me.
ignorant nonsense.
I mean, I'll
What's-
just leave if this is how you're
But
going to
anyway,
behave. I'm trying to say.
What's the thing
You
about the
wanna be
birth
great.
certificate?
Please.
I'd like to hear that. What's that about?
Birth
Well, I sent
certificate
Richard a
thing?
video of this guy that paid his IRS bill with his birth certificate. Okay, now that's a fucking rudimentary understanding of it. What he did was set it off. He set off the debt based on his
he
social
accepted for
insurance
value.
number. Pardon?
He accepted the claim. He accepted it for value and wrote it off with the Sestaki Trust.
They
He
they asked him if he wanted to pay it, and he said no, but I can set it off. And it's a very complex system, but they accepted that. So
Yeah,
if
because
Richard didn't watch that whole video and then can tell me that he made it all up or something.
It's sidestepping that it's the IRS recognizing that what they do is actually not legal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so that's my point. So again, is there something to that, right? Like if IRS isn't legal, then why are they?
brought up the
why are they doing
fidelity
what they do?
thing, saying people's birth certificates are
That was
traded
just
on the
something that I
stock
found
market,
correlating
worth
to it, so that's
$43
why
million. And what happened when you typed it into Fidelity?
I don't have a birth certificate, so I can't. But I thought you were going to do that. What did you get?
I have my birth certificate. It doesn't have the conspiracy theory red numbers on it.
Interesting.
I don't need
Mine
to
does, but it didn't do
there's
anything.
no market trading $43 million birth certificates. It's asinine, dude.
But it's like you said about the IRS, so it's not a legitimate thing, is what you're saying, Isis?
Why are they not legitimate? Just more
What's
than
that?
They
What
are.
were you saying about the IRS?
Sorry, I didn't hear you, man.
Well, I was asking, you were saying that it's not legitimate what they're doing, right? Constitutional, I think is what you're referring to, the IRS?
Yeah, well, technically under the law, an IRS, a woman who worked for the IRS, she refused to pay a tax bill because she knew that there was a clause or something that taxes were actually not legal. That you're
I've heard that before.
It's a volunteer.
The way it works is that you're declaring your income, but you don't know
it's
what the
declaration.
definition. You don't know what the definition of income is, and it's not defined in the U.S. tax code. It's whatever
like
you
that.
believe.
The
If you
Supreme
believe
Court
you
has
have to
ruled
do it.
on that. They
No, they
used to
haven't.
say that taxing work was not the same as taxing goods, and the Supreme Court ruled on that shortly after the 14th Amendment, and they decided that yes, income can be taxed in the same way as goods. So that's just a straw man, red herring kind of thing.
What do you guys have? You have a VAT, don't you? A value added tax or a GST? Goods and services.
We used to have GST. They've gotten rid of it lately, I think.
We've still got 15% GST over here.
Yeah, and
I like the
up to
idea of
20%.
everything being value added, but most people kind of hard to change once you get something so entrenched.
I mean, I'm a big believer on not doing anything unless there's an obligation to. So.
Oh, hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hey man, how's it?
One of the wealthiest men. I can think of one quote where one of the wealthiest men in Australia, Kerry Packer, he paid $10.80 in tax his entire life. Yeah.
I just simply call up the IRD over here, Inland Revenue Department, and ask them for the obligation that I have to, and they haven't been able to provide it. It's that freaking simple. No obligation.
You don't
because
feel
it's
fire and the police and the hospital.
No, it's not about it's not about ethics and shit like that. And I pay my local rate. I do contribute to schools, police, fire. It's about the obligation to pay income tax, and as it's a freely voluntary thing that I'm doing as a declaration, there is no obligation for me to declare anything. I've asked the tax department to please supply me the evidence that I'm obliged. Do you know what their answer was?
It's not a problem with
their answer was Google it. All right, they told me to Google it. That's it.
I'm
I ring up the government.
When you say no obligation, you kind of sounded like you were saying, well, yeah, I agree that I have an obligation to help, educate the children and pay for the schools and the police and things like that. So I'm just trying to get your position. Your position is just about the income, not about helping other people in a society.
Yeah, I mean, if I know they contribute in every way possible, generally without money, just with my help. But as far as local government and paying for your rates and which goes to your schools, your police, because I've found out that it does go to those things, then I will happily pay for them. Police are a good thing. Naughty police aren't. No, but as far as IRD is concerned, I'm not obliged to do anything if it's a voluntary thing. There's no obligation. It's that frickin' simple. And my sweat equity, my labour, is mine. No one's obliged to any of it. And I'd challenge any other man to show me a contract to prove otherwise. I have not registered my person to be, to be an elector in any district, so therefore there's no consent for that to happen.
Don't you have a law requiring you to vote in Australia?
I don't know the law. I don't know about Australia, but as far as New Zealand's concerned, as far as I know, it's a voluntary society. Yeah.
If
There's
you
a law in Australia.
in Australia, yeah,
it's not law though.
Yeah,
It's not
$150 fine for not voting.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They'll threaten you with fines and $1,000 fine if you don't register to vote. I've contacted the registrar of electors in the local area, and I've told them I would be happy to accept their offer for me to register my person should they provide me with evidence that I'm obliged to do so. I'm not refusing to doing anything. I'm giving them a conditional acceptance to accept their claim, provided they can show me proof that I have to. I'm just not saying.
You have to enrol. Yeah.
Exactly.
If you enrol, you're obliged to vote. But if you're not enrolled, you don't have to. That's the choice you make.
It's whether you register. It's at the point of registration. You register your car, you register your dog, you register your firearm, you register to vote. You're registering your person into the citizenship. All right? Therefore, you're governed by what constitutes that citizenship. I'm just not lowering my capacity to being a person. I'm a fucking man. I can prove that. If someone wants to call me a person, then they're going to have first define legally what fucking person they're talking about, whether I'm a natural person, legal person, body, corporate, corporation, sole, unincorporated body. Please see Interpretations Act 1999, Section 29, or if you'd like to see the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, Section 29. That just defines what I've just told you if you want your evidence. I look up my shit, I use their fucking rules, and if they want to try using it against me, they better know their rules better than I do. That fucking simple. If some cunt wants to say it's the law, or this act says this thing, well, are you going to believe someone that's just telling you what they think an act means? Or, like, say I read Lord of the Rings, and I tell you, well, it's obviously it means this, but I didn't write that book. I'm not the fucking author of it, so who the fuck am I to give my interpretation of what the author meant by it? You go to the source. I go to legislation. I go to government departments. They are the source. If they can't define it for me, who am I? Now, if I'm not, unless I'm legally trained, I'm not qualified to speak their fucking language. I might as well speak Japanese. So if some cop on the side of the road wants to tell me Section 163 of the Land Transport Act 1998 says you've got to tell me who you are, I'll say, are you legally trained? And he'll say no, and I'll say, well, fuck off then and tell me what a lawyer says because he speaks the language. It's that fucking simple. It's a word game. The whole thing's a fucking word game. I am a man. Anyone want to rebut that? You want to call me a person? Because in English, a person means an individual within a given society. That's the English interpretation. You guys you've got to understand the difference in the words. It's all wordplay. Is a crime an offence? Fuck, man, I've spent 4 years. I've got the law dictionaries. I've done my fucking research. And anything I state, I will point you to the state, point, and act, and fucking section. Try me.
Yeah,
cops fucking hate me, man. I just marched into Mount Wellington Police Station today with their fucking rules printed on paper because this cop, who hasn't called me back in 2 weeks, he said, I'll call you back in a few days and we'll set up an appointment, have face-to-face. 2 weeks have gone by now. He's fobbed me off. I don't go away. I marched into his place of work, gave him his fucking paperwork, gave him an explanatory note saying, unless you want to be considered as a fobbing or dishonest prick and not holding your honour, fucking call me and make a time. The cop at the counter says, do you want me to go get him now? I says, no, it's not suitable for me. That's the whole point of that prick ringing me to make an appointment. I'm just doing it. I happen to be in the area, pass by, dump some shit in their fucking counter. Hope they get educated. It's their own website's rules on public recording, which was the issue I had with the cops at the time.
And this is the thing that I'm talking about, is my understanding.
You just gotta grow up here. Fuckers are our servants. Do you have a fucking waitress talk down to you? You man. If you want to be a citizen in a society and be talked down to all your life and not be self-responsible for anything, go right ahead.
And that's what they expect.
Don't bitch to everybody else because you're not self-responsible to take control of your own fucking actions. And you say, oh, this rule, and I'm going to get fined.
Who is they? You said that's what they expect.
I'll give you they equals. Let me spell it out for you. They, THEY, the hierarchy enslaving you. And if you're a you, they're going to fleece you, mate. It's that fucking simple. Legally, the word you is a joinder. You means I, a man, and I, the person. It's a joining word. It's a contract.
I was asking the guy that used the word they, and that wasn't you, but thank you for your definition.
No, that's all right. That's no problem. They and them, the hierarchy enslaving man, or the hierarchy enslaving you.
What you're saying stems from what's known as the King's Decree, known as common law.
Yeah, apparently, right.
Under the statutes of common law, you have a lot more rights as a human.
Well, the problem with that is that you can't take yourself out of society, and the other people in that jurisdiction have a right to make laws that you are subject to, whether you like it or not. That's the way it works.
It's not whether I like it or not.
Dickhead, make it then. Fuck off, dickhead. Then Richard, you and your fucking army come and try it. You and your army come and try and fucking dictate to me and see what happens. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, mate. You're telling me some other cunt can tell me what to do. Sorry, I need to wait my ass. Do I need to go and ask government permission first, or can I do it myself without needing their help?
Whatever I want, whenever I want.
The house, mate, the building I'm sitting in, this entire 4-bedroom house, I've built myself in the last 19 years. I didn't ask any fucker if I could do it. I've just done it. I've wired it, I've plumbed it, I've built the whole fucking thing from scratch. And you want to tell me, some company wants to tell me I need permission?
I didn't say you needed permission to build your house. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Apparently, hang on.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Hold on.
Adam.
Let's get worked up something fierce. Come on.
No, man.
To me, Mark makes sense.
That's all you are. You're a police officer, and I know that's what you are. You are the military or police officer. Either way, one day I'm going to have to fucking neck one of you cunts.
Mate, I'm not worked up about it.
Not on your
I'm
best
just
day, mate.
passionate about it, mate.
Yeah,
This
you
is
better
what
have
you
your gun, and you know it. You know it. You know that somebody like me, I'll work my body, I'll fuck you up with my fist. You need that weapon that you train with. You need that weapon.
Not on your best day, dude.
My fucking fist that's sweating right now, talking to you. Talking to that breathing face of yours because it knows it's about to knock them teeth out.
Yeah, it's just talk.
Yeah, you know it too. That's why you shit the fucking gear with
your mouth's making noises.
If you are a fighter, you can feel it too. I could feel the emotion. I'm like fucking McGregor, man. I'm like McGregor.
I find you as scary as a cat.
Thinking that you're fucking Diaz. You're fucking Aldo.
Okay, you got your tough talk out of your system now. You feel like a big tough guy. Good on you.
Oh yeah, good on you.
You're not
Hey, Mark,
tough.
if you're up for a conversation later on today, definitely come join you in a hangout or something, because I think you're spot on with your information. Just my opinion.
I'm only stating facts. None of this is the belief.
Do you guys think there's such a thing as government money?
Sorry?
There's no such thing as government.
Do you think there's such a thing as government money? Government funding? Do you think there's such a thing?
Your philosophy, Mark. The problem is the reason we're where we are now is because everybody being an individual sovereign citizen didn't work. That's the problem.
But see, there you go. You've put yourself in that box already, mate. You've pulled yourself a citizen. Why the fuck would you lower
It's just a term. My point is all that stuff didn't work in the past is the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
You're $43 million. Where do you think that would come from?
I can tell you at a guess.
That's an arbitrary number.
Well, you said
I can tell you.
Yeah,
you
made
$3 million.
arbitrary number you brought up.
I was reading that directly off a website.
Can I get a straight answer? Where do you think that $43 million would come from?
I can answer that. I can. Okay, sorry, Mark. He's good at.
I'll give you my best hazard at attempt at this one. All right. So you've heard of the phrase "you're worth your weight in gold," people? Is that right? You've all heard of it?
Yep.
Right,
No,
okay.
it's actually the king said he'll give you your weight in gold to another person. Instead of giving him his weight in gold, he hung him. But okay, keep going. You're not worth your weight in gold. One guy was before the king, but yeah. Okay. What was the king's name?
This was before monarchy come into place. But you've got the old phrase you've worth your weight in gold, and that phrase carries on today because every every new birth is weighed. All right. Now that birth weight decide what the bond of your birth certificate registration is floated on the open market every 90 days since the
can't
day you
show
were
me an
born.
open market. You can't actually believe that shit. Show
don't
me an
believe
open market that trades birth certificates. I mean, how are you going to make such a nonsense claim when no market even exists? You
Have
think
you ever heard
people
of
are
the public
weighing
trust?
babies and determining how many
Hold on, Richard,
millions
let
of
him answer.
dollars that number's worth on the market? Show me the market first off.
Show me the
Have
money.
you heard of the mutual funds? Have you heard of public trust?
A
Where do you
mutual
think
fund?
all the money
Market.
goes? Where do you think all the treasury money comes from? What do you think those government bonds are?
The treasury comes from people printing up bonds. That has nothing to
So,
do with weighing
can I-
babies and assigning
So
money
where does
to
that
them.
come
Can
from?
I get an answer,
Complete
a
nonsense.
straight
One
answer
at a
to my
time, then.
question? Do you believe in government money? Yes, no.
No.
No, I would say no.
So what is it?
Debt notes. It's not money.
This is where Richard will agree with me. It's taxpayers' money.
All money is borrowed
When
into
you-
existence. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, it's because the people fund it.
That 43
taxpayers
million,
are funding the government.
those scams that you're trying to do, you're just robbing you're just robbing your fellow people. You're not robbing the government. You're not standing over the man. You're just
not
ripping
true.
off the taxpayer. Here you are.
They're ripping the taxpayer off.
And who's
the
forcing people? Who's forcing
Two
those people to
rip-offs
pay the
don't make
taxes?
a good rip-off, dude.
It's
Yeah,
just-
somebody else might be ripping
who's
off the
supporting-
taxpayer.
government-
Doesn't mean that
Okay, let Mark
individuals
respond,
ripping
please.
off the taxpayer is any better, is
The
it?
government needs to learn that
who's
too.
making-
That there's no such thing as government money.
Government can't learn it because government's just man acting upon bits of paper. All right, it's that simple. It's just you and me acting by bits of paper that think there's power behind them. It's that simple. And
Money's money's really not any different than the ledger sheet of a corporation. It's just some debits and credits and it's just kind of an illusionary nonsense to make sure that the dishwasher gets less shit than the doctor. That's it. It's not valuable. I mean, what the fuck difference would it make if you had $100 bill, you can buy a certain amount of thing, or whether you had a piece of kangaroo shit that would buy you twice as much? You'd rather have the kangaroo shit than the $100 bill. It doesn't. Money is irrelevant. It's just an accounting system.
Whoa. That's not the
It just
case.
represents work.
It's a financial mechanism.
Who's forcing the taxpayers? Who's
It's the usury of money that's wrong today.
It actually just represents what
who's
you buy.
forcing the taxpayers to pay the money?
The taxpayers.
Who's forcing them to?
The taxpayers.
No, it's so their own stupidity.
They weren't forced to.
So
They
why-
volunteered to do
why
it
don't-
by voting for
Yeah,
it. In
exactly.
America,
Never
anyway,
volunteered.
nobody forced us. We decided to do it by ratifying the 14th Amendment. So it's
No.
people
Every
forcing
job I've
each
ever
other to
had,
do
they
it.
take my money. I've never fucking consented to it once, so don't give me that.
It's a
It doesn't
declaration.
matter whether you consent to the laws against murder, taxes, or anything else. We live in a democracy. We're not going to have a
Do we?
vote on every single law
I-
every single day for everybody that turns 18. That would be nonsense, obviously.
Richard, mate, can I just pull you up on something? So you believe you live in a democracy, do you? You don't live on Earth, you live in a democracy. Is that right? You know the difference between the words in and on. The smallest words are the most defining. Remember that. So are you on Earth or do you live in a society, in a construct for the mind? Do you live, because that's what a society is. It's a concept.
I'd say both.
So do
but
you
have to
live-
make a point because those little words don't
No,
matter.
well-
What matters is reality, not your
absolutely.
version of reality
Okay,
based on
thank
a couple
you.
of words.
Thank you.
We
Thank
have
you
a
very much.
democratic
What
system
matters
of
is
Jeez.
we do. I don't. I'm an individual. I'm
Our
just a man.
society is not democratic. Our society is what's known. We live in a free libertarian society. If you want to know the truth of it,
Whatever colour you want to paint the box, mate. Whatever colour you want to call it, it doesn't matter. I
no,
live
it's
on
known
Earth.
as it's known. It's political
if
science
someone-
101.
Someone, whatever. It's all mumbo jumbo, mate. As you said, it's all to do with reality. In reality, I'm a man. I live on Earth, and I bet some other fucker to prove me different.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not claiming I'm not claiming anything other than that.
if you wanted a liter of milk tomorrow, you got to pay for it. That's known as a free libertarian society. If you want it's known as a user pays society. If you want something, you pay for it. Everything,
Sure.
healthcare, schooling.
I'm not denying that doesn't exist. But
That's
I'm
what's
challenging
freedom of
I'm
choice.
challenging
You could-
anyone that wants.
You could call it capitalism, but that's a modernization of a free libertarian society.
Dude, it's a partial democracy. America is a republican form of government, and that just means a representative form of government. A democracy is where everybody gets to vote on everything. Obviously, we don't have that anymore.
You're still in a society, is that right?
Well, it still has a hegemony. It's still a hegemony in a way too. I mean, the strongest thrive. The weak don't. That's a fact too.
Absolutely. None of this shit really matters to me, Mark, any more than you, because I don't depend on the government for my success. I don't blame them for my failures. I don't give a fuck about the government. They're an irrelevant bunch of clowns that I very rarely interact with. I don't care about any of that shit any more than you do. I just have a different view of societies in the modern age, is all.
So do you pay your taxes?
What?
Do you pay your taxes? Do you pay your taxes?
Yeah, if I have to, I do my best to avoid paying them, of course. But if I owe money, I'm not just going to blow off the IRS. Yeah, I will pay when I owe. Sure.
What
Excuse
about
me.
dog registration? What about, say, dog registration?
This is crazy.
Dog registration?
Yeah, if you have an animal, would you register your dog?
Oh, I see. No, I've actually never registered. I've had a bunch of dogs, and I think I've lived in states where you're supposed to. But no, I've never registered one.
But
Actually,
Richard,
maybe once at the vet I did get a registration, but not really. I mean, I don't care about that, honestly. But if I got arrested for not having it, I would pay the fine. I would just
Adam,
give
your
my
mic is
dog
feeding
and
back, buddy.
steal it back.
Adam,
Adam, your mic's feeding back.
you're echoing.
speakers, mate.
Give me a headache. I can't understand what anyone's saying.
Oh,
It's already muted now.
cool.
Why did you ask?
I mean, you're saying you're in a society. I'm just wondering if you're selecting as to what laws you abide by or not. Or if you're just adhering to your society.
I select which laws I abide by and which ones I don't based on, number one, the penalty. Based on the penalty I may or may not want to do, and my moral values of, is it a wrong thing to do? But there are things that fall into the gray area, like registering my bicycle or a dog, or nonsense like that, speeding, or do I really have to come to a complete stop, the stop sign? There's a lot of things in there, but I don't complain if I get caught, because I understand that the animal catcher needs to be funded, and registering dogs, kind of helps that. And I understand that the people, watching drunk drivers need money. So I don't mind those things, but I don't necessarily follow all the laws either, So I'm kind of in the middle.
Swings and roundabouts, in other words.
I've got a good one. I got a good one the other day. Like I don't own a car. I gave it to some kid, but anyway, I use public transport, and I'm traveling on the train, and I forgot to scan my card. You can walk past the pole and go beep beep, and you get on the train platform, and they all watched on cameras. They got all these cameras everywhere, and I was just tired. I'd been up since 3 a.m. and it's like 11 p.m. at night, and I'd had like an 18-hour day, and I'm fucking knackered, and I've traveled good 4-hour train ride out to the back in the middle of nowhere because people are filming, and I'm on the train, and suddenly the ticket operator comes along, and he saw me on the camera. I know full well and he's gone, you're fine, blah blah blah. He goes, can I see your ticket, mate? And I've gone, I didn't scan it. And he goes, yeah, I know you didn't. No, we saw you, and it's $200 fine. And I'm like, well, I fucked up. I take responsibility for my fuck up. I was tired, whatever. And he said, look, if you want to fight it, you can just pay $10 on the back. And it's like, well, I could have just sat there and kicked the stink up, but I made a mistake, and I just accept that and go, oh well, may as well pay it. So why fight it, in my opinion? But I could get on the website and say, oh, I had this long day and blah 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 blah. But
it's not going to get you anywhere. Corporations don't have an emotion. Well, a corporation doesn't have an emotion, so you don't expect an emotional response that you're having a bad day as an excuse to get away from it. They don't give a fuck.
I'm not such a fan.
I mean, judges are people. I used to, not follow pretty much any law, and the women judges were way more receptive to my lines of bullshit than the men. You know?
Aren't they? It's a great thing, man, isn't it? Just fucking lovely. I guess they just enjoy the bullshit that blows off the tongue easier. Women can appreciate it or something.
I'll tell you a funny story about a DUI I got. I got a DUI. It was 1/100th, or no, 1/1000th over the legal limit. Yeah. So I called. Check it out. I called the manufacturer.
Out the window.
I called the manufacturer of the Intoximeter 3000, which is what they use in America, and I asked him what is the tolerance of the machine.
Excellent.
He said it's 3/1000ths of the unit. So I went to court.
Perfect.
I said I could have been driving sober because I could have been 2/1000ths underneath the legal limit according to the manufacturer of the machine, and the judge agreed. I said they did not prove it beyond a reasonable doubt because I very well could have been sober or legal, not sober. Yeah, it was fucking fantastic, dude. I just knew no machine is going to be that accurate,
Yeah, it's a perfect example of due diligence, of doing your due diligence instead of just paying the fucking fine, mate. That's what I mean. Don't bend over. Like, I got a $30 speeding ticket. That's what started me off on learning the law. It wasn't about the money. It was about what the fuck. I was literally accelerating towards 100k area, and he clicked me at 59 k's, and I was literally 130 meters away from the open road sign. I mean, on an incline, so I have to speed up to go up the hill. Fuck. And that's where they sit. They sit there and they click you just as you're going towards that incline, heading towards the 100k. So I thought, fuck, I'll challenge it, and that's why I learnt the law. And I thought, instead of just paying, I'll pay the $30 court costs or whatever, and learn a thing or two, and try out my shit.
The reason I decided to start looking into the law is I was in the Navy, and they charged me with what they call an Article 14, which is basically just a catch-all for anything for having marijuana rolling papers. And I looked up the Article 14. What it actually means is if there's not a law in the Navy, but there is a law on the shore you're connected to, they can use Article 14 to arrest you, like, drinking alcohol in Saudi Arabia or something of that nature. Well, there was a guy who got the maximum penalty the day before for having rolling papers. I went in there. I told him, I said, you fucking people are out of your minds. This has nothing to do. Rolling papers are perfectly legal in the state of Florida. That's who we're tied up to. You're stupid.
Yeah.
And the legal officer said, well, Captain, he's correct. I got no penalty at all. I could actually never look that other dude in the eye ever again. But that's what got me involved in reading the law. I just knew there was something fishy about we're going to hit you with a catch-all law for rolling papers, and they sold the fucking rolling papers at the ship store on top of that. It just made no sense.
Well, man, I'll tell you this, mate. Like, with the $30 ticket that I got, I thought to myself, okay, I got the speed register of the day for the camera, right? And on that day, 2,754 cars went past. Of that 2,754, 638 cars were issued infringement ticket. Now, the minimum ticket you'll get is $30. That's 1k over their threshold, right? And every kilometre you go up, you get an extra $30 added to it. Okay, so it's 30, 60, 90.
Jesus.
If you're doing 59, 60, 61. And I can honestly say that because my mother-in-law got a $60k ticket, and the shop owner got a 61k ticket for $90, and I got a 59k ticket for $30. All right, so based on fact, that's what they do. So then I take that 638 tickets issued over the 7-hour period, which works out at 9 cars every minute. All right, so out of those 638, at $30 minimum a ticket, they are making $19,140. I've got a good memory for numbers. So now that's at minimum, and I'm sure they dished out a lot more valuable tickets than just $30 for every one of them. So just one day, one camera, 20 grand. Now, because of that, I thought, every time I see a speed camera in the local area of about a 5k radius, I'm going to record the fuck. In the first year, I recorded 26 of them. In the second year, I recorded 26. And I'm in my third year now, and I'm up to, I think, total count 6-7. I've recorded 6-7 speed cameras locally. Now you add that with 20 grand a hit on each one. That's over $1.2 million they've extracted for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, well, I
That's
worked at a company of 10 guys,
That's
and
ridiculous, mate.
all 10 of us
Sorry.
working throughout a 12-hour day, we could not generate $20,000 of profitable income. Maybe gross, but not profitable income. So for one of these fucking ticket machines to equivalent the same kind of profitable income as my entire 10 fucking man company working fucking 15 pieces of equipment in the oil field where we charge high rates and still can't touch that fucking number is shameful.
And this guy's sitting in the back of his van, and he's sitting in the back of his van reading a book because it's a hot day. He's got his van door open. I'm just recording. He's out there wiping clean his back window in front of the camera, making sure it's spotless. Then he's throwing the rubbish over the roadside, over the fence.
Oh, did you catch him doing that?
Absolutely.
Brings up an interesting, different topic, and that is financial remuneration can range from, you decide to put 10 grand in the options market and now you're a millionaire, to a guy on the business end of a shovel making shit.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that there's so many different types of ways to make money. Some of them make a lot for doing nothing, and some of them make nothing for doing a lot. And you got to be really fucking careful at which one you choose, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's the problem with money, though, is what Ian and I have talked about this at great length, and this is a subject that I know well, is usury and fiat currency, the creation of money from nothing.
Yeah.
And a bank for every $1,000 that a bank has, they can lend out 10,000, and they can just create that money.
Yeah.
And that money is
fractional reserve system. Yeah, absolutely. Fractional reserve system. For every 1,000 or every 10,000, another 90,000 is created.
Yeah, it's known as fiat money. Yeah. And there's a great documentary that I helped do a few years ago, art-wise, was a documentary called The American Dream. It's a little cartoon we did.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually really good to watch because it talks about that there is a huge problem with usury in money, and the reserve banks around the world, and the way lending occurs is that money is always printed at debt. You can never ever, no country can ever repay their debt.
It's set up to fail. It's just set up to fail.
And it's the debt is not
that's the difference between paying off a loan with more debt or setting it off with the existing debt that's there.
Exactly.
You always, when you get a loan, you always pay the debt first. Anyone who's gotten a major loan,
absolutely,
for a home loan, personal loan, you pay the debt first. And what's really bizarre about it, I got a really good story. I mentioned this to my brother's wife, and her father is a merchant banker in Singapore. He works for the Bank of Rome, and I sat down and had this. He's worth 400 million. He's not a, and man, I had this conversation with him that just opened my eyes. Like, he talked about the story that they're all told called Henry the Banker, and he told me about the history of money, and it was just insane. Like the king's court, they're sick of people arguing like, is a dagger worth a sack of corn? Is a dagger worth 2 sacks of corn? Is a watch worth 5 sheep? They got sick of arguing, and so Henry the watchmaker shows up, and he says to the king, I could make gold coins. I could make these coins for everyone, and they could use them to trade, and they won't fill the court all the time arguing. He said, that's a brilliant idea. And he says, I'll put your head on there, so everyone in your kingdom can trade with these coins. He said, go ahead and do it. But at first he said, we've got to get the gold. So they used all the gold, and in the kingdom they said, everyone bring their gold in, whatever gold you can offer to print this money. And everyone was allocated 100 gold coins as an example, not as a fact, but as an example. And the next year you had to repay 105 gold coins. But those 5 gold coins were never ever made. They didn't exist. So everyone was in this constant state of debt. But see, the watchmaker would have 200 gold coins, yet the farmer, the sheep farm would only have 30. So they'd get into more debt and more debt. And then suddenly Henry said to the king, we're running out of gold. There's all these people who want these coins. We're running out. And he says, well, what do we do? And he's, well, I can engrave, I can make, these plates, and we can print, and we can make notes, and we can call them IOUs. And that's true in the history. They were called IOUs. It's 10th century. Yep. And so they start distributing these IOUs that represent how much gold you have. And this is what created the Knights Templar, by the way. And so they're handing around these paper notes, these IOUs, and the king signs each one to verify it to make sure that it's legal tender.
Sure.
And suddenly the king and the watchmaker realize that the they've got a vault full of gold, and everyone's trading in paper. And they realise they've just discovered the highest form of alchemy.
Right.
Yeah.
They've turned paper.
Something out of nothing into
They've
nothing.
turned paper into gold.
Yeah.
You know what I find
Something
funny
out of-
about the
something
whole
out of
money
nothing,
thing? What I find funny
Daily
about the
thing.
whole money thing is the Christians kind of liked the idea of the fractional banking and all that. They said, you know, this is a great idea, but it's against our religion and we're too good for it, but we'll let you Jews do it instead. And it's like a big fuck up, because if you're just going to let it happen, they should have jumped on board and said, well, we'll make the money from it. But instead, they're like, well, it's a great idea and it'll fuck everybody over, but you Jews are going to have to be the bankers. It's like, who the fuck do they do that?
Yeah, and that's where your sky god, your Jesus, you know, not your sky god Jesus, but your actual, the real Jesus, used to go into the Jews, and he used to go in there and kick their money tables over. You know, he'd say, "You scammers," and he'd every day, and they got sick of it. You know, the Pharisee went to the Romans, and they said, "Get rid of this asshole." You know, he's got all these groupies. He's spoiling our
Because
fun.
it was in church, not necessarily
Power
because
of the people,
against
mate.
money.
Power of the people.
Power of the people. And so, you know, they gathered him up and they hung the guy, but everyone looked the same, you know. So they thought he was resurrected because he was back in there the next day kicking after they'd thrown him on the cross. That was That was the capital punishment of the time.
Do you guys see that we're not even using fiat money anymore? I mean, the whole fiat money sucks thing, we're pretty much blowing right by that, and now all we're using is digital numbers on some sort of screen. You know, you check your bank on the
Virtual
internet, and it
currency,
says you have these many digital numbers, and you use your plastic card to deduct numbers. It's like the fiat money thing doesn't even matter, because we don't even use fiat money. We just use digital numbers. That's all we're using.
Yeah, believe it or not, Bitcoin was a result of the American dream mindset, like realizing what was going on in these human farming model and digging deep into this human farming model. And this genius Japanese programmer said, "I know how to stop the creation of money. We'll make it trickle, and there's only so much available." So then, instead of a car being worth, you know, $280, the first Model T Ford, what's it worth today? A standard Ford, you know, $16,000. It would actually, as we progress further in society, it actually become worth less and less, because there would be less to go around. So it would fall back into the decimal points rather than expand. So it's a much better scheme. The guy was a genius. He was a mathematic genius, Jin Huan, and he created this wonderful system, and then he disappeared because he didn't want the bankers killing him. He was just like, "I don't want to put my name to this. Fuck that." And the people we wouldn't trust it, and the mafia use it now more than anybody. To, you know, I still use Bitcoin to buy drugs. You know,
to launder money
on the Silk Road, on the dark net.
I think that's why the FBI confiscated a whole shitload of it, so they could use it.
Yeah, and everyone scams it. Like a friend of mine, he got scammed like 10 grand, you know, because he converted all to Bitcoin, and the guy just ripped him off, and it's anonymous. He disappeared.
Well,
because the system didn't support it. It wasn't a regulated thing.
Cash.
And the banks are shit scared of it. That's why that's why the bloody banks, the Jews, hate the Muslims, because the Muslims refuse to pay interest on any loan.
Right.
Yeah. Muslim loans are good loans. Yeah,
I don't know about that. They've got Islamic banking centers to give loans with interest. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean?
The interest is a fee. It's not an interest per annum. You pay a fee per year.
I see.
Yeah. It's an accounting fee, but it's not an actual percentage
It's
of what you
interest
get.
with a different name, basically. I got it.
Yeah, that's a set rate. Fixed rate interest.
Interest set at the beginning would be called cost, and I don't think anybody argues against paying cost, but paying interest yearly is a fucking criminal act as far as I'm concerned.
Interest, and we came up with this thing: interest equals inflation, inflation equals debt,
Correct.
Debt equals slavery.
Exactly. Thank you.
Whoa.
I've been saying
and
that
everyone's
constantly.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with that. I guess the part where I might fall off the train with you guys is I don't see anybody being required to do it. I never got a loan for my house. I waited until I could pay cash for it. You know, I don't take out loans. I don't think anybody's required to be a slave. They choose to enslave themselves with these ridiculous loans they get.
Well, I mean, Adam would agree with me that here in Australia you pay so much for a house. You've got to borrow money, man. You'd be working for 20, 30 years.
I would still be living in my mother's basement if I did not have a loan, because my family has no assets and no money for me to draw upon, right? And I saved money for fucking years working as a ditch digger.
I need to work 2 jobs for at least 10 years straight, and that would only get me the mortgage. That would only get me the down payment.
payment. Correct.
That's why I
Because
built
that's
my
what I
own.
did. I worked for 10 years straight, every fucking day, 60, 70 hours a week for my down payment. And now, since I've been in this house for 8 years, about the same amount of time it took me to save up for that down payment, I've paid the bank $60,000 in interest.
Yeah, like I live in
Remember I was
south of
saying to
Sydney,
you-
and I could barely afford to move here, man. And the North Coast, like just a flat, a one-bedroom flat, believe it or not, 1.4 million. I was like, what the fuck? It's just a shithole, like a fibro fucking house, like a piece of shit. You know, and I went down, so I went to the south coast of Sydney here, and I paid like 320,000 today. This house is worth 840. It's ridiculous.
Want to hear something fucked up? Is
Sorry,
8
Mark.
years ago I bought my house for $300,000. Right, this was 2008 before things kind of slowed down in Canada. And today there's houses all for sale around me that are worth about $200,000 or $250,000. So my house, according to the market, has lost $65,000 worth of its value. Plus I've paid $60,000 in interest in the same amount of time.
And that's because
You
of
wanna hear
the
about getting fucked?
2008.
I feel like I'm getting
Yeah.
fucked.
It's because of
You
2008.
did
What
get
happened over
fucked.
there?
You bought it at the
got
top of the housing bubble, and you
Because I
fucked
needed
yourself.
somewhere to
It's
live,
kind of
and I
like
don't-
buying internet. You could say the same thing if you bought Microsoft for $80 at the top
Okay,
of the
so
internet
that's my
bubble.
point. Is I was 27 years old and I wasn't aware. You know, I come from poor people essentially, so I wasn't aware of any of this cyclical market, housing bubble, any of it, any of it.
And whose fault is that?
You're not.
It would be my fault, right?
Whose fault is that? You go into a $300,000 investment not knowing what the fuck you're doing, and I'm supposed to
correct,
cry for you?
Correct.
Richard, you've got to look at the point that people. It's not. You might say that it's their own fault, but you're indoctrined from fucking 5 years old at school to follow the fucking.
Wasn't made aware of it.
You're not made aware of it. They don't teach law at school, not in primary school. They don't teach that shit that you need.
You're not going to convince me, Mark. I think there's personal
I'm not trying to
responsibility.
convince you.
Anybody that's going to sign a contract for $300,000 that doesn't know what they're doing has only
I have
themselves
no
to
problem
blame
with
if it
that.
goes
It's
bad.
the fact that they charge me a lot of interest and my value has went down because of what? Why is my
Because you
value
didn't know what
down?
the fuck you were doing, and you bought at the top of a housing bubble. That's why.
Why is there a bubble?
I mean,
That's my point. Why is there a housing bubble?
At
You're
the
not
end of the
looking deep
day,
into it.
you calculate all your interest you paid. You probably really paid 700 grand, not 300.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
I've only been in the house for so long, if I were to pay the house completely off, it would be $600,000-$700,000. I'm well aware.
No, it
It's
doesn't work that
ridiculous.
way. You don't pay the entire 30 years of interest if you paid it off early. That's not true, Born.
Naturally, I know that. But if I were to just pay the regular fucking fee, the total amount of money that I'd be paying into this house would be over $600,000.
Right,
where
and
you
in
get the
theory, you should be able to sell it for that 600,000 30 years later, and it really doesn't cost you as much as it seems. Where you get fucked on those deals is by paying off a whole bunch of interest and then just selling the house and leaving. It's just rent. That's the problem. But buying.
Okay, so
being
what we're
alone like
talking about
that
with
and
fiat,
holding
though,
on
when
to
you
it,
add fiat to this equation, because that's not what we're thinking about, but when you add fiat, the inflation, okay, now who's taking that value from our currency as a whole? Where is that value
works
come
to your
from?
favor. That works to your favor
No,
with
it
your
doesn't.
house.
How the hell would
Yes,
any
it
of
does.
that work to my favor?
Because the amount of money you're paying for your payments will become less over time. It might be difficult to make $1,000 payment today. 20 years with inflation, $1,000 is much easier to make that payment because you're getting paid more at your job. That's why.
Okay, but where's that value coming from? Is it
Yeah,
coming
but
out of
you
my
don't-
paycheck too? Coming out of my
You're not
grocery
getting
bill?
paid. Your pay isn't increasing at the same rate as the payments are increasing on the mortgage.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not pinned to inflation at all. It's not.
Yeah.
Your
Exactly. So the
There's a
curve
lag.
is ahead.
There's a lag
watch-
time, but it is akin to inflation.
that
Look
lag
at
time
look
works
at
against
minimum wage in America for the last 80 years. You'll find that it has about the same amount of buying power.
Yeah, and watch the American Dream and find it doesn't. Yeah.
No.
What you could buy in 1962 for $300 is not what you could buy, or with $30,000 in 1962, you could not buy anything remotely the same. You could buy a gallon of gas, a pound of gold, and a block of land in 1962, $30,000.
And you want to tell me inflation is keeping up? You're fucking delusional.
Yeah, it's all in the American Dream. The guys, they're financial experts. They've done it really well.
It depends what you're doing.
Can-
I mean, do you
can you
think
drop a link?
that Mark Zuckerberg cares about inflation? No. Does the good ditch digger? Yes. Are there
course
people in the middle that, are kind of going either way. Yes, it really depends on your skills and what you're comparing it to and all that.
But it's proportionate. I mean, my brother just spent $5 million on a home. It's always proportionate, and so it's designed in such a way that someone has to sweep the roads. Someone has to do that. They have to do it. They can't make a living off it. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the value of your work is worth less and less and less, and things cost more and more and more.
Correct.
That's simply not true. If you look at the calculators, what you'll actually find is that difference is taxes. The amount of work and the inflation is about the same. The problem is taxes are what fuck people over. The way you figure it out is figuring out what did an hour's worth of work buy 20, 30, and 40 years ago. How much gold did an hour's worth of median wage work buy? What you'll find is that if you go back far enough, you'll see that it bought a shit pile of stuff. That's because it took about 4 hours to pay your federal taxes. Now it takes over 4 months to pay your federal taxes, and that's where the difference is. But slowly, as you go along, if the closer you get to today, you'll see it's much more similar. But it's really taxes. It's not inflation. It's taxes. Trust me. Go take a look at some of these.
And taxes is government growth, and your government's got really fucking big. So guess who needs your money?
Exactly.
That fucking thing.
See, the way it is with fiat currency is that when you give your deposit, they've just created the money. They're actually giving you your money back because they're the legal handlers of money.
Yeah.
And they just create more money.
Peter and give to Paul.
Hey, George. How you doing?
Take from Peter, give to Paul. It's crazy.
Hey,
It's just the money shift. It's all an illusion to keep the lemmings in order. It's just.
But
That's what I've been my whole life as a lemming. I'm tired of it.
Urban slavery.
It is what is corroding at America, and the disparity between wealth and poor has become so great. It has become so great that the world is in debt for $244 trillion, and that debt is owed to less than 10,000 people.
Yeah. And that's what the next 6 generations worth of slavery. And I'm sure they will clock up some more.
People are going to see very much of that 200. Are they going to be pocketing their 244 trillion anytime soon? Probably not.
They'll do their bloody best.
No, because they're insured, and if you don't pay a loan, if you forfeit on a loan, they're insured, and they can just simply claim it on insurance. But here's the slavery part. If you don't pay your final payment on your house loan, the final payment, just if you owe $50,
right,
they are entitled to take that home from you. And you've not only have you paid.
Yeah, because it's an agreement. That's the reason why.
You're under contract, exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but
you paid 3 times the value of the original.
They can't take your home and keep it. They can take your home, auction it off, and you get everything over the $50. So let's not make wild exaggerations that they're going to.
Well, it depends on the contract.
No. It depends on the business itself. You have to understand something. It depends also on how you're going to do it too, because there are people out there that'll buy houses instead of buying, like, let's say a 4-flat apartment or a 6-flat, like I'm doing right now. I'm trying to buy an 8-flat apartment building. I'm going to have some other sucker pay for my place instead of for myself. That's how people should be doing it. Buy a place like that, a 4-flat, 5-flat, 6-flat or something, then buy a house. That's the thing that a lot of people are getting wrong, because if you have a house, it's not going to pay for itself if you lose your job.
Right.
But if you've got tenants in an 8-build apartment, you've got a steady income that's going to cover you as well as that.
Correct. That's how my father taught me. He did it for years. Look at him. He had 5 apartment buildings, sold them. Now he's retired. He has money, income. He doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
Over here, mate, you can go into central North Island, go and pick up an old house for like 60 grand, polish it up, do it up, sell it for another 180, and then just do that a few times. Brilliant. Off you go.
Yeah.
Right. If any individual is willing to put in the work and read the books and understand the laws, then yes, you can definitely, I would say, stave off inflation or insulate yourself from any kind of risks in the general market. But for the lemming, which is how I was raised, and it's not like I'm a dumb guy. I don't like when people call me dumb. I'm a pretty quick learner, but I was never given the information. I was never even made aware that this system existed. I literally grew up on a farm.
Why do you think it's other people's responsibility to give you information?
responsibility.
Who told
No,
you
that's
that?
my point. It's my parents' responsibility, but nobody taught them, and nobody taught me, so nobody's going to teach my kid. You understand? Somebody
Well,
has
that
to.
is that. Yes, I do
That's
understand,
why
and
you're
I will
learning
go
now.
along with that. Your parents should have told you
Right, but they
that it's
never
your
knew.
responsibility to
Their
figure
parents
it
never
out.
knew, and their parents never knew. So this is the
No.
fucking system that happens.
Yeah, but you are
Well,
right.
that's too bad, but now you
And
know
I'm only
better. and it
now
won't happen
learning that
again.
this stuff even
So, there you
exists.
go.
So I'm going to educate myself, and if I do have kids, they're going to be made aware of
Exactly.
what the fuck's really going on.
Perfect.
Mine are, mate. My three kids are absolute fucking nightmares to the teachers at school.
And that's great. I like that.
Questioning authority,
Challenge
left,
this
right,
shit, you
centre.
know?
Yeah, fucking it. Make them work for their money.
Because I'm a prime example of what happens when you live in ignorance, right? I'm not a
Yeah,
fucking lazy
exactly,
guy.
mate.
I work my dick off for everything I've ever gotten, and I feel like I'm just being stolen
same.
from every fucking turn.
Yep.
Because I
Well,
don't
it sucks.
understand the
Yes.
justifications behind all this shit.
Yeah, because you're
That's why
trading
I'm on here. I'm
People
really trying to
wonder
learn and absorb this stuff.
People wonder
Because
why
you're
you're not.
trading water, man. You can barely keep your head above the water. You got to really fucking go at it hardcore,
Exactly.
Yeah.
or be
You're
lucky.
watching some cunt, and you're watching some cunt at the head of a fucking CEO corporation giving himself an extra 1.2 million bonus for being a good boy and ripping off
And
the
the
company.
rest.
You know, it works
Yeah,
both ways too.
You know,
But you know what?
You get the
He
point.
worked for that, Mark.
Oh, of course he did.
He knew the
He
system.
signed a few bits of paper, probably too. Shouted off a few orders. Probably
Yeah,
spent
but
8 months of the year at the beach house. You know, yeah. Fucking
But that's why people like him use the system for his own use. He
Because
learned
the
that
system was
over the
built
years.
for that purpose.
And that's
what
what,
the system was
that's
built
what I'm
for.
doing, mate. That's what I like to do. I'm using the system against their own system. I'm fucking learning their own rules and holding them accountable. And just like any rat, mate, they just run like fucking crazy half the time. It's just a bit of knowledge. I mean,
I really appreciate all your insight, Mark.
I do it like fun though. You can't get serious about it. You can't get emotional with them because they're just a man like me or like anyone else. They're just unaware. You know, I treat them as all like 5-year-old kids that just don't know what they're doing. And I'm just going in there with a little bit of information. There you go, mate. I'm not going to get confrontational. I'll sit there and talk to them for 10 minutes if they want to be friendly. If they, I'll treat them how they treat me. If he's going to be an asshole, then he'll get it back. But yeah, most of the time people are really fucking receptive because you do it in humour. You get asked your date of birth, and I go, well, fuck, I was there, but yeah. But I honestly can't remember. Now, Mum's told me, but she said something about the tooth fairy and and she's fucking lying about that. So how can I believe her about what she's saying to me about this one?
That's brilliant.
You can't verify your date of birth, can you? No one can verify date of birth.
Americans need to read a book called The Monster of Jekyll Island.
I read that.
That's
really did.
brilliant, mate. That's brilliant.
I've read it.
Yeah.
The creature from Jekyll Island. You're right.
The
Creature of Jekyll Island. Mm.
Yeah, I read that, and I hear
And
this
then
fucking
why
financial
America fought
paradigm,
independence.
and I'm angry. I really get angry after reading that book. And there's another woman that wrote a book. What's something? Oh fuck, I could pull it up. I got the PDF here.
Silent Spring.
When I start learning this stuff, I get fucking mad, and that's why I come on here. I want someone to clarify.
We had a Senate resolution 5 years before the Jekyll Island meeting to create the Fed. I don't know what that book told you, but you do realize that the Fed was created long before the Jekyll Island
Oh, they
meeting.
tried 3 times. They tried it during the Civil War, actually.
We've had Fed since George Washington and Alexander Hamilton, just called something different. Yeah.
Those were run by the
It's as
government.
federal as Federal Express.
Well,
Central Bank of America, wasn't it?
The first bank in the United States was the Fed, and it was run by private banks. The Bank of New York is still in the Fed. That's Alexander Hamilton's bank.
And here's the weird thing. Even though it's a private bank, you can't sell it. That's the law. You can't sell the Federal Reserves.
Well, you don't own it to sell it, right?
Yeah, they don't want anybody able to buy it. It's a U.S.
shareholders.
That's not true. You can sell your shares in those banks. You can trade your stock ownership in any of the Federal Reserve System banks. I don't know who told you can't sell it.
No. You can't. No, the shares that you buy cannot be sold by other entities. They say that because of the privatization, they want to keep it within the U.S. So they made an agreement that no bank of the 7 or 8, I'm trying to remember how many banks, cannot be sold by other banks unless there's a consensus, meaning that everybody else agrees to it and also approved by Congress.
They're owned by stockholders. I don't know where you come up with this nonsense, but stockholders own those banks, and they can sell their stock anytime they want.
Yeah.
The
The Fed's got stockholders.
The Prime Minister of New Zealand over here is the stockholder of the Bank of America.
Yeah.
You know, our illustrious Prime Minister John Key, Mr. Shonky John, he's got fucking shares in the Bank of America because he used to work for the fuckers, Merrill Lynch. His $4 million
Saudi Arabia.
But that's a regular bank.
The reason
Bank of
why
America
that
is not
is-
the Fed system. That's the Bank of New York, the Bank of Philadelphia. Banks of that nature are also owned by stockholders, but they're private stockholders rather than publicly traded corporations.
Yeah, it's a tight circle of influential people.
He was responsible for the derivative trading mess, mate. He was right there with Merrill Lynch back in the late 90s, before 2001, just before all the fucking derivative tradings went bang. That was all John Key. He fucked Ireland, mate. He went over and shafted them with that fucking offshore trading shit, and now he's trying to shaft us.
The biggest thing is what created the Great Depression in America. That's the
Was the Federal
biggest.
Reserve. Yeah, they wanted to consolidate all the other banks, right? There was over 200 and some
No,
in the
no,
banking.
no. It was JP Morgan.
I would say
JP
margin loans on stocks was the problem. Today you could get a 2-for-1 margin loan, 3-for-1 if you're somebody like me. Private houses up to 10. Back in 1920s, every Tom, Dick, and Harry that had no idea what they were doing could get a 10-to-1 margin loan. And when the stock market drops to 10%, they become insolvent. When it drops 15 or 20%, they owe more money than they could possibly pay back. And that was the problem, is that people, unqualified people that had no idea what they were doing, thought it would be a really great idea to borrow at 10-to-1 and buy stocks, and didn't quite grasp the concept until it's too late of what happens when they go down 10 or 12%.
Richard,
Or
have
in
you
the
read
layman's
that creature?
terms, we call that in these days a credit card.
Richard, have you read that creature from Jekyll Island?
I don't think that's how it happened, because it was JP Morgan that used his newspapers and said the banks are going bankrupt, and everyone went and took their money out of the banks, so they did go bankrupt, and then he snatched them all up for pennies in the dollar, and he owned the Chase Manhattan. He created the Chase Manhattan Bank. Chase Manhattan to this day controls a good 70% of America's banking finances.
Yep.
Exactly. So, Richard,
got a
I
new
asked him, have you read The Creature from Jekyll Island or Mary Elizabeth Croft's book regarding this topic?
Yeah, JP Morgan's name at Jekyll Island was Hula Girl.
Yeah.
What was the? I mean, it sounds like the reason I mentioned that we've had feds in the past and that we had a 5-year plan to create the Fed was because I know some people believe the Fed was created in secret at Jekyll Island, which is simply not true. Is that what that book is about, or is it about?
No. It was the formation. Basically, it was how the whole process started from the beginning. And then they convinced Roosevelt to actually try to pass the law. After Roosevelt passed the law, he basically stated that he screwed up and he should have never passed that law. And the funny thing is, they passed it the day before Christmas, actually,
Christmas
which
Eve
was kind of
at
interesting.
midnight. Yep, because they knew no one would be in the Senate and they
I
could
don't
get their bill
find
through.
the Federal Reserve laws to be so much different than the other 4 we've had. So I don't see a conspiracy theory at all. What I do see is it could have used some fucking improvement. To me, it's like an
only
incandescent
conspiracy
light bulb
theory.
that's been around
Everything else is
for.
crap.
Well,
It's like an incandescent light bulb that's been around for 800 years. It's time to get a little modernization in the
but it
program
was the
and get
whole
rid of the
idea of
things that you
Federal
guys are
Reserve.
talking about you don't like usury, a little, excessive fractional banking and all that kind of. Maybe scrap the whole system and replace it with something else. I don't know. But it definitely needs to be updated. Sorry, George. Go ahead.
Oh no. I thought you were almost finished. No, I'm just saying that the Federal Reserve. The main reason is that they stated that they wanted to have a centralized area where the banks had a better control of the actual rates, interest rates, and cost of money. So every country in the world has a central banking system, except for 5 countries. Can you tell me which 5 countries does not have a central banking system?
Follow the bombs.
It's 4 now.
Yeah, the countries that they're bombing right now.
Exactly.
That's not true.
Oh, no.
There's
There's one that we're not
countries
bombing. There's
also
one.
have central banking systems.
There's one we're not bombing. There's one we're not bombing,
Iran,
and
for
we never
example,
will.
has a central banking system.
No,
That's
Cuba
nonsense.
does not.
Libya's
Korea
done though,
does.
George. Yeah,
Huh?
Libya's done. Libya's been done.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of countries, and that's the whole idea.
Iraq's
Think about
done.
it. When you have
Iran's left.
What was that?
Iran's left. They want Iran next, and they even
Syria's the last
Bush
one.
said it himself.
They want
he said,
Iran because it has
Cuba
oil.
doesn't have a central banking system. North Korea doesn't have a central
Matter.
banking
It's
system.
coincidental anyway. We don't. It doesn't affect
And-
America if
and
somebody
Swiss
else
bank
wants
account.
to go broke.
Well, it's
Or the
the
World
whole
Bank,
idea of
whatever
having that
appears.
control. You don't understand that when you have a centralized banking system, there are only a few that can control that whole aspect of the banking system itself. When the United States had no banking, central banking system before, you had individual banks that were doing their own set of interests, their own set of rules,
Right.
how they were loaning it, instead
That's
of
right.
having
And 50% of them collapsed, and their scripts went to zero, which was
what
why
year?
we decided to make the Fed permanent.
But it was supposed to help inflation too with the central banking system, which it hasn't. Actually, it has increased ever
It's
since.
imperfect. That's absolutely true. But is it better than 50% of the banks going to zero? 50% of the banks, their money went to
manipulated.
zero, dude. That's why
I
we
said
wanted to make the Fed permanent.
Mark,
But they
don't have
make.
to hear from Mark.
But this is the problem. It's making money out of nothing. Okay.
And it's
I
always
just-
been like that. It's been like that for 500 years, dude. It's not new. The Fed didn't create that system.
No.
breaking up, Mark.
I
You're breaking up,
understand
Mark.
that. I agree with that, Richard. It's just
No, Unshaw Rothschild did in the Battle of Hastings. Read some history. What did Nathan Rothschild say when he actually realised that he owned England?
Yeah.
What did he say? What's his words? Come on, Nathan Rothschild himself stood on the Treasury
I care
building.
not who makes the laws of a country.
Give me the control of
How
the
about the Great
financial
Fire of London?
financial currency of any country,
Well,
and I
of
care not
course.
who makes its laws.
Of course.
Yes, I've heard that.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah, that's right.
it's not. Nobody's going to dispute that he who has all the money gets to make all the rules. I mean, that's just the way. I don't see what system you think you're going to create where
Why
that's
do we have to
ever
have that
going to be
system?
different than that.
Why do we have to have that? Why can't we switch it?
Because
Every
if
dollar they
if you
print.
decide the guy with all the money can't make the rules, he's not going to give you any of it. That's why.
We don't need his money. We'll make our own.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead,
think about
try
it.
it. Good luck. Move to Vermont and start a
But a
commune.
private
I don't care.
organisation is printing the people's money with a debt attached to it. A dollar is not worth a dollar the moment it's printed. It's worth $1.15.
Yeah, but think about it.
It's worth 85 cents. Sorry.
Well, since
What sorts of mentality to move if you don't like something? You stay right where the fuck you are and just not join in. What's
Well-
with this? Everybody says fuck off and move somewhere else if you don't like it. No thanks.
ever since 1963, it used
What
to
the
be
hell?
totally different. Because don't forget, Kennedy stopped the Federal Reserve in
that's why he
1963.
was
It had
killed.
U.S. Reserve notes instead of Federal Reserve notes. And then when he was assassinated, poof, went back to it was before. So, I have a 1963, dollar note. It's
Jeez.
red and everything. Looks really nice.
Yeah.
And it's
that's what killed the man. That is what killed the man. I mean, you do not fight the Rothschilds. You do not fight the Fed. And he
No,
tried.
no,
He
no.
tried.
I think his deal is reneging. with
Listen to
tone.
JFK's
That
last
has as much to
speech.
do with it.
That's all you
Have a
need to
listen
hear.
to
So
Then
JFK's
why did
last
Johnson
speech.
put back the Federal Reserve? Explain
What was
it.
Jefferson's last words when he died? Jefferson
Yeah.
was my hero, man. That guy's a
Jefferson was
fucking
right.
legend.
He fought
more dangerous
Hamilton
than a
to the
standing
teeth.
army.
Lord
So you
Hamilton.
guys would probably agree that if we got rid of the Federal Reserve, that the amount your money is worth would go plummeting. Don't
We
you
wouldn't
agree?
use that
Because
money.
it's
It
so
would
old.
help.
would burn it.
It's not going to solve it all, but it would help most
Well,
of
my
the
question is
problems that
how
we have.
low before it stabilized. I guess my question question is, how overvalued do you think this fiat currency is? I mean, is it worth a fraction of 1 penny? Is it worth
the
50
value of the
cents?
dollar is
You see where I'm going with that. You know that it's going to be a huge problem in the economy. How big before it hits the bottom and stabilize if we never had another Fed?
I'll give you an example, mate.
It's not a case of removing the Fed.
Do you remember back at Hurricane Katrina? None of the ATMs were working. None of the banks were working. People were using dishwashing liquid as currency. Money is anything of value. You can have a system that doesn't require money at all. If you want an example, go play Minecraft. There's no money in
or Bitcoin.
Minecraft does not have money at all. If you don't
How about
go and hunt
Bitcoin?
things and cook it and eat it,
Bitcoin's great. We'll see how it works. I mean, it's what? It's robbed to the tune of $300 million already. It might all get stolen before it's over.
It's just another form of currency, mate. Whether it's Bitcoin, electronic currency, it's just a way of controlling energy.
We all agree
No,
on
but Bitcoin is not. That's the whole idea with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Nobody
If it was
controls.
if it was regulated, actually properly regulated and controlled by an authority, like the
might
World,
work.
It would defeat the
by
purpose.
the IMF,
The one
the
world side.
International Monetary Fund. Yeah, that's who stand. They're the front that the Rothschilds use. The IMF, the World Health Organization, and the UN.
Absolutely.
That's their
Where all
fronts.
your fucking GDP goes. Right back to those cunts.
Well, I hear that Canada is almost $1 trillion in debt with a $1.4 trillion GDP, to the tune that
New
we're paying
Zealand's-
$3.3 million per day in interest. And
Wow.
nobody in Canada, from who I talk to, can tell me where that interest ends up. Whose pocket does it end up in?
There's the very
IMF.
famous words of Jefferson himself. What did he say? If the
Centralized
American,
banks
yeah,
are
if
more
the American
dangerous to the
people
public.
allow a centralized bank like a federal bank to be private, then they relinquish the control and the ability to actually generate their own money.
Yeah.
That's more
America-
dangerous than a
In
standing army.
America born, so you know 96% of that interest goes back to the treasury of the American people. 6% gets split between the stockholders of the Federal Reserve. I would guess it works something like that in Canada, but I don't know.
Well-
But that's what happens in America.
Well, I got the quote that Jefferson said here. He said, "The central bank is an institution of the most deadly hostile existence against principles and the form of the Constitution. I am an enemy to all banks discontinuing bills, notes, or anything but coins. If the American people allow private banks to control the insurance of the currency, first the inflation, then by deflation, and the banks and the corporations will grow up around them and will deprive the people of the properties until the children will wake up homeless on their content that their fathers conquered."
But
That's
don't
what
you guys
Jefferson
hate
said.
the government? You actually want the
Amen.
government involved more so than they are now, so they can steal all the gold
They're not
like they
involved.
did before?
No,
I mean,
They're
I
not
corrupt.
involved, Richard.
No, they're
not
trying
involved.
to minimize many ways
Already
of
got-
having. Go ahead.
Well, I want to hear
said
from
it.
Bourne. I mean, my
I've got-
question to you,
I've got
Bourne, is you want the
already got-
government 100% in control of your money? That scares me
No,
more
no, I
than
don't.
crooked Jews being involved with it.
No, in terms of money, I think it should be up to each individual nation, and then all that money needs to be tied to a commodity. I don't care what the commodity is, but it needs to be directly tied to a commodity.
And you
It's
think the
not.
government's going to keep track? We've tried that, and they stole all the fucking gold. So why would they not steal it next time? You know, that's
No,
what
they don't.
I disagree.
Isis,
All-
please
all
tell Richard
money-
what I'm trying to say.
All
I
money.
understand what you're trying to say. What I'm
all
saying is that when you
we
tie it to a
must-
commodity and the government says, okay, here's our warehouse full of the commodity, that they're just going to steal it behind your back and it'll be all gone eventually. That's what
But
I'm
you would
saying.
rather them steal
No.
a non-commodity?
I'd rather them not have anything to steal at all and have a
But what
fiat
makes you
currency.
think a
Yes, I
banker
would.
or a group
Yeah,
of
but the
banks
fiat
is any more
currency-
moral than a group of governments or a government? It's
Yeah, but
people
you
at the
don't
top, right?
Yeah, currency
Any
is
country, no matter what, should cease the creation of money. There
Look
should be
Thank you.
no creation of money at all, ever, at any point. There should be a set amount, and it has the value it has. Compared to other currencies, it might be worth $5 million to a dollar. It doesn't matter.
Hey, Mark.
But they need to cease the creation of money.
Why do
See
you
you
think
guys.
it's backed up by gold for years and years and years over the years
Right.
until Nixon said, No longer.
Because
It
they
made no
stole
sense.
all the gold.
Across-
Nixon
across
didn't
the
have
top.
the gold to give to
gold's still there.
France.
They didn't steal the gold. The gold's still there. They just decided
Bullshit.
not to
You're
back
out of
it.
your fucking mind, dude. They took that gold piece at a time, here and there, probably spent a shit pile of it on the Vietnam War itself, and they didn't have the gold to give to France. They didn't just say, fuck you, France, we have the gold, we're not giving it to you.
When,
They did not have the gold to give to France.
No. When they when they audited the gold reserves, they had people from Congress that went to Fort Knox and said, "Here's the gold. You look at it," and it was there. And they said, "Yes, it is there." Okay.
Yep.
I don't
And it's
believe
irradiated
that.
too. It's irradiated, believe it or not. It's actually been irradiated with a specific signature, so if anyone did take it, it could be tracked anywhere in the world.
Correct.
Even if it was melted
US
into
still
rings,
has the
diamonds,
largest
whatever.
reserve of gold anywhere in the world. That's why they all go to the United States.
That's what makes the American economic structure is the most powerful force in the world. The only country that comes close to it is not even like 30% of its actual power in terms of gold bullion. It's like, I think it's the amount of gold throughout the entire world that we've ever mined or farmed is like 3 Olympic swimming pools full. It's not very much.
Two.
The
Exactly.
Fort
Yeah,
Knox
2
is like
Olympic
2
swimming
Olympic.
pools.
The Fort Knox is like 1.5 or almost 2 Olympic swimming pools full. It's a crazy, it's a staggering percentage of
So you
gold
guys,
in
with
the
all
world.
your conspiracy theories and distrust, actually believe that the American government has all the gold that they say they have. That just shocks me. I am surprised. That's
okay,
like,
Richard, why
I have a
would you think
different, that's the
otherwise?
only thing that you guys,
who
to
has
me,
it?
you guys are all filled with conspiracy theories, and I actually disagree with you on this one.
I would
It
agree with
shocks
you
me.
there because
You don't
JFK
think
tried to make
gold-
the dollar back by silver. The gold that gives evidence that the gold wasn't there at all. That is a very good telling because he didn't back the dollar that he created with gold at all. He backed it with silver.
That's right. It's a derivative. It was
That's why
based
it's
on the
silver
price
note.
of gold, but you were paid in silver. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, they are
Derivative.
silver notes. I have a silver note, and it's
You know,
stamped differently. Yeah.
The killing of JFK is like the biggest travesty to happen in America because it is representative of the total. It's not 9/11's nothing, 9/11's nothing compared to it. It was the destruction of
100%.
the liberties of the
Kennedy
American
pissed off
people.
A lot of people. He pissed off a lot of people. The mob, Israel, Cuba. You want to go on and on.
He was going to disband the CIA apparently too.
You
Right?
watch the Zapruder film, and you can easily count. There was probably at least 7 snipers. And whoever shot him,
I think edited as well.
set for life. 2 frames were taken out because you don't see Killerman lean over and shoot him in the head with a pistol. But he was shot in the throat. He was shot in the chest. What's his name? William Cooper, not the Bill Cooper, but William Cooper was shot in the hand while he's holding the steering wheel.
That's right. The governor was shot. Well, that was from the ricochet from one of the shots that Kennedy got hit, actually. So,
see him getting hit in the throat, though, and then you can see him look in the rearview mirror, and he realizes JFK is probably going to live, and he just pulls out this air-powered pistol, shoots a ball bearing, shellfish toxin coated, and just goes whack. No one ever watches the driver.
I watched Bill Cooper's breakdown of the whole thing, and he mentioned that exact same thing, the shell toxin.
Yep. Yeah, Bill Cooper was
But
on the...
what I don't understand about the whole JFK assassination is why would they do that out in the public? What was the purpose when they could easily kill him behind closed doors and blame it on anybody? Why make it a public spectacle?
Yeah, they wanted to show that they have the power. And don't forget, you also had other incidents that happened too. Oswald, when he left the building to go to his house, and you had the officer, drive up to him, and why would Oswald go up to the officer and talk to him, knowing that if he was being, trying to be found by the police? Makes no sense.
No.
The movie theater incident when he was there and they were trying to look for him. Why would he go to the movie theater?
If you shoot someone in the head, also your head goes back.
If
your
I
head will
shot
go
the
whack.
president, I wouldn't show my face around.
But when you get, when you shoot someone in the head, your head throws back. If you get shot in the front of your face,
Correct.
your head will go back.
Yeah,
So-
I agree.
The book, the library was behind him.
Yeah.
Watch his head.
So I study a lot of propaganda, right? I'm really fascinated by that whole industry and mechanism and what it is and how it works and where it started and all that stuff. And so there's
I've
something
heard some
interesting.
very scary
about,
rumors about JFK.
There's something interesting about JFK.
Sniper was Woody Harrelson's father.
But after they played that film on television, there was a commercial directly after that, after the shooting. Does anybody know about that commercial that was after it?
No, what was it?
It was displayed nationally. You can find it on YouTube if you look for the television commercial commercial after JFK assassination. You should be able to pull it up. It's this. It's the most bizarre commercial. I can't even explain it. It's like a clock hand swinging back and forth, and all these different layerings. You really have to watch that, and then maybe draw the hypothetical link that they did it publicly as a trauma-based, emotional, thing that they could then manipulate with a propagandic commercial or message afterwards.
Oh, I
Well,
found it. I found the
Yeah.
commercial.
Also,
Right.
I mean, to do it
Watch that and
publicly
tell me what
was
you
to remove, the conspiracy. He could have been, killed by Mr. Grimm with the candlestick in the dining room, or it was obvious. It was really obvious to the public that he was assassinated, and that it wasn't anything to do with some sort of conspiracy, like it was a lone gunman, sniper in the misty bushes, and they'd refer to Nostradamus and.
Does anybody know if we're allowed to screen share anymore on this channel? Someone told me that.
No, don't. That's how they're doing it. That's the reason why we don't want to do it. I know you want to show it, but
Oh, you mean that's how they
yeah, that's the vulnerability. It's through the iPads and iPhones as well.
Okay.
So yeah, it's.
Let's show you that commercial, but look
Yeah,
at
is
it.
it?
Can you tell me what you think? Because it's
Well, the
interesting.
An
commercial
interesting thing about JFK is when you watch the Zapruder movie, you'll see a woman standing there with 16mm high quality camera filming, and she's right in front of him. Where did her film go?
Well, they were also saying about all those bums that were at the bridge where the train was, that they all witnessed the shooting too, and they said that they heard shots, and then all of a sudden the next day they were all found dead. A lot of witnesses that were there over the past 10 years found dead before they started doing the actual investigation. So it's an interesting story and how this all came into through. But I saw the commercial. Is the commercial the one with the coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
I mean, how bizarre is that?
Well, seeing the pendulum going back and forth and then talking about that, yeah, that's
Okay,
wow.
so if you look into propaganda and how it works and who started it and where it comes from, I'm convinced, and I don't need to defend this, it's my own personal opinion from all the stuff, the 1,000 hours that I've spent looking into propaganda, I'm convinced that there is television trauma-based mind control.
I agree. And the reason why
trauma is a big part of that. You have to have trauma for it to really be effective.
Well, they always correlate propaganda with TV ads or even newspaper ads because it coincides with everybody, looking into it. Because the best way to convince someone is to get used to it.
There's also another commercial, or not a commercial, but the national anthem. It was propagandized or put on television throughout the 1960s, and it has just pictures of American flag and stuff as a background, like a slideshow of pictures, and underneath subtitles the lyrics to the anthem, right? And you just hear the sounds. There's no one singing. It's just subtitled underneath. Now, if you slow that down, as slow as you can get it in a video editor, you will see as those words, the lyrics for the anthem scroll by, there's a flash of words that is just ahead of the leading edge of that subtitle, and it says
subliminal
yes,
wording.
it was the very first attempt at mass subliminal mind control through the television, and they were refining the technology still back then. So if no one's looked into what propaganda is, how powerful it is, it's a disservice. It's like as big a scope as this money paradigm that we're all learning about here, thanks to Isis and Mark and people like him. George, I appreciate your insight into this stuff, and I can offer the little bit of insight into propaganda in that it is extremely powerful, and we really don't understand it on a public level. Nobody seems to know.
Well, the Manchurian Candidate is a prime example of control. Perfect movie talking about that. Someone who's a candidate of the president. Yeah.
Clockwork Orange, Jacob's Ladder.
Oh, it's all out in front of your face, but if you're not paying attention, like all this stuff, they don't hide it. It's right there if you really, look for it.
You notice as the big powers sort of take over the film industry that there's less sort of films that are honest and talk about that. All films seem to be generic now. They work on a pattern or they're mundane. They don't really make you think.
Well, they also put some subliminal beats in the movies at the theaters so they can make you buy, drinks, food, and snacks. And a lot of people, I don't know if you notice, every once in a while you say, wow, I'm thirsty. I need to get some more, Coke, more water. Yeah. Yeah, it works.
It does work. Of course it works. That's why it's the biggest industry in America next to the military, isn't it? Advertising? It's one of the biggest.
Yeah, the military actually just recently they got approved by Congress. They removed the law that was in 1910 that prohibited the military to do psych work.
PsyOps on American soil. It was, you're right.
Yeah.
Because they did it globally before. They were perfectly allowed to do that. But now it's because America's declared a battlefield, apparently, thanks to some executive order, that they're allowed to do that. You're right.
Yeah.
And there was a reporter that challenged Bush about that, about prepackaged press releases coming from the Pentagon being displayed on national television with no disclaimer whatsoever of the source of the message of any of it. They put it off like it's news from around the world, but it's prepackaged press release from the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Subliminals aren't used in, not many are used in films because they're not necessary. It's what's called the auto-suggestion technique. So if I say, like always, subliminally you'll think Coca-Cola. Like if I go always Coca-Cola, and if I sing a song, you'll finish the tune. And how many people can you sing half a lyric to, and they'll end up singing the song along too? Your brain does that.
Exactly.
And all you need to do is what's called the automation or auto-suggestion technique. And there's another technique that's widely used in all films, even today. It's the levels of white noise. And they can actually use certain white noises to bypass your cognitive processes, so you don't stand up the cinema and go, what a load of shit! You'll just actually sit there, because when you're in the womb, you're going...
So I did an interesting experiment on myself about 2 years ago, where a friend got me a little bit of mushrooms. So I had 2 grams of mushrooms. They were very strong, but 2 grams isn't enough to make you go like totally nutty. So I took these 2 grams and I went to watch Star Trek, not the brand new one, but the one where
the original series
with Khan there, right?
Oh, the old
fighting Khan.
Star Trek 4, yeah.
Yeah, so I went to the theater and I watched that, and it became so apparent to me that every second of that movie was some high-tech, highly engineered, like fucking brainwashing going on. I've never realized something like that on any other show I've watched at any other time in my life, but when I watched it on mushrooms, that little bit of mushrooms, it seems so obvious to me, and I can't even explain the feeling of it. It was insane. And
I've been involved in film since I was a little kid. I won't say why or how, but whatever. You'll notice that most frames of films, they won't last more than 2.5 seconds, especially in advertising, because it actually affects your heartbeat, and it keeps your brain at a certain frequency, because there's colors going on and flashes going on, and you'll notice that advertising uses it especially, and mainstream media uses it all too often, and they'll always cut scenes. You look at fight scenes in certain films, and they'll have all these angles because they'll confuse you, and you're left kind of bewildered, and you're sort of thinking, what the fuck just went on? But then they carry into this next dialogue, and the reason why they do that is because you're questioning what's going on, so they can impregnate then your mind the subplot, and you sort of just accept it, and it could be something like I'll be back, or they're trying to project that hook, what they call a hook, into you, and so
it's done on such a high tech level nowadays. It is very difficult to pick it apart. Like it's so fucking well done. Without looking into it, nobody will detect it. That's how good it is nowadays.
Noise is especially important. The sounds, and that's why THX is everywhere now.
Well, think about it. Television. A lot of people, when they watch television, they look like zombies, and they say because of the flickering of the light and the frequency that they see it at, it hypnotizes the people, and you're at that state. Over the past 2 years, I stopped watching TV because I couldn't stand, sitting there being a zombie, watching all this crap and saying, the fuck I'm doing watching all these years television. It's just made me like a dumb fuck,
I got rid of all my television. I don't
How many times have you fallen asleep in front of the TV?
Yeah, I have.
It's designed to do that.
Yeah.
It's actually designed right down to the valves. Pan and scan, 16:9, all that stuff. It's all, especially pan and scan, the way it runs at 29.7 frames per second, because it rolls into the theta cognitive part of your brain, and it bypasses all of your cognitive, bypasses tons of stuff, and it goes straight into your subconscious, and it just projects itself in there. So, and that's why, especially with catchy tunes, you do the same thing. And if you want to remember something, put a tune to it because you won't forget it then. It's
Correct.
and it's
Yes,
just like
that is true.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
So
and you
I think
remember all this
one
crap.
needs to
all this
ask,
junk.
okay, so what's the agenda behind this type of propaganda?
Filling your head with bullshit, so then you sing songs while you're working and you don't think about things. You're not actually thinking about anything real or
Right. It's a distraction
effective.
mechanism, right?
It's
Well,
a very wonderful distraction mechanism. Goes right back to Rome, all the way back to Rome.
well, look at here.
So
in
what
the
are they distracting us from? What are they trying to keep us from thinking about?
Solving
yeah,
problems.
Right? What are they trying
I
to
mean,
keep hidden?
Well,
They're
think
not
about
really-
it. Here in the
It's not
United
as though
States,
they're trying to keep us from something else. What they're trying to do is keep you occupied so you'll be happy on the assembly line and won't look to do something better.
Exactly.
It's not like there's this big
Exactly.
greatness going on that,
Well,
that
we
they
were
don't
talking
want you to
about money
find out
before this,
about.
right? We were
Is
talking
they
about
want to
multiples, right?
they
How many
just want to
people
they want to
question-
keep you occupied with what you're doing, and those people who want more and figure it out for themselves exist, but there's enough of those people. If everybody was to strive for greatness, there'd be nobody left to wash the dishes and do the maid work and things like that. So they try to sort of convince you that it's good enough the way it is. Otherwise, they'd have be too many chiefs and not enough Indians. That's all.
So you would
Yeah.
agree it's about controlling the masses and keeping them subservient to the upper classes then? Is that what you're
yeah,
getting
think
at?
about
Not
think
really.
about the
I
dumbing
don't.
down
I
of
would
America.
say it's about keeping people satisfied, not necessarily. And I guess to some extent, yes, but not really. It's not. It's really not a conspiracy like that. It's just a fact of human nature that rich people are the ones that are always going to run things. You just have to get used to that. It's not going to change if you vote for Bernie Sanders.
No,
No,
I'm not
it's
aware
the
of
biggest
that.
telling.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
biggest telling of what you said, Richard, is the men working on the trains, on the train lines in early America days. This is the sound of the men working on the train.
Well, the cotton farmers were the same way. The black slaves, picking cotton were all singers and
Singers and
believing in the Bible and all that. Black people love singing. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with cotton picking. I don't know.
Yeah, but
it goes to that for sure. Yeah.
But think about the dumbing down of the people in this country. I mean, they sit there and they ask questions. It's like, do you know when the Constitution was ratified? Who's the vice president? They won't give you answers of that nature, but they'll tell you who's the actual people who's playing on Big Brother, or who's the best team with the best scores and who's the best players, because they think that's more important than anything else that is going out there right now. To me, that's embarrassing. It really
It's an
is.
example of
Depends
the
who you
Prussian
talk to.
education
If you,
system, correct?
if you talk to people like Big Brother, yeah. If you talk to, physicists and engineers and brain surgeons, you probably get a little different answer.
Correct.
A few months ago, I played that. Guess who? You put the name card on top of your head.
Okay.
You got to guess who you are. Everyone writes a famous person on the top of their head on a bracelet that you put around you. Well, a hair thing. Well, anyway, you play this game and you can see everyone else's, but you can't see your own.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Everyone was laughing at me because I didn't know who Kim Kardashian was, and they gave me Kim Kardashian, and I had no clue. And they're all acting like I'm the idiot.
I know.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
I don't watch television.
What does Kim have to do with anything? Nothing. She's a girl who did a porn video that got famous and had a father that was a famous lawyer, and that's it. She only got famous because of the sex tapes. That's it. I mean, she's working.
I didn't know that. I just learned that.
Yeah, and that's what pisses me off.
I've never heard a Justin Bieber song. And people think it's stupid.
Justin Bieber song either. I know who he is.
I don't.
I have no idea.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I don't listen to Willie Nelson.
Oh, Willie Nelson thought he owed Texas. He said, I own Texas. And the governor goes, no. You owe taxes. That's why you're going to jail,
That's a classic.
Yeah, he actually said that. He actually said that.
I own Texas. No, you own intact, and he comes down, motherfucker. Poor old Willie.
God, I felt sorry for him. I really did.
It's funny with Snoop Dogg. I watched an interview with him, and he said, you know, because he's a profound, prolific smoker, you know, dope smoker.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, there's only one guy that could ever smoke me under the table. I'm serious. There's only one guy that ever smoked me under the table, and that's Willie Nelson. The guy must be immune to it or something.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because, I mean, Snoop's in LA. Like, he must get some potent as fuck weed, and, yeah, put me on the floor, that's for sure.
Well, there's all well, now that weed is becoming more legal in some of the states down here, they're trying to ratify it to try to legalize it nationwide, and they're hoping it will curb the whole idea of the drugs on, the war on drugs, which is total bullshit. And look at countries that managed to legalize it in countries like Portugal, where the drug problem is no longer much of an issue anymore. They're more concerned about kids having sex right now than they are thinking about drugs. It's a whole different aspect. Everybody goes, let's go to Amsterdam. Why? Because we could smoke, weed for, legally. Well, look at Amsterdam. It's clean. It's presentable. No people are getting killed. Nobody's robbing someone. And you go to LA and you see bums on the streets with balloons on the ground, and you're like, this is disgusting,
Well, I'm not sure that bums on the ground in California that will become successful and buy homes just because we legalized marijuana.
Yeah, but you have to understand this, is that the legalization of drugs, it does several things. One, it prevents people from buying stuff on the underground that could harm them more. Two, it could also provide...
It doesn't. Just because it's legal doesn't mean that you can't buy it underground. I don't know why you would say that.
No. You still probably can, but if it's more plentiful and it's much safer,
because it's cheaper, actually,
better than somewhere that I don't know. It's like moonshine and alcohol. I couldn't go and drink moonshine.
The truth is that once marijuana becomes legal, the drug war will probably get even more serious, because those people who are growing it and selling it will now be fighting the corporations instead of the government. So
yeah, but they won't have
in America. Now, it might work fine in Portugal, but what's going to happen in America is the big corporations will take over the marijuana business, and the little guy at home trying to grow 50 plants, the government will really crack down on him, because those corporations will say, "Wow, those people are ripping us off. They have bad weed and this and that." It'll become even a more serious crime when it becomes legal and the corporations take over. You just wait and watch. I know it
hasn't happened in Colorado or Washington yet.
Yeah, you're right, Richard, because you can't legally grow tobacco. You cannot do that.
No, he's 100% right. They want to eliminate competition.
Yep, you cannot grow tobacco at home. That is illegal. You can be
charged on the state, actually, in America. Yeah. In Montana, you actually can.
You can.
Well, there's 50 types of tobacco, but there's 2 or 3 that they use commercially, and you'll get in big trouble. Here in Australia, you will definitely.
Yeah, and you asked why would they, and one of the reasons is cost. I know a guy from Thailand. He flew back to California to grow $100,000 worth of marijuana, and I said, well, why aren't you going to Colorado, or why aren't you going somewhere where it's legal? $100,000 isn't that many plants. And he said, well, the reason is because I can actually, if I go to Colorado, I'm locked into the Colorado prices because it's legal. But if I do it illegally in California, I get a better deal. And he says, and he's the one that sort of explained to me, and you watch, when it becomes legal everywhere, that's going to reverse, and it's the whole why would you not buy it is price related.
Well, it's
like moonshine. Somebody brought up moonshine. The reason moonshine became so popular is because it was cheaper to get drunk off the illegal moonshine than Jack Daniels. That's the basic reason. It's just cost.
Yeah, but I could say the same thing when they banned alcohol in the U.S. and the Prohibition days. And yes, it was better during the underground and the secret clubs and all that. But people who were drinking moonshine were getting killed left and right. It wasn't healthy, wasn't safety. And then when they lifted the Prohibition, guess what happened? All that crime with, Al Capone and everything went shot right.
I might have, you might be mistaken on on my position. I am definitely
No. I understand what you were trying to say.
I don't
about
like the drug
marijuana.
war. The drug war has been going on since little old ladies used to drink bottles of laudanum back in the 1800s. I am not for any kind of drug war. People,
Yeah,
it's like getting loans from the bank. If people want to be stupid and do drugs, I say let them go ahead and do it as long as they're not
exactly.
stealing or doing other things. I don't care. That's their personal deal. Nothing to do with me.
Yeah, legalize it that anybody could do it. But the thing
Well,
is that
yeah, that's
you
why
have
the
to have
Dutch
stricter
legalised it.
laws. That's the only difference. It's like if you do it, death penalty. And I think they should bring it back in most of the states. My state used to have the death penalty, which I wish they would bring it back. So
Yeah,
I
it
don't like
depends.
having a state
One of the
having that kind of
reasons
authority to end life.
One of the reasons I don't like the death penalty is I
Mhm.
find life imprisonment to be more inhumane than the death penalty. And there are people out there that commit such heinous crimes that I want them to have the most severe penalty possible. They're going to die eventually. Giving them the death penalty is the easy way out, as far as I'm concerned.
well, yeah,
I
I
mean,
could see where you're trying to say that, Richard.
you
But
do get
it's
cases where the person wasn't guilty, and after they've killed him, the family sued the state.
Yeah, that's true too. I don't care about that. I want people punished.
No. I
For
believe
80
an eye
years.
for an eye. Yeah, I believe an eye for an eye. You have to understand that there are a lot of other people who were released by accident that they should have never done. Like here in Illinois, when they banned death penalties, guess what happened? They released almost half the people who were on death row, even though they were still found guilty and they knew they were. To me, stuff like that was a travesty. And
I don't
four
even
of
know
our
if you have
governors
to do
went to
anymore
jail
get
too.
these kind of penalties. The average murder gets about 8 years. We're talking pretty heinous crimes for even life in prison anymore.
That's something you brought
Jails
up
are so
about.
full.
That's something you brought up about Hovind. Is he got 9 years for what I assume was tax evasion or fraud,
Yep,
but murder is
exactly.
like 8 years in some places. That seems crazy to me.
Absolutely. No,
Yeah,
when I was in Alaska,
Jesus, that's ridiculous.
on the news headline in the newspaper is just kind of a funny thing. One guy got 8 years for killing a moose. The other guy got like 7 years and 11 months killing a person. It was just ironic and funny.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, look at here in Illinois. We have four governors that went to jail. The last one, Blagojevich, he's going in there for 10 years because they said that he was trying to sell the Senate seat, even though that most of these other crooks in my state were doing the exact same thing. I mean, and Blagojevich was sitting there saying, "Don't trust anybody. Don't trust anybody." I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Guess what? It did happen. But
That guy looked creepy, man. I don't know if it was his really bad haircut or what, but
that was the whole idea. He had a radio station show here in Chicago, I remember, and he kept on just like talking about crazy stuff, and people kept on asking about his hair, and he was like, "Yeah, the best thing in the world that I did was have great hair," and he looked good every time he was on TV or something, and everybody kept on talking about him. And actually, when he went to jail in Colorado, when he was stopping to get some food, people saw him and they go, "Oh, you're that Blagojevich guy, the governor from Illinois," and they wanted to take pictures with him. How pathetic, huh?
So I'm reading the chat a little bit. Isis, you're referring to Math Powerland in that comedy routine? Because I've seen that same video I think you're referring to. Not to derail the conversation too much, but it seems to be a topic in the chat. And I kind of was maybe thinking that would that be a distraction to distract people, like this whole flat earth stuff, away from any kind of moon landing conspiracies or anything of that nature? Would it be a way of derailing the topic from scrutinizing, anything about moon stuff and
conspiracies, including your Bill Coopers, your Bob Lazars, all conspiracies are to hide one conspiracy. They're all cancel on foreign relations, and they're all to hide the Rothschild.
I think I would agree with you, because that money, like you said, if I control the money, I care not what laws you make. That's the big one. That's the one that matters, right?
Well, what's her name? The lady Rand. What's her name?
Ayn Rand.
Sure.
Yeah, Ayn Rand, that wrote the book about corporations and the government and how she predicted what was going to happen and did happen. And this is a book she wrote in the 40s.
If it makes you feel better, Born, you don't have to be super rich, I'm not super rich, but over here in Thailand, I can buy my way out of a murder or any cost. I bribe $10 to the cops and drive drunk if I want to. You don't have to be that rich to be able to buy your way out. way out of things. It's
Oh, I
it's
know.
not just for the billionaires, you know.
I realize that. My friend
Okay.
had my friend's father had 11 DUIs, and on his 9th, 10th, and 11th one, he just gave the judge 10 grand. It was the same judge for all of them. Gave him 10 grand each time, and he was still driving around.
There you go.
I know that, like that's fact. You know, I know the guy.
Got it. And this was in Canada, right? Because you're in
Yeah.
Canada. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Which Providence? Ontario?
Alberta.
Alberta? Yeah, you got a good Providence over there with all that oil.
Of course,
Well,
I
this
go
is the
back to
biggest.
why shouldn't it be that way? I mean, why should it be that the guys who are out there producing a lot of things, who are really successful, the brain surgeon guy or the people researching cancer that have a lot of money and good jobs, why should they not be able to pony up some money to get out of things instead of cost everybody else a bunch of money by being in jail? I mean, I see that as a good thing, not a bad thing.
It develops a two-class legal system. In other words, one class of people, the rich, has a set of rules, right, and the other lower class has a different set of rules.
That's
I'm
right.
a prime
Absolutely.
example of
That
that.
makes sense.
I'm a prime example.
Absolutely. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Correct.
Successful, wealthy people should have a different set of rules
Well,
than
I can give
poor,
you a direct
unsuccessful
example.
people.
Direct, okay. When I was 16 years old, I got caught driving with a little bit of booze on my breath, okay, and I got a DUI at 16 years old. And I can attest, and anyone that knew me at the time and the people I was with, that I wasn't drunk. I was walking a straight line. They gave me a sobriety test, but when I blew over, right? Not by much. Okay, so I got a DUI, and I went to court, and I, got charged guilty and all this stuff. I didn't have a lawyer. My parents knew nothing. We had no money, so I just took whatever they gave me, right? Okay, and our neighbor, literally quarter mile down the road, same age as me, got a DUI on the same weekend, right? And he was caught speeding while drinking. I was caught outside of my car when I was fucking given a DUI. I wasn't even in the car. Car wasn't even moving. I was caught taking a piss. Anyway, so he was from a wealthy family, and he was driving 3 months later. Had his license, got off, no charges. He had a little bit of probation. That was it. Me, with, because I had no information and no defense, I couldn't drive for 3 months, anything with a motor. Then it took me a year of probation where I, couldn't get my license. And then my insurance was so high that I wasn't able to pay for my own insurance, like afford it, until I was 19 years old. I had a $500 car. My insurance was $600 a month for PLPD only.
Wow.
And
Wow.
I struggled with that for fucking years, man. Years.
That sucks. That's
So
I've never lived in a law
that
since.
the wealthy, successful people that know things need just as much punishment as people
No.
who are ignorant and know nothing?
Not necessarily, but to take advantage of people because they're ignorant, I think is immoral.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure that that's why they're doing it. I think sometimes, like for example, a black unemployed guy getting caught with cocaine will complain because the white college student got less of a penalty. Well, it's not because one's white and one's black. It's because one's trying to make something of themselves, and the other one is unemployed and dropped out of school and is just a whole different type of punishment would be appropriate for those two entirely
Well, a good example of
different
that
people.
is Freeway Rick Ross, right? I don't know if you're familiar with him.
With who?
Freeway Rick Ross.
never heard of him.
Okay,
Never.
I'll give you
Tell
a
us
quick
all about it.
rundown. He, from in the 1980s, he was worth something like 20-some million dollars before he was 23 years old. He started selling cocaine at a young age, I think 18, 19 years old. He was the biggest drug dealer in all of Los Angeles. He had hearse. He drove around in a hearse. He had like 15 different houses where they would sell from one house. They would count the money in another house. He had people on the police force fucking giving him tip. If they were going to raid one spot, they would move. And the guy was illiterate. He literally didn't know how to read, but he was still smart enough to make this a very profitable business. So he got caught, went to jail he got sentenced with a life sentence, I believe, like 20-some years for trafficking. He taught himself how to read in prison, studied the laws, and got himself acquitted. Like 20 years later, he's out of jail now, but he spent like 20 years in prison. 20, actually a little more than that, I think. And what ended up coming out of this whole thing is that the cocaine that he was selling, guess where it was coming from? Anybody want to guess where he was getting the cocaine?
Colombia?
It was coming from contacts within the CIA. This is absolute fact today.
Yeah, this was the story I heard about that one policeman that said
Right.
that CIA used the black community to actually distribute the drugs.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I heard
this
about
guy
that.
was the guy, one of the main guys. He was, like I said, he had $20-some million before he was, 25 years old. And, they weren't growing the cocaine. They weren't making it. They weren't smuggling it from wherever. So where was it coming from? And this is what came out through a lot of investigations in Arkansas, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're talking about Mesa.
The Bear Plains, which
Yeah.
Bill Clinton was the governor of.
Yeah.
And this is all fact today. So
Yeah, I'm familiar with what you're talking about with that airport in Arkansas and all that.
Right.
And
It was just
CIA.
one of the.
It kind of depends too on exactly what level of understanding and how high up it goes. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. Let me tell you what I mean by that. When I was in the Navy, I used to bring pounds of weed from Florida, trade it straight across the board for hashish, and then make money on both ends, bringing it back and forth. Now, some guy might say, oh, that marijuana is coming from the United States Navy, right? But that's obviously not true. It just came from me. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Navy, right? So I know the CIA is involved in some of that stuff, but you also have people with a fireman connection, a police connection, a whatever connection, the Navy connection in my case, that may get caught, and that organization really had nothing to do with it at all.
So the connection I was trying to make with our two-tier justice system and referring to, whether a white college guy gets the same penalty as a dumb unemployed black guy, is that with that drug dealing that went on, we never heard of any white distributor, a white guy distributing coke to the affluent community of whites, colleges, campuses. Everyone knows that you can get drugs on any school, white, black, brown, whatever, but we never had.
Have you heard the name John DeLorean?
Never heard of that.
You ever heard of the car, the DeLorean?
Yep.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Richard. Yeah.
Well, my point is, John DeLorean, a name that you're totally familiar with, is the white guy that got arrested for distributing cocaine.
Yep. Yeah.
It's not true that no white guys, that you wouldn't recognize any white guys' names. I mean, the main distributor from Colombia back in those days was a white guy,
Yeah, they did a movie with Johnny Depp where they talked about how the cocaine industry started coming in. It was a white guy. Yeah.
Okay, so did they get the same life sentence?
Yeah, they busted him clear right out. He was in there for like 30 years or something.
There are plenty of white guys in prison for cocaine, dude.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I realized that. It was more about
look at meth.
You're right. It's more about the perception, perhaps, than the actual facts. That's true. But if the perception to the judge and the jury and the community is that you are a reasonably decent, successful kind of person, you can get away with a lot more. That's absolutely true.
Right.
And I defy anybody to justify why it shouldn't be that way. It should be that way.
Think of Elron. Remember the power company Elron and all those execs who went to jail?
Enron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, look at the guy, the CEO. He went to jail. What happened? He committed suicide because he couldn't handle it. Yeah.
Enron actually went to jail? I forgot about it.
Yeah. He went to jail. It took him like a couple years before he finally went to jail, and he wasn't in there more than like a couple of years, and he committed suicide.
Okay, but it seems to be common knowledge now that Bill Clinton was involved in all that drug smuggling. I don't understand why he was never prosecuted.
Well, the problem was is that
it's not what you know, it's what you can prove you know.
You have to understand that the CIA with the DEA were trying for years smuggling drugs. The point is that at the time when he was governor, he was leasing the land to a different company. It was a pseudo company that the CIA owns, and it's very hard to prove that that company was controlled by or owned by the CIA. That's why they're having a hard time trying to connect him to the whole drug trade as well. So
at this point, the statute of limitations is probably up anyway.
Right? No. Drug trade, I know it's a lifetime statute. Yeah, you could do it as long as you want. There's no statute of limitations.
On drugs?
Yeah.
Of course there is. This is the only thing that doesn't have a statute of limitations is murder.
Distribution, there is. But what was it?
Well, okay, I'll take your word for it. I didn't realize that.
Well, here's the thing. And that's the thing that's kind of weird. It's like if you were caught with drugs, they will sentence you at a higher amount of years than actually distributing it, which is kind of messed up in this country, which is totally wrong. I think they should just decriminalize it. Like in Chicago, they stop arresting people who had an eighth of an ounce of marijuana now, and they no longer put people in jail. They just take the weed away and find the person. That's what they're doing right now. So, and they're finding out it's more money to just find someone than to put someone in jail now. They're finally waking up, because Cook County Jail here in Chicago, over on the city in the South Side where they have jail, it's the world's largest jail in the world. It's messed
Oh, really?
up. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's sad. It really is sad. You know, and for what? Arrest someone for an eighth of an ounce of weed? Come on, it's pathetic. I don't know. Well, let me ask you this, Richard. Living in Thailand, is it an issue over there with drugs?
Yeah.
I'm guessing Richard's away.
Air conditioned or outside, depending on the weather, I guess. It's not hot. I kind of like to eat at nice places when we go out.
Let's see. Looks like people are talking about JFK, tax evasion. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not really looking at the beach. We don't have a beach view. It's like third row, and you can't see it.
It's like the conspiracies of the Eye of Providence on the American dollar bill. People think it's the Eye of Satan, but it's not.
I haven't heard
For
that.
which province? I'm sorry.
The Eye of Providence on the American dollar bill, you know, the
Oh, like
pyramid.
the pyramid. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that, yeah, I have it here in front of me. I mean, it's messed up that a lot of people didn't notice that for years. And the all-seeing eye, and then on the other side, they have the American eagle with the shield. And then on the front of the dollar bill, you have it where it says, "This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private." And you say to yourself, what the hell does that mean? Yeah.
Through war, peace,
Yeah.
and God, like the 13 stars, 13 arrows, 13 olive leaves, war, peace, and God, forming a triangle through our strength, the acknowledgement of those three things, you know.
Yeah, and the branch
will be the guiding light. The other side,
Yeah,
the pyramid, is the angle of the pyramid is the axis of the earth.
Concentrate more on
Interesting.
tenses, like I went to the store or I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute Richard because it looks like he's talking to his family. So
But
What is he running 2-3 chats over there at once?
I don't know, maybe that's why I muted him. Yeah.
The tenses. She's learning language, and you should probably say it's. You never say I'm going to the store in German. You say to the store I am going.
Yeah, they say the complete opposite. Yeah.
Once you figure that out, you speak like Yoda. You're good.
It's interesting.
To the store I am going.
Star Wars, man, you believe that he actually started the whole story in the middle just to evade, because he was going through a divorce at the time when Star Wars was, and George Lucas decided, you know what, if I started the story in the middle, she won't be able to collect that much money. I'll just do a few movies and that's it, and she won't be able to do nothing after that, you know?
I need to review Star Wars because I think a lot of people would just be like, what the fuck? Because they just don't think while they're watching it. It's like the best thing, one of my classic examples that I tell my friends, and they're just like, whoa, man, like, that's fucked up.
I think
like,
there's a lot of hidden meaning in those movies. I really do.
Yeah.
Yoda's a monster. That guy's a little bastard. Like, he's like says to Luke, you know, fear leads to hate, and hate leads to the dark side. And then he's like, I'm not going to be afraid of Vader after fighting him in Empire. And then like Yoda just turns him and looks at him, and he's like, you will be. Like, totally puts the fear in him. It's like, dude, could you be more like fucked up? You know, it's like,
But that was the whole idea.
Luke. The whole like Luke, what did he meets up with Obi-Wan when he's like 15, and he's sitting there watching him grow up with Uncle Ben as a Jedi, and he could have trained him, but no.
No, but his uncle didn't. Yeah, but his uncle didn't know. That was the whole idea. They split the son and the daughter. Yeah.
So then, like, you know, Luke faces Vader down, and he's like shit scared, and Obi's dead, and he's just like, he's this fucking monster, and he's like, I'm your dad, and I've got a new sex toy, Luke. I just cut your hand off, and I've got a new girlfriend. No, it's not true. It's just the most fucked up story. The
Well, I
morals
mean-
of it, like, hey daughter, how are you? Let me just kill this rebel in front of you. I'm your daddy, by the way. Obi-Wan,
it's
help
very
me.
strange.
You're my only hope.
Yeah, but
It's
think about it.
fucked
Obi-Wan did say to Darth Vader that I'll be more powerful than you've ever been, and he proved it.
Yeah.
You know?
By
So
doing what? Nothing.
no,
Appearing as a ghost while Darth died was burnt.
It's the power of the Jedi. That's what he's trying to say. It made him sway away from the dark side when the Emperor was trying to kill his son, and that's what caused Vader to pick up the Emperor and throw him into the abyss. So that was the whole idea, to change Anakin Skywalker to have his last life in goodness before he goes away. You know, that was the whole idea. You know?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's an interesting story. I do give you credit. You know, right
Not
now
to-
they're trying to do these mini movies, you know, between the Star Wars movies, you know?
And they're all
The Rogue
bloody
One.
terrible.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to derail the conversation back to what what Richard was talking about. I was wondering, I don't know if Richard's listening,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
but we were talking about how there
I am.
might be there might be a two-tier justice system, right? Where the hardworking doctors and stuff, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
can utilize more resources to get out of prosecution. Are we agreed that that's what you were getting at?
Not really. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that the two-tier justice system, the reason we have it is because the successful people don't require as much penalty not to break the law again. Not for the reasons you stated at all. What I'm saying is that successful people are likely to continue being successful. Unsuccessful people are likely to continue doing that, which is why successful people get lesser penalties. That's how it should be.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Richard, if someone murdered your wife, for instance, would it make a difference to you what status of citizen or class they were? Would you want this equal penalty for both?
Not necessarily. If it kind of depends on how they were murdered, how she was murdered, why she was murdered. It's kind of a pretty
broke in your
broad.
house and killed her
Let me
because they
put it
thought
this
she was
way.
attractive.
If
Raped
she
her
was
and killed
killed by, let me put it to you this way: if she was killed by a drunk driver who was really successful and didn't have a big long record, I would want one penalty. If it was some fucking loser on his 10th DUI, I would want a different penalty. That's all I can really say. But
So you're saying you go by the record?
Damn. Well, that's you'll never be a judge. That's good.
That's my point.
Judges,
Okay, thank you. That's all I was trying to get at.
Judges don't take any of that stuff into account. Not a bit. They
yeah, it
shouldn't.
depends where you are and what in some jurisdictions, the judges have a line of 1,000 motherfuckers coming in, and they can't. They don't have time to do
Yeah,
that.
it's a meat works.
Little
yeah.
tiny towns like where I was in Montana, they actually try to do a background check and tell a report and all this bullshit. So it depends where you are. But my
So I have
point
another-
is, the only point I'm making, Born, is that successful people simply need less of a penalty than unsuccessful people, and that's how it should be. But if my wife was murdered, would I care about the type of person that murdered her, and should that apply to the penalty? The answer is yes. I would care, and I think it should apply to the penalty.
No, I kind of agree, because people are all seen as the same person. It doesn't matter because of your success. You know, it should be what you've done, not because of your success. To me, that makes it sound like because I'm white and he's black, I should get
I need
more
less penalty to learn the same lesson.
Yeah,
I don't know why being white makes you successful. Number one.
Oh,
So
no,
I have
no,
idea
I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to correlate similarities. You're talking about because someone's successful, they should get a better break than someone who's not successful. Then you're not treating the person equal. You're treating them as a different...
you're missing the point. I'm not saying they should get a break. What I'm saying is that successful people don't need as much of a penalty to not do it again as criminals do, which is the very other side of the spectrum, I realize. But my point is...
You just said successful people and criminals.
Excuse me?
Successful people shouldn't get as much of a penalty as criminals. So successful people can't be criminals?
Most of them are. That's how they got successful.
Yeah. Look at the what's his name?
Well, I can cite cite an actual case, or not case number or anything, but there was a judge who was caught penalizing youth and sending them to prison, right? Because he was getting shares from the very prison company. It was a privatized prison. He was getting money in exchange for prisoners for the company. And so he indicted
Kickbacks.
hundreds and hundreds of kids to early prison. And when he got caught for this connection, he destroyed how many hundreds of lives over like 15 years, I think it was, and then ended up going to prison after the fact when somebody finally caught up to his bullshit. But basically, my point is that if you have money, you can pay off the judge, or you can bribe the judge, or you can bribe the legal system, and you can not have equal justice. In a case like someone murdering your wife, the guy that has all the money can then maybe get off the charge, where the guy that has no money cannot, and therefore it's not a just system in any sense.
That's why it sucks to be poor.
Some people can't get out of being poor.
And I don't
stuck in
care,
it.
dude. You're not going to get anywhere with me whining about how life is unfair for the poor. I realize that. It's supposed to be. Whoever made life, whoever designed human beings, wanted poor people to get screwed a lot. And it's not going to change, ever.
Just challenging your opinion, that's all. That's fine.
Yeah, well, if you commit a really big crime, you just get $700 billion in payouts.
Really,
really
I really
big
like you
crime.
now, Zeiss. I really do. You seem,
I'm
pretty
well read, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest crimes, and if you wear a badge, well, it's not really a crime now, is it?
No. And try to prove
Well,
it,
it might be a crime, but you're insulated
That's why they're all wearing
against
cameras
prosecution,
nowadays.
so I don't know what that means.
There's a ton of corrupt police,
Oh,
and they
sure.
should be punished the
Police-
most harshly.
I think
Unless
anybody
they're successful.
that applies to be a police officer should be immediately rejected. Anybody that would ask to be a cop is the exact wrong kind of person to be a cop in the first.
Got to draft them.
Well, look at the amount of cops these days. Most of them are former soldiers from different wars. And don't forget, there's a correlation that during the Vietnam War in Afghanistan, that the increase of complaints of cops always came right around those times because of, psychological issues. And then they want to become cops. And then you see an increase of crime, complaints against the cops every time,
Well, just
My
that Harvard study alone should prove that you cannot concentrate power on any level.
But it's bad to think this because there's a catch-22 about it, but, why aren't people in prison being trained, in welding or metalwork or, in all kinds of trades and learning stuff, becoming bakers and actually choosing careers so when they get out of there, they don't just
They have
walk straight
something to
back
do.
into criminality again, because usually the criminality is based on their
I can
lack of
answer that.
career
I can
choices.
answer that because there's more money in recidivism than there is in fixing the problem.
In
that got 'em out.
reformation.
And, it depends. It's not as though none of that goes on. There are people on the other side of the fence that complain about free college educations people get. There are food service and bakers and things. There are prisons that teach furniture making and sell their furniture. It's not as though none of that goes on. So it
But,
really
well,
depends who you talk to. Like I said, there are people out there that have the exact opposite complaint that say there's too much free education.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to run, but thanks for the conversation. Very
Yeah,
insightful.
Yeah,
See you guys.
Talking to you actually today. It was good.
Well, the other situation is if you do that, and especially send them, into Marines, which happens, it's a choice: do a prison term or join the Marines.
Right.
You'll get people committing crimes in order to get an education, trade, Marines, whatever. Yeah. So at the same time, you have to have it
I don't know
voluntary.
exactly how that works out, but yeah, I suppose if you wanted a free college education and you could sort of time your crime to 4 or 6 years or something, that might actually. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I could see how somebody might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of career criminals, and they're just like, well, it's better on the inside for me than it is on the out because, I get fed and clothed and I've got somewhere to sleep and all my friends are there. So,
And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to be responsible for anything. You don't
Exactly.
there's just no concern about, the hurricane's not going to blow your house down, that you're not going to lose your job, or it is such a stable environment that I understand how you can get kind of addicted to it. There's recently here in America, some lady in the news for, robbing a bank specifically, so she'd go back to jail. And I'm sure her story's true. She claimed that the only reason she robbed it is 'cause she missed all her friends back in jail, whatever.
Yeah, there are people that feel more comfortable on the inside than they do the outside because that's the only thing they know. They're career criminal. What do you expect?
Yeah, I've met quite a few guys because working in industry like plastics, you get a lot of the, bottom of the barrel, I guess, or lower end of social spectrum. But I've run into a few guys that have spent more time in prison than they have on the outside. True facts. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Sisis, last night with you and Poncho, that was pretty good. I couldn't stop laughing after you sat there with the expression and just say, "You stupid idiots! Don't you understand physics?" And he's like, "I don't give a fuck. Fuck you." And it's like...
Well, that's obvious, yeah. Well, if he's going to play a troll part, then I'll just slip into my troll part too. And, yeah, I'll play to the crowd. If he's going to play to his crowd, I'll play to mine.
I mean, I tried to tell him, explain it in a different way. I tried to be calm and, very nice to see if he would be a little bit more agreeable. Just a little bit. But after a while, then he's like, "No, I don't." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, give him."
Yeah, his body language gives him away.
Yeah. But he is funny. I mean, I give credit where it's due. The guy is funny, but after a while, it's like, come on. I mean, we're back to reality. Let's really think about it. There is NASA, there is space, there is all these types of information. The problem is that he doesn't want to back himself up. Jamie is the same way. He does this exact same crap. He doesn't back himself up. Doesn't put any information out there to say what he's saying. And you have people like Richard and Mark and Manuel and all these other people trying to do the same thing, and the other side, same thing. Nothing to back them up. They just say a few formulas and stuff like that, and they believe what they believe because of God or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on Friday mornings, Friday afternoons, I go and do youth work, and I've got to deal with the repercussions of what these guys do, and I run into a lot of kids who are like, the Earth is flat, because it's at a church where I do this volunteer work, so they think, well, the church, I'm at a church, so the Earth is flat, and so the pastor directs me at them and says, he saw me do it once and said, "Can you please keep doing that? Because I'm not as knowledgeable as you in this." But yeah. So, I sit down and do a little lecture, and I get them out there, and we do experiments and we do real things, Kevin, and they love it.
What bothers me the most, I'll give you an example that Hank the other day, he's, "Well, I don't know this, I don't know that, I haven't been proved to me, blah, blah, blah." Then he comes on later, he says, "Well, they found the chariots from the Bible at the bottom of the ocean." And I'm like, well, wait a minute. The only thing that's even close to that is the biggest Christian fraud in history named Ron Wyatt had some photographs of circular objects at the bottom of the ocean. That's as close as you can come to chariots that have been found that prove the Bible story of Exodus. And I said, well, how come it is you can't believe NASA, you can't believe this, you can't believe the other things, but you really do believe that we found chariots at the bottom of the ocean without a single piece of a chariot to go along with your claim? Why is it that chariots at the bottom of the ocean require no evidence at all, but the Earth is flat because? That's what I don't get. The different levels of, required evidence for their beliefs are staggeringly different.
Well, and you've got all the evidence to support the globe, and if it was flat, then we'd all know it's flat. It'd be that simple. Yeah. And then you've got no evidence at all to support your flat Earth. So it's like, what?
Look, I talked to a guy earlier. He's trying to tell me that the sea level doesn't go up and down. I said, you ever tie a fucking boat to the dock when the tide's going out? And you're telling me that the fucking level doesn't? What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's always the same level. It doesn't matter. The tide goes in, the tide goes out. The boat's going to be at the same level to the dock, and you're an idiot. And I said, yeah, those are called floating fucking docks, Don't you know the difference between a floating dock and unfloating? Oh, no, the sea level always... I said, when the tide goes out, where does the fucking water go? Doesn't somewhere raise? Oh, no, it's all... I was like, you are just a dumb motherfucker. What can you say to people?
Tiffany, I was talking to her yesterday, and Tiffany Tiffany was telling me about everything that you need to know is through the Bible. And we were talking about gravity and this and that. And we were talking about the tides too. And I told her, you do know how it works. And she goes, no. And I said, it correlates the earth to the sun and how it's moved, and it pushes, the water. So that's why in the daytime, it's low. At nighttime, it's high, and it correlates because of the sun.
Moon.
Well, the moon and the sun. I'm sorry, the moon and the sun. Sorry.
You can actually read the moon by looking at the tide charts. You can know where the moon is by looking at the tide charts.
But she did want to believe it. She was like, no, it's all about God and this and that. And she's telling me you should look into this, look into that. And I go, okay, I'll take a look at it. But I still know that there is gravity. And she just wouldn't believe there is such thing as gravity.
Well, that John guy that believes it's like the concave Earth, somebody asked him, he also believes the Bible. Well, his Earth is concave and nobody's ever seen, the outside of it, but he's somehow convinced that the concave Earth is sitting on 4 pillars because the Bible says so. And I'm like, how the fuck you come up with, you've never seen the outside, you have no idea what's out there, but you're just convinced it's sitting on 4 fucking pillars because the Bible says so. I was like, come on, man.
Or the
without them thinking, they actually think that the God wrote the Bible just for them, and that's the
it just astonishes me that mentality that yes, this book is absolutely true and I believe everything, but I have a whole long list. I can't believe math, geometry, science, photographs, astronauts. I can't believe any of that shit. I'm sure going to believe a book that was written, 30 to hundreds of years after the supposed flying spaghetti monster lived, fuck.
The old flying spaghetti monster. Yeah, I mean, you can create myth. You can create your own conspiracies if you know what you're doing and you've got the right support with the right people. Slender Man, Black-Eyed Children, Flying Spaghetti Monster. I saw all those things get created. I knew the people that created them, worked with them.
But here's the thing.
It's easy to do.
I'm religious. I'm Christian, but I do believe in the earth. Do believe it's a globe. I do believe in gravity. Why? Because I have common sense. I've done the experiments. I remember in school. I've met other people who are scientists that talk about these things. It's not like I'm dumb, but I keep an open mind. I'm not going to sit there and believe everything in the Bible. I mean, it's just people who are too extreme. These are extremists. It's just idiotic to think that that's the only thing in their life that the Bible says is what you have to do.
Well, the other problem is if you're not going to take other people's word for anything, I don't know how you're really going to get through life going to the doctor, the lawyer, if you have to learn every single thing for yourself, I mean, does that include, the wiring of your house? You're going to call the electrician and say, well, wait a minute, I don't want you wiring my house because I don't know how to do it personally. I mean, I don't know where it stops and where it begins, because it seems to me these people on one hand say, I don't believe anything anybody tells me, but I believe in a magic fruit and a talking snake somehow. And that does not go together.
No, I agree. And then you got people who overdo it then, like what's that prostitute girl that sold all her stuff and is traveling across the U.S. telling people about the flat earth? And I said to myself, why bother?
I kind of wonder why too. I don't think she's a prostitute necessarily. Tiffany's her name.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Tiffany. I know Tiffany, she's selling her house, her and her husband, because they want to explore around. I think that's what she told me originally. No, that's different.
You can tell by her inflections that she's trolling because she can't stop giggling.
Yeah.
when she's doing it. Like it's all just fun and games for her. She knows it's entertainment, and she's just chosen the flat Earth side.
Yeah, but she's very religious. That's the thing that blew my mind.
I'm like, all bullshit. I can't take anything she says seriously.
I
She's
wonder
trolling.
How many of these flat Earth people are kind of trolling both science and
just
religion at the same time, making fun of religion while pretending to be serious?
Yeah, they're making a mockery of everything because it's just a way to get attention from both sides.
Right.
I mean, think about the what is it? The woods. There's no such thing as forest right now that they're throwing out right now. I mean, you actually believe that we were giants at one time. We cut the trees, and then the woods became petrified. That's why it's a flat top. And I'm like, no, that's That's not how it works. It's not a fairy tale, all right?
I couldn't even listen to that shit the other day. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Somebody's basically claiming that all of the plateaus of Earth used to be, 50 or 500-mile trees.
Yep.
Some crazy
5,000 feet in the air. Yeah.
fucking dicks. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you want to disregard science and want to disregard everything, you can basically say anything you want. That's what bugs me about Bourne. Is he generally will just say anything he wants to say and then say, well, I don't really know if it's true or no. If you don't know if it's true or not true, why are you even fucking talking about it? If it's not to annoy people, is my
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, I mean, it's like John Watson here. I mean, he's seen me prove how to measure the Earth many times, yet he still sits here, and he'll sit here for months. That tells me one thing about him, and he will never convince me any other way. He's a troll. He's not about seeking the truth. He's certainly not religious.
I mean, look at some of the other people who are trying to prove their point about the globe and everything. Red Rhetoric. How many times he's come to this forum and tried to prove, just like you, ISIS. It's the same thing. You could put whatever facts you can in front of them, they're not going to accept. I
mean, I've seen the same people 2 years later, and they still are repeating the same stuff, and I just know I don't bother with them anymore because they're just trolls.
Yeah.
There's no point even responding to it because they're just looking for attention, and they feel like I'm a special snowflake. When I've got this attitude, everyone just answers my questions, and it's a way for silly people, well, less intelligent but dummies, to actually interact with intelligent people and get some conversation going.
Yeah, it's like safe.
That's really what they're doing.
Last
Trolling
compared
for
to the
advanced
creationist stuff, because to me, the creationist stuff became so old and tired. You just can't say, why are there monkeys? It's just a theory. All that stuff is so played out. It's like those people needed something new, like the flat Earth, to continue pretending they're stupid.
Yes, most young creationists have become flat earthers and flat earth posters as well. Flat earth video creators.
Of course, because it's just the new, stupid question thing to annoy people that know about science. That's all the creationist arguments really are. Oh, carbon dating and this and that, and now you have the same thing with flat Earth. And I guess my question is, eventually it's going to get played out. Eventually, all of their ignorant nonsense will be repeated so many times that nobody will care anymore. It'll be like, yeah, we've heard that 50 times, and we don't care.
Yeah, all conspiracies end up that way except a couple. They stick like JFK and, the banks, but, all like reptilians, UFOs, I've seen it all, man. Like I've seen there's a giant mother spaceship called the New Jerusalem floating outside Earth, and we're all going to get sucked aboard it and go and live on the new Eden, and they're going to suck Earth out of orbit, send it to another galaxy because there's a huge armada coming to invade us all.
Kind of stuck around. Nibiru comes and goes.
Yeah, Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. It's otherwise known as Jupiter. Yep. And the wing planet, Planet X, the planet with the wings, yeah, that's Saturn. They just couldn't quite see the rings that well. Yeah.
My cable just went out. What the fuck is up with that? Oh, here it comes back again. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I got a telescope. I have a telescope that I look at, and I look up in the sky at night, and I can see the rings of Saturn without any problems. But, oh no, it's not really. It's a projection. It's got to be those digital. No, it's a regular old analog one, nothing digital about it. No, you must be seeing something completely different. It's reflection from the dome. What?
Yeah.
What would be really funny is when somebody actually can create really spectacular holographic image, and they create one that's Gabriel with the horses and the horn and all that, and somehow convince all the Christians that it really is Gabriel and the horn. That would be fucking funny as shit, because that would be getting one over big time on the conspiracy theory flat Earth Christians, and it would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be like a holodeck on Star Trek, something like.
But it's with some Christians, like it's like well, your God has a snowball, your God has a snow globe, my God has an infinite universe that I can barely understand or comprehend. Like it's so infinitely vast and creative, it's truly worthy of an actual God. And your God's got a snow globe. Well done. Oh, you can have your snow globe, but you're not going to put limits on mine. Not by any means.
Yeah.
Any god that gives a shit all that much about the human race just isn't very fucking smart. I mean, if we're the smartest things that motherfucker could come up with, he's just not a very good god. That's all I
Yeah,
can
but
say.
well, I believe there are other essential beings out there. We can't be the only ones out. There's no freaking way. It's
Well,
impossible.
there would be more sentient beings in the universe than there are stars in the sky.
Yeah, there's got it. I mean,
It's just that most sentient beings wouldn't be able to leave their planets. It could take millions of years for them to, and they'd probably wipe themselves out. That's one big theory that I've learnt to subscribe to, and it's just something I've thought of myself because of the EM radiation out there. Traveling the universe is dangerous.
yeah, well, there's also a lot of debris and junk.
Yes,
And,
micrometeorites.
yeah, so it's very hard to traverse space. So, and you kind of think about over the years when the astronauts landed on the moon, all of a sudden, 50 years later, they're having health issues. Years later. I mean, far worse than they thought they would. So,
Oh yeah, they underwent doses. Yeah.
yeah, even the ISS station, people who've come back after 6 months, they say that they have a hard time with vision.
Yep. Even airline pilots have dosimeters.
Yeah, that is true.
Measure radiation. Yeah. They can't stay in the air for too long. Even ground level radiation is attributed now to aging and all kinds of ailments.
Yeah, even the sun with all the solar flares that it's thrown to our planet.
Well, the worst is gamma burst.
Yeah, gamma burst. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, gamma burst. We don't know where it's even coming from.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeding a cell earther to go and make a video. But yeah, we get 4 or 5 gamma bursts a day.
Yeah, see, and that's what I'm saying. It's just we have other stuff that we don't know that we're trying to figure out. I mean, we got the Hubble telescope out there trying to search other places around our galaxy and close within our solar system, and we're trying to figure out more and more each day.
I want to see if the Event Horizon telescope produces anything interesting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but we now have what we're calling the Event Horizon telescope to make some attempt to study the horizon of black holes.
Oh, that would be cool. That would be.
Yeah, it's insane when someone like Stephen Hawking was so brilliant that he could predict something, and then we actually see it and go, what the fuck, he was right.
I hate that guy. He's the only scientist I know of that has had 2 laws refuted, and he's changed his tune. His black hole model today is completely different than when he started. I hate that guy because, as far as I'm concerned, he jumps to conclusions way too quickly, and at least he can admit he's wrong, but he also has stolen half of the eternally collapsing object model math. Not really stolen, but other people came along with it first.
Yeah.
And he says, well, I agree with it, like that matters. Like, the Stephen Hawking stamp of approval is required for other people to be correct and him to be wrong. He was wrong all along based on other people's math. The fact that he finally admits it, and what I'm talking about is his change of tune about a fixed horizon versus an apparent horizon. But nonetheless, I hate that. I think he's a horrible scientist, and I think the only reason people don't say so is because he's all fucked up in a wheelchair.
Yeah, that's what I used to actually
people would
say
say.
that. I was going to agree with you with Brief History of Time, and I said, no one's going to fucking argue with the guy in the wheelchair, are they? He's wrong.
Yeah, it's a sympathy. Yeah.
And it's true, they won't. Yeah.
Well, look at Albert Einstein. Now they're saying that the speed of light is incorrect. Actually, we can go faster than the speed.
Who said
the other guy?
Time Magazine did an article last year talking about that. Albert Einstein about his theory of speed of light might be incorrect. So.
Are you sure you're not confusing that with moving through space, but not faster than light, but not actually moving faster than light? Because the only
they're talking about that you could go at the speed of light, but they say you can never go past this. So Albert Einstein says there's no way to have a continuous plane of speed to go as fast as light itself.
Right. What I'm saying is, the thing in Time Magazine is probably talking about manipulating space, and in that situation, you can suck space in and throw it out the back and move faster than light, but you're not actually breaking Einstein's theory by doing that.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, warp field.
There's actually a part of a division of Caltech that's actually picked that up, and they're trying to see if it will work. Practical experiments in warp fields.
Think about it, guys. Warp speed, like Star Trek, they've talked about it going faster than the speed of light. I mean, think about it. The technology that we were talking about back then in the 60s, and it's being trying right now. Right now, we're trying to make that into theory, into reality. I mean, it blows your mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, man, we've got robotic arms now, and you can feel with the robotic arm. If you got an amputee,
I don't know if it blows my mind or not, because I kind of subscribe to that kind of famous phrase about if you can imagine it, someday we can do it. The like fuel cell vehicles, I'm sure you're familiar with it, where they essentially turn carbon-based something into electricity called a fuel cell. That was invented in the 1700s, but we didn't have machines capable of making the parts to make the machines. Kind of like Michelangelo, inventing the helicopter, but there's no factories to make it, So I'm not so impressed that, Roddenberry or whatever his name was came up with a bunch of cool shit that eventually we're going to try. That's just kind of human nature.
But that was ideas.
It's all Roddenberry stole it all from Lost in Space, and Lost in Space borrowed everything from the German theories, like Heisenberg. All of it's borrowed. In fact, the hidden Lost in Space episode, they run into the Germans in the Jupiter 1. They run into Nazi. The Space Family Robinson run into Nazis. Yep, the most hidden Lost in Space episode, never ever aired.
I gotta find that one.
Oh, you gotta find it, because they get old lady Robinson, Mrs. Robinson, and they capture her, and they, you're gonna be our Aryan goddess. We're gonna use you for the breeding program, and then Will and Robot have to go and save her while Mr. Smith goes and causes his trouble. But yeah, that's and the whole deuteronium spheres, that was all theorized from the flytrap from Peenemünde. It was all taken out of Peenemünde, because it was known, like a lot of, like the grey alien theory, for example. They came up with that theory. They said, okay, if we could leave the Earth at incredible velocity, and they're like, oh, inertia, we're going to get pinned to the panel, we'll get turned to paste. And they're like, but if we're suspended in water, there'll be no inertia. And they're like, oh, cool, we could do that. But then you couldn't just be in a suit in water, you'd have to be in the water itself. Well, let's genetically engineer ourselves to live in water. How do they live in War of the Worlds? They're genetically engineered aliens that suspend themselves in water. That's science fiction was often based on the theories of science fact that were completely irrational. They were just the imaginations of scientists saying, well, we could do this and this, and engineers are scratching their heads going, what the fuck, you want us to genetically engineer, do this, this, and this, and this? No! And that's why, those propulsion systems may or may not have existed, but rocketry was the slow and steady, fast, normal, rational, safe way to go about things, because, there's all kinds of propulsion systems out there, especially Schauberger's stuff, that is just so far out there that, you'd get turned to paste, or you'd end up, destroying the planet, ripping it in two, or tearing a mountain in half, and all this sort of stuff, and you think, I don't really want to be using that, and I don't think the public should get their hands on it either, because car crashes happen every day. And could you imagine someone in a flying car? I don't want flying cars. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want them. I don't want a car crashing through my fucking window because the guy fell asleep at the wheel because he's driving from China.
Well, what I'm is transporter system. We could beam ourselves from one part of the world to another. Imagine
in Australia 6 years ago, we proved that the Heisenberg's mirror is real. Yep, Heisenberg theorized teleportation back in 26.
Oh, wow.
And they teleported a photon. It wasn't actually energy transmission, but it wasn't the theory that's accepted in scientific or in science fiction. So it wasn't like turning you into a transmission and then rebuilding you at the other end. It's nothing like that.
Wasn't it changing? What was it? Rearranging, like reading the information and then transmitting and then rearrange it back again the same way? Was that the whole idea?
Yeah, that's the Star Trek style of teleportation. But Heisenberg's mirror is really interesting. It's about no two objects can exist in the universe that are exactly the same. So if I could build you here, if I could build you perfectly, you over there would be the you here. That's the basis of the theory. And we could do that with a photon and mirrors, and it's really, caveman style stuff, but we've proved that the theory is actually correct, that no two objects can exist in the same space.
Interesting.
That are exactly the same, yeah. It's really interesting, but we're light years away at the same time, exactly.
Right. And no two things can be in the exact same place at the exact same time.
Yeah, so we've proven it.
Time travel.
Yeah, see, I've read Hawking, and that's where I argue with him, and that's where I argue with a lot of them. you think of it like the relative field dynamic, like an apple, a toroid. You're destroying the past in order to create the future because the past comes back around and creates the future. You can't travel back in time. I don't believe you can.
Even if you could travel back in time, you would be the only one that did, and you'd just be in this huge universal void by yourself. I mean, it's kind of stupid. Seriously, people actually believe that all the people that have been dead for 100 years are magically going to wake up just because you traveled back in time. Are they out of their fucking minds? It's just stupid.
Yeah, then you've got the what's it called? Where you'd fracture time, like you'd actually shatter time if you travel back through it. You'd shatter it, and you'd actually destroy the future that you came from, and the past that you went to would be the future. So you wouldn't actually be traveling in time at all. You'd just be dragging yourself into the past that wouldn't exist. So you'd destroy. You'd basically be killing yourself. You'd be teleporting yourself into like a warp space and exist in your own space.
Yeah, it's kind of, I sort of, when you said that, I've never actually heard of what you're talking about, but what it reminded me of is are you familiar with the term frame dragging?
Frame dragging, that's it, yeah. Dr. Van Neumann, I think.
Yeah, it's basically what happens around a black hole, or it's used to explain what happens to a small thing around a super powerful other thing, and how you measure it mathematically, and that's frame by frame. And yeah, I understand what the guy who's talking, I understand what you're talking about based on frame dragging around a black hole.
One of the seven who came up with quantum with Planck theory, he sort of theorized that, but it was elaborated on during the atomic experiments. Though during the Manhattan Project, all the bigwigs would sit around, drinking tea and talking about really advanced concepts, and one of them sort of went off to the side and came up with that and said, yeah, frame dragging. And that was Van Neumann, and he was accused of being the head of the Philadelphia experiment and all this nonsense. The Montauk ship, the ship that disappeared in Philadelphia, if anyone bothered to research this, they'd find that ship, the Eldridge, was actually in service in Italy at the time.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the idea that somebody would experiment to try to make a ship disappear. I mean, of course they would. I would. Everybody would. That's where our, stealth bombers come from. People trying to hide stuff from radar. That's a perfectly legitimate idea and thing to do. But, the exaggeration of, oh, shit melted into the deck, people went to another dimension, the ship disappeared, all that kind of stuff, it starts to get a little, you need some evidence to sort of start backing up those nonsense claims. There's a guy, have you ever heard of a guy in Maine? I don't know, who he deals, I forget his name, but he deals with pyramids and energy, and he has a lot of whack claims. And I went to his little spiel there. I lived in Maine for a while to go skiing. It was so ridiculous, I had to leave like 10 minutes after I got there. But some people really believe it, and he has little like pyramid-shaped glass things he sells, and I'm blabbing on about this guy. I just wonder if you ever heard of him.
Yeah. It's it all goes along with the the X-Files, and David Duchovny in his little office. He's got that poster there, and it says, "I want to believe." People, they want to believe in the conspiracy. They just want to. They just want to believe there's something outside beside their little mundane lives.
Well,
people really like to believe that somehow energy is a conspiracy, and all you need, is a pole and a piece of wire, and everything's free.
Well, how about free energy? Look at some people who try to attempt to do it. I mean,
Adam's pulse generator.
Yeah. I mean, there have been people who've been killed just because
there are people who have died. There have not been people who've been murdered for their free energy.
Well,
there's also people who've been gone off the radar because it reached critical mass where the public went, okay, show us, and they're like, I'm just lying, I'm out of here, and they fucking run away.
Yeah.
They jump out the window like in The Simpsons. You hear the car take off. They're out of there.
Well, how about Tesla? I mean, how about what happened to him?
The magnifying transmitter.
Yeah, wireless
Yeah.
power. Transmitting
Yeah,
power
they
wirelessly.
set up wireless power in a warehouse, and the men were stealing all the wireless tools. Yeah, they set it up in a warehouse, and it's also been attributed to high density power lines. If you hold a fluorescent tube under a high density power line, it'll light
Correct.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll light up. That's ambient energy, and you can draw on that if you like, if you live under a high density power line. But yeah, you're also gonna probably get sick too,
Well, how
and
about
that's
people?
why it was never really used.
Well, how about people sitting there saying, "Well, I got solar panels, so I got power for free," and I go, "No, you have to pay for the equipment. It's not fuel efficient. It costs too much. That's why you don't see people using solar panels as much." So.
Yeah, I mean, nobody talks about these guys like Edison and Edison's lab assistant and Tesla. They were sending themselves crazy. They were messing around with stuff. They were playing with fire and they got burnt. And you could easily say that Tesla went crazy for messing around with really high voltages and the EM effects on the mind.
Well, he
and
did
you go back.
power.
You go back to the fly trap. The fly trap is a classic example of that. The 5 scientists working on the anti-grav for the Germans, they created some sort of deuteronium sphere or whatever, but it was sending them nuts. It was the same effect that the moon has on you, on the water in your brain, and it was actually sending them crazy. And they just said, we can't do this, And then the Americans got their hands on it, and they tried to cover it up and create the War of the Worlds and do all this, hide it and promote aliens so that they could use the experimental craft. And they found the exact same thing, And then they had these other lift engines that were powered by these Cummins diesel motors, and they were in service in Germany in 1934. But again, the craft members would have memory loss and all kinds of effects that are very, very well documented into the effects of EM on the mind, because your mind, your electricity in your brain uses EM as a carrier wave. And the other examples are, with the Philadelphia experiment with resonance, resonant frequencies and shattering cells and all that. Yeah, you can weaponize that, but it's going to kill the user as well. So they're good in fantasy, but we're still messing around with stuff that we can't create magnetic shields. We can't manipulate every atom around, the inference beams and the plasma distortion beams and plasma displacement ray and what do they call it? Infraction beam and all these exotic technologies. It's just we're playing with fire. It's like the nuclear rockets. The Russians are they're building a space station. They're going to build a nuclear rocket in space, and they're going to piss off to Mars with a nuclear rocket. And they're going to do that. They're already planning on doing it, and they're planning on they want to get their station built by 2018. You can't launch a nuclear rocket from the Earth because it'll leave a plume that will leave a massive fallout cloud in its way.
So it's going to pollute the air anyway, so it's not worth it.
That's why the runway at Area 51 is 9 miles long, because the tests with the nuclear rockets they realised really quickly, by the time the guy pulls up on the stick, he's already travelled 3 miles, These things are quick, but they're dirty. They're dirty as anything, and you can't have that. So that's why the Americans leaned on the compact fusion reactor, which it's hilarious. I love that. That's a testament to the ingenuity in the USA compared to, say, France. Yeah. France's compact fusion reactor is like 8,000 tons, 8 stories high. It's going to cost I think 270 million. It's going to be built in 2026. It'll be finished. The Americans wheel one out of a hangar. It's the size of a bathtub. It's just a lithium-4 plasma weaver. That's all it is. 99% efficient. It's beautiful. And now they've decided, well, we can generate power from this, but we're going to try for plasma rockets, and that's the next generation of rocketry.
Interesting. Plasma. Yep. Well, I think plasma might be the new way to produce power, and they say it's supposed to be somewhat safer. So
yeah, and I was talking to Rocket Man about the microwave rocket built in England the other night, and he said, it's a engineering level 1 and rocketry's level 10. It's tried, it's trusted, we know how it works, blah 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 blah. This stuff hasn't even got into testing phase yet. It works, but we don't know if it'll give us the necessary thrust or anything. So yeah. There's a lot of exotic technology out there, but there's very good reasons why it's top secret, because it's very, very dangerous.
Well, that's why Area 51 is so protected, and they came out with the whole alien bit so people would
stay the fuck away from it.
Yeah.
You know anything about holographic sound, Zeisis?
No, I've read a little bit about it, but sonoluminescence.
Well, essentially, it can give you, like, for example, if you light a mat, the sound of lighting a match can make your ear feel like it's burning and things of that nature. So it's one of those things. The reason I thought of it is it's one of those things that's just so dangerous and easy. The general, kids got their hands on it, they'd be fucking with each other and doing crazy things. But it's been around for 30. It's one of those things that's 30 or 40 years old that just hasn't made it into the general public. The Tesla University in Colorado does all kinds of experiments with it, and they have a cassette tape that you can actually, or you used to be able to buy. I don't know if you can still buy it, but you could listen to the cassette tape just on a normal fucking stereo, and it produces all these really freaky effects with your mind to make you think you're hot, cold, or this or that. It is some really fucking weird shit. And if you incorporate that into virtual reality and computer smell and all that kind of thing, it's just I just thought of it because it's one of those things that is not for human consumption.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd like what we're learning at the cutting edge, like what's like the latest cutting edge, the God helmet. Well, you guys would love that. And what we're learning, the God helmet, that is cutting edge. Yeah.
What does it do?
The applications of it. People put a helmet on with magnets in it, and they have a divine experience. Some people say they see Jesus, others say they see Allah, others say they experience like a God-like experience, and 20% of the population are completely immune. What's interesting about it, though, is that there's natural God helmets, and ancient sites are built on them, and that's why they're built where they are. Like Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid is also trying to simulate that in some small way, and instead of taking drugs, you can actually use, in the same way with the EM affecting your mind, you can affect the Earth's natural electromagnetic field to induce hallucinations and heightened senses, heightened states, all this kind of thing. And in these ancient sites, it's starting to be realized that that's what they were actually all about. It's really interesting. And they can get this God helmet right, and they're thinking of putting it into virtual reality helmets. It can make you feel like there's someone else standing in the room with you, like someone on the other side of the wall in a video game. Like you can smell stuff. You can smell burning when you alter. It can actually affect your mind, and there's no wet wire implants at all. There's no mesh. It's just magnets. It's awesome, and it's explaining a hell of a lot of stuff that's going on. And I've gone even a step further than that to say that the scalar wave effects that we see, even ghosts that people think they see and all this, that is going to be the very technology that we'll harness, or the very effect that we'll harness to create hologram. That EM fields causing scalar waves are exactly what we'll use to make hologram work and be real. Yep, like ones that you can touch and manipulate, and
Interesting.
Yep.
Wow.
So the ghosts of the past are the holograms of the future. Everything's science. Everything. Suck shit, ghost believers. It ain't ghosts. It's just the earth. Big spheres of light are seen above cities before earthquakes, or above the ground before earthquakes. It's a natural phenomena. Those lights that people see in the sky, it's a natural phenomena. It's known here in Australia as Min Lights, and there's a spot you can go here in Australia where you'll see them all the time. Yep.
Here's a real conspiracy.
Min Lights, MIN.
Here's a real conspiracy theory mystery nobody's really able to figure out yet. And that's, you ever heard of the Naga balls in Thailand?
Yeah.
It's fucking unbelievable. These big, huge fireballs basically get farted out of this river on the same day every year. And they're obviously not from God or there's, but nobody really has any kind of good scientific explanation as to where they come from, why they happen, all that. And I think it's probably because people kind of like a mystery. And so my guess would be the Thai government wouldn't allow you to excavate the site and fuck it all up and all that. But they're pretty cool, man. I actually went one year, and they're fucking big, huge fucking fire. It's like a naga is actually a kind of little dragon in the rivers around here. That's why they're called the Naga fireballs. But they're fucking awesome, dude. If you ever get a chance and you want to see something that we can't explain that's really cool, go see those things. They're fucking cool.
Well, actually, in Greece, they have what they call the petrified forest in one of the Greek islands. And, it's kind of interesting to see trees that used to be trees and now they're stone, and they're still trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, look at that. I'm predicting advanced concepts and stuff that's beyond these numbskulls' brains, and they're saying, I'm a shell and all this. Hey, he didn't call Tiffany a prostitute. He said that was some other woman. But you weren't listening, John. You're being selectively hearing again. Sorry, John, you were wrong. Go back and listen to the recording. He said, no, I don't mean Tiffany. He means someone else.
And first of all, it wasn't even me that called her a prostitute. It was George. And then George said, oh, no, I'm not talking about Tiffany. This fucking John Watson guy, I looked
he's
through
a
him
grub.
earlier. He made some other asinine comment about me that was completely, had everything all twisted around. So he's probably
what's
maybe an
hilarious about
elementary
these
school
guys,
kid or something.
I work with Christians. I work with Christians of all ages, and I visit them all the time. And they're really gentle, nice people for the most part. And you guys spit nothing but venom, yet claim to be Christian. I don't think you are. I don't think you're anything of the sort. I don't think you go to church. I don't think you've been to church. And I think you're full of shit. And yourself. More full of yourself than shit.
You know what they'd be?
Trolls.
Guess me, here's some guy come in the room thinking that because we think the Earth is a fucking globe, which it is, we must be Satanists. How in the fuck are people convinced that because you understand science, that makes you a Satanist? I mean, of course, it's been like that going on. My favorite is the lightning rod and Benjamin Franklin, how he was so astonished that these fucking church people would rather have their church catch on fire than use the lightning rod, which they claimed was an invention from Satan. Just ridiculous shit.
The ones that claim they're Christian and they're probably not, more than likely they're Jehovah's Witness or Latter-day Saints, because it's a lot easier to manipulate, say, a Christian into a Latter-day Saint type of a format than an everyday person, like yourself, Zysis. It'll be easier to manipulate a Christian into Latter-day Saint philosophy than you. So what I'd want to do, if I was to try and manipulate you, Zysis, what I'd want to do is I'd try to make you a Christian first, or something else, because you seem a bit, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to think about outside the box.
Seventh-day Adventist, maybe.
How you got to think about that, Zysis? How are they trying to indoctrinate you, buddy? How are they going to get you to believe their religion?
Well, you see, because your name highlights in the chat, I just see my name non-stop all the time from these guys, and it's like, wow, you just non-stop shitting on me. But I just showed you, I just predicted a concept that, it's probably going to happen when you're dying of old age, and you're going to go, holy shit, he was right. Yeah. Like, have you ever heard about, I'm teaching you stuff and you still shit on me for it. You smack my knowledge out of my hands and leave it in the dirt. And what do you offer? What do you offer? Just negativity, spite, rhetoric, garbage, and parroting stuff off YouTube. Has anyone ever told you about the robotic arms that have feeling and that it's helping people who have got, and like the experiments being done on unborn children here in Melbourne, in Australia, and people saying, that's evil. You should leave them. They should be born as retards and be born with multiple sclerosis. That's not right. Yeah, okay. They should be born in a wheelchair. No, I think that's right. If we have the technology to do it, then we should do it. If you got it, use it.
I agree.
The Stensons, the electrode Stensons that can go in your veins and actually give Parkinson's people back their memories. Those tests that we're doing and the volunteers involved, all the research done here in Melbourne, again, you would sit there and go, that's evil. Yet the quality of life of these people is horrifying. And if we can do anything to improve their quality of life, then we should be doing it. Not for profit, just because these people deserve some sort of life. So yeah, you guys can spit all your life. Just sit there and watch YouTube videos.
I wouldn't even be opposed if women wanted to get pregnant and give their unborn children to science, or even babies, frankly. I know it's a little Mengele sounding, but I don't even have a problem with people volunteering. I would prefer to see it be adults volunteering, but I don't have a problem with human experimentation at all. And frankly, every single drug trial out there is essentially a voluntary human experiment to see, there's an educated guess that nobody's going to die and get killed and all that, but there's more human experimentation than people are willing to admit that already goes on all the time.
Oh yeah. And without that, we wouldn't have codeine, paracetamol, insulin, methadone,
polio vaccine,
vaccines. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
the joint Australian-American-English project to get rid of the human papillomavirus. We've almost extinguished it.
Well, even AIDS vaccines. I mean, here in Thailand, they were doing some AIDS vaccine trial or something, and the assumption is, I guess, you take the vaccine and then have sex with people that have AIDS. Otherwise, how would you even know it works? So essentially, they were giving this vaccine to people who used, prostitutes, assuming, it's not like they're going to line up people with AIDS and say, well, pick one and have sex with them, but they're giving this, shot to people who utilize prostitutes, just assuming that they'll probably have sex with one that has AIDS or something. And that, to me, I mean, the vaccination, I understand. The pushing it and intentionally having sex with people that have AIDS is a little too much for me. They're going to have to find somebody else for that program.
Well, it's like saying you're wearing a suit that will protect you from extreme heat. Let's jump into a pile of lava and see if that will work.
Well, right, exactly. But there are people out there that do that kind of stuff that don't really care. If you were to, you could probably find a whole bunch of bums in California and say, look, we'll put you on a cruise ship with a 5-star treatment for a month if you take these pills for a month after you get back. They'd jump on it. They say, sure. They wouldn't even ask what the pills will do, what they're for. They don't give a shit. Free booze, cruise ship, fine, let's go.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you got the desperately ill who are willing to try anything. They don't care. Cut my head open and stick a whatever in it. Maybe it'll cure my cancer. Maybe it won't. I'm going to die anyway. Who cares? Experimenting on people like that shouldn't be something that's looked down on. Frankly, the people who are willing to do it, we should appreciate their efforts to, further science.
Well, it also helps with the activists like PETA saying to stop using animals for experiments. But I find it amazing that they care more about the animal humanity itself. But that's my other opinion.
To some extent, they do, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and they go around and then they turn around and eat a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's very bizarre.
Some people could really give a shit about animals. I'll tell you a funny story. I grew up, my mom liked dachshunds. She had like 12 of them at one point. She got cancer. I don't know, we're down to maybe 6 or 8 little dachshunds about the time she died. So she dies, has her funeral and all that. 2 days later, my dad took all 8 of those dachshunds to the vet and had them all killed. And my sister comes home one day and says, well, did it ever occur to you that maybe me or my brother might have wanted one of these family dogs that we've had for the last, 15 years? And he said, no, I never, that didn't even occur to me.
He couldn't wait to get rid of him. He's like, finally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus.
And what a great husband. I mean, he just let her have him, and he probably hated those damn things the whole damn time.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's just like, finally. He didn't even think, because all he just wanted to do was get rid of him. And people would say that makes him evil, but I look at the other side and say, what a loving husband, honestly, to put up with those existing all that time.
Yeah.
There's always two sides to every coin.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and it just surprised me that he was that quick to say, no, I all I want to do is kill him and get rid of him. Just kind of weird, I don't know. I don't think bad of it or anything. It was just strange. That's all.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard, they're saying this guy, John Watson, he's constantly saying in the comments saying that you said that Richard called Tiffany a prostitute. It's on recording. Make sure you tell her.
Whatever. I mean, I've called her a lot of things, but I've never called her a prostitute. Frankly, calling her a prostitute would be a step up from some of the other things I've called her. So whatever.
Well, calling someone a prostitute in our country is not a bad thing because it's legal here. Go figure. It's a noble trade. Prostitutes have husbands and children and families and lives.
Well, I wish
don't look down on prostitutes here.
Well, I wish they would legalize it all over the U.S. It's only legal in the northern part of Nevada. You know, it's just pathetic that it can't be done everywhere else. But
Yeah, wouldn't use calling somebody a prostitute as a slight anyway. It's like they're honest, hardworking people. At least they're not on fucking welfare, you know?
true. Yeah, look at Amsterdam.
Some of them over here earn damn good money, man.
Fuck, I live in Thailand, dude. I don't have to go to Amsterdam to see whores, believe me.
Oh no. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Look at Amsterdam with the red light district.
Oh, yeah.
Healthcare by the government. They're taken care of very well. They're probably the best women you're going to ever find anywhere in the world. You know, it's
Yeah, and
they got a town
very,
here called
very
Pattaya
well
that has
educated.
like 80,000 prostitutes in a town of about 90,000 people. It's fucking unbelievable.
wow.
Yeah, not including the tourists, of course. But yeah, it's just fucking weird, dude. You go, I mean, every place you go has like 15 girls and maybe 4 or 5 guys. You go to the, you know, the really big clubs that might have 50 girls and 10 or 20 customers or whatever. But the place is just overrun with, you know, 18 or probably 16 to 25-year-old girls. And it's just unfucking believable. In fact, my wife and I are going there this coming up weekend here in a couple days.
Wow.
Yeah, it's funny how most prostitutes that I've met, they've got like a degree in something, usually a master's degree, and they realise that they earn more in their trade than they do with their degree. So they're like, well, you know, I'll fall back on this when I'm older. And they just keep schooling themselves. They just keep going. You know, I know one that she's 36 now, and I don't know how many degrees she's got. It's scary. She's one of the most intelligent people I've ever spoken to, and she's just still a prostitute. She makes crazy money. She makes so much money. Yeah.
Yeah, and just for having sex. I mean, the thing I don't get about prostitution is why dudes pay extreme amounts. There's no girl out there. I'm a pretty wealthy guy, and there's no girl out there that I'm gonna pay thousands of dollars for. And some of these girls get 10, 100 grand from some people. I just don't get who is ponying up that kind of money just for some pussy.
It's just gullible people. Like, look at it, Northern Nevada. There are guys that are going in there paying $2,500 just for one night, and I'm like, well, you could go to Las Vegas and probably find some girl for like $20 or $50, and it's over with. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's more to do with the like a girl I know, Beck. She's beautiful. She's like Elle McPherson, and she can charge it, so she does. You know, 5,000 a night, no problem.
Why not? If you got it, why not flaunt it?
Yeah, and she's absolutely stunning, and she's intelligent. So the big businessmen, they can take her out to dinner. They can be seen with her. She's polite. She's distinguished. You know, she can hold her own against anyone in a conversation. So yeah, big businessmen, you know, they'll pay for that, and they fight over her too. You know, like, I'm going to the races. You're coming with me, and she's, oh, you know, I've got this guy. So she plays auctions with him.
So what in the fuck is with this John guy? We're all in here talking nicely about prostitutes and how they make money, and they're smart and they're educated. And John says, bunch of women-hating gays here. How the fuck do you get from what we're talking about to we hate women and we're gay? I mean, some people are just ignorant as all get out, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's a troll. Nothing but.
Oh, now we got some guy. You guys can believe in your science books. As opposed to what other kind of books should we believe instead, dude?
You just need to run read one book. We can read thousands and not know much. They can read one and know everything.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Richard is a dog fucker. I have no idea what that means, but I do like doggy style, but not all that much. Tom will forever be the guy that sat there lying to my nephew in comments. He lied through his teeth at my nephew, and I'm sitting over my nephew's shoulder going, right, that's it. One day I'm going to have my day with you, Tom. Fucker. He says I'm a dog fucker, and that's why I live in Thailand. Or maybe not me. Maybe some other Richard. I don't know. I thought he was talking about me, but maybe there's this Richard Clark guy in here, and he's kind of a whack job. Oh, no, he's talking about me, not Richard Clark. Well, let me tell you something, dude. How in the fuck, why would anybody come to Thailand where in the north they actually eat the dogs if they're a dog fucker? It seems to me they would go somewhere where there's lots of dogs, not a place where they scoop them up off the street and eat the fuck things. Jeez, Christ.
Yeah.
What is it with this John guy? Gay men, that's what we're listening to. That's what we're listening to.
I don't know. Let's all talk gay. Do your best impression of gay people. Hi, John. How are you?
Gold. That was gold, honestly. Oh, shit.
Johnny, will you come to voice with us? And no, Richard doesn't eat dogs. Dogs are just wonderful little creatures. I love dogs.
You are so wonderful, Richard. I love you. You're pretty.
Well,
Oh, you-
thank you very much.
Oh,
Well, you guys-
now he's saying confirm.
You guys don't want me to do my gay voice. I can do several.
Yeah. See, he's
Yeah.
still saying confirm.
You sound like one of those tops, says Isis. Are you a top or a bottom?
I can play on the bottom if you're live. Oh, that wasn't good. I get so much crap in my from laughing.
You want to get either received. Oh, God.
Elias, be nice. What's wrong with you? Don't you know it's 2016? Being a homosexual is not a bad thing anymore.
Just stop it.
John says that we're not joking.
It's just ridiculous. Stop it.
I'll bet you don't like lesbians either. But why do you watch so many of them on your dirty little porn movie if you don't like homosexuality?
That's hilarious when blokes think, lesbians are good. Like, why would you think that a lesbian is going to even want anything to do with you?
Yeah.
They're a lesbian.
I have a lesbian friend right now. She's getting married coming up next year, but I always would joke around with her saying that, I am also a lesbian, and now I got to compete against you with other women, and then she jokes around about it and she laughs.
Yeah,
It's kind of funny about thinking about that, but you got idiots like this guy, this John, that is just totally paranoid about the whole gay lesbian.
Here's one for you. In Thailand, we have a lot of lady boys, right? Well, I know this one lady boy who's a lady boy lesbian. And at first I'm like, well, I don't even know what in the fuck that means, but what it means, I guess, is that she has a girlfriend. So she's a lady boy who she's a dude who identifies as a girl who identifies as a lesbian, and it's like, wow, why did you go all that trouble to become a lady boy to fuck girls? I just don't get it,
Yeah, that is weird. Because I always thought the lady boys was for other guys.
Full points to that guy. He's got it down. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking, and she looks like a girl, and they're like lesbians or whatever, but she's not a girl, so the other girl isn't really fucking a lesbian. She's fucking a dude with a dick who looks like it's not so much the ladyboy lesbian part that's weird. It's the girl that she goes out with is just fucking strange as she is, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I bet he pulls more pussy than he could pull more pussy than any of us combined.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? The girls like the non-threatening kind of people. So yeah, who knows, man? But it's just weird. She told me that. She goes, "Oh, I'm a ladyboy lesbian," and you don't. This like when I was first in Thailand. You don't want to be stupid. You want to like pretend you know what she's talking about, right? And finally, after she was a bartender, is how I met her. And finally, I just said, "Okay, I'll bite. What the fucking ladyboy lesbian?" Oh well, let me tell you.
Yeah, I saw the Stonehenge fake. He's just saying he's never been there. That's all. Poor cunt.
Oh.
He's never been to Stonehenge. Maybe one day, but he ain't been there. Oh, the other guy. He was saying that they went to Stonehenge and it's concrete with girders inside the. It's like what? So you think we can't lift stones? They're not that big. Like 4 men could make Stonehenge. You just got to know live.
Well, they've been saying for years that it was like a mystery for many years, but
yeah, mechanical advantage. I got a buddy that goes there nearly every night and photographs around the place. Stephen Criddle. He does a lot of stuff. He posts it all on YouTube all the time because he sees a lot of EM, and I encourage him because I'm like, you're working in a field of science that's not recognised yet. You're what's his name with the kite and the lightning storm and the key.
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin, that's it. Mm.
Yes, the guy who tried to give lightning rods to churches, but they said he was the fucking work of Satan. People
Yeah.
churches are fucking morons.
Yeah. Well, he was an inventor. He knew his stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
he
he
certainly
must be
did.
in line with Satan then if he invented something, right?
But it's like how a gay man sees a homophobe. They're like, "What are you afraid that I'm going to convert you to being gay or something? Like, are you afraid you're going to have sex with me?" Gay men have
No,
no
that's
interest in
ridiculous.
straight men at all.
No, that's ridiculous. No.
Yeah, that's what homophobia pretty much is. If you're a homophobe, you're afraid.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I guess the thing that gets me is that all the real serious homophobes, they're like these big strapping Texas dudes, and they're somehow worried about some effeminate sissy. That doesn't really add up very well for me either.
I know a couple of gays at the time and are not,
Well, yeah, you got those kind of gay people too, but
Yeah.
that's not really that doesn't bother them so much. What really bothers them is that being an effeminate gay man is against the Bible, number one, but it's just so grating and annoying to them is probably why they don't like it. And quite honestly, that part I get because I find that to be as fake and phony as like the California girl accent from the Frank Zappa albums that a lot of girls started doing back in the 90s, the Valley Girl thing. It's just fake and phony. And I find the accent I was using a few minutes ago to be contrived. It's fake and phony. It's like they want everybody to know they're gay, so they have to be different, and that just kind of annoys me too, Frank.
Well, I mean, there are different people with different views how they do things. Like there's a guy named Milo Yiannopoulos. The guy was born in Greece, raised by a Jewish mother. He was raised in England. He's gay, conservative, now lives in the United States, and he's a Trump supporter. But they all hate him,
Yeah, I know who he is. He's actually pretty cool, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've seen a few of his videos. I've seen a few of his debates with feminists, and he's a smart guy. He rips those feminists a new asshole every time he talks to them.
Yeah, I saw him in Chicago when he went to DePaul. I was there. And when I saw him there, you should have seen him rip on these Black Lives Matter guys. He was sitting there saying, "Yeah, honey, you're probably upset because I sat there and,
I fucked your boyfriend, yeah.
Yeah, I was fucking all your male black guys and you can't get any." And she got,
no, actually what he said is, you're probably mad because I fucked your brother. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He did say that.
I just had an idea that
you know that Milo Yiannopoulos is an actor, right?
Oh, he is not an actor, Andy.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's not really gay. Can't you see through that act?
Okay, how do you see it? It's an act. I like to see.
I obviously that's an act. I obviously think he's not gay, and that's an act. Just like everybody put on their own little eccentric gay voice. We've all got it. He's just doing his one. He's just doing his interpretation of the gay guy. So you give it to him.
Go into a gay bar, try to act gay.
You realize he already give you the rhetoric. So
gay guys could tell a mile away if they're gay or not.
No.
They can tell by your body language, man.
What are you talking about in this day and age? No way, man. In this day and age, with all the bullshit
More
clothes,
so.
all you have to do is dress with some skinny jeans and shit, and dress a little bit gay.
No. You could.
It works for Reuters.
Their gay dart is really good. They're very accurate. They could tell a mile away.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't think gay.
Mile away, easy. Yeah.
Oh no.
I've grown up with tons of gay blokes, man. They're not what you think.
Totally different guy.
Yeah, they don't go for straight guys at all, and I can tell you right now, they've got no interest in straight men, and they can spot each other a mile off from across the street, man. Just by the way they walk, everything, inflections, way you talk, everything.
Well, I went to this thing in Maine. I was telling you before, I lived in Maine, but I don't even remember what it was, 4th of July or something like that. But anyway, I went with this dude who is gay, and every 10 minutes or something, he'd say, "Oh, did you see that dude looking at you? Did you this? Did you that?" And I'm like, no, he must have said it like 30 times, and never once did I see any other dudes looking at me. But he noticed like all these times, you know.
Yep. That's why you go out partying with them, and like I've got to admit, like I'd love to be gay because man, they get the best drugs, they have the best time, they have so much fucking fun, and I go out drinking with them. I tell you what, it's the best night ever, and yeah, they're like, stay away from him, don't go near me because they're like you won't get down his pants, and I'm like, well, they all defend me, but it's hilarious, like the way they're just like, oh, I'd love to suck his dick and shit like that. It's like, oh man, I don't want to hear this stuff. Like I really don't. The shit they say is
I know
just
what you
like,
mean.
out there.
I wouldn't go to that. Wherever I went with that dude, I probably wouldn't go again because it's just kind of weirded out, sort of later. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I do the same thing with my lesbian friends. We sit there and talk about women all the time, saying that woman's hot, that one isn't, her boobs are great. Yeah, I would like to get my hands on her, and blah blah blah. It's great, especially with lesbians. It's different with lesbians than it is with guys. But to me, I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it depends on the lesbian. If they're kind of a normal girl, it's probably fine. But I've never really hung out with the, flannel shirt, short hair, softball playing lesbian types. I don't think they're sitting around having fun with dudes. Seems like they really don't like dudes.
Oh man,
That's the best description I've ever fucking heard. Flannel.
I live with two lesbians. And I'll tell you what, they could pick up the best looking girls for me. They'd be like, yeah, we'll get her for you. And they'd, from across the room, they'd say, yeah, we can.
That's happened to me.
Man, they were the best wingmen ever. It was awesome. Loved it. Yeah, for lesbians, it's a little bit different within gay men, because lesbians will sort of cross that bridge, They'll see a girl and they can seduce another girl. They can do that, a straight girl for a one-night stand.
They probably can, sure.
Yeah, they do it all the time.
Well,
and you get
getting your pussy eaten is
relationship.
probably less scary than getting a cock up your ass. Is probably why they're more successful.
They use the tools. Trust me, they use the tools.
Yeah, and the fists and the hand. Yeah.
You got this big black cock going into it, and you're like,
get a cock up your ass.
That is scary. I don't want no dicks near my butthole.
I don't even want to try that shit. Obviously, a woman's going to be a dyke.
Yeah, my cure for prison would be that I would never wipe. I'd just never wipe my ass, and I'd just take my arsehole with my own shit, and let it dry up there. And you pull my pants down, you'd be like, oh, I'll have maggots crawling around in my ass crack. I don't care. You're not touching my bumhole.
That's it. Streak for days, man. My one comes down the back of your leg. They thought I was black. They did. They thought I was black, man, until I turn around.
Hey, Andy, believe this shit? John Watson's saying that you're gay, confirmed gay. Why, you know what, John? Why don't you just boot yourself out?
Oh, he's a little kid. Come on. You can tell he's a little kid. Either that or he's a man-child, so take a choice, John. So I know it's
He's
limited.
probably never had sex before, I'm guessing.
Oh, I'm smelling a little kid,
I sort of wish I was gay. I've never heard of a gay bad relationship.
I think you mean with another person, George?
Yeah, with anybody. I don't think he's ever had sex.
Over. Every relationship that I've been in, I've got fucked over. So, I've never heard of a bad gay relationship, though. So, maybe.
Oh, no. It's happened. Oh, no.
Yeah, it happens.
I just don't hear about it. I've got,
I think those dudes getting fucked by Jeffrey Dahmer would probably disagree.
Yeah, I'm breaking up with him. Really
well, Jeffrey Dahmer was raped first before he was killed, so. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, mate. I don't know.
Jesus, that's a good one. Jeffrey Dahmer's inmate. Jeffrey Dahmer's victims would disagree. help, I'm being raped. Oh, wait, I got battery acid in my brain. I kind of don't care or don't know, but I help, I'm being raped.
Oh, man.
Oh, God. Obama is gay.
Yeah.
Well, I think Michelle's a
Michelle Obama's a man.
So Bill Gates is gay and he's married, and he doesn't even.
He called him Michael like a few times now. It's been Michael.
One of the wealthiest Russian tycoons. When he came to Australia, like very, very powerful in Russia, he hired 57 prostitutes for his hotel room. Must have been gay.
You know what it probably was? Michelle Obama's probably Michael Jackson in disguise.
I don't think Obama's that sick.
Well, everybody keeps on saying that she has like square shoulders, like a man. Her hands are positioned like a man or something.
Michael always had them square shoulders.
And nobody's seen pictures of their kids when they were infants. You know, a lot of people were saying that. Yeah.
That's it. It's a bit sus. First gay president.
People say Lady Gaga's a transsexual. Is that true?
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
No,
yeah.
no, met her. Long brown hair, 17-year-old girl playing the piano like a goddess. She was amazing at the piano.
Yeah, I just I ran into like a picture or something where they're like trying to say she has a dick or something. I vaguely remember it. I don't know.
Nah, she's
I've
definitely
heard that.
she's it's what they call PR metrics. You just create tons of rumor. It's like Jimi Hendrix and the acid under the headband. That was never, it's just that his agent wanted Jimmy to get more notoriety, so drugs were big, so he just promoted Jimmy as a druggo. But Jimmy wasn't near the druggo that people make him out to be.
Well, so I don't know, man. Those fuckers were dropping like flies back when I was growing up, man. Fucking, I don't know. There's a lot of dope, a lot of fucking marijuana, acid, quaaludes, all that shit didn't lead to anything good for a lot of people.
Well, I mean, look at Ozzy Osbourne. You know, the guy's a mess. He's lucky to be alive.
No, he fucked himself from the beginning. You know, I mean, he put himself into hell trying to impress a record label company by biting off a chicken's head and say, "This is what I got," and then he got it. I mean, I don't know.
I heard Rod Stewart sucked off a whole crowd of people to impress people the same way.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Depends who you're. I don't think they're trying to impress the record label as much as the fans. You know.
Well, didn't they? Wasn't there that rumor that? I mean, there's tons of rumors about famous people because people will make up any shit just to get their voice heard. Rod Stewart collapsed on stage and they pumped 10 liters of sperm out of his stomach.
Right,
Richard Gere shoved gerbils up his ass.
Well, look at Prince.
What happened to that anyway? That was a big thing years back with the gerbils up your ass. Did people just stop doing that? Did they pass a law or something? How did that little thing just disappear out of society all of a sudden? Or was it not all that much fun to have gerbils in your ass in the first place?
Probably that's what it was.
Probably the fact that vibrators sort of shut that rumor down, you know, like a dildo vibrator, you know.
Right, I guess.
Well,
I don't know, but it was, I mean, don't you agree it was a big thing at one point? I mean, everybody's heard of it, right?
Yeah, everyone had gerbils up the ass with the nails clipped off and the teeth cut out, and it dies in your asshole. Feels good.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem.
Well, you heard about Prince that he died because of AIDS and all that, and he was praying to God, thinking that if he didn't take the medicine, that God would help him. And he was on his dying bed and saying that I should have taken the medicine. It was too little, too late, and then he died once he arrived in Minnesota.
Well, that's like the Christians like to say Darwin, recanted Darwinism or something on his deathbed, which is a load of crap. That lady's just a big liar.
Yeah. So like most people would jump off a building, they're screaming, "Oh shit," because they regret it halfway down. There's no turning back.
Yeah. Oh, that's not gravity. Remember that. There's no such thing as gravity.
It's density.
So I'm still trying to figure out why, according to the flat Earth model, the sun revolves above the flat plane. If there's no gravity and it's just density, why doesn't the sun splatter into the ground?
Oh, come on, you're using logic. You can't. It's on a railroad track. Masons built a railroad track.
Yeah.
No, they have this big bar
top dome there.
up in the dome.
Them crazy Illuminati bastards. They'll do anything to keep the secret alive.
Yeah, the shape-shifting Jew Mason Illuminati dumb.
No. Alex Jones says it's all lizard people.
Lizard people.
David, huh?
Lizard people. Jesus.
Yes.
You never heard of that?
Yeah, David Icke says so.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it's...
guys fucking out to lunch, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, he must have watched that TV series on acid.
Yeah, I remember.
That's what happened to him.
Yeah, I was a kid. I remember that show. They plastered the biggest marketing idea they ever came with was when they posted the big V, just like if it was real in the TV show, and put this huge scare in the people. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Reefer Madness clip from back in the 70s or whenever it was.
Jeez, I vaguely remember that.
No, I don't remember that.
You should watch it, man, just to remind yourself how about propaganda. It's just fucking unbelievable. Some kid smokes a joint, and the next thing, they're Satanists, they're rapists. There's one guy who smokes a joint and just runs through a glass window. Another one jumps off a building.
What?
It was a government film to, like an educational film about marijuana, and it's just unbelievably fucking crazy. But back then, it made sense to people. People believed it. They're like, oh my God, look at what marijuana does, and fuck me. It's just
well, it was the people in the masses that just never seen it or experienced it, so they put the fear of God.
Henry
Yeah,
Anslinger, the demonization of marijuana.
Popular thing. They showed it at high schools and all that kind of shit, man.
Yeah.
They sent Anslinger after it in the 30s. After the Prohibition days, Anslinger attacked the marijuana, the demon weed. They put all those signs on the trains and big billboards. It was a huge campaign.
Well, it was
a lot of
morally
conspiracy
legal.
stuff, ISIS. What was the deal with the train and the Vietnam War in California? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The train?
Now, there was some train that people claim America attacked and blew up or something right around the time of the Vietnam War. It has some connection to the Vietnam War, kind of one of those false flag attack conspiracies. I guess you don't know what I'm talking about.
I thought it was the Gulf of Tonkin that
Well,
US
yeah, there's that too, but if you look into like the Vietnam War era, there's some conspiracy about a train that blew up and killed a bunch of people that has something to do with promoting the Vietnam War, and that came up the other day, and I just don't remember enough about it to even research it because I don't even know what it's called, but it happened. There was a train that blew up, and then the conspiracy theory goes along with it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
What did you Google, or how are you looking it up?
Well, it says here, in 1965, Vietnam War, a small girl injured in a train explosion.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, I see it right here. Okay. It was a photo showing this girl that was killed and some others who are injured. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Blamed it on Pol Pot. I mean, the main reason why America went into Vietnam was because of the killing fields of Cambodia.
Oh, it was drugs. It was drugs. My dad was there in Cambodia and Laos, and he was in the U.S. Army. He said it was all drugs. CIA, Air America, just like they said in the movie. Exactly what it was.
Yeah, but Pol Pot was killing he was trying to take all the fields.
Yeah.
He was killing all the farmers and all the people in Cambodia. And I mean, I remember my father was telling me about a river, and it was so full of bodies, it was dammed. There was just thousands of bodies floating down this river, and it dammed up. And he said it was just insane. Like, you've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, he killed 1.2 million people. Killed a lot of people.
It's crazy.
You know the good thing about that, don't you? And that is, if you go to Cambodia, there's not a lot of old people getting in your way. So it's not the worst. There's the good side to everything, and there's a lot of young people in Cambodia, and they don't have to pay a lot of taxes for Social Security and stuff like that. It's not all bad.
It's so brutal, but it's true.
Well, it is true, but it sounds bad, but.
The brutal truth. I love it. I like that when the guys have to declare they're leaving. That's funny. I'm leaving. Yeah, well, don't hit your ass on the door on the way out.
Yeah. Goodbye, inbreds. Yeah, goodbye, you.
Bye. Have a nice time.
Hi, boys. Yeah. It's funny that Flat Earth can turn a truther into a government shill, though.
Yeah, they're all shill. They got to be shills. I mean, you have people like Mark Sargent. He thinks everybody's a shill.
Well, I just can't imagine the mentality that would bring you to believe that the CIA gives a shit about the flat Earth debate on fucking Yahoo or on YouTube.
Oh,
the CIA has a lot better shit to worry about than this fucking chat room. I promise you that.
Yeah, like securing fucking parts of Africa, for example, like all of it.
Yeah, but don't forget, there was an article a couple weeks ago talking about China doing over 500 billion comments in China to subvert people on the internet. And they were talking about that correlation, what's happening here in the United States right now. They're doing the same thing. But it's not happening all the time. That's the difference.
All I know is if you could actually get paid for sitting here doing a whole bunch of nothing but running your mouth, fucking sign me up. You know,
Yeah, me too.
I'll take the check.
Yeah, hell yes. Yeah, I'll go out and guard the ice wall too. Give me that job.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll even become a flat earther if they want to throw money my way. I'm just here to chat. I don't particularly have a side necessarily.
Hell, I'll apply my brain to making you a proper working flat Earth model that'll pretty much, it'll fool most people. How about that? I'll show you a good, nice, complex flat Earth model. Oh, I guess you wouldn't understand it though, so you wouldn't be able to sell it yourself. It's like the kid who came on and said that it's like the Pac-Man model, and I'm going, yeah, nature does that. If you go around one side, you come out the other side, like in Pac-Man. Yeah, nature's doing that. We're doing that right now. It's called a sphere. You're
And why can't I feel myself spinning if we're going so fast?
Yeah, we wouldn't be here if you could.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's just Poncho Pete from last night that just drove me up the wall, and I don't think Zai said that there's no way that you would have convinced him. There is no way.
There's no
way.
convincing. No. To him, it's an act. He's a circus player.
Well, of course, he's a magician. That's what he is.
The smiles and the inflections give it away.
Yeah.
Way too obvious.
Yeah, if you watch his icon, you can tell he's sort of troll.
Yeah, he's like Antonio Sewer Rats. He's looking for a chance at fame. It's like, why don't you go to Game of Thrones, mate? Be an extra on some sets. It's not difficult work. And you just what De Niro did 290 auditions before he got a part? 290.
Morgan Freeman, same thing with him. He wasn't until his 40s before he was able to get into movies.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, he just tried. He never gave up, ever.
Yeah. But with Antonio, it was that got you moment. Like, he will sit there and bullshit, and he's like waiting, and go, aha! And then you're like, we told you were going to do that. And he's like, no, I didn't. I mean, how can you do that?
Yeah. Of course, they're all the movie people are born into it.
Yeah.
It's funny that Michael J. Fox, where's he been lately? Oh wait, he's dying.
Yeah. He has Parkinson's. Let's see. Does he have the ability to stay still at a given moment? No, because he has a sickness. They're all actors.
Yeah. Actually, nice people generally.
Yeah. And Kennedy is really Jimmy Carter, the peanut. Come on.
Now, I understand the whole family connection in Hollywood and all that. The one thing I don't get is in sports. I think, people like, why would Joe Montana's son, become a quarterback in the NFL? What are the odds of that? And that's something where you actually have to be good and better than all the other motherfuckers. That's when I see a professional sports star's kid, taking on the family business, then I really question whether that person's there for marketing or they're really buck the odds and are really that good.
It depends on the person itself. Walt Payton's son actually went to the University of Alabama where his father went, and he worked hard for it. He did practice, and he did become one of the best running backs of University of Alabama in years. And he actually did the work. Now, I would say most of the others didn't really do the work as hard just because of the fame of their father or mother or whoever it may be. But for a few out there, like Walt Payton's son, no, he did it because he worked for it and not because of his father. Yeah, his father was a fame, but, it's different for every person.
I guess. I don't know. It just seems a little suspicious. I don't really follow sports, so I would.
Yeah. Well, no, I do agree with you.
You understand what I'm saying? How it bucks the odds so much?
Yeah, because of the favor, because of the fame and all that. I agree. Yeah, it's the same thing in movies.
Fame is fickle, though. Unless you keep working at it.
Yeah, but movies, you don't have to be. I don't care what anybody says. You don't have to be good at anything. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I was in a movie when I was 14 or something. They put an ad in the local newspaper. Me and my friends went. I got a part, and it was a public broadcast thing for prospective foster parents, and I was the foster kid's boyfriend. I didn't know anything about acting. I'd never done any drama, and the movie looked like it came out of Hollywood, basically. It was nothing to it at all. say your lines, and I had to pretend I was drunk, so I smoked a bunch of weed, and it's like no big deal.
Yeah, well, it depends on the part, really. It depends on what you're doing. Like, someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's a very good actor, but it's not his lines that he's good at. He doesn't have to be good at lines. He's a good body actor. He knows how to look good in front of the camera. He knows what angle to take, and because he's a bodybuilder, he's worked the mirror like crazy.
Right.
So he knows exactly how he looks to the camera. So he's a draw card as well, because people see Schwarzenegger and they just go to the movie. But before that, Conan days, brilliant body actor.
Here called Law and Order, and she's like one of the prosecutors or something. She's a lawyer and not one of the cops, but she got her part because some guy from some studio heard her talking on a plane. That's the only qualification that she had, was some executive liked the sound of her voice.
Yep.
I mean, it's just random. You don't really have to be. I stand on what I say. You do not have to be good at anything. Maybe you're good looking, maybe you have the voice, but being an actor is not like being a fucking brain surgeon.
It's like Harrison Ford. I mean, he was a carpenter working on the Star Wars set, and he fell down fell down from the stage, from the light stage, and fell down onto the stage, and he just went, "Oh, sorry guys," he had that grin, and he just said, "Do that again," and he's like, "Oh, sorry guys," and he just loved that sideways kind of grin that he does. Bang, he's famous.
Yeah,
he did a big part before that, but and he, even Tom Selleck, he was actually the first Indiana Jones, and he filmed right up to the part where he swings the sword, and he pulls the gun and shoots the swordsman. Tom Selleck actually did right up to that, and then he got the part for Magnum PI and said, "Oh, sorry, Steve, I'm out of here."
Really?
And Spielberg was straight onto the phone to Harrison Ford and said, "Do you want to finish off this movie?" And he's, "Yeah, sure." So, Harrison Ford got his parts not really by auditioning at all. Bill Murray's the same. Yeah. Bill Murray doesn't even have an agent. He just decides to pick up the phone one day, and if someone says, "Hey, I've got a film for you," if he picks up the phone, he picks up the phone and says, "Yes, I'll do it," and then hangs up again.
Can I make a prediction?
Yeah. What's that?
Can I make? Well, the Olympics is on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, my prediction would be that within the next couple of days, that Vigilant Mario or whatever it is, he's going to upload videos about the Olympics having Illuminati symbolism and there being some type of a ritual that was occurring. All right, that's my prediction.
So you think they're going to do something live on air?
No. I'm saying that within the next couple of days, that's what Vigilant Christian is going to upload videos about.
Him. Okay, got it.
Yeah. I think it's him.
A lot of people will. It's not uncommon for YouTube.
But there's usually like a certain genre of them. It's usually the Vigilant Christian, and then there'll be a couple of his cronies that will follow. But yeah, it's usually the certain people do it.
That Olympics is pretty dangerous. Fuck, I heard of some bus got hit, some tent got hit with gunfire and bullets, and you got the Zika virus, and fuck me. Usually you have the Olympics to promote your country. It's almost like they're having the Olympics to put a death nail in tourism for the next 10 years.
Well, here's the problem with the Olympics that I don't like. It's too costly. It puts countries in debt. What they should do is just pick one place in the world and just do the Olympics there every time, and everybody contributes to the upkeep, and do it that way.
You could have an awesome Olympic site doing that, couldn't you?
Yeah,
Imagine that if you even just put 20% of the money into it that you're putting into it now each year. It'd just be amazing.
That's how
exactly.
That's how it should.
That's a brilliant idea.
Imagine
they should put it in Greece, because that's where it started, isn't it?
Over in Olympia. They should do it there. Everybody contributes. It's easy.
We could build like a Super Bowl, like the Mega Bowl.
Yeah.
Because the Super Bowl's insane.
Them people over there in Saudi Arabia are building indoor ski areas. Surely we could build a Super Bowl.
I've been to Dubai. I got a chance to go to see the indoor skiing hill, and I couldn't get a chance to do it because it was too long of a line. But I saw the people doing skis, like real snow, and they produce all this snow. Like I don't know how long it takes it, but they have it on like year in and year out. It's amazing.
Yeah. there was at the Expo, World Expo, they had that, the big ski mountain that was fake. Really weird. This is huge ice cutter blowing the ice. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, the Dubai. When you mentioned Dubai, they couldn't decide what stadium to use for the World Cup soccer. So they built like 9 of them. And they're like, we'll just take our pick. They couldn't decide what design to go with, and it's scary how much money they've spent on them. Unbelievable.
Well, how much money they spent on the towers, and they have buildings that they can't finish anymore because they're broke now.
Yeah, and there's like the place is like a ghost town. If you go there in the middle of the afternoon, it is like a ghost town. It's really, really weird. And then the nightlife past 10 o'clock, there's not a soul. No, because no one drinks.
Yeah, you can't drink. Yeah. Well, it depends on some of the places.
Yeah.
There were some places you could drink that it was allowed, but in most places, no.
Yeah, it's a ghost town. It's really strange.
Well, it also depends if you're a Muslim or not. They don't really give a shit if you drink if you're not Muslim in most of those countries.
Oh, there's some places
not
where
in
they
Saudi
don't let
Arabia.
you.
Not in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, you won't see a lick of liquor.
Yeah, you can't actually get it, and they corner you off down the end there, and they say this is where you can buy alcohol and be yourself, and people flock to it. But there's a lot of tourists there, but still the place is really weird, really strange.
Well, it's a different mentality. They were hoping to get tourism to replace the oil that it's being depleted already, so they have to do something.
I snuck LSD over there, and because LSD is easy to sneak around, and I remember, and there's this young Arab guy, and he's all white, dressed in like silk, and are you okay? Because I'm on my hands and knees crying with laughter, so I can't stop laughing, and my friend's like kicking me because we're just doing dumb stuff, and we're in this like huge elaborate mall, and there's no one around, and he's like, is he okay? And I've just looked at him looked at him straight in the eyes, and I've gone, I'm on LSD, and I don't understand what you're saying, and I'm like, I'm on really potent drugs, and he's, oh, you're Australian, okay. You're Australian, that's normal. Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. Being in Australia, people always refer Australia to Crocodile Dundee, and they're like, is that how it is in Australia? And I'm like, no, that's all movie and stuff like that. Do you hear that a lot? People saying that because you're Australian?
Oh, in America, I used to, yeah. And Canada, especially, yeah. And it's certainly in America, everyone's like, they'd say crikey. Can you say crikey? And I'd be like, crikey. You sort of have fun with it, but it's like saying, everyone thinks, all the Aussies think you guys are John Wayne. I mean, like John Wayne or...
Well, yeah. I mean, people think because I'm from Chicago, and they're like, oh, yeah, Al Capone and gangs and people getting killed. And I go, no. You see, people get killed in small little neighborhoods. It's not all over Chicago. You do know that. Oh, I thought it was the whole city. And I go, no, that's not how it is. It's embarrassing. It really is. I'm embarrassed to say it because of my city.
Yeah, and the military gave away all their band equipment, the military gave away all their old music equipment, which created jazz, Homer Jazz.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Yeah, that's how it was created.
Oh.
Yeah, the military got rid of all their surplus. They just gave it away to all the poor communities in Chicago.
Well, it's blues, not jazz.
Blues.
Yeah. Jazz. Then you're talking more like
New Yorky
things. Some of the other cities.
Yeah, over towards Atlanta, I guess. But,
yeah. We do blues over here. Muddy Waters and some of the big greats. Yeah. But it's different here in Chicago. Got the Smashing Pumpkins. Alternative music. It's basically from Chicago and Seattle, but
you got your little red zone.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that.
Red zone.
Yeah, people. Well, I didn't know if that's true or not because someone said, "Oh, there's a red area. No one goes there anymore." They draw a red line on the map and say, "You just don't go there."
Don't go there
because crime's so bad.
Well, I
don't really believe that. I mean, I lived in North Carolina for quite some time, and New York, and LA. But
no, New York's different. New York is kind of similar to Chicago, where you just bumped into someone and you're like, "What the fuck?" and then you move on, and then that's it.
Yeah.
But I'm walking here. And everywhere else, it's like, oh, excuse me. But in New York and Chicago, you just bump and you're like, fuck you, and then you walk on by, and people are like, what the fuck was that? And I go, that's how it is here. They have no time to argue.
That's so true, though. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've had so many people tell me about, how bad it is in Chicago and what's your opinion. And I keep on telling them. And I said, look, it's just a few areas. I just wish they would just tear down those 3 neighborhoods and start all over again. It would solve a lot of problems, but they don't care. They get, people 60 shots in one day, and 8 people getting killed. Nobody cares, but they'll care about the 2 kids, one in Louisiana and the other one in Minnesota that got shot by a cop. That's more important. 2 people versus 60. Yeah, good math right there. Fuckers. Yeah. I hate that. That pisses me off. Obama does nothing about it. Our city does nothing about it. Our governor can't do anything. It's so corrupt here in the city of Chicago. I can't believe we're still even existed in this damn place.
Well, why don't they give like free shooting lessons to gang members so that their shots, they kill the people they're shooting at so their bullets don't go astray. That's what I would do if I was the mayor of Chicago.
Yeah, but
I'd
here's
offer firearms instruction to all the gang members.
Give them tactical training so they can kill each other faster. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea, actually.
No. But here's the problem. They have this mentality of the no snitch mentality. You do not snitch on each other. And the problem is that you got women out there, black women, that will snitch on the cops because they're not getting their money, or they know that if they do snitch, they would get more money from the government, and they put these guys in jail. But I just find that utterly amazing, and nothing's done about it because of the no snitch policy. It's bullshit.
Jesus.
Yeah.
There's Adam pulling a cone. Smoking a bowl, Adam? You got your speaker on.
It wasn't fucking me.
Oh, I think it was.
Tripper. It wasn't me. It's the kettle or something boiling.
You're a tripper. Hey, I'm getting. It's my birthday next week. I'm getting 4,400 milligrams of LSD-25, and I'm gonna have a good time.
Go for it.
Birthday.
Yeah, my girl's flying up from Melbourne. We're gonna have a nice time in the city and just float around.
While you're up there floating around, take a picture so I can see the curvature.
Take a picture? No.
Yeah, you said you're going to be floating around, so if you get high...
Oh, no, I'll be floating like, 2 inches off the ground.
Oh, I would love to see that. Yeah, but we can't say it's science. No way.
I fly all the time. I fly all the time in my dreams, like all the time. It gets annoying sometimes. Yeah, I'm either flying or swimming. I've mastered that shit. I want to do something different.
You want to do something different? When you fly next time, try to grab a bird.
It's a good one.
Yeah, try to see if you could grab one. I would love to see that.
Yeah, the reef's not as good as it used to be. Reef's nowhere near as good. Great Barrier Reef. I'm just responding to what Daily Randy said. Yeah.
Bear Reef. Have you been down there to the Bear Reef?
Years and years ago when it was brilliant. I hear it's really bad now. I've got friends up there.
Is it tourism?
Girl I went to school with an instructor. Oh, yeah. No, it's not tourism destroying it. No. It's the...
Well, I thought they said they couldn't... Well, I thought they couldn't go in certain parts of the Bear Reef, that there's specific areas where they'd let nobody at all to.
Yeah, it's because it's national. It's international. Yeah. Well, it's international conservation. What is it called? World Heritage.
Oh, the World Heritage. Okay, got it.
80% of the reef is bleached white.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's bad. The thing's dying. We're killing it, but we're also saving it. So yeah, the crown of thorns starfish is running rampant there, but we're spending a bit of money on fixing it, and we've just recently discovered a cure. So hopefully something that'll help it.
Good.
So yeah, we're fighting the cancer. Yeah, well, it's a snail.
You also have Adler's rock too.
Ayers Rock, yeah.
Yeah. Now that's a unusual formation. It doesn't have a flat top on it, like it's flat on the top of it.
Yep. Yeah, it's really flat up there.
Yeah.
That's the biggest killer of tourists in Australia. The biggest killer of people in the Northern Territory.
Wow.
That kills a lot of people. Yeah, they try to climb it and they have a heart attack and die.
Wow.
There's a lot of warnings there now. There's a lot of signs saying if you have any kind of heart condition, if you're the elderly, don't attempt it. Just enjoy the view, and because it's quite big. It's a lot steeper than people think. They get halfway and they think, oh, I'll just muscle through. But
my country sounds more fun than yours. The most people that die from tourism over here are drunk on motorbikes on their way to get a hooker, I'm supposing.
Well, the bad thing about Thailand is it's synonymous with having prostitutes and sex and all that, but
and that's bad because
Well, no. I'm saying there are people out there that say that. I don't. I'm just saying there are people out there they think that's a bad thing.
Right. Well, yeah, and you can imagine the kind of comments I got when I first said I'm in Thailand. They said, "Oh, you're a child molester," and this Pancho always wants to talk about how I get Thai girls to wash my balls. I mean, the comments just get ridiculous.
Wow. That's all I have to say. But
He must think I have really big balls because he thinks I get 2 of them to wash.
Sex slaves. That's what it is. Sex slaves. That's what we have, Richard.
Yeah, that must be it.
Yeah, if you got it, use it.
Yeah. God, oh
Hell
God.
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't even seen even half the U.S. already. I've seen some parts of the U.S., but I mean, I would love to go to see some area up by Montana and Wyoming and that part of that region. But
Oh,
it's
why? Fuck me. You just got a big straight highway with a bunch of douchebaggy little towns. Fuck me. You can go through that in just a few hours and wish you'd never been there.
well, mostly to see some of the parks like Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone Park. Those two specifically where I wanted to go see.
Yeah, America's pretty fucking amazing, though.
Enough titty bars per square mile for me to be interested in Montana or wine.
Well, let me just say that, well, South Dakota has been doing pretty good in the last 5 years with the oil that they've been digging out, and the towns are starting to grow real quick right now. So.
Yeah, and you can imagine what kind of fucking skanks they got in them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree. You were saying
you can't trust a prostitute who's cheaper than a Big Mac meal.
Hey, where I live, just a couple blocks down, it was called Whore Row, where I live here in Franklin Park. It was like a mile long of prostitutes you just walk by and then they'll just come up and they say, hey, give me 10, give me 5, give me a 20, I'll do whatever you want. And then the county sheriffs came and cleaned up. Now we barely even see any prostitutes walking down the street anymore. It's really sad.
Do you know where the expression Skid Row comes from?
No.
It comes from the hookers and the booze and all that shit along logging trails. Along the skid trails, they used to have all kinds of nasty sort of stuff, and that's where it comes from.
Got it.
Logging.
Got it.
Jeez, I remember I was taken to the Skid Row in LA, just north of Inglewood, and it's whoa. Yeah. Someone said, "You want to see, crazy? I'll show you crazy." Never again. No thanks.
Dude, they've got like little shanty shack kind of towns over here in Thailand. They steal the lumber and build themselves a little city. And every once in a while, somebody will do something wrong or they'll piss the cops off or whatever. So what they do is they give them like 48 hours to leave, and then they get a few gallons of gas and they torch the place. But there's always like 4 or 5 people that just refuse to leave and get burned to death, and they don't even care. It's like, oh, I'm a Buddhist and I guess I'm going to heaven. Fuck you and your gasoline fire. I'm staying. And fuck.
If they're Buddhist, they'll just be like, I'm going to reincarnate as a mosquito and bite you. You could die of a nasty infection.
Right, exactly.
God.
Crazy world, man. It really is. I mean, the different cultures, their attitudes. Hell, down in Africa, they'll burn you if you're a witch. Fuck, here they think they're going to be a mosquito when they come back.
Yeah. I mean, cutting the kids' heads off with cheap knives in Africa on the beaches there, because they won't turn to Muslims and they shoot the parents.
Oh, yeah. In Nigeria, they've been doing that for the last 3 years right now. That Boko Haram group, that terrorist group. Yeah.
It's a horrifying little war going on there.
Yeah, they're more brutal than ISIS that I've heard.
Oh, yeah. They make ISIS look like kindergarten teachers.
Yeah. After what happened to that mall incident.
All I know is that if they're trying to convince the world that black people are just the same as everybody else, they're not doing a very good job down there in Africa.
No, they're not. No, they're bloody not.
And I know somebody in the chat room will say, oh, Richard's being racist. No, I'm just being a realist, not a racist. Thank you very much.
Well, it's also information. A lot of people here in the United States sits there and says, all you white people shipped us over from Africa. And I go, no, actually, your own people sold your own people to other nations. So let's make sure we got that right. And it was white people who stopped slavery. Nobody else did. So, and they deny it. Literally just deny it. No, that didn't happen. Pure, uneducated, stupid people.
Yeah, what do you do? I don't know. One country that's really fucking strange, and that's what is it? The difference between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, isn't that what it is on the other side?
Yeah.
But you've got this little tiny fucking island with a line pretty much just directly down the middle. The people on the left-hand side are dirt ass fucking poor. They're all fucked up on drugs, and the people on the right are just astonishingly better off. It's just fucking weird.
Well, North Korea and South Korea, other prime example, right there. Yeah. Cyprus, Republic of Cyprus, and then the illegally held part of Northern Cyprus. Same thing there. South is
the Cypriots. Yeah, and the kids will throw stones at each other on the border. They get into some serious fights. They'll skin each other alive if they can.
Yeah, and then you got the UN separating, and they're doing nothing there. It's just they need to get rid of those Turkish soldiers. I guarantee you the island would be better off. So
yeah, that fight's been going on for too long.
Yeah, since
you guys ever see that movie with John Candy when they went to Canada and they're the movie I'm talking
against Canada? Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I thought of that because you mentioned Cyprus. Can you imagine if, I just can't imagine the border between America and Canada, people throwing rocks at each other or something. It's like we're just too educated, or so we'd be like, well, this just isn't fun. Let's do something else,
Well, it's like Niagara Falls. Think about it. The Canadians going, well, we got Niagara Falls, and the United States goes, yeah, but we could turn it right off. I would love that. I would love that.
Shut up, and we'll turn your falls off.
Yeah. Oh my God. But yeah, I agree with you on that. But
Canada's not all polite. Them fucking French-speaking bastards in Montreal can get pretty
Quebec.
rude.
I wish they would put every government official in Quebec in jail because they want independence, but they still want to have the same economy and still money from the Canadian government. I would say, no, fuck you. You want to be independent, do it on your own without our help. That's what Canada should do, but they won't do.
That's surreal. I never knew about that, and oh man, that was a culture shock for me.
They hate it. They speak French. If you're a tourist, it's fine, English. If you're a Canadian, no, it's French only. They'll sit there and say, and I'm like,
they'll pretend they have no idea what the other fucker's saying, knowing they speak English just fucking fine. They're not fooling me any.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had to pull out the passport. He said, no, and I'm like, I'm Australian. Here's my passport. And he's, oh, okay, I'll sell you some cigarettes then. He just breaks out in a perfect English accent, breaks out in perfect English, and I'm like, you monster. I'm out of here. Straight across to BC.
Oh,
BC's nice.
Yeah, British Columbia, Ontario isn't that bad either.
Yeah.
But there's some areas of Canada that has really great beauty. What was it? In Manitoba, where my cousin and uncle and aunt lives, went to Churchill, Manitoba, up north, where the polar bears were. And it was kind of interesting seeing polar bears just walking down the street, and they'll look at you and they go snarf. And I go to my uncle, what the hell we're going to do? And he said, oh, they won't do anything. They just walk by like if there were people, and they have a polar bear jail. So if they get out of hand, they drug them, put them in the jail, and then they take a helicopter to sling them 50 kilometers away. And that's what they do. It's kind of interesting up there in Churchill.
That's probably why bears fucking attack people. You got these assholes in Canada fucking jailing them and dragging them 100 miles away from their fucking family. And the word gets out, these fucking humans and their crazy ass shit, they start attacking people at campsite because of you fucking Canadians.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And then they have the problems with the Eskimos, the Native Americans over there. They just want money money, 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 and keep on drinking, 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 just like the problems they have in Alaska too. Same
Hey,
thing.
I lived in Alaska, dude. And the one good thing about Eskimos is those dudes are like real quick and free to share their wives. I can't tell you how many fucking little parties and people's apartments I've been. These Eskimo dudes just out of the blue, you're sitting around, you're, talking about your day, and would you like to fuck my wife? And you're like, sure, why not? You don't want to be rude, obviously they don't want to fuck them or they wouldn't be asking you. You're like, okay, why not?
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's true, man. Absolutely true.
That's freaky.
Yeah, it is freaky.
A little weird. The first time you're like, you think they're joking or something, and you're like, But yeah, it happens like more than once, and you're like, well, I guess it's a tradition or something, and you just go with it. Like, sure, okay, I'll be back in a few minutes.
I just can't see that, my God. Oh, gee.
Well, I see Flat Earth Debates is in the chat room here doing something.
I'll send you the email. Okay.
Yeah, them Native American Eskimo motherfuckers. In Alaska, they got 5 different tribes. So Eskimo is just one of the Native American. But, man, the motherfucker would be fucking 35 below zero, and they're just fucking sleeping on 4th Avenue in Anchorage, drunk as a skunk. And, man, they're like, I'll tell you what they do. For what Eskimos make you think about is the theory of evolution. Because you look at them and you say, how do we have, these European people that are just so much more evolved, and then we've got these Eskimos that can, barely put 2 fucking words together in a single sentence, and they spend their whole lives eating salmon. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's why they have to drink all the time.
Heck yeah. Fuck the people. They're just stupid. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. They are fucking stupid. About the only thing they can figure out how to do is eat fucking salmon, kill a moose, and, they used to live in fucking igloos. I mean, how fucking stupid can you be? I mean, the reason that they're there and other cultures aren't is because the other cultures were smart enough to walk somewhere that wasn't 50 below zero. How fucking smart do you have to be or how stupid do you have to be to stay where it's 50 below when you could walk somewhere else and have a nice fucking day?
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah.
Well, you just walk south. They're probably too high or something to bother. They're just like, fuck it. It's good fish here.
Yeah, we'll stay here where it's fucking 50 below zero. You can't grow any fucking food. The ground is fucking frozen all summer long. But hey, we got some salmon and a moose walks by once in a while. Let's stay here.
Well, it's like Sam Kinison, a comedian, he said about Africa. He said that, why should we ship them food if you can't grow anything where you live? I got a solution. Don't give them food, Yeah,
they'll just keep breeding.
Yeah.
Causing more problems.
Well, fuck, the women, it's like you go down there and say, well, why do you have so many children? Well, if I didn't have 6 kids, I wouldn't have 2 because 4 of them are probably going to die of starvation. Well, maybe you shouldn't have any then. What in the fuck wrong with you? Do you think white people would say that? Do you know any fucking white people that would say, hey, I think I need to have 6 kids because 4 of them are going to starve to death?
No.
Jesus. That's bloody morbid. That really is. How would the kid feel about him hearing that, though? Am I going to be the one that's going to die? We don't know. Draw a straw.
Every time. Oh, it's gold.
I don't mind a bit of satanic hail either. It depends on how much red dust has gone in the air over here in Australia. Then we get hail Satan or Satan hail. It's happened.
Is it the, what do you call it, the wind gust or the windstorms that you guys get?
Big dust storms, yeah, mad dust storms.
Well,
Yeah, you can check Dust Storm Australia and you'll see an entire city getting engulfed in a massive wall of dust.
Wow.
It looks unbelievable.
Well, what? 2/3 of Australia is desert anyways, right?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, there's been like 2 or 3 cases that we've recorded where we've actually had red rain or red hail from the red dust in the air.
Wow.
Do you guys ever have snow?
Nope. There's snowy peaks, but no.
How about Tasmania?
Nope. No. Rain. 80% rainfall annually.
Wow. It's that monsoon season.
It doesn't snow in Antarctica. It doesn't rain either. Driest continent on the planet.
That's why it has all that ice compacted.
just ice.
Yeah.
Yep. Never ever snows in Antarctica. Anyone who tells you it snows in Antarctica, sorry, it doesn't.
Oh, what was it they said that they dug down into the ice? I don't know how far down, and they had a hard time hitting actual solid rock before they were able to get to it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's the English basin, because the snow, well, the ice, the frosty air, it just accumulates.
Yeah.
So the ground slowly gets higher and higher and higher. So they've got to actually move the base. They've got to lift it up, otherwise it'll slowly get buried. It's one of the English ones, but the American and Australian and New Zealand ones are down where it's not so bad, and the New Indian one.
Well, I thought the one in the
bad.
South Pole was the American base as well, because I know they have one over close by Argentina, and then they have the main one over in the South Pole as well.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's one, that goes on the inlet, but the American base is huge. Like anyone can work there too. Like you could get a job there. Anyone can work. You just got to apply. Bit of a waiting list, but.
Well, they're going to do commercial flights now soon to Antarctica. They said in 2018. Yeah.
Landing. Yeah, they're going to land there. Yeah, they're building a tourist resort there.
I try to stay away from jobs that hire anybody dumb enough to apply. Those are first on my list of jobs I don't want.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's base, 2,400 feet, yeah. And there's there's Russian base there. There's a lot of, I think there's like 17 down there.
Yeah, there's I think 28 countries or something are down there.
Yep, yeah. And the American base is the biggest, and there's a good documentary about it actually called Antarctica: A Year on Ice.
Yeah.
And it's done through the eyes of a New Zealander because they're the sort of gateway for the Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to see the American base and the Aussie base and the New Zealand base. You can see the difference of them all, but it's a historical event because it's the first couple to ever get married there. New Zealander and American woman get married.
Oh, awesome.
Well, you'd have to have at least 28 countries in order to guard the entire circumference of the flat Earth.
No. They got penguins for that. Sorry.
Right.
Well, on the flat Earth, the coastline would be 78,000 miles of coastline. In reality, it's like 24,000 miles.
Hey, Nadia.
But I've had a few friends that have worked there. I've got a friend that goes there every year. He's a microbiologist. He does the ocean scrapings and ice core samples, yada yada.
Because wherever you're, is that Antarctica?
Hello?
Are you saying
Sorry?
Antarctica?
Yeah, Antarctica.
Oh yeah, I think it's come out of there. What is it? I think they even had these. It was World War II. And there was a German expedition, so the little metal things they dropped were perhaps a little bit embarrassing, but they're supposedly all over Queen Mud.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's old German tanks down there. Complete German tanks.
So they did go down there after all. Was it a secret base that they said that they had created down there?
Yeah, they tried to build a sub pen down there, but it was just too harsh. So they ended up building. I think they ended up building it in Argentina. But there's a sub base that's used in Indiana Jones. It's real. It's cut into the mountain. It's absolutely ingenious.
Well, they did find in Argentina some of the remnants of after World War II of the German Nazis that were based in Argentina. That their lives were changed, new identities, new information. Some even tried to do plastic surgery, and they wanted new lives. And you see this abandoned place where they used to be, and these people had found this about 10 years ago, actually. And then there was a report. And then there was a report by the FBI that they said that Hitler may be in Argentina, but they weren't sure.
May have gone, because the U-boat, I think it was 106 or 116 or something.
Yeah.
It got away from Germany, and they reckon it had a ton of gold on it. It headed straight into Argentina, but it was never found. Yeah. And a lot of sea scavengers have dreamed of finding it because it'd be that U-boat. It was especially an especially massive U-boat, but it was often thought that it'd be loaded with gold or paintings and whatever. Yeah. But there was a town where Goebbels lived. I think it was Goebbels.
No, it wasn't Goebbels. He died. They during the trials. But one of the other government officials said that he was in Argentina, claimed that he saw Hitler in a house not far from Argentina, and the town was like, "Oh yeah, that's common knowledge. We knew Hitler." Hitler was here. Everybody knows that. And they were saying,
wow.
yeah.
That's cool. But there was a town where one of the I think it might have been I don't know. But he was
Mengele.
practicing as a gynecologist, and all the children there were twins.
Yeah, it was Mengele.
It was Mengele. Yeah. That's unreal.
Yeah, that's proof. He was there. Him and his son, and then later on, the Israelis found out, and then they went after it. So, yeah. I mean, these stories I've read about it's just amazing about the Nazis and how some of them survived. Though.
Oh, John Watson couldn't handle it, so he's logged on to 444 Truth now.
Are you serious? Okay.
What's under 444 Truth?
Oh, he's either John Watson or 444 Truth. He thinks he can fool us, but sorry, mate. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, basically, what was happening, Nadia, this John has been, just trolling us the whole day and keeps on ripping on us, telling that we're all gay and we're this and that, and he's ripping on other people because of who they are, and I think that's bullshit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was trying to tell him that I'm actually transsexual.
Oh no, I know. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's just that how people could judge someone just because of who they are. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's not quite the schoolyard dictum, but I feel the pain is a bit more comes to something that hurts my paycheck, for instance.
Yeah.
That whatever it is, 2 comments.
Let's see.
Oh, that said, I've already been hurt. There's no paycheck anymore. Hasn't been for years.
Let's see. Who's trolling with 2 name accounts? That's lame. Yeah, it is lame. So, anyways, were you here last night?
Hang on.
Because I thought I saw you in the afternoon, and then later on, I didn't see you later on.
No, I stopped there in a couple of days.
Okay, all right. That's all right. I thought I saw you yesterday. That's why I was like, was Nadia on last night?
Yeah, it was probably the day before.
Yeah, I think that might have been. Yeah, but let's see. I don't know. We just got so bored with some of the flat Earth stuff. We can't find any other flat Earthers around.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm surprised that none of them are bothering to produce quantitative predictive models, because the point of the exercise is actually show that the kind of predictive accuracy is insufficient. As criterion for deciding between models.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think if people do enough research and experiments, constantly repeat it time after time, and letting people know in the public, and not just in the scientific community, that these things are happening and what we're finding, our findings are, I think people have a better understanding instead of sitting there debating that, all right, the Earth is flat or the Earth is round. I think it's just mere education that causes these issues.
Yeah, the instrumentalism or similar, and of course, kinds of explanatory virtues involved. I guess comparing the models' worthiness and so on, and all that is, actually not that difficult an idea. I'm talking about some kind of aspect of knowledge, but it's not that far out.
Yeah.
And it's probably easier than whatever kind of math itself to fiddle around with the recapitulating predictive observations, whatever, or predictions of the observation.
Yeah. Well, I had a conversation with Tiffany yesterday, and I tried to explain my side. She was talking about her side, and she was utilizing the Bible as the truth and trying to convince her about facts and information, and she wouldn't accept it. I told her it's you or you. If you want to accept it, fine. But I'm just letting you know these are facts. You can't just But she doesn't believe in gravity. She doesn't believe space. She doesn't believe a lot of this stuff. She thinks we're all brainwashed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that kind of doxastic closure is pretty nasty.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Oh boy.
I was just looking at someone left a message. God, I'm getting way too many messages. Oh shoot. Anyway, let's see what the chat's saying. Their kids, fuck your sister, peace. What is it with you people?
Adam and Eve would be incest. I think it'd be more like fucking yourself. than incest, but I could be wrong.
Well, if they read the Bible, they'd know that there were 3 Eves, but they don't know anything about the Bible. They just got stuff off Saturday morning cartoons.
Well, they'd also know that women were an afterthought, and God told Adam to name all the animals and pick a suitable companion. And when he was done, he said, I'm sorry, but between the chicken and the moose, I really couldn't find a suitable companion. So God decided to create Eve.
Well, the first Eve was made from, I forget what the first Eve was made from. The second was Lilith, made from dust, who was the queen, the demon queen. All of her children were demons. What garbage. And the third Eve, yeah, and the fact is that women were an afterthought, so God's first creation was gay males. Go figure. Your Bible bashers, sorry.
Evident.
The closest thing to God is a gay male, because he created man in his own image, because women were an afterthought. Oh, damn!
Oh, the session is gonna end soon, so.
T-minus 4 minutes.
Lean on me when you're not strong.
Evening, mate.
I think he's here, is he? You there, Adam? Yeah, Chris sent me a message yesterday. Couldn't hear me, so I've had to put my earphones in. I didn't even realise that. Jeremy, have you ever used this on an iPad, this Hangout?
Hey, what did you say?
Jeremy, have you used this on an iPad? No, I was talking to Jeremy A4.
Don't die on us, Adam.
Yeah, Jeremy, have you ever used this app on an iPad?
No.
If I sent you a picture, would you be able to share it?
You can try.
No, it's just like when they keep asking me for pictures, I've got loads of pictures, but I'm on an iPad and I'm not sure exactly. When I tap my name and the picture, all I've got is a little pin. Does that mean I'm presenting if I tap that pin?
I don't know.
Well, I've tapped the pin. Am I presenting
Can't you
now?
see the screen share thing in the Hangout? Can you see that?
No, I haven't got nothing. All I've got is a little boxes, a picture of you and picture of Adam and a picture of me, my picture. I've tapped on it and all that's there is a little pin. I've tapped the pin.
Give it a try and see.
Yeah, I've tapped it. Am I sharing anything?
No.
No.
Oh,
Hi, Adam. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. You just got up.
Yeah, not too long ago. I woke up and I was laying on my mouse, so
Yeah, I've just sent you the picture now,
my computer was
Jeremy.
going haywire.
Would anyone like to come in the Hangout? I will ask Adam to send you the link.
Feel free to send it around, Jeremy.
Thank you, mate.
I've still got to get up and have a shower and go do some stuff. So
Yes, we need some people to talk to. I've lost Tiffany.
Tiffany sounds a lot like that Yvette lady.
Yeah, it isn't her though. It really isn't. I know Yvette.
She doesn't sound like Yvette Turbo.
I've even seen Yvette.
Yeah, Yvette had her camera on the other day.
Yes, it's a rare treat indeed.
She had a camera on the other day. She looked like it's probably going to be rude, but she looked like a dyke.
That is quite rude. I think you mean she had short hair.
Nah, it was more than just the short hair. You know what I mean? She reminded me of one of them butch lesbians.
Oh no, definitely not.
There's a few of them in Australia, isn't there, A4?
Not at all. She was very feminine.
I've heard the girls look like men in Australia.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that's why I sort of like I can, when I was just going based off the look. If I was to see a girl like her in Australia, they talk worse than I would. They've got fucking a toilet mouth worse than I do.
How can you say that? Kylie Minogue comes from Australia.
Have you heard her sailor mouth? She's got one of the worst sailor mouth.
You're talking about the woman I love. You can't say that.
Oh, yeah, but did you?
I love it too. Don't get me wrong. I love Kylie, but she is a sailor mouth.
How do you know that, Adam?
Because like my mum used to go to all her concerts and whatnot, and yeah, my mum's a sailor mouth too. So I guess.
Oh, my image of Kylie has been spoiled.
My image of Kylie was my mum's drug days where she was getting off her head and she was fucking Kylie Minogue was all drugged up with Robbie Williams, and they were doing it for the kids. It's like fuck off, you're off your head, you're flying, you're fucking being on a 5-day coke bender, right? 5-day coke binge, and now you're sitting there saying we're doing it for the kids. It's like motherfuckers.
I never met Kylie, but I did meet Jason Donovan. Do you remember him?
Jason Donovan.
He was the other one who was in Neighbours.
Oh yeah.
Because she was Charlene and he was, what was he? I Can't remember what his character was.
Oh, don't send Fat Hole, man. I can't say who comes in here, but Fanny's a little child, man. I don't know if I can handle him.
And I met the other guy I met from Australia was I think his character was called, it might have been Adam, but they're in Home and Away. Do you remember that? Craig McLaughlin, I think his name was.
Wait, how long? You know, you get things for your anniversary. How long's 4 years? Do you get anything for a 4-year anniversary? Is it paper or something like that?
What's that? Say that again.
You know, like, sorry, I've interrupted the conversation. You know, on an anniversary, a 25th anniversary, you get silver on them kind of things, or wedding anniversary. Do you get anything for the first, like, 3-4 years?
Yeah, the first year is paper. I don't know what it is after that, but I know the first year is paper. I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? I just forgot. I just forgot we're live.
Why? Why weren't you planning?
No, I just said don't invite Fanny and I can't handle it. And now he's in chat sacking me off.
Yes.
Oh man, that is funny. Turbo long.
Right, here they come then. First, paper. Second is cotton. Third is leather. Fourth is fruit and flowers. Fifth is wood. Sixth, sugar.
I know this crazy, isn't it?
Wool. Eighth is bronze or pottery. Ninth is pottery or willow. 10th, tin. 11th, steel. 12th, silk or linen. 13th, lace. 14th, ivory. 15th, crystal. 20th, china. How is china different from pottery? What is it? Oh, then it goes 25th, silver. 30th, pearl. 35th, coral. 40th, ruby. 45th, sapphire. 50th, gold. 55th, emerald, and 60th, diamond. I guess no one gets past 60 years.
No, I suppose not. I don't know.
So now you all know.
I don't know what the longest marriage ever in history's been.
Oh, longest marriage.
What did you say? It went up to 60? 60 years, did you say?
Yeah, up to 60, yeah.
So after 60, and if you survived after that, fuck, you know, it's just don't get nothing.
Can you imagine being with the same person 60 years?
Fucking
God.
That's dedication, isn't
it? I think it's just laziness.
Well, it depends if you're counting for the 7-year itch and all that, isn't it? I mean, do you get a bundle of them in 60 years, or do you just get the one at 7 years?
I don't know. My marriage only lasted 7 years. So. Oh no. Well, yeah, it pretty much did last 7 years. We dragged it out for another 3, but it was pretty much done at 7.
So who's coming in paper?
We're being very boring, apparently.
Oh.
I think that's the message I'm getting from the chat.
Oh, shall we start taking the piss out of each other then?
I sent Danny Lancer a message with the link, so I'm not too sure if he'll join.
Oh, well, that'll be interesting, at least. I wonder what voice he will use this week.
Well, what are them people here for? Just to troll?
What people?
Well, Fanny, because I've never heard him have a civil conversation. He just comes in, plays silly voices and loud music, and then disappears again.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can't understand why someone would want to be on there for that. I don't know, maybe.
Well, self-expression, I guess.
Yeah. I suppose self-expression can be called art.
Yeah, it's performance art.
But I mean, so could wanking on a cam in front of people, but I don't really want to see that, you know what I mean?
That's my theory, actually, one of my theories, that Flat Earth isn't a psyop, but it is like a performance art project by Matt Boylan. Ooh, what do you reckon, Adam?
Performance art project done by Matt Boylan.
Yeah.
They're all calling me fat, man. I'm far from fat. I'll tell you, it's so funny. They think fat is some kind of like, you know, fucking, I don't know, insult. I mean, to call someone fat when they're fat, I can understand that. To call someone fat when you don't know if they're fat, it doesn't really make any sense, does it?
I know, but it's all better than being called a gay hairdresser.
That is so funny when they say things like that, man. It's just fucking unbelievable. Like, yeah, that was funny, man.
Just for the record, I want to state that I do not blow dry pubes. And have never. Well, I know that's maybe not true. I've done my own.
So have you sent? Did you say you sent paper a link, Jim? Or was it
I've not sent anybody a link yet. I haven't seen anyone ask. Have I missed something?
Oh, I thought you said paper was coming in. Oh, that was fucking. Oh, what a diddler. There's that one paper that comes in it, and you was reading the list for the anniversaries. What a fucking idiot I am.
Right.
It's late, and I've been smoking weed. Well, I don't smoke anymore. I vape.
Yeah,
but,
I think he's like that. Come on, then. Anyone want to come in? The Earth's a globe. It's not flat. It's not stationary. There are forests on Earth.
Yeah, that video, that's crazy, isn't it? There's no forests on flat Earth.
All mass
That's just
real.
That's putting propaganda on top of something so then they can hide amongst
evidence that NASA's still fraudulent.
But you can't name one thing that they've done that you can prove is a lie, Adam.
Yeah, their pictures that they provide, they even state that they're not real pictures. If you
Well,
want
then
to call
it's
it
not a
real.
lie, is it? They're
They're
telling
all
you the
composite.
truth.
Not really. That's not the truth because
That's
they're
evidence
saying
of their
that they make out that,
truthfulness, not
they
their
make out that that's
dishonesty.
real footage of the Earth when it's not. That's compiled footage. Which is
But
not
that
real
is
footage.
still
I can
footage,
use that.
Adam. There's
I
no
can use that for
way.
my own.
There's nowhere in the
If I
English
can-
dictionary. There's nowhere in
If
the
I
English dictionary.
compartmentalise it, if I
There's nowhere.
compartmentalise it and I own that, then I can do whatever I want with them pictures
What?
and the people.
Well, of course you
being
can. I mean,
unaware.
you can claim anything's false, Adam, but like to be rational and be logical,
know,
you
we
need
actually know
a
that they're
rational and
being
logical argument. And just to say everything's a lie, that's not rational or logical, is it?
No, but we can say that they're edited and that they're fake because they say they are. They have to be, apparently.
No, they don't
have to
say
be
they're fake,
because
Adam.
they
They
have
don't
to.
say they're fake.
They
You're
can't
reading
get
into
one
that.
complete fucking photo because it's obviously impossible. Therefore, with that,
What
that
picture's
leaves
obviously impossible,
that
Adam?
leaves liability. Really, that leaves liability, and that leaves room open for people like me to say, "Well, that's not a real picture," and it's not. It's a compiled picture.
Show me where it says a compiled picture is a fake picture, Adam.
In my opinion, a compiled picture is a fake picture. You can sit there and edit it however you want.
Yeah, obviously, if it's going to be compiled of fake pictures, then obviously it will be a fake. But I'm saying to you, explain to me and show me somewhere where it says a composite picture, by definition of it being composite, means it's fake.
I feel a Google coming on.
I can hear a Google coming on.
That's good. That's research, and it gives us
Yep,
something to talk
but
about.
it depends what he's researching, really, isn't it? If he's researching fake pictures of NASA, then he's going to get fake pictures of NASA, isn't he? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he's Googling composite, what composite means, then maybe we might be getting somewhere. Yeah, Bourne wants the link, apparently.
Bourne does.
Yeah, he's in the chat signing for you to send him the link, but I don't know how to send it to him, so I'll leave that to you. He says, wait, I got one. You found anything, Adam?
Yeah, I know that the composite is. I know what the composite is. It's obviously a fucking several pictures put together. I'm just trying to figure out what I could use in that to show you that when they're putting these pictures together, they have the opportunity to put whatever they want within that.
Adam, if I take a picture of a car and I have, say, 10 pictures of that car and I put all the 10 pictures together, is that a fake picture?
Yeah.
Why is it a fake picture?
Because you didn't take one picture to accomplish the whole thing. So then, therefore, when you took it out of, you've taken 10 pictures and then you had to go somewhere else to put them together to compile them to make them one complete picture. Then, therefore, you could use that to edit whatever you want into that picture in the compiling. So, say if you have six pictures, you can use that to compile whatever you want.
Adam, we're not talking about we're not talking about me putting something. If I take 10 pictures of a car and then I add,
leaves room because you're not producing that as a photo straight away. If you get what I mean, you're not taking the picture and then producing it. You're taking the picture and then putting it onto a file and then compressing it with other files.
So if I took one picture of the car, that wouldn't be a fake. It'd be the same as the 10 pictures, but it'd only be one.
Yeah, that's right. It wouldn't be fake. It wouldn't, because it's one complete picture. It hasn't been edited in any way and taken out of its original state, which was one photo, and then made into something else.
But it doesn't make it a fake, does it, Adam?
It does. It makes it a fake because you can accomplish any. Yes, it does. And it makes it fake.
But there's no fake. If there's no fake,
it does. It makes it
there's
fake.
no
You're
fake
taking it out of what it really was, and now you're making something else. That's a fake.
No, Adam, not making anything else. It's like, I don't know if you can see, I've got a picture on my profile. Like your picture is of you with the ring. Gem Pandas is a panda, and mine's a picture of stars. Yeah. When you take pictures, astro pictures, what they do is, say for instance, you do an exposure of 30 seconds. Yeah. With 30 seconds, you can collect so much data. You can only collect so much data because you can only collect that much of light that gets to the sensor in then 30 seconds. So what people do, and what I've done with that picture, is I take numerous pictures, say 70 to maybe 100 pictures of the exact same stars, but 30-second exposure. And at the end of that,
it's not right though, man, because they're.
But at the end,
they're composite.
Adam, let me finish. Adam, let me finish.
No, listen. these are also real photos that are processed in a time-lapse manner. This involves taking one photo every few seconds to every few minutes or even hour and adding them to a video as frames. There you go. See, so there could be missing frames the whole time.
If you're only getting so much data,
they're only doing it based off whatever they say. So if it's a minute picture and then a minute later, how do we know that something hasn't been edited out or taken out of that, or they've moved the camera to make sure that they haven't?
But we're not talking about anyone else. We're talking about me, Adam. We're not talking about anyone else. We're talking about myself.
I'm talking about the photos from NASA. And
if you've only got a little bit of data, Adam, in each picture, if you had 70 of them pictures together, then you could build the data up. So you build the data up, like the picture of my bubble nebula. On one picture at 30 seconds exposure, that bubble nebula will hardly be there. You'll see the outlines of it. But because the pictures have been stacked on top of each other, you get more data, which means that I don't have to put a focus and put an exposure for 5 minutes exposure. I can put loads of 30-second ones together. I put them all together, and it's called stacking. You stack the pictures. At the end of it, nothing's been changed, and nothing's been added by anyone. Not me, not the computer software.
How do you know that personally they haven't added anything during that process? How do you personally know? Where's your proof that they have not added anything during that process?
If you know anything about photography, you know that there's apps and there's software and there's people out there that have spent all their life analysing photos. If there was something in there that shouldn't have been in there, then it would stand out, Adam.
And it does stand out. Sex in the Clouds.
No, it doesn't, Adam.
Yes, it does, man.
Adam,
they've taken the pictures and they've been able to edit them and then produce them.
That's the human imagination, Adam.
They're not real. They've got to edit them. They put them in Photoshop and then they've re-uploaded it.
Adam, have you ever looked in the sky and seen a face in a cloud?
No.
You've never looked in the sky and seen a face in a cloud or some kind of image in a cloud?
No.
Not even a big willy.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that, Adam. I don't know what to say to that because I know loads of people that see things in clouds.
Yeah, well, that's them. I haven't seen it. I can see clouds right now, and they're just clouds. That's it. There's no shape of them. I can sit here and try and imagine nothing.
Adam, if it's so clear, why do other people look at the pictures and they don't see sex written in the clouds?
Probably because they're paid by NASA.
Oh, so everyone who doesn't see sex in the clouds is paid by NASA?
Paid by NASA or
that is bordering on delusional. That is bordering on delusional, Adam.
That's provided by NASA.
Adam, that is bordering on delusional.
No, it is not. No,
it is, Adam. No. It is. You're saying that everyone who doesn't see sex in the clouds is paid by NASA. That is an utterly ridiculous
Well,
statement.
you're just now saying that everybody should see something in the clouds. He says he sees sex in the clouds. And you said, look out the window. Everybody's seen sex and everybody sees stuff in the cloud. That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You and your buddy there. You're sitting there saying everybody sees stuff in the clouds, but he can't see stuff in the clouds.
I didn't say that. I never said everybody sees stuff in the clouds. I never said that.
You just now asked him, don't you see stuff in the clouds?
When did I say everybody sees stuff in the clouds? When did I say, Jeremy, did I say everybody sees stuff in the clouds?
You asked him, did he see stuff in the clouds? He said, no, I just see sex in the clouds. You said, you don't see stuff in the clouds? He said, no, I don't see stuff in the clouds. But I see stuff in I see sex in the clouds in this photo.
What part of that is everybody?
And why are you going to take it away from the photo anyway? Why don't you just talk about the photo that he's talking about? Why don't you address the point that he's making?
The fact that people don't see sex in the clouds on the photo.
Well, then you must be delusional if you don't see that.
Well, yeah, you can call me delusional. So everyone who doesn't see sex in the clouds is delusional.
No, you just now made it okay to call him delusional.
Well, no, I've just admitted I'm delusional because I can't see sex in the clouds. So you're saying that everyone who doesn't see sex in the clouds is delusional. Is that your point, yeah?
Absolutely. If you can't see sex in that picture
how many people out of the 7 billion people on the planet do you think looks at that picture and sees sex in the cloud?
I think 0.0009999% of the people on Earth have actually seen that picture and discussed it.
So roughly out of 7 billion, how many people would you say?
Probably 500.
So the other 6,900,000 whatever.
In fact, no, I would say it'd be closer to 1,500 worldwide have actually looked at that photo and determined what it is that's in that photo.
So basically, you're saying the majority of the people on Earth are deluded.
No, they're uninformed. All they do is sit around and watch
You just
TV.
said they're deluded.
No, I said you were.
Yeah, well, I don't see sex in the clouds, so the obvious leap from that is if you don't see sex in the clouds, you're deluded.
Or blind.
Deluded
It's your
and
choice.
blind now.
Deluded or blind. I mean, it's up to you. I ain't gonna, if you're not deluded, then
All
you're
right,
blind.
well, let's pick one.
Maybe your
Deluded.
vision is bad. Maybe you need to go see a doctor.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Jeff Stewart. We give you 50-50. Half a blind
You can
and half
call
a
me
deluded.
Jeff. Mr. Jeff Stewart is my
No,
father.
I won't be
He's
calling
not
you
here.
Mr.
You
I
can call
only
me
call
Jeff.
people Mr. that I respect, and I certainly don't respect you. So basically, you're saying
I
that
didn't ask for
50%
your
are
respect.
blind,
It doesn't matter whether you
50% are
respect me or
deluded.
not.
50% are deluded. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I said you were deluded.
Well, I'm just repeating what you said.
No,
you said
that's
if
not
you
what I
don't
said.
see
You're not going to put words in
you
my
just-
mouth.
Okay, we'll go back
I mean,
again.
you might be able to do that
If I
with
don't
somebody
see-
else,
if
but you're
you
not
don't
going to do it
see
to me.
sex, if you don't see sex written in the cloud, am I deluded
or blind?
So it's either deluded or blind.
So
I gave
you
I
can't
gave
see.
the benefit
You just
of the
now
doubt.
asked him. You just now asked.
I
You just
gave
now
you the
asked
benefit of the
Adam.
doubt. I
You
gave
just
you the
now
benefit
asked
of the
Adam
doubt.
if he saw stuff in the clouds. He said no. I don't
I
see
gave
stuff
you
in
the
the clouds,
benefit
but I
of the
see
doubt.
sex in the clouds in this picture. You said you can't look outside and not see stuff.
I've just been looking up composite pictures, and they don't even have they are inserting all the color and shit. It's fucking fully fake. They're fake fiction.
Can Adam?
When
Can you not
actually look
share?
into how
Can you
they
not
make
share
it,
the
it's a
photo?
fake
Can you
picture.
not share the
It's like
photo?
me making it's like me drawing.
And Jeff, what experience have you
That's
got with
what they're
photography?
accomplishing. A computer is drawing for them, and it's
Adam,
inputting colors based on whatever
Jeff,
they've
what
said,
experience have you
based
got
on
with
mathematics that
photography?
they've
Excuse
put
me,
into this
excuse me,
program, and you're going to
excuse
tell me
me,
that
Adam.
it's a real fucking picture. That's fake. It's not even a real picture,
Adam,
bro. It's
That's
your
right.
camera.
It's
what camera have you got?
It is a fake picture.
Taking the data and making
Adam,
the picture.
Adam,
I don't even think it's a
what camera
computer
you
taking the
got,
data.
please?
It's not even it's not even computer data.
Now, Mark, you're dishonest because you told me that it was a real picture, and I looked it up, and now I'm fucking very ashamed.
There
of you,
is
mate.
no that
It's
is
fucking. It's not even a real picture. A composite. Is
even
not
the
a real
NASA
picture.
website
The computer
says
makes
even the NASA
picture. It's a
website says that
computer-generated image.
all these
You
images
fucking
are
asshole.
computer
You are a
generated
cunt,
images.
Mark. You
I mean,
fucking
damn,
dishonest
that's
piece of
being
fucking
disingenuous.
shit.
Can you not share the picture, Adam, or can we not share pictures? Can we not share a screen in here?
Nah, just leave it because the old mate will get his channel taken down. But you are a fucking piece of shit, Mark. I just read it here. These colours, reassignment, enhance the level of detail visible in this image because otherwise the lead light.
Adam, you do realise everything's being recorded, don't you?
Hard to tell
You
apart.
do
You're a
realise everything's
fucking
being
liar,
recorded,
Mark.
Adam, don't
You're
you?
a fucking dead set
I don't-
liar,
I don't-
mate. You are.
I don't
You
see
do
you
realise
saying
everything's
anything
being
wrong.
recorded,
and say
Adam,
that
don't
I'm
you?
fucking bad. You want to sit there and call other people liars.
Look,
You
he's
are a
gone now.
fucking
Look, he's
liar.
fucking lost
Them
it. He
composite
cannot
pictures
control
are not
himself.
fucking real,
Look
mate.
at him, look, Flip.
No, you're a fucking piece of shit. You want to sit there and call other people liars when I just looked up what a composite picture is, and it's not even a real picture. It's a computer-generated image where the computer sits there and composites it together, put together. Fucking dog. You are a mutt, mate. So every time you come on here and you told me that it's a real picture, you're a cunt. That's
I'm a
fucking
fucking
not.
dog,
Even
am I?
they
I'm
say
a
it's not
fucking dog, am
real
I?
picture. You are a dog. You need
I'm
to
a dog.
You need to be chopped, mate. I'm telling you right now. I was real ready to have a conversation, but you want to sit there and call me a liar when I fucking look it up. You're the liar.
When did I call you a liar,
have a reason to be here. NASA's paying you, cunt. Turn your
When
camera
did I
on
call you a
and
liar,
watch how
Adam?
quick you die. Turn your camera on and watch how quick you die, you fucking NASA employee. You're only here to spend your fucking paycheck. That's why you're here, cunt.
Fucking, he's full retard. You've gone full retard, haven't
I
you?
fucking looked it up, these colour reassignment, I fucking read it out to you, cunt. And a composite picture is just a computer-generated image. You are a fucking dog.
Where does it say composite means computer-generated image?
It assigns the pictures. It's the computer is.
So if you take a
recreating the
picture,
fucking
if you take a
you
picture
dumb
off a
cunt.
camera, Adam,
All right,
and
I'm
you
watching
download
the
it onto a
fucking method.
computer,
I'm watching the
does that mean the
method and how
picture's
this fucking
fake?
stupid program puts it together. All right.
Well, you're just being disingenuous, Mark.
I've just told you that I use computer software to stack pictures, so that doesn't change the fact that the picture's still real, does it?
I
don't even know that you know how to use a computer.
Based off what
Your mama might have put you in this hangout.
You're a dog.
No, my mum didn't. Your mum did,
Dog.
Jeff.
You're a fucking mutt, mate. I should kick you off the show right now. Fucking
Don't kick
lying
him off.
dog.
Don't
You got
kick him
proved
off.
wrong, fucking Mark. You're a lying dog, mate. You never talk on this show. You just got proven to be a lying dog.
I think people can listen themselves, Adam, and realise that what you're talking is utter rubbish. I said to look up the meaning of composite, didn't I, Adam? I didn't say anything about looking at pictures. I said to look up the definition of composite. What is the definition of composite, Adam?
NASA has always admitted that all of their images are composite images.
Insert.
And what is the definition of composite?
Based on whatever data.
Computer generated.
No, that's not the definition of composite.
They haven't admitted that
says
all of their
dog.
image the composites, have they? That'd be true.
You're a lying dog, Mark. You want to sit there and fucking lie to me, all right? When they input the colors, it comes out black and white, the photo comes out fucking black and white, and they have to insert the colors, don't they? That's a fucking fake picture, you cunt. You are a dead set piece of fucking shit, mate. You're lucky you don't hang by a tree.
I don't think that's.
Want to sit there and tell them, don't fucking lie to me, Jeremy. You told me it was a real picture. I look up what a composite picture is, and it's a picture that a computer generates and inserts the colors for.
No. That's
You're
not
a
true.
mutt, you are. You are a dead set fucking
That's not
mutt,
true.
mate. All right,
That's
yes it
not
is.
true.
I'm fucking reading it right now, cunt.
Well-
I'm reading it for fucking NASA employees that have sat there and put their articles up.
So-
You dumb cunts have written too many articles in your life trying to get yourself money. About time you fucking hung tree, you dog. I'm telling you, every single person on here that's defended NASA is a NASA employee. Turn your camera on then, cunt. Turn your camera on. Where everybody else has fucking turned their camera on. Turn your camera on. If I was
No,
wrong about
I'm
you
not-
being fucking fucking Nathan Oakley, turn your fucking camera on there, NASA employee. That's the only reason that you'd be here. When I sat there, I went and looked into what I was talking about, and I was right. Composite pictures aren't real pictures. What the fuck are you going to
Of course they are. How is a composite not a real picture?
It's a computer-generated image where the computer
No, it's
inserts
not.
the colors, you
That's not what it
fucking
is at
cunt.
all. That is not what it is.
Computer
Look.
inserts the fucking colors.
Composite.
A composite image, the definition of a composite image is the application of computer graphics to create or contribute to image in art, printed media, video games, films, television programs, short commercials, videos, and simulators.
What was that the definition of?
CGI.
Right. But what we're arguing about here is composite is the word that we're hung up on. And
According to NASA, they create all of their imagery through computer data sent down to them by satellite.
Of course they do. Or, a digital camera produces an image through computer.
You're going to talk over me, you fucking dog. All right? I proved you wrong.
If you're going to mute me, mate, I'm
Shut
going.
the fuck up, cunt. I'll fucking kick you
I'm
off.
not going to stay if you're going to mute me.
Yeah, well, shut up then, all right? Because I proved you wrong, all right?
You haven't.
Every single
You haven't.
picture is faked based on the fact that they have
Well,
to.
if you want to go through life believing
Say
that.
it without being interrupted, you can't. All right, it's only one sentence. All pictures are faked based on the fact that they have to insert the colors. Fuck you, I win.
Right, well.
You win for being a retard. I fully agree with that, Adam. Well done.
Composite.
They're all fake. You have to insert the colors. You do not take a picture and it comes out.
Okay,
English dictionary, English dictionary definition of composite, made up with several parts or elements.
Right.
Made up with several parts or elements. That's all it says. That is all a composite is.
It's not a real picture because it's fucking black and white, you dumb cunt. It's not a fucking real picture. You can't tell me because they can colour it whichever way they want. You're a
Yeah, of course they can. Of course they can, Adam.
Yeah, they can. They can colour
I know,
it
Adam.
whichever
Yes,
way they
I'll
want.
disagree with you, Adam.
Specifically which image you're talking about.
Okay, Adam. Whatever you say, Adam. Whatever you say.
Adam, this has just become a rant, Adam.
Fucking Blue Star to 7, they can change it around whatever they want and make whatever colours they want, you fuckballs.
Well, let's move on to a different picture. Let's move on to
Making sweeping generalizations. Like all NASA's
Provide some evidence. Provide some evidence that it's
Let's
fake.
talk about all the different pictures of the Earth that you'll find on Google.
Why do you want to talk about pictures?
We can, I don't care. I can talk about pictures.
Whoa. I thought that y'all were actually sharing pictures in the Hangout and you couldn't see them in chat.
No,
That was the only reason I joined.
It's just a general claim that was made about pictures. That was sort of where we were.
All I've done was ask Adam to look up the definition of composite. It's quite a simple procedure, but he seems to have gone off on some retard rant.
Earth from space that hasn't had the colour inputted in it. All right, that hasn't had a computer input the colour for it.
Himawari 8 text.
That had the fucking camera itself.
Oh, so Adam, how do they get the film back if they can't transfer it from the satellite to the computer? What do they do? Send someone up on a ladder?
No, but I'll accept that as more plausible because as soon as you put that onto a computer,
What, you'd accept someone going up on a ladder to get the film from a satellite, Adam? Is that
I
what
would
you're telling me?
accept the latter theory before I would accept that some.
I could quite believe that of you. I could quite believe that of you, Jeff. I'll I've seen a few of your videos, and you are without a doubt really stupid. So I could quite
I
understand
really
that.
doubt you've seen any of my videos.
Oh, I have seen
Oh,
you.
I have.
You're obsessed
I
with
saw
Tim
your
Osman.
photo forensics one actually.
You've just got
I've
your
seen you, and
Where you
you're a
made it
paranoid
number variant.
now and
delusionist.
say that I already give it.
I'm a paranoid delusionist.
Yeah, you seem to think Tim Osman and everyone's got it in for you.
You can't even use You can't even use pictures now, Jem.
So, are you talking about my videos or Tim Osman? Damn, you
Talking about your videos that mention Tim Osman every other breath.
Dude, you've never seen a single video I've ever made.
I have. I've seen the videos.
That's the biggest dumb
You was
fuck
in it.
statement I ever
You
heard.
was in here the other. You was in here the other week with your camera on, shouting at Tim Osman. You're a Nash's shield. Put your camera on. You're always following me. You're always doing this. You're always doing that. That sounds pretty delusional to me.
Anyway,
was that my video or
Jem.
was I here in a hangout?
Jem,
Go ahead,
Jem, no, I want to speak to Jem Panda. Jem Panda, show me the curvature, Jem Panda. All right, but you're not allowed to picture anymore because we just realised that all pictures are fake now. They've all had colour inputted on them by something, which that means they're fraudulent. All right, so we all know that. So come on, Jem, show me the curvature, and you can't use the picture, and you can't use video anymore. So what are you going to show me? What's your proof? You don't have any way to show me proof anymore. You don't have any fucking way to show proof anymore. Fucking discredited yourselves, you dumb cunts.
Boy, Adam, don't start.
I never show
Don't
pictures.
start
When do
muting
I
me,
ever
Adam.
show pictures? You guys reject them out of hand anyway.
I can
never
reject
show.
them now. I can
No
reject
point.
considering every picture has to have its fucking a color inserted by another source. Yep, they're all fake, you fucking idiot. You can't tell me what color the shape of the Earth is because it's all been inserted by a computer based on data. Fucking liar. Do not lie to me. All right, you're a liar. You are
All
dishonest
digital,
liar.
all digital
Dishonest
pictures
liar.
are based
You
on
cannot use
data,
any
aren't they?
pictures. You cannot use any video. Therefore, NASA's fucking fraudulent. I've done it. Now they should be held accountable.
Nobody's going to hold him accountable for anything.
How would you go about holding them
I've
accountable?
just done it by myself. I proved how pictures cannot be used proof because they're having their color inputted. All right,
Okay.
they're not coming out as original pictures. No, they don't come out looking like exactly like it was. No, they're having their color inputted based on the data, based off data.
I would need to know
That's not correct. That's a fake
specifically
fucking
which picture
image.
you're talking
That's fake.
about.
That's fake. That's fake.
No.
That's fake, brother. I'm telling you, fake.
Okay.
Based on data.
Okay.
It is. It's based on data. It's not based off truth. It's not actual color.
There isn't really an argument here that I can
They don't
respond
use
to.
color. No, it's based on data. It's not real.
There isn't really an argument here that I can respond to. If we want to talk about a specific picture, then I'm happy to do that.
There is no picture you can show me. There is no picture unless it's one of them old cameras that put the color on it too.
Okay.
I think they were black and white photos. But
Himawari 8 takes.
Was there a color? Was there a color photo? Fucking what would they call them? Cameras where they print their own film straight away.
Polaroid.
Polaroid. Yeah.
Polaroid. Is there a color Polaroid? The only way you can show me a legitimate picture that I would accept is a color Polaroid.
Yeah. They stick
even
those
then-
on satellites
even
and have them send the
even
photos
then-
back to Earth.
Even then, all it is it's got a program in it that's going to be inputting the colors based off data. So I can still call that fucking fake. Fucking hell, this is easy. Every fucking picture's fake. Every picture's fake because
What
they have to
what
use.
kind of
they
what
have to
kind of
use a
streaming
program
do they
input
use
the
to
data.
get that satellite
They have to use
information
a
back
program to
through
input
the
the data, and
atmosphere?
the data tells them what colors are, what the color is. So green's just number 5, and fucking blue's number 2.
He keeps bringing up satellites. I'm not sure why.
2.222. I know how it works now. You're done. That's it. Data does not equal truth. Sorry that every fucking photo that you've ever shown me is fake because you can't show me a color photo that hasn't been used with data. They're getting the color from data.
Well, it depends on the actual specific image
No,
that you're
no,
talking
go
about.
get me a real picture.
Like I said, well, I can do. Like I keep saying, Himawari 8 takes a full color 4K image every 10 minutes. There you go. I rest my case.
Of what?
4K image.
How
it's actually accompanying the color is they've programmed.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Adam.
Of the whole of the half of the globe it's
being
looking at.
used to input the colors onto the photo. So no, that's fake too because they're using a program to input the color.
And how is it? Where's the satellite? How far away is the satellite?
It's about 1 million miles out.
About 1 million miles out. And it transmits this information how?
Using radio waves.
Radio waves. Now here on Earth, we bounce the radio waves off of the atmosphere.
Right.
We can bounce radio waves all over the planet just off the atmosphere alone. We don't need relay stations. And science tells us that the atmosphere blocks 99.9% of almost all waves. X-rays, radio waves, these waves, those waves. But you're going to tell me a little satellite 1 million miles away pumps out enough radio transmission at a super high power to get through that atmosphere, and it's doing it how often?
Well, I think, I mean, I don't know where this claim comes from about the atmosphere. Science tells us that the atmosphere blocks out 99% of all waves. I think that's, I mean, if you've got any citation for that claim, I'd like to see it, but I think that's nonsense.
Are you serious?
Yes,
That's
I'm
what
definitely. Well, if
science
you've got a
always
citation
said.
for it, I'd like to see it. Then, you know, I don't think there's
Don't make me do your
If that's the case, if that's the case, how do planes?
I mean, you just now agreed with me that.
If that's the case, how do planes communicate?
That is the claim of science. So let's see where you've got that claim from.
You just now agreed that radio waves can bounce. If I transmit a radio wave
I haven't
from
agreed to
power
anything.
here, it'll bounce.
All I've done is disagree with your claim that science says 99% of all waves.
You're just
are
being
blocked by the
disingenuous on purpose.
No, you're being disingenuous.
Everybody knows they bounce.
Is that
radio
claim
waves
true or
all over the
false,
planet.
Jeff? Is that claim
Everybody
true
knows
or
that
false?
You're being disingenuous.
No,
At
you
best,
are.
you're being
Is that claim true or false?
just being disingenuous. Why don't you be honest? Just
Why
be
don't
honest.
you be honest? Is that
I'm
claim
being
true or
completely honest.
false?
How do
Yes,
planes?
the
How do
atmosphere
planes?
blocks out
How do planes communicate? Yeah?
Most now. Most. Is it most or 99%?
science says about
And is
99
this your claim or is this the claim of science?
This is what we learned in school in science books.
Jeff,
Right.
how do planes communicate with the ground then? If the radio waves are being blocked, how do they communicate
Planes
with
are
the
not
ground?
flying in space. Planes are flying.
Well, you
in
just said the atmosphere blocks out the signal. They're flying at
As you've just
35,000
agreed,
feet.
it only blocks out now most of the waves. So obviously, even as
You're talking about terrestrial.
even in your explanation,
Don't start muting me, A4. You're like a little child.
even in your explanation, the stuff like could communicate.
Definitely mute one of these guys because they.
Both of you two need to shut up for a second. Both of you two, you
Don't
never
keep
allowed to
muting me,
say
Adam.
anything
It's
to
really
me.
childish.
I proved you both wrong, and you wanted to.
Oh,
just
you
jump
haven't
onto the
proved
next
anyone
topic.
wrong, Adam.
I proved you
You
both
haven't
wrong.
proved anyone wrong, Adam.
I proved you wrong.
You haven't proved anyone wrong, Adam. All you've done is thrown your toys out the
You want
pram.
to just jump onto the next topic? It shows you lose.
You
bro.
prove you don't understand the meaning of the word composite. Well done.
Since cameras have been digital, they no longer put colour like they do on the old.
Insert something else. All right, it's not original anymore. It's not an original when you have to insert something else on it to make it seem more legitimate.
So every single picture that's taken on Earth, people take a picture of their family, they take pictures of cars, they're all fakes.
Yes.
There's your citation for radio waves bouncing off.
Okay, yeah, I understand your position now. I understand your position. Everything is fake. Everything that doesn't agree with you is fake. Everything that agrees with you is all right. Yep, I understand that. Thank you. I'm clear now. Thank
you understand that? What? No, you're just trying to use it from your bias.
No, I've just agreed with you, Adam. I've just agreed with you, Adam. You're saying that every picture, even the pictures taken by normal people on the ground, a family party, a family get together, they're all fake. I understand that.
Unless they're black and white.
I agree with that, Adam. I agree. All right, I'll give you that. Every picture is fake, Adam. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yes, I can. Does any photographer tell you?
Okay, look, I just wait a minute. Hey, Adam, hold on.
Adam, what are you on about? I've just agreed with you. Every picture is fake, Adam. What are you still ranting about?
Adam,
what are you still ranting about?
You cannot get a color picture. You cannot get a color picture.
Adam, stop ranting. I've just agreed that every picture is fake. If you want to believe that, then yes, go on, believe that.
Adam, let's move on. Let's move on from the pictures, Adam. I was asking him about the satellite.
The only real picture you can get, Mark. No, just wait. The only real picture you can get, Mark.
I've been waiting.
There's no real pictures. I agree. It's fake. It's fake, Adam. You said that. Adam, why do we keep going on? I've already granted you that every picture is fake. Why do we keep on? I've just agreed that. Why do you keep going on about it?
Well, now, when we ask you for proof, you're not allowed to get any video or picture up.
No, that's okay. That's okay, Adam. Right.
You can post. Hey, we can post the links in chat, and we can all look at the same picture at the same time.
No, pictures are fake. You can't post any pictures. Pictures are fake. Adam just said that. Adam just said that. So no pictures can be produced.
Nah, none.
Okay, that's fair enough, Adam. Okay.
All right, I just now gave you the citation that you were
No, I
asking.
don't want no citation. Citation fake, Jeff.
No, I want to see citation.
I just put it in chat. That is a citation of how they bounce radio waves off of our ionosphere.
Yeah, but science doesn't deny that, does it?
99% of all waves are blocked by the atmosphere.
No, I'm saying that you just now said that Adam, if you would please block him every time he interrupts me, I'd appreciate it. I'm not interrupting
If you
him.
do that, I'm going to
leave. So it's.
Well, fucking
Well,
leave.
can we just have it?
Is that the only way you? Is that the only way you can win arguments? Is it by muting and kicking people out?
I
Is
know.
that it?
You don't get to tell people to block me. So
Yeah,
fuck
you're
off.
an idiot,
them all
Jeff.
the time.
You're an idiot, Jeff.
That's fine. You can call me whatever you like, but you will shut the fuck up when I talk, and I will shut the fuck up when you talk.
Yeah, but you don't, do you? You
If
just
you
told him
can't
to
play by
mute me.
those rules,
Jeffrey,
and
you just told him to mute me, so obviously you don't.
It's just trolling now. Just
Yeah, I know. He's an idiot. I've seen his videos. The geezer's a raving idiot.
You can say whatever you fucking like.
Well, I don't have to say it. You prove it. Carry on. I want you to produce your evidence because it proves to everyone in the
Okay.
chat that
Well,
you're an
where's your
idiot.
citation that all my videos are complete bullshit?
No, I'm waiting for
Right.
your citation to say that 99.9.
He just gave you the citation.
You're not a citation. You're not a science book.
I'm waiting for you
He
to
didn't
produce a
claim it
citation
on
that says
behalf
that
of science.
99.9.
I just gave you a citation in chat to show how radio waves are bounced off of our ionosphere.
Science doesn't
Right, but
deny
nobody
that.
was
does it?
denying that, Jeff, were they? No one was saying that that didn't happen. No one said that that didn't happen.
You just said a satellite sends radio waves from 1,000,000 miles away.
Yes,
Right.
they do.
Doesn't
Right.
bounce off the same ionosphere. Goes
No.
straight through
No,
it one way.
no,
It's
it
a
doesn't.
one-way.
They use
It's a one-way
they use a
radio wave
different wavelength.
ionosphere.
It's to do with the wavelengths that they use, I
Oh,
believe.
it's got to do with the right wavelengths. Oh,
Right.
Do you know what wavelengths are, Jeff?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
In fact, you know what?
Well, there you go.
If y'all want to keep being disingenuous, you can keep.
Well, why is that disingenuous? Just
just
point it
asked you.
out. How is that disingenuous?
Because you've not provided any evidence to the
Well, we
contrary.
didn't make no claim.
To the contrary of what?
You just now said the wavelength. Show me the citation.
Yeah, no,
What wavelength
that
is that?
don't lie,
What
Jeff. I
wavelength
asked you for a
gets
site.
out?
You said
I just now showed
said
you radio waves
your
get
words.
bounced off the ionosphere that are transmitted from towers on the ground.
these
What?
were your words,
Now
Jeff.
show me the.
Science tells us
Oh, dear.
99% of all waves are blocked by the atmosphere.
Yes,
That
they
was
are.
the citation that I asked for. That was what I was asking you to provide a citation.
I was still looking for that. So if
Well,
you could
good
just
luck.
address the point, if you could just address the point, of the citation that I
have
did
addressed the
provide.
point. They use a different wavelength. Simple
Okay,
as that.
show me the citation. You can go look for yours. I'll look for mine. So you can
Right,
shut the fuck up and go find your citation while I find this one for you.
Well, I don't need to, Jeff. Do I? I don't need to.
Well, you're not
That's
going to sit there and
fine.
talk over
You're-
somebody. Act
all
like
you're saying
you're
is,
Mr.
all
fucking
you're
smart
offering,
motherfucker.
all
You know,
you're offering is the
you really
usual
seem like
flat earth-
you're just
listening.
being disingenuous.
You're talking while I'm talking now,
Completely
mate.
disingenuous. Completely disingenuous.
All
Go
you're
find your
offering-
citation.
Let
Go
me
find
speak.
your wavelength
Let me speak.
citation.
Let me
Stop
speak.
talking and go find your wavelength
Let me
citation.
speak. You don't tell me to stop talking,
I'll
Jeff.
tell you any fucking thing I want to. Go find your citation.
Right.
You asked me for a citation. I gave it to you. You won't even fucking look at it. You won't even.
I have
discuss
looked at it. I have looked at it. What does it
And
say?
you said- and
Something
you
that
said-
no one was
it's
denying.
the wavelength that
They
through.
can't
Go
bounce
show
away
me the
radio waves.
citation. If that is your argument and that is your rebuttal, show me the citation
There is
of
no
what
rebuttal.
wavelength
There
gets
is no
through.
rebuttal. I didn't make
Don't
an
you know
argument
what a
against what you're
wavelength
claiming.
Don't you know
You're
what a
saying
citation
you're-
is? Don't you know how to go get one? Can't you shut the fuck up and go get your citation that shows
Citation
what
of what?
wavelength gets
Citation
through?
of what?
Jeffrey, we're still waiting for your citation, Jeffrey.
What do you want me to do? All I need to do is show you.
citation of what wavelengths get through. What radio wavelengths get through the ionosphere?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Then why would you say it if you can't back it
Because
up?
I know.
I'm looking for
I
my
know
next
that- I know
citation.
that-
I'm gonna find my next citation, bitch.
Well, where's the
And that's
first
exactly what I
citation,
do in my
Jeff?
videos. I show
Jeffrey,
evidence.
where's the
Just
first
evidence,
citation?
Ranting like a
and
fucking
evidence. This is
lunatic.
what y'all
Calm
do.
down,
Try
you mad
producing the
twat.
This is
first
what y'all don't
citation,
like. This
Jeffrey.
is how y'all are so
No.
disingenuous.
I don't speak to you like
Y'all
this.
know
I
about
don't
my
speak to you like this.
man.
You're the
This
one
guy's
that's
a
acting
joke.
like a lunatic.
Ad hominem attacks on everybody that comes in here.
No, I haven't made an
You're not going to do it to me. I'll talk over you every time you speak up.
So we're still waiting for your citation, Jeff. We're still waiting for your
I'm
citation.
still waiting for yours. I just provided you one.
I haven't made a
You
claim,
didn't even
Jeff.
provide me
I
a
haven't made a
statement.
claim.
Provided me with a citation, Jack.
Just
I
gonna
haven't
say
made a
you
claim
don't have to
yet.
do
Provided a
it.
citation.
You
You're
made
just
a
going to say
claim.
you don't have to do it. I just provided you a
No,
citation.
you haven't. You have
you
not
didn't.
provided a citation.
The ionosphere, and you're going to say, well,
That citation does not state what you said.
No one denied that, Jeff. No one has denied that they can bounce radio waves off the ionosphere.
And I asked you how.
So
and
you
I
have
asked
no
you how
need to provide a citation for it. You do have
I
a need.
just now provided you a
have a need to
citation.
provide
Radio
a-
waves can't penetrate the ionosphere.
Where's the fucking
No,
citation,
you
Jeffrey?
do
Are
not
you
have a
stupid?
citation that says that. You
I
do
just
not.
now showed you the citation of how
No, it
we
does
you
not
fucking
say that.
didn't,
It
Jeffrey.
doesn't
You're
say that.
being disingenuous now, Jeffrey? Who's being disingenuous now? You are.
I'm definitely not. I just now
Yes,
proved
you are.
We bounce radio waves off of the ionosphere in all
That's not what we
types
asked for,
of
though, is it?
wavelengths.
That's not what we asked for, Jeffrey.
FM,
That is not what we asked for, Jeffrey, is it? We
I
asked
don't
you
give
to
a fuck what
provide.
you asked
We
for. Why don't
asked
you
you
just
to
take it one
provide a
step at a time and quit
citation.
moving the goalpost?
It is mostly used in shortwave frequency bands. Thank you very much.
We're waiting for your citation to prove that 99.9%
I don't see a link.
of the waves
I
are
don't see a
blocked.
link. I don't see a link.
Provide
I just
a
hear y'all-
citation.
I just hear y'all doing a lot of
citation that
talking.
you've
I
just
just hear y'all doing a lot of talking, but you're not providing any evidence for what you're
I don't need to. You provided it. It's from your citation, you dumb fuck.
Oh man, he's thick as shit, man. So where's the citation that 99.9% of radio waves don't get through the atmosphere, please, Jeffrey? That's what we're waiting for. If you can't provide it, just be honest and say that that's not true and you made it up. If you can provide it, please link it.
I'm currently looking for it right now.
Depending on the transmitting
Why don't you go look for yours?
below approximately
I haven't made
10
no claim.
megahertz during the day
You
and
made a
5
claim that
megahertz at night.
A particular satellite a million miles away transmits.
I've made no claim, Jeffrey.
radio.
I've made no claim, Jeffrey.
You just claimed that satellite transmits its information
Jeffrey.
through
I
radio.
have made no
Yeah,
claim.
and it does, and you haven't
Well, y'all
provided
both
anything
sound
to
the
say
same.
that
You
it's
both
not.
sound like you got a mouthful of fucking shit. So I don't know how to communicate with both of you. It's like
Okay, so ad
split
hominem's all
personality.
right for you to do. Ad hominem's all right
Oh,
for
well,
you
you
to
started
do.
it. You started it. You said it was okay.
I get you.
You said it was
Okay, you
okay.
fucking
You said it was
retard.
okay.
How's that? How's
Yeah,
that? Do you like that?
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you suck cock for money, yeah, you little bitch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, Tim Osmond fucks you up the arse.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mark admitted all pictures are fake.
Is that really the best you got?
No, I've got some more.
For fucking 2 years making
Mark
videos.
admitted that
You
all
think
pictures
you
are
want
fake.
You
think you want to hurt my feelings
videos.
with your childish bullshit?
We've seen you misunderstanding how photoforensics works. That was very.
Oh, that's funny as fuck, that is. I've been 2 years making videos. Yeah, they're fucking comedy gold, mate. Comedy
Did you see
fucking
his
gold.
photoforensics one? That's a good one.
I've seen a few of them. The gets
What
is
is
obviously
your
off his
problem?
head. He's a proper
What is your
loon.
problem with the image cropping that I
Proper
found?
loon. He raises pigs and
What is
chews
your
straw
what is
all
your
day.
what is your
Well,
what
you
is your-
seem
what is your
you seem
problem
to
with the
think
image
that
cropping?
JPEG compression means something was part of the picture was removed, and you seem to think that XMP data is what the camera records on the image, and it's usually something recorded by an Adobe product. So they were quite fundamental errors, really, Jeff.
I do not agree with you.
Any citation
Well, I'm
yet,
sure
Jeff?
you don't, but that's the way it is.
Well,
I'm
it's
getting
not the way it
poked.
is just because you say it is. Fucking show something.
Okay, what does JPEG compression do then? You tell me. What does
No,
when
you
something
tell me.
says if you
I
see a
didn't talk about-
JPEG is
I
set
didn't-
at 70%
about
quality,
JPEG.
what
I
does that
didn't-
mean?
I didn't talk about JPEG compression.
If you see a JPEG is 70% quality, what does that mean?
Means it was compressed down to 70% of its original.
Right,
file
that's
size.
JPEG compression, isn't it?
Right.
Right. Doesn't mean part of the picture was removed, does it?
I didn't say that.
No, you definitely implied that in your video.
Well,
Definitely.
you might have thought I implied that.
Oh no, I didn't think you implied it. You
don't
implied
understand
it.
what I'm saying.
And
when
what's XMP data then?
Maybe it's a difference of you don't understand my words because of my accent.
No, it's not that.
I never said that 30% of the picture was gone.
Oh yes, you do.
I said there's no reason to show a compressed version. There's
you
no
said,
reason.
why was 30% of it removed? I think. were
Yes.
the words.
Under compression, you were taking away 30% of that picture.
No, you're not. You're not taking away 30% of the picture.
You're not going to say something was
You're
compressed.
taking away
and nothing
30% of
was
the
lost.
data for the picture, but not the picture itself, are you? I mean, if I have a picture of a
Absolutely right.
house.
You're saying you're talking out of both sides of your neck.
No, I'm not. If I have a picture of a house and I compress it to 70%, I've still got a picture of a house.
Okay, whatever you say, bro.
Okay, I'm
Whatever
going to cope.
You found a citation yet, Jeff?
I'm still waiting for yours.
Well, you're the one that made the first claim. You claim that
No,
radio
sir,
waves
I
can't
just
get through the
simply
atmosphere.
responded- Yes, I say radio waves can't get through the atmosphere.
So
from
can you provide a
ground-based
citation
antennas.
for that, please?
I just now did.
No, you didn't. You provided a citation that says that radio waves can be bounced off the ionosphere. We've already
Exactly.
admitted to that. But that's not
So-
blocking
so
it,
you
is it?
admitted to that, but
That's
you're gonna
not
turn
blocking
around
it,
and
is
say
it?
that-
That's not blocking it, though, Jeff, is it? In anyone's language, or whatever language you want to talk in, you want to
you
talk
are
in fucking
insane,
If
dude.
you want to talk in hick language,
You're
it still
fucking
doesn't
insane,
mean that,
dude.
does it?
You're talking out of both sides of your fucking neck.
No.
Can I join in 1 second?
You promised to provide a citation, and you failed to do it.
No,
So
I
that-
did. I
so
just
that means
provided
you're
you a
wrong,
fucking
Jeff.
citation.
So that
Where
means
is
you're
yours?
wrong, Jeff. So
No,
you're
I'm
wrong.
not wrong. No, you're
So you're
completely
wrong. You
wrong.
are. You haven't
No, he's not wrong. He's He's
haven't
not
been
wrong,
able to
Mark. Do you
provide
know
the
why,
citation.
Mark?
You said you was going to look for the citation. You obviously
I
can't
just
find it.
provided
So
you a
why can't
citation showing
why
how
can't you just be
ionosphere
genuine? Why
blocks
can't you just be
by
genuine and
bouncing
say
radio
I
waves
made a
off of it?
mistake? Why
And
can't
you
you
just
be
refuse. You're
genuine?
just being
Say I made a
disrespectful.
mistake about the
I've read it out to you. I read the wavelengths
over and over and over and over.
I read the
You're not
wavelengths
going to
too.
provide a citation to show that the ionosphere. You're not going to provide a citation, and you're being dishonest. I just provided you a citation.
Jeff, we understand
Just
that we're
because you
dealing with
say,
dishonest people.
because you say
Let's move
they're
on
not
now,
blocked
Jeff.
when I show you they are blocked.
Let's move
doesn't
on
make-
now, Jeff, because
No,
you're,
I'd rather
you're
you just fucking
dishonest.
provide your citation.
Well, I've
I'd
made
rather
no
you
claim,
just quit
Jeff.
fucking
I've
lying
made no
about shit
claim.
and provide your citation.
I've made no claim, Jeff.
You've made terrible claims.
No, I have made no claim. What claim have I made?
You've made claims for the last 10 minutes that you have not backed up.
What claims have I made?
Radio waves bounce off of the ionosphere. How does a satellite that transmits with radio waves get through
You've
the
just
same
provided a
ionosphere?
citation that says that they do bounce off of the atmosphere, haven't you, Jeff?
That's what I did.
So
Yeah.
you've proved my
But
claim.
does it say that all of them bounce off
So
the
you've proved my
ionosphere?
claim then, haven't you?
Does it say that they all bounce off the
Trying to say that colour
ionosphere?
pictures were real.
So
Or
now
does it say that they use specific wavelengths? Like
now
I
you
said?
prove your claim, Jeff. Now you prove your claim, Jeff.
Adam, you're gonna have to mute one or two of these guys.
No, we fucking ain't got to mute any of us. You don't fucking own the room, guy. You don't fucking own the room.
Mark is the type of dishonest person that tells people that colour pictures are real.
I've granted you all pictures are fake. Why'd you keep going back to that, Alan?
Because you lost. You lost, mate.
How have I
That's
lost?
the evidence that you've been providing me. Because
How have I
they're not
lost?
real.
How have I lost, Adam?
You did admit that you agreed with Adam already. You agreed that you agreed with Adam.
Yeah, I've agreed. Okay, all right. I'll grant that all pictures are fake. Every single picture that's ever been taken is fake.
And who are you? You're Mark, right? Okay, so now you're out of that argument. How about the other guy? Do you agree all pictures are fake that come from NASA or no?
Of course not. That's preposterous.
Okay. Go ahead and continue.
We're still waiting for you to provide a
Hey, Mark,
citation,
you're
Jeff.
out. Mark, you're out.
I don't even.
We're not talking about pictures. We're talking about radio
provided my
waves.
citation, Mark. I've already provided my citation, Mark.
Please
Radio
keep
waves.
up with the
bounce off
conversation.
the atmosphere, Mark.
Just
Provided
go for Wikipedia and got something that refutes
I've already
what you're
provided my
saying.
citation. It's sitting over there in
can you
chat.
at least
As I
I'll
pointed
provide your
out to you,
citation.
I don't know why you're still going on about it. You should have backed away.
Yes, why
what
are
you
y'all
could.
still going on about it when I've already provided the
Keep up with the
citation?
conversation. We've moved on to the pictures now.
I'm going to keep talking back over you. Why don't you shut the fuck up and go get your citation? Which radio
I
waves?
haven't made no
get out?
I've got
Which
one.
radio waves
I've
come
got
in?
my citation is your citation.
My citation has nothing about which radio waves get out.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. I read it out to you. Jeez.
And what did it say? What did it say, Jeremy? Jeremy, what did it
This is
say?
what's so funny about it. They offer evidence. They don't
I know.
read themselves. They haven't
It
even
is
fucking
mostly
read it.
used in the shortwave frequency band. Now, there's more detail than that. Wait a minute. Here we go.
It's fucking utterly ridiculous, you know what I mean? It's beyond funny, to tell you the truth. And the reason I granted that all the photos are thing, for the exact reason that Jeremy just said, it's preposterous. I'm doing it not for your benefit, but the people listening to this, that can see that Adam's position is absolutely preposterous.
Shut up, you tart.
I mean, here for a start, VHF signals with frequencies above 30 megahertz usually penetrate the ionosphere and are not returned to the Earth's surface.
So
I don't know if that's what.
So that's the radio waves that your satellite uses.
I don't know that, but the point is.
Well, you said that your satellite uses radio waves to transmit its information back to
That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
Look, radio waves have all got different frequencies, haven't they?
So why don't you run along and find out which radio waves?
Listen. You want the citation, Jeff? Let me give it to you. Frequencies below approximately 10
that's not
megahertz.
the citation for your satellite. Go.
This is it. This is the citation for my
Not for your satellite. You're reading a citation on radio.
Well, I don't really.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Radio
showing that you're incorrect. That radio waves can't pass through the ionosphere, and I've shown that already. That's all I needed to show.
Just show me the information on this satellite.
All I needed to show
I
was
will concede the argument if you can show me the radio wavelength that the satellite uses to transmit its information back to Earth.
You didn't say
From
that,
a
Jeff.
million
You said that
miles
radio waves
away.
cannot penetrate. We've just
Your
shown that
claim
they
was
can.
that
So you're wrong.
99% of all waves were blocked, and therefore communication from a satellite wouldn't be possible, is the claim that you were made. And I've just shown you that radio waves can pass through the ionosphere, which is contrary to your claim.
But they can't pass through the
radiation
belt.
It can be done, and it obviously can. And we can spend more more time, and I can prove you wrong even more than I have already if you really want me to.
You have not proven
I can't get through the radiation
I've just
belt.
shown you that radio waves can pass through the ionosphere.
They can't pass through the Van Allen radiation belts.
What, radio waves can't go through the Van Allen belt?
The fucking astronauts can't go through the
We're
fucking
not talking about astronauts, are you fucking retard? We're talking about radio waves. Try and keep up.
Yeah, so how's it getting through
Try
the
and
Van
keep up.
Allen? How's it getting
Try and
through
keep
and
up.
back?
Try and keep up, Poncho.
Right.
Right, so you've got massively radioactive waves coming off the Van Allen radiation belts. Tell me how a radio wave gets through that.
Quite easily.
Bullshit.
I found some more on it now.
What, radio waves go through your walls? Radio waves go through loads of different things.
Right, but do they go through fucking radiation belts?
Yes,
no,
they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Right, of course they fucking do.
Of course they do. What would stop them? What do you think
The
of
fucking
radiation
astronauts can't go through them, you fanny.
So you jump from astronauts can't go through to radio waves. How the fuck is a radio wave?
Neither of them can fucking go through it. All come back.
This
It's
is
heaven,
the
you big
mentality of these people. Utterly ridiculous argument.
Anytime today, Mark, show me any fucking radio waves that go through radiation. These are 25,000 mile wide belts.
You do know there's natural radiation on the Earth, don't you? You do know there's natural radiation on the Earth, don't you, Poncho?
We're not talking about the Earth, we're talking about space. And we're talking about a tiny little fucking car that's a million miles away, and you're going to hit it with shortwave radio.
So is the radiation in space different to the radiation on Earth, Poncho?
And where is it getting all this power to send this freaking radio signal from a million miles away?
Yeah, you're full of shit.
So what kind of power
really?
supply, Jeffrey, do you think would need for that?
Well, it'd need more than a couple of little freaking solar panels.
A couple of what, sir? I didn't hear that. Someone was shouting.
A couple of little solar panels.
No, that's not the energy. That's what gets the energy from the sun. But I'm saying, what kind of energy?
Okay, so you know about the power source this satellite.
No, you seem to, because you're saying that they couldn't possibly send it. So I'm asking you,
Right,
what power
exactly.
source
I mean, he's saying it's impossible to make something that could take photos every 10 minutes. I mean,
and send that kind of information back a million miles away.
Right.
So
based on what are you making that, Clay?
Radio towers here locally that need about 1,800 watts of power just to send a signal, and that would be within a 100-mile radius.
I believe Bond printed it down to 26.
You're transmitting information from a million miles away using the same type of radio waves.
Well, no, not the same type of radio waves.
It would be
I think they actually. I think they might.
1,800 watts of power to use. Where's this 1,800 watts of power coming from?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Does your satellite have a nuclear generator or something on it too? Like a satellite nuclear power plant? Is it running on a car battery?
Some of them.
No,
I think one of the probes has got.
But more importantly, how do them radio waves get through the Van Allen radiation belt?
I think one of them's got a nuclear
supplied by
cell
a
in them.
single gallium arsenide solar panel, which provides up to
Gallium arsenide solar panel.
which provides up to 2.6 kilowatts of power.
2.6 kilowatts of power. Really?
If you want to take this further, you can, Jeff. But I should point out to you at this point, and
Well,
to
I should
everyone else,
point out to you that there is not a single solar panel on anybody's roof here in the United States that kicks out that kind of fucking power.
Right. Well, so what?
So what? NASA is all about experiment and science. To be sure, they're going to share this technology with us.
And does that mean it? Does that mean it would be economically viable?
Why are they going to give us the shit solar panels?
For a
when
start, it's a Japanese satellite.
Freaking thing.
For a
I mean,
start,
you're
it's a
talking about
Japanese
the size of
satellite.
a car.
For a start, it's a Japanese satellite, and that doesn't mean it would be economically viable to put the same system on the roof of everyone's house. Obviously,
really.
I mean that really, obviously, yes,
Really?
very obvious. Yes, of course, really.
Really?
Of course. What, you think NASA equip their satellites with solar panels that we normally put on people's roofs?
Why not?
You
It's not the amount of money to make.
And I think I should point out to you that just sitting
In
there
fact, while
saying,
we're talking about NASA, giving us their technology, can you describe at least one technology that NASA sit with their space station? Can you describe one experiment that they have performed on this space station that they have shared the results to us with, other than eating watermelon off their foreheads?
Or that has benefited us in any way whatsoever?
there's loads. There's about 1,800 things.
1,800.
Something that helped us. Something that helped us.
NASA
people.
claims
Velcro is invented by a farmer, dumb fuck.
There's about 1,800 things that NASA claim as spin-offs.
Yeah, but what have they done for the people? What is all this space
They
travel?
claim this
Oh.
shit, but what technology have they produced that we can use right here today? We have given them fucking billions and billions of dollars. If I gave you billions of dollars and said you need to perform experiments that are beneficial to mankind,
Here's a few for you. Here's a
beneficial
few.
to mankind of sending a satellite 1,000,000 miles away that's supposing transmitting data using radio waves from a power source that nobody's ever fucking heard of, that's not even possible here on fucking Earth, yet we can put it in a satellite, but it's Japanese's. It's the Japanese satellite. Maybe that we ought to have the Japanese run NASA so they can start hooking us up with some of this technology. Why wouldn't they hook us up with this technology? Oh, it's not economically beneficial. How do you know? How do you know it's not cheaper to build that fucking satellite or that solar panel? You don't know. You're just talking out your ass, both of you.
I think you're the only one talking out your arse.
You're claiming that it should be on everybody's roof.
Absolutely.
How is that not talking out of your arse?
No, that's what he's saying. If you've got that technology, why haven't they got it on the houses?
Gallium solar panels and their cost. Do enlighten us, Jeff. Do tell us all about.
You enlighten us.
Do enlighten us about the cost of gallium solar panels.
You know somebody wouldn't got the money. You can't go buy a gallium arsenide fucking solar panel. You can't go buy an arsenic gallium. You cannot go buy that solar panel
per square meter.
You got the money or not? You can't buy it. You can't buy it. It's not on the market. You can't buy it. So if I was a multi-billionaire and I wanted some arsenic gallium fucking solar panels on my fucking roof because I really fucking had the money and I could spend the fucking money, why can't I buy it?
How would I know? Why do you think that?
How would you know? You already know there's 1,800 experiments they've done that were beneficial to mankind.
Are we switching to something else now? Are we switching to something else now just so you can rant and rave?
That fucking Velcro.
Are we just going to switch, keep switching from one thing to another? We're going to talk about one thing.
You fucking dipshit.
If you're just going to talk over me all the time, this is...
I'm going to talk over you all the time.
He's proper retard. He's going into retard.
Both of you need to shut the fuck up, hang up your goddamn
shut the fuck up,
and
man.
fucking go home. Both of you can suck my fucking dick. You can kiss my fucking ass.
Shut the fuck up,
you late-term abortion, buddy. I believe in late-term abortion. I believe in late-term abortion. I
fucking idiot. That's all
right
you
now.
are.
All you're doing is talking, clean out your ass. Now, if you'd like to tell us one fucking experiment that was supposedly beneficial to mankind, other than Velcro, that was invented by a fucking farmer, done by fucking NASA, I'd be more than happy to entertain you fucking retarded motherfucking dogs. If you could just fucking give us one fucking information that would be beneficial to this conversation, I would be loving it right now. I would shut my fucking mouth if you could just tell us one fucking thing that made a bit of fucking sense. But you're not. You're not going to give us anything that makes any sense.
Pigs, man. The
Fucking
pigs need that swill, man.
Fucking solar panels you cannot fucking buy
Go feed the
anywhere for
pigs,
any amount of
man.
money.
Pigs
But
need
it's the
that
Japanese
swill.
2.1 kilowatts,
feed the
gigawatts,
pigs.
fucking sending back fucking radio
feed the
signals.
pigs, man. Go feed the fucking pigs.
Ionosphere, and you don't even know what the fuck they are.
Pigs,
All you gotta do is just come up with one fucking beneficial experiment for mankind performed by NASA on their space station, and you said Velcro.
Yeah, they did. They proved that people could gangbang your mum in space. They all had a go on her. They took
So you're still here then, you fat cunt, and you still ain't giving no one no proof.
The old American whore.
Mark, you a fat cunt. Shut up. You've been here 24 hours, and you haven't given anyone any sort of proof.
I told you again, I'm not here. I was just here to laugh.
Radio waves don't go through the Van Allen
Just here
radiation.
to laugh at you.
Brick.
Radio waves don't go through the Van
Off of your
Allen.
mama and get your dick out of your mama's ass and go get us some fucking information on the fucking on this information that you supposedly have. You have something other than Velcro and fucking personal attacks. Is there anything besides that you and your mama can provide us?
In the side chat, loads of them. I'm adding to it though. I'll keep sticking more in.
Those are not links.
Oh, you want link? I thought you wanted invention.
Anybody could have invented them, and then NASA
Why don't you read them out? Read them out, Jeff.
Infrared. Listen to this, y'all. This is what. Wait a minute. This is what these guys are claiming that NASA invented in space.
No, that is not the claim. That is not the claim at all.
Ventricular
That is not the claim that they were
artificial limbs, vitamin visible braces, scratch-resistant lenses, space blankets, aircraft anti-icing systems, highway safety. They invented fucking highway safety on the space station. Fucking awesome! Fucking awesome! They invented fucking highway safety on the space station.
These are things that are spin-offs from the space program.
No,
what they invented in terms of highway safety.
Take your fucking mama attacks down the fucking road. I said, what has NASA invented on the space station or come up with on the
a load of these things.
Highway safety and Velcro. Are you fucking serious? Both of you guys are out of your fucking gourd. Y'all
Jeff,
are
you're
fucking
just ranting
insane.
like a madman.
Y'all are fucking
There's no need for this.
There is. God damn insane.
Why are you talking like this? Why are you doing it?
He's a fucking pig farming hick, that's why.
Because you're fucking lying to him, that's why.
No, he's not. He's just provided
Yes, you are,
evidence.
you fat cunt. You've been lying all day. You've been lying for 2 weeks. You're a lying fat cunt.
Experiments on the space station.
Fat cunt. Give me some proof.
1,500 experiments was your word. What they did on the space station. I said, besides fucking eat watermelon off your fucking head, what is all this shit they're doing
You're so
on the space
dishonest.
station? You said 1,800. You give me highway safety and fucking Velcro. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Why are you
How fucking
screaming,
retarded? Look,
Jeff,
is
why
it
are you
where y'all
screaming?
from? Where the fuck are these guys from?
Listen to him. Look,
How
listen to
fucking
him.
retarded are the people that come
He's
from this
dribbling.
place?
He's fucking dribbling,
Are
man.
y'all fucking on? Are y'all on
You're
complete
fucking dribbling,
lithium
man.
diets?
Fucking sort
Really?
yourself
Are y'all
out,
on
man. You're
complete
fucking
fucking
dribbling.
lithium and fluoride diets? You give me fucking Velcro and highway safety.
You need to be on some sort of.
That's one of those 1,800 experiments done on a space station.
That's the fakest
Y'all gotta be
life,
shitting
Matt.
me.
This is a different class of retard, isn't it? Like, you poked him,
Matt, you're a
he's gone
fat
fucking
cunt with a
mad.
fake laugh.
He's gone fucking mad.
Secret
Water purification came from the space station. Water purification came from the space station. Portable vacuum cleaners came from the space station.
He's lying. It's all lies.
Enriched baby food came from the space station.
Bullshit.
Temper foam came from the space station.
Bullshit.
Solar cells came from the space station.
Bullshit.
Freeze-dried food came from the space station.
Bullshit.
A software catalog came from the space station.
Bullshit.
Fire-resistant reinforcement from a space station that can't even
Bullshit.
close the fucking hatches came from the space station. Video enhancing came from the space station.
It's not extra. Well,
Mark, what's the name of this channel? Is it Flat Earth?
You get was anything made in space station?
Flat Earth.
God damn, that's amazing. We were putting out
Flat Earth fellow like a fucking loony.
1,800 experiments on a space station, and you give me this fucking list?
I'll give you some pigs if you want.
Fucking lying motherfucker! Lying motherfucker! Y'all don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
You got a pig.
Oh, I do. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know very well what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, which is why you commenced by talking about
from
Teflon.
the space station.
Listen to it, Jeremy, man.
Fucking highway
Fucking
safety.
camera on, man.
Highway safety from the space station.
Put your
Fucking
camera on,
really?
pussy, man.
Highway space.
Put your camera on, you fucking pig farmer. Put your camera on. Let's see your face.
If you stop screaming and shouting, I'll explain that to you, but it's okay. You can carry on.
What have you got made in
On the
space?
space station.
Put
Traffic
your camera
lights.
on, man.
On
Put your
the
fucking
space
camera
station.
on, man. Come on, put your camera on. Let me see you in that pussy face, man. Come on, Jeff. Put your camera on. Let's see that pussy face.
You guys are so full of shit. It's not even funny. It's
Come
actually
on,
pretty
man.
sad.
Come on, put the camera on, Jeff. Put the camera
No
on.
funny
Let's
shit.
see
All
you
you've done is
farming them
scream.
pigs, man.
There's been plenty
And
of people that see what I look like.
last time the basis of your argument was giggling. This time it's screaming. So, well done.
Well, just give us one benefit.
He's already
Man, all you gotta do,
proven
you
it
said
all.
1,800 experiments on the space
There he
station that
goes
were
again.
beneficial to mankind.
No, that isn't what I said.
1,800, and you give us Velcro and highway
That
safety.
isn't what I said.
That's exactly
what he
what you
said.
said.
No, it isn't.
So you can
That's what Jeff
I
said.
asked you
He said, give us
what information have we gotten off that
experiments.
space station other than eating watermelons off their forehead, and you said, fucking this list. It's right here.
Yeah, but what I said was that NASA claimed about 1,800 spin-offs of the space program.
No, that's not what he asked for. He said he wanted an experiment that benefited mankind in space. What have you got?
Right, well, the very first one of those was developed on the space station. So there
What's
you
that?
go.
What's that?
Infrared ear thermometers.
Infrared ear thermometers were invented on a space station.
No, they weren't invented on the space station.
Well, fuck off then. Give us an experiment that did do something.
Right, that's what you asked me for, wasn't it?
Hey, I've spent fucking billions of dollars keeping a space station in space for experimentation and idea development, and you're going to fucking tell us
so the
that
thing had to
infrared
actually
fucking
be
ear thermometers
invented in
were invented on the station.
It had to actually be invented in space, is what you're telling me.
Why else are they up there?
Yeah, exactly.
Why else to invent things? Don't be ridiculous.
Fucking brush their fucking teeth.
If they could have invented it, tell me. I want to put it up there.
Vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, it's like Shark Tank, Jeff. You know, they're all the astronauts line up at the end of the week with their invention.
I bet you shit
And they
in
have to
a
pitch
fucking
it to
shop
me.
vac
They
so
have
you
to
can
pitch it
pretend
to a
you're on a
bunch of
space
millionaires.
station.
Boy, Adam, it's Dragon's Den up there, Jeremy. It's Space Dragon's Den, isn't it? They have to pursue it, and then they go, I'm out.
Yeah.
All you guys got to do is give us one fucking thing. One fucking thing. One fucking thing from the space station. One fucking thing from the space station. I don't even know where you guys are from, but to be sure, your taxes go into this shit too.
Yeah, man, I went down the road from you damn hick, man.
They do go into the space station. Yeah.
Okay, so don't you want to know what your money's being spent on?
Oh, what? So you do acknowledge that you said. You do acknowledge, Jeffrey. You do acknowledge.
What you did was scream and bellow. You haven't said why any of it is irrelevant or why you don't think any of it is true or
now you're moving the goalpost again. You're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm pointing out that your argument was
If you're going to say something, then stick to that
last
fucking
time we
point.
met, your
Don't
argument
get
was
used to me
giggling.
screaming. I can do it all fucking night.
So, Jeff, do you believe
I can do it all fucking night.
That's
Just
my
give
point.
us one thing from the space
do you
station.
believe the
I've given you a
ISS
great
is
big
dead?
list.
Jeffrey, do you believe the
Dude,
ISS is
they
dead?
did not invent fucking infrared ear thermometers on the space station.
So, Jeff,
They did not invent fucking highway
They
safety
don't invent things on the space station. Don't be a tick.
They didn't invent fucking artificial limbs on the space station. They did not invent light-emitting diodes on the space station. They didn't invent invisible braces on the space station.
So you do agree the space station is dead, Jeffrey?
On the space station. They didn't invent aircraft anti-icing system on the fucking space station.
Yeah, there's
They
no
had
point in continuing the
aircraft
conversation.
anti-icing
Let me
devices
know when you
in the 40s. They didn't have a space station in the 40s.
So, Jeffrey, is there a space station up in space then?
1800
So is it there,
1800
Jeffrey?
experiments
Try
conducted on the
Jeffrey.
space
Try
station to
breathing,
benefit
breathe.
mankind,
In,
and you
out.
gave us highway
Breathe
safety.
in and out, nice and slowly. Is there a space station up there?
There's no space up there, you fat cunt.
Well, according to you, it is, and
I'm
they're
not, according to me, according to you,
safety.
Jeffrey. Is there a space station up there, Jeffrey?
Well, absolutely there is, according to you.
Once again, Jeffrey, not according to me, according to you. Is
No,
there a
you
space
fucking
station
seen
up
it, you
there?
fat
No,
cunt.
according to me, as I've tried to ask you, could you name one of these 1,800 things that were invented on the space station that benefits mankind?
So you just ignore my question and go on to another one. I'm asking you.
That was the original question. That was the original question. That was the
Jeffrey, do
original
you
question.
believe there is a space station?
You just now asked that question. I asked you the other
Jeffrey,
question
do you
30
believe there is a
fucking
space
minutes ago.
station? Do you
30
believe
fucking
there is
minutes
a
ago.
What has
space
become
station?
of your money? And I'm showing you what's become of your
This is
money.
called moving
An experiment in space, Jeremy, that proves that it benefits us.
I asked you, what have they done on the space station, spent all that money on? They're up there eating watermelon off their foreheads, and you said they have done over 1,800 experiments on the space
That's a
station.
lie. That's a lie. I did not say
You're not going
I
to, every
did
time you
not
say
say
something,
that.
30 minutes later, you
I
say
said
it's a
no
lie.
thing.
30 minutes later, you say it's a lie. Just like
from the
30
space
minutes from
program.
now, 30
I
minutes
said there had been
I'll say,
1,800 spin-offs
space station
from the
was real,
space
and you
program.
say, no,
I
that's
did
a
not
lie. I
say
did not
there
ask
had
you.
been 1,800
30 minutes from now,
or
30 minutes
1,800
from now,
experiments
I'll
on the
ask you.
space station.
30 minutes from now, I'll ask you
lying dumb fuck.
space station was
Jeffrey, why don't you supply some information that you said you was going to supply? Like the citation that says 99.999% of radio waves don't get through the atmosphere. Can you provide that,
That's
please?
what we all learned in school.
No, we didn't learn that.
That's what we learned here.
Maybe what you learned in your school.
What, hick school, you mean?
You have no idea where I'm from.
You're a fucking hick. I've seen you on camera. You're a hick.
Okay.
Where are you?
Seen you, Mr. CIA agent.
Where are you? Where are you in the States?
Put your camera on, Mark. You
Why
fat
would it
cunt.
matter where the fuck I'm from?
Well, if you're not a hick, where are you? Where are you based?
What does it matter? What is a hick? Is that a racist
You
term?
know exactly what a hick is.
No, you explain it to me, because you don't sound like anybody from where I'm from.
He's a fat chap from London.
Is it a fat chef from London?
No,
Is that
chav, fat chav. Remember that sentence, Jeff? Fat chav. That's Mark Taylor.
I'm a fat chef. I'm a fat chef. I work in NASA.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that a fat chef
Jeffrey,
from London was a
are
fucking
you going to
hick.
provide the citation you said you would? Because if you don't, that means that you was wrong. Will you admit that you're wrong?
Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm just like you. Yep, I admit it. I was wrong. Absolutely.
Okay,
I agree
that's
with
good
you.
then.
I
So we
agree
can
with
move
you.
on now. Do you
What
believe,
you left?
Jeffrey?
We're
Do you believe there is a space station? Jeffrey, do you believe there is a space station?
No, I know. I gave you the point. Now you go on.
You didn't give me the point.
Absolutely, I just gave it to you.
What? So you do believe there is a space station?
No.
That's not the question. You got to move on to the next
I just
one.
asked you the question. Do you believe there is a space
can't
station?
keep asking questions.
I
You
can't make it much more simpler than that.
That's
can I?
not how a debate
Mark, you
works.
see, Jeff
You ask
only
a
gets to
question, you
attack
answer
us.
a
He
question.
doesn't
You
have to
ask a
defend
question,
any
you
of it,
answer a
not his
question.
shit.
So
that
what was
he
your
believes.
question then, Jeffrey?
You said 1,800 experiments
I did not
on
say
the
that,
space
Jeffrey.
station.
I did not say
No, I
that.
didn't.
That
That's
said
not
that.
what I said.
Right,
That's not what I said, and I will keep repeating that's not what I said every time you repeat that I said it.
So you
I said
printed
there
all
were
that for nothing,
1,800
Jeremy.
spin-offs from the space program.
You printed all that in the chat bar for
In
nothing.
fact, I said NASA
Jeff,
claimed
no,
1,800
Jeff asked
spin-offs
for an
from the
experiment
space
in
program.
space that
I asked you
benefited
for an experiment
mankind, and you printed that
off the
shit.
space station that benefited mankind. We were talking about
The point was, Jeff, you were asking.
Yeah, the point is, are you going to fucking give us
Nothing's been invented in
one
space.
experiment
They
other
don't
than
go up
being
there
able to
specifically.
Why does it have to be an experiment? What
the fuck else are they doing up there?
Just don't stop talking while I'm talking, and then we
What
can have a
else are they
conversation.
doing up there?
The thing is,
Highway
when you guys do this, it's just obvious that you don't want to engage in a conversation. You just want to scream and shout and you think it makes you look cool.
You don't want to engage in anything.
Answer the question, Jeremy.
When you're ready to have a conversation, I'll be here.
I'll tell you what, I'll give y'all 5 minutes to go group up together, and then y'all can come back and let us know.
And you can shout and cross about it again. No, I want a conversation. If anyone wants one, that's fine, but you don't. So I'm going to ignore you.
I won't give you guys 5 minutes to go along and go come up with an experiment that was done on the space station that benefits mankind. Just one.
Just one.
Run along.
Pull back, Griner.
You run along.
I'll give you
run
five
along.
minutes.
You run along. I've given you a great big list. You read my big list.
I've got one for
I
you.
just read the fucking list.
Jeffrey.
I
No, you
read it really
screamed
loud
it.
so
No, you
everybody would
screamed
fucking
it. You
hear
didn't
it.
read it.
Jeffrey, I've got
They
one
didn't
for you.
invent highway safety on the space station.
Jeffrey, I've
No,
got
they
one
didn't.
for you.
They didn't.
I've got one for you, Jeffrey.
No, but they did. But in order to land the space shuttle, they did have to invent a safer runway, and that is where the highway safety came from.
Dude, highway safety was invented by fucking Hitler,
Right.
dumbass.
What do you mean? Highway safety was invented by Hitler?
Absolutely. He was the first person to ever build highways as you know them today.
What, so Romans didn't build highways then?
Dude, you're being fucking ignorant.
So what is a highway?
What that short station there means is that they...
Explain the difference.
You're being
something they did.
Explain the difference between English highways and an
doesn't mean they
autobahn.
invented highway safety.
Being
Neither did
ignorant.
Please
You're
limit
being ignorant. You're being ignorant, and you know it.
You just claimed that Hitler invented highway safety. You can't
You're being disingenuous, and you know it. You're being ignorant, and you know it. You keep moving the goalposts.
You're just talking over me,
You
Jack.
cannot name one thing that came off that space station that benefits mankind.
Yeah, I
Not
will.
one
I
thing.
will. The ability. I will. The ability.
There you go.
One thing. That's all you gotta do. One thing. I'll even give y'all
infrared air thermometers.
That did not get invented on the space station. It did not get invented on the space station.
The ability
No, it didn't get invented on the space station because they don't. Mark,
East flow through low shit, gravel. you can't prove it, Mark.
So they built a space station to test their fucking infrared ear thermometers, right?
They
built a space station to test. They built a space station to test their infrared ear thermometers. They built a space station to fucking experiment with highway safety. They built a space station to fucking test anti-air laws. They fucking built a space station.
Autobahn.
They invented a space station and put it up there for what? For improving radial tires. That's in your list. Are you going to name one thing that came off of that space station that benefited mankind?
I've just told you.
I've given you a big list. If you're too stupid to try and understand it, if you want to be obtuse about it, then all you're doing is continuing your ignorance. Good luck. Good luck being stupid. Well done.
This is a list. I'm going to name them from top to bottom. Infrared ear thermometers, ventricular assist devices, artificial limbs, light-emitting diodes, and medical therapies.
Artificial limbs, that's a benefit to mankind, isn't it?
Adam, mute these guys while I read their list.
No, fuck you, mute. Don't tell him to mute
them while I read their list.
Idiot.
Please mute them while I read their list.
No, fuck it. If he starts muting me, I'm just going to mute you, Jeff. So that's going to be childish, isn't it? So don't start doing it.
Go ahead and mute him while I read his list.
No, if you mute me, Jeff, I'm just going to mute you.
Shut the fuck up and I'll read this.
I won't shut the fuck up, Jeff. You won't mute
because
me.
You don't want me to read your list. You don't want me to read your list.
Stream the list. You're welcome to read it. Doesn't bother me.
You don't want me to read the list.
Read it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to do. This is what these two guys said came from the space station.
No, that is not what I said. I'll repeat it again. I said NASA claimed 1,800 spin-offs from the space program. Okay?
Okay.
How many fucking times have I got to say to you?
Okay, so I'm going to read the list as he just described.
If you mute me again, I will fucking mute you. So don't mute me. You're like a fucking child.
I haven't
muted
to a fucking...
Well, stop fucking muting me.
Anybody. I have not muted
talking to a fucking turn.
I have not muted anybody. I don't have the power to mute anybody.
I do.
Everyone does.
Everyone's got the power to mute anybody, and you shouldn't do it. It's a bunch of dribble. Mark, you already got shown up. Mark, tell me.
Oh, well, Adam, so it's all right for them to mute me, is it?
Mark,
you don't say anything to them, Adam.
They really don't want me to read this list.
You can read it. I don't care. You've already screamed it, Chad, haven't you? Remember?
I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to read it. All I want to do is just read your list.
Why are you going to scream it again?
Why haven't you done it? Why haven't you said nothing to them, Adam, muting me?
Why you've been using pictures as evidence when we just
I've just
come
said
to the conclusion that pictures are fake.
I granted you at the beginning of the conversation that all pictures are fake, Adam. So why are you bringing pictures up again?
I just put it in chat.
I just want to know why we've been using pictures all this time when you knew deep down inside.
So Adam, are you still gonna? Adam, can you please reiterate the fact that muting is
because it was very dishonest, and I'm very.
So you're just gonna continue.
Dishonest.
So you're just gonna continue, Adam, yeah?
You know, and all you wanted me to do was go get the proof, and you had it for yourself that you knew personally that all.
No, I never said that, Adam. I asked you to go look at the definition of composite. I asked you to go look at the definition of composite, Adam. You went off and you went into a rage about something. I'm a lying cunt. I'm a lying cunt. I'm a lying cunt. I never said anything about that. I said to you go and look at the definition of composite.
I looked into the definition of the word, and then I looked into the process of what actually happened.
What did I ask you to do? What did I ask you to do? What did I ask you to do, Adam?
The process.
Oh, so everybody's got to do what you asked
to
do.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Adam, what did I ask you to do? I asked you to go and look at the definition of composite.
They have to program a program to have certain data in it that will input the colors. So all pictures are fake because a program inputs the colors. So all pictures are fake. All pictures, unless they're black and white.
They're not the original pictures, that's right.
Because they've had color inputted on them. One way or another, they've been edited.
Oh, I tell you what, you want to fucking mute me? I can play them games as well, you fucking little weasel.
One way or another, they've been manipulated. The color that they say is black might not be black. We're being biased. We're trusting these people to tell us what these colors are when we know deep down inside that they're not.
Yeah, I'm not fucking listening to you. You're going on like a fucking.
We don't even know the true spectrum of colors. So how?
Yeah,
are they
Jeff,
able
keep
to,
muting me, you little fucking prick. That's all you.
But how are they able to define?
Yeah, keep doing it, Jeff. Yeah, you keep doing it, Jeff. Keep doing it.
Dude. You should know that now. That every single picture is fake because they do not know the full spectrum of colors. Then, therefore, how are they able to provide the right data to the computer?
What a retard you are, Jeff. What a retard you are.
They're assuming they're right. They are assuming they are right with the colors, and they're not. It's all an assumption. All right. So any picture that's used, unless it's black and white, is fake. There's no ifs, whats, butts and prove it, it is fake. So now I need you to go provide.
You going to say anything to the people muting me?
I don't care. I need you to.
Don't
I
care.
need you now.
You're here for a laugh, Mark. Fuck off.
Because I'm trying to talk. All right? Now what you need to do is you need to go get proof of the curvature without a picture or a video.
He's trying to mute you, A4.
I don't really care. That doesn't bother me. But yeah, Mark, you're going to need to get proof, you little asshole, proof of the curvature without a picture or any video. You can't
video
use
at all, Mark,
video
you
and
fat
picture
cunt.
anymore. You can't. You and Jeremy.
Childish,
Where's Isis?
very
Give us
childish,
Isis.
boys.
Any ball earther, come on, seriously. I just proved you wrong. I've seriously just proven you wrong. Come on.
They don't like being wrong.
No, they don't like being wrong. Come on, Marky. You're on your own again. Give us some proof of an experiment.
I told you, I'm not here to give you proof. I'm just here to laugh at you. I told you that.
But I proved
So what
you
is that here for?
All right,
You
then
proved
go
fuck
out
all.
to chat. Then go out to chat and start
You proved
laughing.
fuck all, A4. You proved fuck all.
Then go out. If you're just here to laugh at us, just go out to chat and laugh. You don't have to come in here to laugh at us.
I think that's like the fifth person now that I've fucking handed their ass to on this show. And like, it's supposed to be a debate show. I have no education, and you people apparently have went higher educations like college and whatnot. And I hand you your ass. Imagine how what would the word be? Imagine what my IQ really is.
Your IQ about 2.
You came in here to laugh at people. You just said that. Go outside and laugh.
No.
It took me 5 seconds. All I had to do was look into.
To laugh at people.
No, I'm here to laugh at you.
You're just in here to laugh at people. Go somewhere else.
Don't you understand how great my discerning skills are? All I had to do was look into that, and that was the first time that I actually looked into how they make a composite picture. And within the first 30 seconds, my mind told me exactly the process, how they do it, and what's called fake. Yeah, I've got you, bro. I've got you. My discerning skills are through the roof. You cannot show me a sleight of hand trick with.
I'm the only one who's not muted. Bring me sunshine.
I'm just wondering if you can provide any proof without having.
Bring me rain.
Without pictures or videos, so now he's very angry indeed.
They don't like the truth, A4, man.
Yeah, now they know that I've got him in a catch-22 scenario, so they can't get out of it. Smarter than the average bear. You shouldn't have fucked around with you. You know, like I love my picnic baskets. I love them on a.
That's true, Adam. You're smart. You flash girls. That's why you threatened to rape little girls. Adam.
Oh, don't bring it up now.
Oh, what? So?
Girl? I don't even know who it was. It could have been a sound in the background. I didn't even know what it was, dude. Could have been anything, man. It could have been NASA. It could have been a NASA employee for all I know. It could have been anybody. It could have been Yogi Baby Bear. Yogi Boo Boo. I don't know why you're muting me. Why don't you just mute the guy that's muting you? Why don't you mute the guy that's muting you?
Oh, he did.
That's pretty weird. Anyway, he's just going to keep on muting me.
Well, he said he was just coming in here to laugh, so, you know.
I know, and then when I actually prove him wrong, I provide proof that he's wrong, then he sits there muting me. He sits there muting me on the show that I'm moderator in the hopes that I'll kick him off because he lost the debate. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have to leave him do his immature shit so then he loses completely.
Well, Poncho Pete, should we boot Mark for just wanting to be in here and
fuck around?
Seems like he doesn't want to
play ball,
do anything but laugh at us. That's what he said. He came in here to laugh at it.
Got no proof.
Has no proof, no evidence of any sort. Can't do anything except fuck around.
Almost like he's paid to be here.
Almost. See, it doesn't bother me, Mark. I already beat you. That's why you said you only came in here to laugh at us, because you can't provide any proof of anything that you say, ever. The only thing you've done is attack me left and right, called me a hick, said my mother was this. What next? That from Flat Earthers.
Oh, a fallen.
It is unfortunate.
Well, and now they're trying to fucking lag kick me out. Whatever, dude. Mark, seriously, stop it. You lost the debate, and now you're really going to go to that type of level?
Adam, I haven't tried to kick anyone, Adam.
My address is being flooded right now.
I dropped with you, Adam. I dropped exactly the same time as you did, Adam, so it's hardly me kicking you out, is it? Because I've just dropped as well.
Somebody's flooding my IP, and it's very weird that Gem Panda drops out, you're arguing with me, and now my IP, the packets on my IP I'm receiving has gone through the roof. I know because I'm a hacker, and I know what's actually going on.
Oh, so you are a hacker then, Adam? You admitted you're a hacker now then, yeah?
IP being flooded with packets. I know what's happening. I can do it to you if you want. I can end the hangout and then kick everybody offline here too, but I don't really want to do that.
Well, you've done that. You've done that before, Adam.
I just proved that all pictures are fake. Why do I want to leave? I don't want to leave. I just proved all pictures are fake, bro. Of course I'm not going to leave, bro. You can try to kick me. I just proved all pictures are fake.
All pictures are composites.
That's
so
it.
they're not real pictures.
And I just proved it. They have to insert the colours. And he has to mute me to make sure that nobody... They have to insert the colours. No picture is real. There's no real picture. No real picture, no real color. They are the ones that. Really? So you're that desperate to try to hide the truth?
Well, Adam, this is what your friends are doing. If they're going to do it to me, I'll do it to you.
You're muting me. I have nothing to do with fucking Jeff Shore.
Doesn't make no difference, Adam. They're muting me. You're saying fuck all to them, Adam.
No, you just came in here to laugh at us. That's what you said.
Say something to them, Adam, then. Say something to them.
You said you came in here.
You said fuck all to them about muting me, Adam, so
you
came in here to laugh at us. To you about muting me. You do it to me, and I'm just unmuting myself. I haven't said nothing to you about it. So you've just done it again. I didn't say nothing about it. You're going to do it.
Oh, my
Lord.
Lord.
You're doing it to me because he's doing it to you, you know? I got it.
Not one proof, Mark. You can't give us one proof.
I'm sorry on his behalf, Mark. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry on his behalf.
Not one picture, Mark. Not one proof.
I'm sorry on his behalf, brother. I'm sorry. I'm not the one.
It's all right, A4. Mate, we'll be coming in 2 weeks. It's the same old palaver. Nothing to give.
It's just funny, you know? I proved that all pictures are fake, and now I'm just being muted.
The only thing I learned today is that Hicks are chefs from London.
Chav.
Who?
C-H-A-V. Chav.
Chav. Chav.
Chav.
Chav. Hicks
What?
or Chav from London. Yeah, that's what I learned today from these guys. Hicks. Chav from London.
What do you mean, Bill Hicks?
You don't think that's the English Alex Jones, do you?
Something like that, maybe. Who knows, man? Who knows how it really works when, you know, we want to be unbiased. You never really know. We're not in the in circle. Well, I'm not. I'm not an illuminated one.
That picture up there, that picture. What? Where did someone send you a ring?
Huh?
That picture with the Masonic ring. Did someone send you that?
Yeah, someone sent me it.
So, should I continue with the list?
If you want.
Temper foam was invented by NASA. Enriched baby food was invented by NASA.
Enriched, say that again. Wait,
enriched baby food. Baby food.
Enriched baby food. Enriched baby food. Can you explain on that? Can you elaborate what enriched baby food is?
Can we expand on that?
Not my list, Adam. I'm just reading his list.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out what enriched
freeze drying. Freeze drying was invented by NASA. Portable cordless vacuums were invented by NASA. Water purification was invented by NASA. Solar cells, pollution remediation, structural analysis software, remotely controlled ovens, NASA Visualization Explorer, OpenStack, software catalogs, firefighting equipment, fire-resistant reinforcement, video enhancing and analysis systems, chemical detection, improved radial tires.
Go back to.
Chemical detection.
No, there was 2 before that. He said something.
Video enhancing analysis systems.
Yeah, there we go. Video enhancing analysis systems. All right, there we go. That's one that we got to keep.
Chemical detection, improved radial tires.
Improved radial tires. Is that the tire that was fucking the hemp tire that they stole?
No, we're talking about the space station tires.
Oh, okay.
Highway safety.
That's bullshit. Like you said, autobahns in Germany, the roads are 3 times thicker.
Aircraft anti-icing systems.
Saltland.
Space
blankets.
blankets.
Are you 3 times thicker, Poncho?
What?
Are you 3 times thicker?
Scratch-resistant lenses.
You're 3 times thicker, fatty.
So you are 3 times thicker then?
Invisible braces.
You are, fatty.
Light-emitting diodes in medical therapies. Artificial limbs. Ventricular assist devices. An infrared ear thermometer. All of these things were invented by NASA. This is what they said. All things.
We weren't in space though.
Well, the question was, they just needed to provide 1,800 things that they said that they invented on the space station through science, and this is part of the list that they gave. But then they backed it up and said, no, this is what NASA invented for the further progress of man. But I bet you if I looked into this list, I'd find that 9 out of every 10 things on this list was not invented by NASA, because all of these things, a lot of them were around way before NASA.
Well, what do you think? They just got patented by NASA then?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I would say that things like aircraft anti-icing systems were invented way before NASA.
Oh, yeah.
Highway safety did not come from NASA. Improved radial tires did not come from NASA. NASA's never made a single tire, ever. They have tires made, but they don't make tires, and they don't invent new tires. Chemical detection. Chemical detection detection was going on as far back as World War
Is he talking?
I,
I've ignored
when
him.
mustard gas was used on the battlefields.
Is he still going on like a little
And they
pussy?
had chemical detection units because when mustard gas made it on the scene, there was new gases that were being developed that you couldn't see or smell, and they'd kill you. So that's why they came up with these chemical detection systems. Prior to that, they used canaries in a cage. Fire-resistant reinforcement. I assure you this was not a NASA development. Fire equipment. People were putting out fires a long time before NASA. The Halon fire suppressant system was not made by NASA. It was not developed by NASA. CO2 fire extinguishers were made as far back as 1935.
So this is showing NASA's fraudulent, right?
Exactly how and why would NASA come up with enriched baby food? Oh, because it was space food. No, the Gerber Corporation were making enriched baby food as far back as the 1940s. Freeze drying. Freeze drying is a process, an industrial process, that goes back to the 1940s. In fact, they were making dry ice in 1941.
You muted you, Jeff.
It's okay. I would say the last things on this list were actually NASA developments, and that is NASA Visualization Explorer, OpenStack, which is a software system, and something called a software catalog, which I don't think is a NASA development. It's probably an IBM development. Solar cells were around before NASA. Pollution remediation was around before NASA.
Really, Mark?
What? Sorry, Adam, what?
Portable cordless vacuums.
They're whistling.
Portable
You're not
cordless
talking to me. What am I
vacuums
supposed to do?
actually made their first appearance in about...
Jeffy's talking and we're
Oh, I
trying
can't
to
hear
listen.
him.
Yeah.
I can't hear him, Adam.
Well,
Sorry, I've ignored him.
He's reading off an article.
Yeah, but
so,
I've ignored him, Adam. Sorry, I can't hear him.
Oh, okay.
I've ignored
Well,
him.
he's got me blocked,
He's just
so I can't
continually
hear
going to
him.
mute me, Adam. Then I'm not going to play his games.
It's awesome because, man, this is the most peace that I've had since I've been in this channel
so I don't have
tonight.
to listen to him going on like a little
I mean, this
joke.
is really, really peaceful, not being able to hear him at all.
I'm willing to have
can't
an
tell you how
conversation, but I'm not going to sit here while
how
you
relieved I am that he blocked me.
That's just childish, isn't it?
It's awesome not hearing his voice.
So, like
is
I
like
said, if you want to have
nails
an
on a
adult conversation,
chalkboard.
I will have an
Actually,
adult conversation with
I
you. But I'm not going to be sitting here while people are muting me, and I'm not going to do nothing back.
I can't hear him.
Sorry.
I was trying to just leave it.
Yeah, but it don't work, Adam, does it? Because you continually say something to me, but you never say anything to anything else. So basically, that means I can't do anything.
Is he still there? Is he still talking?
He's trying to, but
what's he talking about? He blocked me. He blocked me, so I can't hear him.
No more muting.
He's just muting me again, Adam.
And I just said no more muting.
And he's done it again.
Oh.
No more mutings, Jeff, please.
Okay,
Jeff,
okay.
No more mutings.
Okay.
That's just going to make it worse.
Well, I mean, I don't know when I'm supposed to talk because he's blocked me, so I can't even hear him.
Yeah, no, it's a bit. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like I know obviously people are going to disagree with each other, and there's going to get it's going to be argumentative sometimes. But blocking, so then that causes people to talk over each other, and it's very hard for the audience to listen. I'd rather listen to an argument than like people talking at the same time.
Well, how am I supposed to respond, Adam, when I keep getting muted?
All right, if we can just have an agreement that there's no more muting, then.
Oh, well, I'm fixing to get off of here, so I mean, I can't.
So you want me to take
I can't hear what he's saying anyway. So there's really nobody to debate. It said he just came on here to laugh at us.
You're saying
so,
I'll take him off.
I guess he's laughing right now.
If he's going to start acting like a child,
is he laughing right now, or is he actually talking?
He's trying to fucking say sorry.
I'm not trying to say
that.
I'm not trying to say sorry. Poncho, I'm not trying to say sorry. Am I trying to say sorry?
No, he said trying to say something.
I'm not here to have a conversation with somebody that's laughing.
Sorry, I'm not apologising.
That's what he said. He came on here.
He didn't say that, Mark. He said that you said trying to say something, but he obviously couldn't hear what you was trying to say.
Well, is he going to act like an adult then, Adam?
Well, I bet you guys.
It seems like he is. He was reading off an article just then. So he was reading an article. He just proved how NASA was fraudulent in like 20 different ways because he read off an article, said that they made this certain thing, that they were claiming that they invented something, and then he would go and he was reading off a source to prove who really made it. So if you wanted to do that, Mark, you had there was plenty of opportunity there for you to go back and forth with him while he was debunking.
Well, how can I go back and forth, Adam? How can I go back and forth when he continues?
But I'll bid you guys good night. I can't. I didn't come here to debate somebody that would actually block me.
I'm not. I don't know how that works. When someone continuously mutes you.
So anyway, plus it'd be 3-on-1. It's a very unfair fight, even if it's a 1-on-1 with him. You know, even if it was you and him, Adam. You know, it's a very uneven match.
So how
it was more even when it was just you and Jeremy and Mark. That was an even match.
Two people are muting me.
No, it still wasn't even at that point. So I don't want to be, piling up on this guy. The three of us piling up on him. So I'm just gonna go ahead and back out of here. I proved my point. The dude is completely wrong. Y'all have a great night.
No worries, Jeff. Thanks for your time, brother.
Bye, Jeff.
Now, if you want to have an adult conversation, we can carry on having an adult conversation.
Fuck off, mate. You got fuck all to bring to the table, you fat cunt.
Okay, all right then. We're back to childish insults.
We fucking are, right? We are, you cunt.
Yeah, you fucking northern twat. I'll fucking smack your face in, you fucking northern cunt.
You sound like Jez Panda. You're not related, are you?
You northern cunt.
You're not related, are you?
Fucking smack your face in.
You're not related, are you, fatty? Fatty.
But I did prove that all pictures are fake. So now pictures can be used now.
Yeah, you didn't say that, Adam.
Yes,
you didn't produce any evidence to say that was fake. I'll grant you if you want. Every picture is fake, but you didn't prove it.
You can simply Google up what composite.
Well, all right then, Adam. All right then. If we're going on that logic, then Adam, I say all pictures are real then because you produced no evidence. You just went on a rant. So
I did.
I did because I'm just going to say every picture is real.
You can go.
No, you didn't, Adam. You didn't, Adam.
Well, I can't actually provide links, so I'm expecting you to go simple Google search like I did. You heard me type.
Yeah, I did. I've googled it. And composite doesn't say any of that, Adam. I never asked you to look into that. I asked you to describe what composite means. I asked you to define composite. Composite, by definition, does not say what you claim it says. That's all I asked you to do, Adam. I didn't ask you to go. I didn't ask you to start going looking at pictures.
Listen, the description that I was given, it's a series of pictures put together in a time lapse. But still, when you go down to the original core of how they're taking these pictures, they are using a program to input the data for colors.
So it's not the original picture.
Yeah, therefore it's not the original picture because they're using data to input the colors. They don't actually know what color it is. They're using speculation, assumption to put colors in. They're not actually using the right colors.
So how do you think a digital camera works, the one that's on the ground that you buy from the shop?
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter how I think it works. It matters about how the process that it is being made. And it doesn't matter because they're inputting the colors.
All right, then all right, Adam. All right, forget about them pictures. Go back to the olden days when you used to have to take a picture in front of a bloke who used to put a thing over his head. Are those pictures fake? You know the old 1900 pictures of, say, Billy the Kid. Are those pictures fake? Adam?
Just wait 2 seconds. Sorry about that, mate.
Well, are those pictures fake?
Are you telling me there's one of those Billy the Kid cameras on each satellite? Fuck off, you fat cunt. Bring some fucking proof at last.
No, I never said anything retarded like that, Poncho. I wouldn't say something retarded like that. Only people like you say things like that.
Could the Billy the Kid photograph been interpreted by a computer differently?
No, computers weren't around in them
times. That's right. So what are you fucking bringing that up for, you daft cunt?
Because I'm trying to find out what standard that A4 is going by, Poncho.
What? It's a fucking NASA satellite, innit?
What, the Billy the Kid picture was a NASA satellite?
Oh, fuck off, you fat cunt. Bring some proof.
I'm not here to bring proof. I'm here to laugh at you, Poncho. I've told you about it a million times already.
So you can't bring anything to the table, then?
I haven't... What have I got to bring to the table? I don't need
Well, what are you talking for, then, you fat cunt?
All I need to do
You've got nothing good to say again. 8 hours later, no proof. Not one fucking proof, fatty.
All I need to do
Not one. All you had to do was bring a picture that was real. Me, A4, every flat earther would have gone to sleep.
All right, I'm back now. What was that, Pete?
He can't bring one picture to the table.
A4. So what pictures do you class as real pictures then? If a digital camera that was made today in 2016 you say produces a fake picture.
I want to see a Billy the Kid picture.
We go back to the early 19th century when pictures were first invented. Yeah, when picture taking was first invented, and they used to put a cloth over the top of their head.
What's your fucking point, you fat cunt? Stop taking me back in time and tell me what the difference is.
Is that picture fake or is that picture a real picture?
Tell me what the fucking difference is.
Did you
It
hear
was
that?
black
April?
and white, wasn't it, Mark? Mark, wasn't it black and white? It was a
Yes, at the
picture,
beginning it was.
black and
At
white.
the begin, yeah, at the beginning it was black and white. April, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It was black and white. The only real pictures you can get are black and white. You cannot insert the color. All right.
Why can't you insert the color? Why can't you?
Into it? Then therefore.
Why can't you insert the color, Adam?
Whatever.
Why can't you insert the color?
You have to do it after the fact.
Why can't you insert the color, Adam?
You have to do it after the fact.
Why can't you insert the color, Adam?
I'm not going to give you the ifs, whats, buts, and it's just the fact is you
How
have
did
to
they insert? All right, then how did they? When the first color picture was invented, Adam. When the first color picture was invented.
Why I have to.
We don't want to know about the first one. We want to know about the fake ones.
So you're just going to continually talk over me, Adam, and not let me talk.
Shut up, you fat cunt, and show me your fucking composite.
When they first invented colour photography, Adam, they didn't add the colour. The colour would come out with the picture. It's the same as the black and white one. Instead of getting Adam, so you're just going to talk over me again. I can do it as well, Adam. I can do it as well.
No, it wasn't. You're a liar. No, because the first digital camera was the first program. All right, the first program that had the data in it to input the.
I'm talking about the colour, the first colour picture, Adam. I'm not talking about digital cameras.
The picture gets taken, all right, and then it goes through, and then it transmits it through the data and inserts the colours. That means that it's after the fact. I don't give a fuck.
Not on the first pictures of colour, Adam. How is that? How is it adding it after the fact, Adam?
It's after the fact, bro.
No, it's not after the fact, Adam. You're clearly wrong. You clearly don't understand how photography works. You clearly don't understand how photography works, Adam, and that's understandable. I can understand that, Adam. I can understand that.
You can't understand.
But for anyone listening, they can clearly see that Adam is wrong.
No, he's not. He's right.
I'd just like to mention that to everyone who's listening. Adam is clearly wrong. He's provable wrong. As usual, he makes sweeping assertions with no evidence.
All right. What happens if they're wrong about one piece of their data that they've inserted their programming in the cameras? What happens if they're wrong about one color? That the whole fucking scale is wrong. The whole spectrum is wrong. Dope. Come on. You are fucking trying to tell me that I'm wrong in a situation where I've
How many pictures? How many pictures?
This is how we got dinosaurs, A4. This is how we got the fucking
with all the colours
mate. Add a duck to a crocodile.
I know. I am that sure about this. I feel like I'm on a pedestal already. I can declare victory.
Yeah, you know what people who do make assumptions like that, Adam?
No, I know that I can declare victory.
No, you do not, Adam.
I can, yes,
you
I
do
can.
not,
The
Adam.
only real picture is a black
you
and
do
white
not,
picture.
Adam, because
yes,
the first pictures, the first colour pictures,
you lose all credibility,
and
bro.
no,
if this is a debate and anybody's watching,
I lose credibility, though, Adam.
Because I told you.
You've just said every picture that's ever been took is fake, and I lose credibility.
Every damn picture, you fat bastard.
Okay, Adam. Okay.
No, listen.
Okay, no, we're moving along, Adam. Move along, because we're not getting anywhere here, are we? Move along,
you just lost all credibility when I explained to you.
No, you have no credibility, Adam. You have no credibility.
And the data is.
You don't even know how cameras work, Adam. You have no credibility.
Yes, it is. It's a program, all right. The camera.
You do not know how a camera works, Adam. You have no credibility, Adam. You have no credibility.
No, the color inserting is a program.
There was no programs about in the early 1900s. There wasn't even a computer, Adam. So how are they using a computer, Adam, when there wasn't a computer about?
Blue is 1, red is 2, green is 3, fucking orange is 4, fucking red is 5. All right, that's how it works, brother. It's data. If they get one of them colors wrong, one of them numbers half, even fucking a smidgen wrong, the whole fucking scale is wrong, the whole spectrum's wrong. Therefore, bias, and a bias. All right, you're inserting fucking paint on a picture and telling me it's real. No,
I'm not saying that, Adam. You're saying it, Adam. I've never said that. Adam. You're saying it, Adam, not me.
No, that's what you're saying, you fat cunt.
No, I'm not saying that, am I? Never said that.
Well, I'm right. I know I'm right.
No, you're not right, Adam, because when they first invented colour film, there wasn't even a computer about, Adam, so they couldn't be putting colours in.
Are you sure about that? So
I'm positive, Adam. Yes, I'm positive, Adam. I'm positive, Adam.
They didn't have any type of computing.
No, they didn't have computers that you could put film into, Adam.
No, you're a liar.
How do you know, fat man?
What, they had,
How do you know,
Adam,
fatty?
You do, realise
Adam,
that that's
when
how
was
they
the
actually
computer
accomplish?
invented, Adam?
Don't you realise
Adam,
that's
when
how
was
they
the computer
accomplish it?
invented?
How do you know,
Adam,
Fatty?
when was the first
The
computer,
original
Adam?
camera did not use anything digital because it
Adam,
didn't need
when
to
was the
because they
first
weren't
camera?
inserting colours.
When was the first
As soon as
computer,
they
Adam?
wanted to insert colours, they were trying to figure out a way, and the only way for them to figure out a colour was after the fact, and the only way for them to do that was give every single colour a number as data, so then they could input it. So it was after the fact. It's an editing process.
So they had cameras in the 19th century, the beginning of the 19th century, Adam.
I don't know. You ask Walt Disney. You
Well,
ask
no,
Adolf
hold
Hitler.
up. You just said that
Ask
they had
Walt
computers.
Disney. Ask Adolf Hitler. I'm not the one
When-
that made the camera. I'm not the one
when-
that's tricking you right now.
When
I'm
was
not
the
one that's
computer?
manipulating you.
When was the first personal computer about, Adam?
Don't fucking listen to that fat cunt's answer, Adam.
When was the
Whatever
first?
he says is
When was the
bullshit.
first personal computer invented, Adam?
Fuck off, Fatty!
Computer was made.
Did you have computers in the 70s, Adam? Did we have
not know? No,
Did we have
that's a
personal
bias. That's a
computers in the
bias
70s,
based on
Adam?
information that you were given. No, based on the information
Did
you
we
were
have
given, you say
personal
that it was
computers in the 70s, Adam?
No, how do you know there was a 70s?
Did we have personal computers in the 60s, Adam? Adam, did we have personal computers in the 60s?
The fat cunt.
No, you're a liar. You don't even know when it was made, Mark. You cannot tell me just because.
What? I can't tell you when a computer. I can't tell you when the first personal computers went to market. I'll tell you right now.
Don't listen to the fat cunt.
I'll tell you now, Adam. Give me a second. I'll find out when the first PC was.
Find out a bullshit date, Adam. Whatever he says, it's bullshit.
Mark, your article was written by the same person that's going to try and claim this, whatever you're trying to say.
Oh, so what you're saying now then is they did have computers then when they say they didn't. Is that what you're saying?
You don't fucking know shit all, Mark
Yeah, I'm telling
Taylor.
you that
Fuck
you
off.
don't know when they were.
I do. I can know. I can know.
No, you're going to read it out of the book. He's probably going to get it out of the NASA file.
Oh, sorry. It's all it's conspiracy on the internet as well now. It's conspiracy as well.
90210 script, and you're telling me it's
So
real.
it's conspiracy, Adam. That's what you're saying to me, yeah?
No, fucking history's a lie, Fatty, like you.
It's a conspiracy, Adam.
Say, look, they said here that we're in 1962. Fuck off! You're talking from a movie. You're using movie facts as proof.
I'm not using. What movie am I using, Adam? I've never mentioned a movie. What are you on about?
Well, you do realise that the only people that provided the information was a movie. It was
I don't even know what you're going on about, Adam. I've not even mentioned the movie.
That they say claimed this fucking first computer that said they made the first computer? It was obviously a stage show for them to claim it.
Oh, so they had a computer. When did they have a computer then, Adam? Did the Romans have computers?
You got to tell me. You got to tell me. Considering.
No, I'm asking you a question, Adam. Can't I ask you a question? Did the Romans have a computer, Adam?
You're asking me, but you won't even let me speak. Considering that they've found in the Egyptian temples and whatnot, pyramids, electricity, flowing electricity, all right, lights that are still able to work, all right, fucking electricity, fucking cables able to still be used and utilized. Yeah, I think they might have had computers, and it's I'm biased to say I don't really know, but it's more. I'll lean more.
So just so we're clear, Adam.
More towards the yes, they had some type of.
So basically, you want to rant on for 10 minutes, and I'm not allowed to say anything, Adam. That's what you're saying.
I would say that it might not look like ours. We might.
So can I respond, please, Adam?
No, you fat cunt. No, you can't.
So can I respond then, Adam?
No, you can't, Fatty. Fuck off.
Computing technology. Yes, they might have had computing.
So Adam, can I respond, please, or are you just going to go on talking for the next 20 minutes?
No, well, you talk over me all the time, so I might as well.
So I just want to clarify. No, I just want to clarify. Wait, Adam, I was quiet.
Don't clarify. Fuck off, Adam.
Can you at least give me the respect to be quiet
while I respond?
Fuck off,
Fatty. Fuck off with your shitty books.
Is that possible, Adam?
Bring some fucking proof. I don't want to know when a computer was invented. I don't want to know when a computer was invented.
I just want to clarify with you, Adam. So I don't want to get your
Give me a fucking photo,
wrong.
Fatty.
I don't want to get your position wrong, Adam, but you're saying that basically they found electricity.
Stop talking and bring some proof.
They found electricity.
Fat cunt! Stop talking and bring some fucking proof.
So you're saying
Fatty, bring some fucking
So hold
proof.
on, Adam, hold on. I haven't had a chance to respond, Adam.
Fuck off, you fat cunt! I don't want you to respond. I want some fucking proof.
I can do it as well.
Fuck off, fat cunt! Bring some proof. I don't give a fuck, Fatty. This is my library.
Electricity in the Egyptian temples, in the Egyptian pyramids.
So you're saying they had electricity in the Egyptian temples?
Fuck off, Fatty! No one wants to hear your voice.
They had some type of a computing device back then. Yes.
What, they had computers? You said they had electricity.
I didn't say computers.
No, you said they had electricity. You said they had working cables and they had electricity with lights that were still working.
Fuck off,
That's what you said.
Fuck off, man.
I just want to clarify this. So I don't get your position wrong.
say
Adam.
computer. I said computing device.
I just want to clarify the position with you, Adam.
You can't clarify. Fuck all, Mark. Not with
Adam, are you going to let me talk? Because people have just been talking continuously over.
Calculator. All right. Yes, they did. Calculator. They had computing devices. You fucking lose.
Abacus.
No.
The abacus.
What are you on about? I'm asking you about electricity, Adam. You said that they had cables and electric lights still working in the pyramids.
They had computing devices.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked about electricity, Adam. You said they had electricity.
About computers, you fat cunt.
You said they had electricity. There was cables and lights still working in the pyramids, Adam. That's what you said.
You don't know what they had, fat boy.
So you're saying that they had electricity, Adam?
Fuck off. You believe in satellites, fat
that's
boy.
What your scientists are saying. I'm saying that's what your
No scientists. No scientists
Yes,
said.
yes, your scientists.
No scientists said. No scientists has said that there's electricity.
Trying the equation shit.
No scientist has ever said that there was electricity, Adam, in Egypt.
No
one's ever said
that. I agree now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll take that back. They weren't scientists. They were all actors anyway. Yeah, I'm wrong. I am wrong.
So there wasn't electricity.
It was all a stage show. I shouldn't have fell for that because yes, it is all a stage show. There wasn't electricity, but the TV show, the fake scientist TV show told me that yes, they found electricity in the pyramids.
No, there was no electricity found in the pyramids.
Oh well, that was what the scientists told me.
Hey, 14, you mic up.
No scientist has told you that.
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, faggot.
No scientist has ever said that.
Oh well, I guess Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He thinks he fucking knows everything.
Neil deGrasse Tyson did not say Egypt had electricity.
He was affiliated to the film that I watched that said it. So yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He was affiliated to the film that I watched that said it. So yes, he did.
No, he didn't, Adam.
Yes, he was affiliated to the film that I watched. So yes, he did.
No, he didn't, Adam. You're wrong.
Yes, he did. Yes,
no,
he did.
You're wrong,
a
Adam.
Scientific name, and you want to put your name on.
You're a fat cunt. Bring some truth.
I'm sorry, Adam. You really are wrong. They did not have electricity.
You know how the scientific community
in
works.
Egypt.
If you put your name with something so incredible, then you're liable for said action.
They did not have electricity in Egypt, Adam. You've just admitted that you was wrong.
You don't know what they had.
So they did have electricity.
About a week to find it, but when I find it and then I link it, then
so they did have electricity in Egypt.
About a week. It'll take me about a week because that was like years ago.
A week?
Yes.
Well, surely if they had electricity in Egypt, that would be.
Back through. That means I have to go back through.
What? So you can't find the information on the net, Adam?
Fucking idiot. Yeah, I'll do it just to make sure I prove you wrong.
You said they had cables. You said they had cables, Adam. Adam, you said they had cables and they had lights still working in the pyramid. That's what you said, Adam.
What?
You said they had cables of electricity with working lights. That's what you said to me. I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify your position. Is that what you're saying?
If I said cables, I misworded myself. I meant flowing electricity. They have flowing electricity.
So what was the electricity flowing down?
I'm not too sure. I can't tell you because I wasn't there. So I was.
So electricity can flow without cables. I was
listening to their so-called information, their so-called education. I know that was propaganda, but
you know, of course it can. You've not seen the Tesla technology.
They said there was flowing electricity.
So they had flowing electricity in the pyramids without cables.
Certain chambers when they.
So how did electricity flow, Adam, without cables?
They said that when they walked into certain chambers, they were a light still.
A light still?
Yeah,
the light was from when people was buried in them? The light was still on.
I don't know. You can't. I wasn't there. I can't.
You don't even know when they were buried, fatty.
So you're saying that the light was still on 2,000 or whatever years, 3,000 years later? Is that what you're saying?
No. The pyramids could have been built 100 years ago, fat boy.
I wasn't there, dude. I wasn't there. I can't tell.
Well, I'm just trying to understand your position.
You're making the assumption the pyramids are 3,000 years old.
It's changing, Adam. I just want to clarify.
The pyramids are 3,000 years old.
I don't want to misrepresent your position.
Susie on the ball.
They said there was electricity in the pyramid still when they opened it up. That there was flowing electricity and the lights were still on. All right, I'm just giving you the description that I'm told. How the fuck?
So you're saying that when they opened the pyramids up in Egypt, there was still electric lights running from 3,000 years ago?
No, they're not 3,000 years old, fatty.
Flowing electricity and there was light still on. I can't tell you.
The light was still on in the pyramid.
When I heard it too, my brain said to me, "What? They had fucking light bulbs in there? What the fuck? Where was the light coming from? Where was these light bulbs coming from?" But they didn't give a description of it. They just said when we opened up the pyramids, there was flowing electricity still and there were lights still on. How the fuck am I supposed to know what they are? It was a description that your fucking clown circus give to me, and you call them scientists, and then when I say what they say, you say, they're not scientists. No, I agree, they're not scientists, they're fucking actors. But guess who they were? It was Neil deGrasse Tyson and his fucking stupid mates. So don't fucking sit there and tell me NASA's not fraudulent.
Yeah, but hold up, Adam. You don't believe anything them people tell you, so why would you pay any attention to what Neil deGrasse Tyson says?
Because I wanted to bring it in and show you what type of dribble they give you. They'll tell you that there's lights inside the pyramid.
So there wasn't lights then. If he's lying, then there wasn't lights then, was there?
I don't fucking know. I wasn't there.
Well, he can't be lying and be telling the truth, can he, Adam?
Well, I wasn't there.
If he's a NASA shield, if he's a NASA shield, then he's lying to you, Adam. So there wasn't electricity.
Every time I speak to somebody that's been to the pyramids, they tell me there is no fucking active lights unless human beings, us, man, has put them inside now, like later century. So it's new lights. So then we can fucking walk around. All right. So there's
but Adam, you've already admitted that you won't take anything that people say like Neil deGrasse Tyson is serious. But now you're saying that you want to put forward Neil deGrasse Tyson's testimony as evidence.
No, I just put that forward and see what you would do.
But why would you put someone?
Exactly what you've done with
yeah,
it.
but why would you put someone?
Ridicule it and then but
Adam, why would you put someone forward that you don't believe? That doesn't make any sense, Adam, does it?
Well, if you don't believe Neil deGrasse Tyson, what's the chance of him believing in you? You
why do you keep putting?
Now you want to try and backtrack and say,
I'm not backtracking. Adam, I'm not
backtrack, you fat cunt.
All I'm trying to do is clarify your position.
You don't know where it's coming from, and you're not being unbiased. You stare ridicule.
I'm just trying to clarify your position, Adam.
No, he's not, Adam. He came here for a laugh, remember?
Adam,
he came here for a laugh, Adam.
Adam, I'm trying to have an
Adam, the fat cunt's here to have a laugh. Just remember that, Adam.
I'm trying to have
not here to talk, Adam. He just wants to have a fucking laugh, the fat cunt. He wants a fat giggle.
So first of all, you said that there was electricity and there's cables in the pyramids.
I didn't say cables. I didn't say cables. And
all
if I said cables,
Adam, why are you entertaining the fat cunt?
We forget the cables then. We forget the cables, Adam. All right, Adam, please. We forget the cables.
Adam, why are you entertaining the fat cunt?
So you said there was flowing electricity and they found the light bulb or light still working in the pyramids, yes?
Send
it to Chelsea, mate.
And who told you this?
What the description was
there
was flowing
electricity and who told you this?
Light still working.
Adam,
I don't know what the light.
You said Neil deGrasse Tyson, didn't you?
They just said light still working inside.
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson said this, yes?
Well, he was affiliated to the film that I watched. He wasn't the exact person that said it, but when you're a scientist and you affiliate yourself with a film like that, then you're liable for all bits of information on it.
But you don't trust anything that Neil deGrasse Tyson says, do you?
No.
So why do you present this as evidence that there was electricity in the pyramids then, Adam?
Sure, fat cunt.
I'm presenting that it's more evidence that these people lie.
Well, so they're lying about there wasn't any electricity then, wasn't they?
I can't tell you exactly what they were lying exactly about because I haven't.
You just said Neil deGrasse Tyson. You just said Neil deGrasse Tyson lies to us. So if he's told us electricity in the pyramids,
he works for SAG-AFTRA.
Well, that must be a lie then.
Adam, he's still not explaining the fucking composite.
Adam, I'm
trying my hardest. He's a fat cunt. He's misdirecting you. The composite, Adam.
Adam, so if Neil deGrasse Tyson lies to you,
Fatty. We're talking about
why would you believe this and why would you present this as evidence?
We're talking about the composite.
I don't understand that, Adam.
Well, I wanted to see if you would ridicule it, which you did. So then that showed me that the information that Neil deGrasse Tyson cannot be trusted on any account because even if I try to use it against his own, minion of indoctrinated, they will question it too.
Minion of darkness.
So can we trust?
You question his rhetoric quicker than I question. You question
Adam,
his rhetoric.
Can I reply, please?
You have been... Just me no, you can't, you fat cunt. Get back to the composite.
Adam, can I reply, please?
If I am just looking at something
no, you can't reply.
Stupid, or if that's how I do it. Is I try to be unbiased. I handed you the information the way I received it, and I wanted to see that the way that you'd reciprocate it. All right, and you done it the same way I did. You rejected it. I'm sorry that I've done it the way I did. It seemed a little bit like I was regurgitating and accepting what I was talking about, but all I was really doing was just showing you the propaganda that we receive and how ridiculous it really is.
So there was no electricity then. If it was propaganda, there couldn't have been no electricity in the pyramids.
You don't know when electricity was invented. Was the lightning? If there was lightning, then there was electricity. Wasn't the fatty?
Adam?
Have you not watched Back to the Future when the clock tower stops?
Can we agree then, Adam, that there was no electricity in the pyramids 2,000 years ago? Can we agree with that?
I can't tell you that. I wasn't there. I can't say whether there was or wasn't.
But you just presented evidence from someone that you said is a known liar and always lies to us. But now you seem to be...
present NASA all the time and they're liars. You present NASA all the time and they're liars.
I'm still not understanding your position, Adam. Do you believe there was...
Oh, man,
the composite, Adam.
Let me interject when I get to interject, Mark. Fuck, man, I lose the train of thought because you just jump on it. I could have killed you on that too.
No, I haven't jumped. We've been talking about the same thing now for the last 10 minutes, and I'm trying to clarify your point.
Composite, Adam. Fuck that. Composite,
do you believe that there was electricity in the pyramids 2,000 years, 3,000 years ago?
You're trying to put words in your mouth, Adam. Composite.
Just wait. Let me do him, Pete. Let me do him because I lost my train of thought and I had him easy then. All right, Mark, say it again.
Bring the expression.
Just let me do this, Pete, please. Let me do this. Mark, go.
I'm still confused about your position, Adam. I'm confused whether you think that Neil deGrasse Tyson was telling the truth about the electricity in the pyramids.
No, there we go. Yeah, I don't believe that Neil deGrasse Tyson was telling the truth about that, but that is based on the fact that I know that he doesn't know. So what he was trying to do, in my opinion, this is my opinion now, was he was trying to take credit for something that somebody else found out. All right?
So it is true then.
They might have found out that there was electricity there, but they haven't verified it for themselves. So they took that and used that information so they could take credit for it. All right, whether it's credible or not, they wanted to be the ones that took the credit for that information.
But you acknowledge that everything that... Yeah, but you've acknowledged that...
It doesn't have to be illegitimate or not. I don't know whether it was illegitimate or not. I don't know if the original claim was illegitimate or not. They just want to take the glory for it.
Adam,
go ahead.
You just admitted that everything Neil deGrasse Tyson says is propaganda and it's untrue. So what he said on that program, what you claim was that they had electricity in Egypt all them years ago. That would be propaganda then, because if he's always lying, that must be a lie.
You got to understand the concept of it. If somebody else found out that there was electricity in the pyramids, then somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is so uncredible and does not have anything to offer, would like to take that information and use it as his own viable, credible information.
But that doesn't make any sense, Adam.
Well, if there does turn out that there was electricity in the pyramids 2,000 years ago and he associated himself to a video that says that it does, then I guess he's credible then.
So he is credible now then?
No, he is not credible. He just jumped on board a credible fucking...
So he only tells the truth. He tells the truth now and again, Adam.
Don't you understand the situation?
No, I'm sorry, I don't, Adam. I'm trying to get you to clarify it. But
a known pathological lie.
It's about as clear as a muddy puddle.
A situation he can see will gain him credibility.
Adam.
Yeah, but you've just said he always lies, Adam.
Baghdad battery.
How can he be
going? So he wouldn't want to try
telling a lie? I don't understand that.
The Baghdad battery. Look it up.
Pathological lying habits. He wouldn't do you understand that a liar needs people to think that they're telling the truth? So he would want credibility.
Adam, chat bar.
So he is telling the truth.
Oh my God.
Well, what is it? Is he telling the truth when they found electricity, Adam? It's a simple question, but you're going about all over the place. You can't make your mind up. 1 minute he's credible and he's not credible, and the next minute he tells the truth sometimes, and then he's lying. So what is it?
Credibility in the situation that any of his lies come out. All right. I don't know how you can't even put this unbiasedly into a
Well, he's a bit biased, Adam, isn't it? It's got to be a bit biased because you're saying that everything he says is a lie, and then you're offering evidence by him saying it's credible. How is that even sensible, Adam? If I know that someone's blatantly a liar,
you can try to misword. I've already explained it like 10
times. So Adam,
times.
it's all right for you to talk, but when I try and respond, you just talk over me.
He uses credible information to his advantage to seem credible.
So you just fucking talk over me, Adam. So you just fucking talk over me.
Baghdad battery. Look it up, Adam.
All right, just like on the.
So you carry on fucking talking, Adam, yeah? And I just supposed to fucking listen.
Adam, and search that.
When I try and respond, you just fucking talk over me. And this is supposed to be an adult conversation,
Adam, let him talk. Search that.
I'll have an adult conversation with you, Adam, yeah? But if you're just going to talk over me all the time, I will just do the same back to you. I would prefer an adult conversation because I am an adult.
Fuck off, fat cunt.
So the idea is you say something, I keep quiet. I say something, you keep quiet. At the moment, I'm keeping quiet. You're going on for 20 minutes. As soon as I start saying something, I've got that fucking retard going on, and then you piping up. So what way do you want to play this? The childish way?
Yeah, we're playing it the children's way, fatty. Fuck off.
I'll give you a minute to think about it, Adam.
Fuck off, fat cunt.
Tell me what you would like.
You're giving me a fucking minute.
If you want to challenge your brain, if you want to challenge your brain,
welcome back to the playground, fatty. Welcome back to the playground, fat boy.
And debate with
Welcome back to the playground, fatty.
I will debate you.
Welcome back to the playground.
Anything you want to talk about, Adam.
Fuck you, fat cunt.
I won't abuse
you. I won't shout at you. I won't talk over you. I won't mute you. I'll act like an adult.
Ditch the Baghdad battery.
If you want
then
to do
shut
that,
the fat
Adam,
cunt up.
I will talk to you.
Fuck off, fat cunt. Wait till Adam gets a load of the Baghdad battery. That's a 2,200-year-old battery, Adam. Hey, George. George.
Are you talking about the battery? What old battery? Are you talking about?
Yeah, look, in the corner. Look in the chat bar. Baghdad battery.
Oh, I can't.
2,200-year-old battery.
Yeah, I don't have a side chat at the moment.
Just look, search Baghdad battery.
I don't find Neil deGrasse credible. I find the information he uses, at times he will jump on board, just like in the TV show, I think it was Stargate. I think it was in the Stargate. He's in a scene where he says to the smart guy within the Stargate, he says to him, the guy says to him, oh, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and introducing a female, and he says, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He likes to steal my research, and he likes to steal my females. All right, that was a sign that Neil deGrasse Tyson will jump on board whatever credible information there is, so then he can gain credibility. All right,
he's an actor.
Pathological liars.
Not even a scientist.
Pathological liars are going to want to jump on board credible information, so that they gain credibility. It will then give substance to their backstory that they're so-called scientists if they jumped on board such credible information.
Or Adam, how do you validate what he says? What parts of what he says are credible and what he says are lies? How do you tell the difference?
I couldn't tell you personally because I haven't studied everything he's talked about, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what he's actually how he's.
So it is possible then that what he said about electricity, what you claim he said about electricity, could be a lie.
Yeah, indeed, it could be true, could be a lie, could be. It
is possible that It is possible that no electricity has ever been found in Egypt. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't hard. That wasn't hard now, Adam, was it?
No, I never said there was. I said that the documentary I watched said there was. I never actually believed it either. I'm just saying
Adam,
that based off the information that I received, they're saying.
Adam, who's trying to put words in your mouth.
Adam, don't you find it a little slightly disingenuous that you say that these people always lie to us and you can't be trusted and they work for these devil organisations, NASA?
I don't say they work for devil.
Hold up, Adam.
No.
Adam, I've just listened to you go on for 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
You said devil, dude. You said devil.
And now you're talking over me again, Adam.
But you said devil. I don't say anything about the devil.
Did I say you? I say people. I didn't say you. I'm saying that you've said that Neil deGrasse Tyson cannot be trusted what he says. Did you not?
Yes.
Then, a few minutes later, you want to offer evidence from Neil deGrasse Tyson to say that they found electricity in Egypt 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. Now, can't you see how disingenuous that is?
He's putting words in your mouth, Adam. He don't even know what
I'm not trying to put no words in your mouth, Adam.
Fuck off, fatty. You don't know fuck all, you fat cunt. Shut up.
I told you I'll treat you like an adult.
You fat cunt.
I'm sorry for that because my actual approach for it might have been the wrong way. I was trying to show his information and show how uncredible he really is.
Well, you can't say the person giving the information is uncredible and then offer that information as evidence. Can't you see how disingenuous
Well, I didn't really offer it as evidence.
But you did, Adam. You did, Adam. I asked you. I said, who said that we had electricity in? Who said that the Egyptians had electricity and they found electricity in the
You don't even know when the fucking Egypt pyramids were built.
You said Neil deGrasse Tyson said it.
Shut up talking shit.
I didn't say Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So we're doing it again, Adam. I can't finish your point without
Who
you
gives a fuck, you fat cunt? You're not here to make points. You're here to have a laugh. You fat bastard. You're back in the Scott playground. Have a laugh.
Neil deGrasse Tyson as evidence. So again, you're just going to start talking over me, Adam.
I didn't. I provided.
You did. I started talking, and you start talking
over
me.
You're gonna. If you say that I've talked over you once more, you instantly lose anyway, because I'm allowed.
Oh, I lose. So you can talk over me, but the minute I say anything, I lose. How's that work, Adam?
You're here to have a laugh.
You're being dishonest again, Adam. Why is it you can be dishonest, Adam? Why are you so dishonest, but you say other people are dishonest?
You're not interjecting. How have I been dishonest?
Because you're being dishonest. How can you offer evidence? How can you offer evidence? How can you offer evidence of
of someone that you say lies.
He's here to have a laugh, Adam. Don't listen to the fat
Just
cunt.
wait, Pete. Wait.
And you can't see something wrong with that, Adam.
Beg your pardon. Say it again. What'd you say, Mark?
How can you offer evidence to someone that you claim continuously lies?
I did not offer evidence.
So why did you even mention his name then?
Because I would like to bring up the information that was being provided to show how
that you say comes from a known liar that always lies. Can't you see what's wrong with that, Adam?
Beg your pardon?
Can't you see what's wrong with Neil deGrasse Tyson as evidence when you say that he continually lies to us? Can't you see that?
It's like it's rigged up so then I can never fucking talk. You want me to sit there and just fucking cop it over and over and over and over again, and you try to say that I'm wrong when I'm not, and I know I'm not. I didn't say that. I presented, you say evidence. No, I didn't. I didn't present evidence. I presented information for the group to analyze, and then I said, then I let it go because that's all it was information that was being presented, and I wanted to see how everybody would react to said information before I added my opinion. You happened to ridicule it, which was the same thing that I was going to do, and then I was going to say, do you know who presented that information in its entirety? If you want to go find it, that was Neil deGrasse Tyson and his crew of whoever it was that made the video. I was trying to show you that that was the information and how uncredible it was. And now you're saying that I'm using it as evidence. No, I was just trying to say, this is what this video in particular that I've seen has said, that they have found electricity, flowing electricity in the pyramids, and they found light sources within the pyramids. And I wanted to give you the story so then you could say, I don't believe that, or do you have any proof? And then I could say, well, the people that made the video are these people, so that's their proof. And then you're saying that I'm sourcing them. I don't know, I'm sourcing them. I'm just showing you their information. I'm not saying that they're credible. I'm just showing you what they've shown everybody else, saying, can you be unbiased, see it the way I've seen it? They're not providing any real proof.
So now can I respond, Adam?
And they're the same people.
Can I respond now, Adam? Adam, can I respond now? So he's just going to carry on talking.
Well, they're the same people that are going to defend.
So he's just going to carry on talking, Adam. I've just sat here and I've listened to your spiel now. Can I respond in peace and quiet?
Yep.
I asked you, you mentioned something about electricity. I asked you where and who told you that. You said to me, Neil deGrasse Tyson had said that. I said, no, he didn't. And you said, yes, he did. You didn't say, you didn't say, look, Adam, you're doing it again. I've just sat here and not interrupted you. Yeah, and now you're interrupting me.
If you're going to lie, then I have to interject.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You can't have an adult conversation, Adam. I've just sat here and
you're not here to have an adult conversation.
I've just listened to you while you've gone on now. And you are not old enough and not...
You're here to have a laugh, you fat bastard.
To fucking let me respond. I mean, everyone can see that. Everyone can see it. So if you want to carry on like a child,
I'm here to carry on like a child.
I don't really give two fucks, but if you want to carry on like that, carry on.
I am. I'm going to carry on, you fat cunt. The Baghdad battery, 2,200-year-old battery. He was correct, fatty.
And all I was trying to say, Mark, was I do not know if that information is correct or not, and I do not know why Neil deGrasse would have attached himself to said information, but my opinion was that he would have attached himself to said information because if it's correct, he will gain credibility, and his credibility will depend on his job depends on his credibility. If he's not found as a credible source, then nobody will ever read the articles or whatever he's trying to produce.
So what he was saying was true then, Adam?
I don't know. I'm saying that even he wouldn't know if it was true.
So how am I supposed to know what you're going on about if you cannot give me a clear answer?
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you. I was trying to...
you're trying, fucking hell.
I was trying to say that Neil deGrasse Tyson will jump on board whatever he can.
So is the evidence false or is it true? Did they find electricity in Egypt or was he lying?
Yes, they did, Mark, but who knows who gave him it, Adam?
Adam, did they not find electricity?
Well, they say they have.
So you're saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson, someone that you willingly admit lies to us, has said that they found electricity in Egypt 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago.
He associated
Adam, again, Adam, you're fucking talking over me. What is the matter with you?
You're saying that I said that he said it. I didn't say that he said it.
Can't you shut the fuck up for 2 minutes to let me speak?
No, don't shut up, Adam. Stand your ground with a fat cunt.
Oh, okay.
I'm allowed to interject.
All right,
like
so
that.
you just fucking talk over me. I'll just talk over you, Adam, and it's going to like a little child's playground. Is that how you want it? I thought you was an adult, Adam. I thought you was an adult, Adam. I thought me and you had reached a pinnacle now where we could talk as adults.
It's
not children, Adam. Not children, Adam. And the idea of a conversation, Adam, is one person speaks, the other one keeps quiet. I've given you the respect of being quiet, while I have to put up with this idiot keeps shouting and you talking over me. Now, once again, can I respond, Adam, without you or him talking, please?
No, you can't, you fat cunt.
Interjecting is different than interrupting.
Have you guys been fighting all day today?
Yeah, he had brought me one proof, George.
Because I've been seeing this since the morning. I mean, seriously, Mark, I mean, let's just change the subject. Let's go on to something, all right? No? Okay.
Well, change the subject, George. If you want to change the subject, but how can I talk to someone that can't even make their mind up what they're presenting?
Don't worry about it. If you
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried. I'm sitting here drinking coffee, smoking a bit of weed, so I'm not really bothered. It's just really annoying when people won't let you talk. They keep talking over you, and they act like children. No, I don't understand
that. That's fine. Then don't worry about it. If you were adults, you would ignore it and just move on. All right.
No,
so
Mark,
let's move on.
Mark, I was interjecting, and I was sitting there interjecting when you were lying. You were saying that I was saying Neil deGrasse said, and I've said it several times now. I didn't say Neil deGrasse said. I said Neil deGrasse associated himself to a video that said. All right, so he wasn't the one that said it, but in the scientific community, if you associate yourself with said theory, you are just as liable for it.
So you didn't say Neil deGrasse Tyson then? Let's change the subject, Adam, because obviously you did say that. It's in recording. I asked you 2 or 3 times whether he said that, and you said that.
When I originally said it,
Jules, you want to take over? Because obviously, like, he's just going on one again. So you change the subject, Jules.
In the video, and then I instantly corrected myself and said, in the video I watched, Neil deGrasse Tyson was in it, which means in the scientific community that is associated to said theory. I know how that works. If I class myself as a scientist, now every scientist around would class me as they'd say, well, he looks into he's a flat earther, that his beliefs are flat earth. Even if I don't, because I'm associating myself with the flat earth, that means that you are liable for the flat earth. Scientific notions, how they go in the scientific community. It's all about liability and what you stand on, what your beliefs are, so you can be ridiculed on said beliefs. You should know this, Mark. Aren't you in the scientific community?
Yeah.
How is it that I'm more knowledgeable about the scientific community than somebody in the scientific community? How is it that I'm able to spot these little indiscrepancies and call them out, Mark?
Adam, when did I say I was in the scientific community, Adam?
No, I'm just asking you, how am I so...
When did I say I was in the scientific community?
I don't know. You didn't, I guess.
Well, why did you say I did then, Adam?
His messages.
Why did you say I did? I'm obviously not in the science community, am I, Adam?
My impression was you...
Well, please don't say things I haven't said, Adam, please.
Sorry, my apologies. Anyway, back to what we were asking. I've tried to explain it to you. Do you have anything to say after it? That I've tried to explain it. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a dishonest person who will...
No, Adam, I think it's best we move on. Like, George come in and let George say something, because obviously...
I'm trying to make a statement.
He's a chicken fucker, mate.
You can either rebut or add to the...
Yeah, but Adam, I can't talk, because every time I try and talk, you either talk over me or fucking silly bollocks there start shouting. So what was the point? I said, let George talk, innit? He's come in the room, you and George talk for a while.
Is George a Freemason fuck like you?
I don't know, ask him, Poncho. Try asking him.
George, do you stick chickens up your ass?
Yes, I do.
Right, well, fuck off then, you fat cunt. Good evening, George.
Hey, George. There you go.
George, have you got some sort of diagram for me that'll explain the curvature or how I'm related to apes or anything that proves space? Because I've listened to this kebab-munching Freemason all day and he hasn't brought one fucking bit of diddly squat animation or nothing. He said in his own words he's here for a laugh and then he goes fucking mental when we talk over him, George. So, George, fire away, baby. And I hope tonight's the night that you bring me back to my balls, okay? What you got for me, George?
Hey, Georgie, right. How long have you been listening, George?
Listening? I would say it's been about a month since I've been listening.
No, today, like on this show.
Oh, I mean today. I was listening in the morning for a couple of hours, and then I stopped, and then again in the afternoon.
So you
my
just
time.
Jump back on?
No. I was just watching it. I didn't get a chance to jump back in it because I had work. I had my business I had to do.
Did you
but
hear
I was
the part where I exposed how there's no real pictures?
no, that part I missed. That part I missed.
Oh, you've missed the whole part where now even Mark will agree there's no real pictures.
Really? He said that?
Yeah. Yes, he did. He agreed with me. Yes.
Well, that's the first. I'll just have to go back on YouTube and take a look.
Do you want me to explain to you why there's no real pictures?
Yeah, explain to me.
All right. Well, a picture. Well, there is real pictures. I'll go back on my own statement. It has to be black and white.
There is
picture,
real
though.
pictures.
It has to be a black and white picture, though. Any coloured picture has data. The colours are being inputted by data. Therefore, it's fake colour.
So you're saying if it's black and white, they take it and then they just fill it in with color?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, a composite can be made up of 3 pictures, George.
Oh.
It doesn't even have to be the original picture he was taking off.
Oh, I
Take
see.
it to the door.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right.
All right. So there's no real pictures. Every picture, every picture that we see these, like in our day and age, there's no black and white pictures. So then, therefore, every picture has a program that's inputting the data to input the colors. Therefore, every picture has been edited and is after the fact. So we're not getting any real picture. If we were to be technical about it, then therefore, none of the pictures we are being provided or shown can be used as evident.
Okay, so you're saying that if they did bring a picture that is black and white, you would say it's real?
Depending on, we'd have to analyze the picture and how it was actually made, though. Yeah, but I guess so.
Okay, so if it's ever a colored picture, don't believe it.
You cannot believe it. You cannot. It's just how it works. It's not. I'm not saying don't. You cannot, because the way that the pictures are made.
Okay.
You get me? It's like saying that I can make your exact color. I cannot. I cannot be that. I'm not God. I cannot make your color. I cannot put down there. You get what I'm saying?
Hey,
now? They've coded
So you're saying like colorization.
They've coded the color spectrum, dude. They've tried to code the color spectrum. How are you sure that they've got every single color? Then therefore, that's why some shades change, because they don't actually have the true color spectrum. That's only data. So 1 is blue, 2 is red, fucking 3 is green, so on and so forth. And they might have sub numbers. 1.1 is fucking, you know what I mean? It's like a slight shade of red, and so on and so forth. But they're not perfected it. Then therefore, every color picture is data.
So you're saying that there's no way they could ever have a picture that is a true color picture because
A4. Jeff wants to get back in, but Mark's blocked him.
Can you please unblock him, Mark?
Oh, Adam, hold on a minute, Adam, yeah?
Just kick Mark and he can get in.
If you want to kick me, Adam, you kick me.
No, I don't want to kick anybody. Can you just unblock me?
No, hold on, Adam, hold on. Oh, for 10 minutes, I was continuously muted by Poncho and Jeff. You said,
no, you
fuck off to them.
wasn't. I muted you once, you fat bastard.
Yeah, you can look in the side chat and you can see how many times I was muted. It's there for everyone to see.
Yeah, and I didn't fucking mute you.
Yes, you did, Poncho. Yes, you want me to? I'll go to the chat now and find out how many times you did mute me, Mark.
Go on then, you fat cunt.
Everybody was muting everybody. If we could just move on with it now.
No, Adam, I was continuing muted.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't muting anyone.
By Poncho and fucking Jeffrey.
Bullshit.
And that is why, you know full well that's why. You know full well that happened, Adam.
I muted you 3 times too.
Adam, once again, you're talking over me. Why can I not finish your sentence before you start talking?
Because you're a fat cunt, that's why.
They continually muted me, and that is why Jeremy left, because the muting.
Adam,
you said,
go through the list. How many times I muted him?
You said nothing to Poncho, Adam. You said nothing to Jeffrey about muting.
My hands were up here, Adam. My hands were up here, Adam.
Why all of a sudden do you want me to start playing by rules that they have blatantly stuck fingers up at?
Adam, is my name in that list?
Well, it doesn't actually say that you cannot mute people, Mark. All right, that's why I don't like it, but that's why.
So why did I continuously get muted then, Adam, and no one said fuck all? And
I did say
Jeremy
something.
left.
I did say something.
And that's why Jeremy left, Adam. You didn't, Adam. It's on the tape. It's been recorded, Adam. It's been recorded.
Yeah, I know. It's going to go around in circles, and it's going to keep on going around in circles, and you've blocked somebody so they can't get in. And now
well, why should I fucking let someone in when he just continuously muted me? Why should I have
because
that?
You didn't give him the answer. He asked you what experiment in space that benefited mankind.
I was in the middle of a sentence, and it seems like I'm getting interrupted.
Oh, well, welcome to the club, Adam. It's not very nice, is it?
Well, it seems like I've asked you to, unblock this person so they can rejoin.
And I'm saying to you, why should I when he continuously mutes me, Adam?
I was in the middle of a sentence then, dude.
Give me one good reason why I should when he continuously mutes me.
Dude, you're telling me that I'm interrupting you, but I can't get an uninterrupted sentence out. Come on, man. Like, I'm just asking you to unblock this dude. So then
I've just said to you, give me one good reason, Adam.
Just so then we can be open and it's like open. You know what I mean? We don't want any restrictions. It's like I would.
Right, Adam. Yeah, I'll unblock him. I'll unblock him because I'm a recent person. But the minute he mutes me, I'm just gonna. Adam, you're gonna let me finish now. I'll unblock him, but I swear, the minute he mutes me, I'm just gonna ignore the fucker again because you say fuck all to them when they mute me, but you're all on my case when I do it back. So I will unblock him, yes. But the minute he mutes me, I'm just gonna ignore him again. If you want to kick me, you kick me, Adam, and then everyone can see your attitude. Then, okay?
I'm not kicking you, brother. I like it on the show, man. I'm talking to you. You're the only round earther here at the moment.
Right, how do I unmute him on an iPad, Adam?
I'm sorry that you feel like you've been muted.
Adam, you know that's the case. That's why Jeremy left. You know Jeremy. You know Jeremy very well, Adam. That's why he left because we was unfairly getting muted. That's why he left.
You weren't unfairly getting muted. I just wanted one answer from you, and you kept going to the wrong answer.
Adam, how do I unblock someone on an iPad?
You have to go. You have to push like the little back up the top, little left hand. Then you have to go into the Hangout thing up the top. You go setting, and then it's in blocked people. Can you see it up the top?
Yeah, I'm under his name, and it says I've just ticked on his name. It says message, profile, remove from group, or block user. It doesn't say anything about unblocking him.
I'm not too sure then.
Oh, let me view profile, see if I can do it that way. It's just giving me his profile with a picture of him.
I'm not too sure exactly then. I wouldn't have a clue. That's where it usually is though. If you were to block somebody, it's in there.
Yeah, I went into the Hangout. It's got your name. It's got everyone's name in there. Jeremy's, Poncho's, mine, George's, Flat Earth Debates. It's got Jeff Stewart.
Did you go to Google hangouts.google.com?
No, I'm on an iPad, George.
No, he's on an iPad. So like, you can see up in the top left-hand corner next to where it says Hangout.
Yeah.
There's that little drop down. If you push on it.
Yep. Settings, you mean?
Yeah, settings. Yeah.
Yep. Where now?
Block people if you scroll down.
Okay, I'll see it. Hold on. Yeah. No block people.
He has to back out and come back in.
There's no block people, Adam.
It's probably not registering. Yeah, it's probably not registering.
I'm not backing out. I'm not backing back out because he won't unblock me and I'll end up getting fucked off. I'm not backing back out. I've tried to unblock him.
I don't think he has your block.
He's not on my block list. I've got no block people, Adam. Plus, I lagged out the same time as you and I had to re-enter, so it's obviously reset itself because I lagged out the same time as you. When you lagged out, I don't know, an hour ago, half an hour ago, me and you both lagged out together.
I don't know, but it's just getting...
So I've unblocked her. There's no one on mine.
Now.
I didn't block him. All I've done was ignored him. I've looked on the block list and I can't see any name on there, so I don't know what to do. If you can tell me how to unblock him, then I'll do it. But as far as I can see, I haven't got him blocked.
Are you here, Flat Earth Debate? Flat Earth Debate, are you here? If you can you just end the show?
It's not going to end the show. It's only been going a few hours, Adam, isn't it? Adam, apart from that, he left the show and he was gone, and now he wants to come back in again. He only wants to come back in to start an argument. I want to try and have an adult conversation with you.
No, you don't. You want to have a fucking laugh. Stop lying.
I mean, if you want to go like crazy, Adam, go crazy, and you can do that. I prefer to have an adult conversation.
If I'm a moderator, I've got to be a moderator. So that means the only thing I can do right now is ask the host to end the show, so then everybody can get back on. Like, it's free speech, dude. Everybody.
Yeah, I understand it's free speech, but free speech doesn't count muting people, does it, Adam?
Everybody hates my guts, dude. Man, I'm not even allowed on some channels because of what people say about,
I've just had a message. I've just had a message saying that the unblocking won't occur until the new show starts. So unless they start a new show, then you won't be able to get back in. My block list is clear, so.
So you've been sat here, you got nothing good to say. Drop out, let Jeff come in.
No, it's a free channel, Poncho. It's not your channel. It's not my channel.
You blocked him.
You go.
You fuck all he wanted was one experiment in space that proved the
over to free channel.
But George,
you drop out
anyway,
and fuck
George,
off over to free channel, and let me and Adam have a chat.
Yeah.
Fuck off, fat cunt. You got no chance.
No, go on.
So
fuck off over to free channel.
Off. I'm going to take all the way over now, fat boy. That's it.
Let me and Adam.
Fuck off, fat cunt.
Let me and Adam have a
conversation.
Give it some time.
Fuck off, you fat cunt.
Let me and Adam have an adult conversation.
Fuck off.
Okay.
You kebab eating fat cunt.
Well, I'm not not going anywhere. If you want to kick me, Adam, then
Fuck
kick me.
off! You're a
I'm
cunt.
not going anywhere.
Mark Taylor, you're a fat fucking cunt. Hey, George, how are you?
So George,
George, have you got any diagrams for me tonight? Anything that'll convince me so I don't have to call Mark Taylor a fat cunt anymore?
Yeah, what did you think of my little rant about the photos not being real?
I mean, you could be right. I mean, I've heard people talk about black and white pictures and people faking the colorization and all that. I've heard about that a couple of years ago, but I don't know. I kind of have to look more into it to really make an opinion. But I mean, you do have a good point, you know. But
Adam, you know, excuse me, sorry, George. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you was coming to the end of it. Just quickly, Adam, you know that when black and white was first invented, Adam, and they took pictures, it was only a few years later on. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how many years, but it was only a few more years after that colour was invented. And there was no processing in them days. All it was is you put a plate in, you took a plate out. The only difference was that instead of it coming out black and white, it come out of colour. No one added the colour to it. So if the definition of a fake picture is that someone's added colour after the picture,
How were they able to add the colour, dude? How were they able to add the colour?
because I can't. If you just do a quick Google of how light works when it hits a plate, it'd explain it, Adam. And that's all they do is that's all the camera that does. The olden day cameras is they used to put a plate in the camera. They'd expose it to an amount of light for I don't know, a couple of seconds. That's why I had the flashes to give it the light, and the light would hit the plate. And then once the light had hit the plate, the colour would automatically be imprinted onto it, and that's how it worked. And then when digital things started coming in, instead of using film,
what do you mean it automatically prints? So the plate has
well,
like
certain
a colour spectrum in
certain
it,
colours, certain colours of waves of light travel. They've got different wavelengths. So when they hit the plate, a blue wavelength would be different to a red wave. So when the blue wavelength comes through, it'll activate chemicals on the plate that will make that colour.
The chemicals on the plate, then what chemicals on the plate?
Well, the chemicals on the plate that they used to put on the plate, it reacts with the light that hits it, and that's
the bias right there. The chemical is the bias.
But how is it a bias?
Because if I change the chemicals, I'd get a different reaction.
Yeah, but you know a prism, Adam. You know a prism that you look through the sun through, and it splits all the colours. Yeah.
Yeah, into like a rainbow. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, each colour is a different wavelength.
Yeah.
So
Adam, it's got nothing to do with colour.
So they can design a chemical that will react with that wavelength colour.
Adam, it's got nothing to do with colour.
So they cover the plate.
Pictures together.
So they cover the plate with chemicals.
Pictures, Adam.
So when the light hits the plate, whatever wavelength of light hits the plate in that position, if you've got red hair, then your hair will be red because the light that's coming off your hair is the light that's activating the chemical for red. So your hair will be red. No one's got a plate and then looking at the picture and thinking he's got red hair, I've got to put red hair on. That's not how it works, Adam. It's the same as digital cameras today. The only difference is, you remember the old Kodak ones, the instant Kodak? You used to take a picture and the picture used to come out and you used to wave it about in the air waiting for it to produce.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember them, Adam? That was 70s, early 80s?
Yeah. I used to have one of them, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone did. Like, that was the same, that's the same principle, Adam. It's the same principle. No one added light. All you done was press the button on the camera, didn't you, Adam? You didn't, when the picture come out,
well,
you didn't have to...
and then it printed, though.
Yeah, but that's because of the reaction of the chemicals to the light, Adam. That's what I'm saying, Adam. The whole picture, that whole Kodak thing that you used to pull out the end and wave about, it's been coated with chemicals that only react certain wavelengths. So when a wavelength hits it, it reacts to that wavelength and it colours it the normal colour of that wavelength. So when you take a picture of the sky's blue. The sky's blue. So the blue chemical...
But how do we know that these chemicals are not biased?
Because if they was biased,
Adam, how do we know that they're actually...
Yeah, but Adam, if they was biased, you remember when you used to take a picture with a Kodak, you used to pull it out the end and wait for it to produce?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you looked at him, did the picture look like the picture that you took? Like, what I mean by that is, was the picture that come out of the camera, was it a fair representation of reality in front of you?
Yeah.
Adam, it's not 3 fucking pictures put together.
So if it was
bullshit, Adam.
Adam, if it was a fair representative of the reality that was in front of you, the picture you was taking, i.e.,
no, it's not,
what you pointed the camera at and what you looked through, when you looked through the thing, you looked at your brother maybe when you took a picture of him on his 5th birthday when he was blowing the candles out on a cake.
Comparing the wrong type of photos, Adam.
The same picture you was looking through your camera and seeing was practically, well, I'd say it is the same picture as it comes through.
Liar.
You wait for it to produce, and you look at it, and you think, yeah, that's a nice picture.
Full of shit.
It hasn't got all the wrong colours. I mean, the colours ain't all wrong.
It's got no to do with colour.
They represent
Three different
what you're
pictures.
seeing. So it's a fair representation of reality. The only difference now is that instead of using film, Adam, they use a sensor. The sensor has got loads of tiny little cells on it, and each cell reacts to what wavelength of light hits it. When that wavelength of light hits it, if it's a red wavelength, it's a different wavelength to blue, then the sensor will register that it's red light coming. So on your picture where that sensor is there, it will be red. The same as blue, the same as all the colours that you see in the natural world. When you take a picture, all it is doing is reacting to what the light comes through the camera. And you know that light is not white, it's made up of all the different colours, because you can see that in the prism, can't you?
Or luminescent, right?
Yeah, So do you understand now, Adam, what's happening? There's no manipulation. There's no one at the end of a photo being taken. There's no one saying, right, I'm going to fill the colours in how I think they should be or what I think they are. There's none of that going on. A human doesn't add the colours. The colours are added by the technology, Adam. All it does is instead of you going on holiday and you've got to take 50 little canisters of film, it means that you can carry a camera now that doesn't need no film. You just put a memory card in it and it transfers the pictures onto the memory card. You take the memory card from your camera and you can download them onto a computer. If you start then fiddling about with them, then you could say that that's a fake picture. And I could agree with you on that could be classed as a fake picture. But as it comes out of the camera, it is a true representation of reality. If you can prove to me that it's not, then I will listen to you. But it's all I hope that's made it a bit more clearer to you, Adam.
Yeah, it did. But I sort of, like, what I would say, I'll have to look into it a little bit more because I'm still skeptical on the process. So I'd have to look into the process a little bit more so I can gratify it for myself.
Well, they say that there's been color photography since 1850s. So
see, that's what I mean, Adam. There wasn't no computers then to manipulate colours. So the only colour that was happening.
Adam, you don't even know when computers were invented, mate.
Yes, I do know when computers were invented. So you saying written history?
You don't know when it was made, Adam.
Yes, I do know.
Got a date from a book.
Yes, I
it could have been made 1,000 years ago, Adam.
England actually originally made the modern type of computer in 1939 to help break the
Talking about the lion one.
Yeah, it was called the Nemesis or something like that.
Yeah.
It was some mad
That's
name.
just what they told you. You don't know when the first computer was made.
History.
Don't talk shit.
So written history.
Don't
history.
talk
Poncho,
shit.
with your worldview.
You're going out of the
as
book.
we know
You
it,
said Neil deGrasse Tyson's not fucking valid.
So you're saying that all written history is false.
2,200 years ago, the Baghdad battery. So if
They did not have electricity. They did not have electricity in the pyramids. Anyone who says they are deluded.
You don't fucking even know when the pyramids were built, you fat cunt.
Oh dear, and you do, Pancho, yeah?
No, I've got no fucking idea.
So
but
why
you sat there saying,
so why
no,
are you criticising me?
Mean
So why
fuck
are
all
you
to me.
criticising me for not knowing, Pancho, and you don't even know yourself?
Then stop quoting shit. If I don't know, you don't know,
quoting?
you fat cunt.
I'm quoting what Adam said, that they found electricity in the pyramids.
Yeah,
no,
and then you went 3,000 years ago.
Yes, we know that. We know that, Poncho. We can date things, Poncho. Do you know that we
No,
can
you
date
can't
things?
date things.
You can't date things.
How
no?
can you date them?
Date them with carbon dating.
Fuck off, you soft cunt.
So that you can't date
Carbon dating. That's how you date your plastic dinosaurs. Lying fat cunt.
No, you don't date
Not
dinosaurs
fucking
with
lying.
carbon dating.
I don't want to listen to your
Carbon dating
bullshit,
doesn't last
man.
that long.
You're a fat cunt. Sat there lying. All day, all night. Fucking lying. Fat cunt. George, show us an animation instead of having to listen to this bullshit.
Not bullshit. It can be easily
Fuck
whatever
off,
I say.
fatty. I'm talking to
Whatever I
you.
say can be tested.
I've had enough of you,
I
fat
can treat
boy.
you like that as well,
George,
Poncho. You're a
George,
fucking
let me
retard.
talk to George.
You're a retard.
Everybody wants to listen to George, not you. It says in the chat bar. Shut Mark up. Mark's a fat cunt. Nobody wants to listen to you. Everybody wants to hear George's story, all right?
You're a retard, you're a retard, you're a retard.
Now, George, explain.
You're a retard, you're a retard, you're a retard, you're a retard.
Well,
now,
I do have...
Are we going to have a conversation as adults, Poncho?
Fuck off, fat cunt. We're talking to George.
Okay, I do have a Earth curve calculator I can show you.
You're not gonna like it. Come on.
If you're interested.
You've got a what calculator?
It's an Earth curve calculator. It calculates...
Earth curve calculator. Okay, does this add curvature to the equation?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, Fire away anyway, George. It's got to be better than that shit. Go on.
Okay, do you see it?
You sharing screen?
Yeah, it should be showing right now. Do you see it?
Okay, I see it, yeah.
Okay, so up here it has a diagram. Down here it shows the H0, which is the height where you stand, and then H1 is what you're looking at on the other side, all right? And then here, the green line is the curvature, all right? And then there's the horizon right in the middle, okay? So they say that where you're standing, like let's say you're sitting 300 from sea level, and the distance is 40 miles away. So they say that H1, the target you're looking at, you're not going to see 235 feet from the ground up. Do you understand that?
Go on.
So the whole point is that if you're here and I'm in Lake Michigan and I'm in Benton Harbor, it's 40 miles away, I can only see from 230 feet and up where the Sears Tower is. I can't see anything below 235 feet.
But we saw the bottoms of the building.
I've seen it myself in person, and I haven't.
He even then says he's seen it himself. Well,
George, don't you forget, we had this one last night. Oh, my Lord.
Georgie just fucking, like, he's helping us here.
The fucking CIA agents really are helping us at all, aren't they?
He's like, oh, wait, I'm going to prove that the Earth's round. Oh, wait, shit, I proved that it's flat. Fuck, sorry, boys. Oh, man.
George, how'd you have a conversation with someone that's willfully...
Who's ignorant, me or A4?
Honestly, both of you.
The only person that really pisses me off in this group is Jamie. That's it. Everybody else, I don't. Jamie,
Yeah.
Jeb39.
Fuck off! I'm supposed to be the one you hate, not Jamie. Fuck off, George. I'm not happy about it, George.
Why does he rattle your cage, George?
No, the only thing is that he doesn't give people edgewise to say what they want. Now, he has gotten better. He has gotten better where he has been quiet. He hasn't been rowdy. He does let people talk. So I'm kind of rethinking about it. But for a certain amount of time, he was doing that. He was doing that.
Yeah, it's a bad habit in his hangouts. I mean, I do it as well. I mean, I must admit, it's hard not to talk over people sometimes. But when people deliberately do it just to close the conversation down, that's the sign that they've got no argument, in my opinion.
Well, it's kind of hard, but you have to understand that we're talking about a debate about an issue about what we feel. Like there's one side that believes the flat side, the other side is the global side. So there's going to be friction no matter what.
Yeah.
Who were you talking about?
Well, we're just talking generally, really.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's no way I'm going to convince you, Adam, or Pancho, otherwise that the world is round. You guys made up your mind, all right? We're just here to talk about it.
George, am I right in thinking that you don't believe we're spinning?
No, I do believe that the world is round. I do believe that the world spins. I do believe there's space. I do believe gravity.
No, sorry, I thought I heard you in a debate where you agreed that we live on a globe, but I weren't sure. I thought I heard you. I must have been mistaken. I thought I heard you say that you didn't believe we was actually turning, so I was sorry if I...
No. I do keep an open eye. So, I mean, I keep an open mind to people what they say. So if Pancho or Adam wants to say something about information or evidence, I'm going to keep an open mind on it. You know, what if they are right on some of the information they do give? You never know. But the thing is that for me, I know for myself, you know, that's what I feel. You know?
And who told you that, George? Was that your own information, or was that second-hand information like from NASA or from other agencies like these people?
No. That's from doing my own experiments. I have a telescope. I do watch the sky at night. I do see the moon. I do see Saturn. You know, I've done, you know, things like experiments when I was in school and college and all that. You know, that's my own experience, not from secondhand. Yes, I have read articles from NASA, and half the time I don't believe the shit they say because they have lied in the past. But I still do keep an open eye. You know, that's my judgment. Nobody's going to change.
Yeah, that's the same as me, George. That's the same as me. Like I said exactly the same thing. That, like, obviously I've grown up with believing that we're on a globe because that's what everyone's taught. Like they say, and I can agree with that everyone is taught that. But it doesn't take much to do your own experiments and realise that we're on.
I'll give you an example. Like the Federal Reserve. Okay, I've learned over the years and years and talking about what the Federal Reserve is and what they do and what was good for the country here in the United States until I did my own research and found out these are thieving bastards, and I don't agree with what they've been doing over the years. And I've read books on people who talk to people who are source information, people that actually created the Federal Reserve over the years, and I felt that it wasn't the right thing to do. Now, that's my interpretation because I got older, I became an adult, and I took the information in my own hand. I didn't have to rely on someone else like I did when I was a kid. I made my own decision.
Yeah, Adam, sorry, Jules. Adam?
Yeah, mate.
Adam, I'm sending you some pictures. You know where you've been sending me the links? All the time on the app. I've sent you a few pictures. I don't know if you can see them or you can share them.
I can't share them at the moment.
Well, have a look at them, Adam. Have a look at them. You should be able to see them. I've sent you pictures of Jupiter. I've sent you a picture of our sun. I've sent you a picture of ISIS, not ISIS, the terror group. And there's another one. There's a cluster called a cluster, star cluster. Let me have a look at other pictures I've got. You can see a picture of Jupiter. You can see the bands going across Jupiter. These are all pictures I've took myself, Adam. There's a picture of Jupiter with the 4 moons as well. You can see the moons quite clearly. There's another picture as well of a galaxy. It's M51, and it's interacting with the galaxy near it. So you've got a larger galaxy interacting with a smaller galaxy. And
was that the one that was colliding the one galaxy over the other?
Yeah, M51 is. M51 is.
Yeah,
there's a picture here that looks like they just look like they're lights, like light bulbs.
Yeah, but Adam, yeah, this is a trouble, see? Because of Jupiter, you either have to sacrifice that you can't see the moon because of the exposure, or you either sacrifice that you can't really get detail on Jupiter and you pick up the moon. So all I've done in that picture is pick up Jupiter with its 4 moons, so you can see the 4 moons. You can see them all in a line. Can you see that picture, Adam?
Yeah, that'll be the one that I'm talking about. That just looks like light bulbs.
And then there's also another picture, a big picture of Jupiter. You can see clearly the bands going across Jupiter. Can you see that one, Adam?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a spherical ball and it's got a blue exposure to the right-hand side of it.
No, the exposures aren't very good because they're single pictures, Adam. Like I said to you before, yeah.
But it looks like something
the first picture,
on the left-hand side.
Have a look at the first picture, Adam.
It looks like something blue, like a reflection is shining on it from the left-hand side.
That's the ring. That's the ring nebula. That's a star that's blown up. You can see the picture of the ring around the star, Adam. It's blue. It's a little ring. That's the star that's blown up, and that gas that's forming the ring around it. That's the gas that's left over from the explosion.
Now I'm talking about the picture of what's this, Jupiter, the one that underneath the one that looks like light bulb. I'm talking about the planet one with the 2 where you can actually see the stripes in it on the.
That's Jupiter. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's got a blue fucking.
Yeah, that's more. Like I said, it's only one picture, Adam. So I've had to fiddle about with it to try and get as much detail as possible.
But what's on the left-hand side of Jupiter making that shadow then? We're making that.
What shadow? That blue mark? That's more processing, Adam.
You sure about that? Are you sure that it's not something to the left of? To the what would it be? Its left.
No, it's the processing, right? Adam. Like I said to you, it's only one picture, Adam. On one picture.
And then when you go down to that other
Adam,
picture.
Adam, can I please finish, Adam? Can I please?
No, just wait, because when we go down to the other picture that's fully underexposed, the same Jupiter that's down, like 4 pictures below that. Wait, let me
Yeah,
the last picture that you sent me. Yeah, the last picture that you sent me. You can see on the left-hand side now it's sort of got a blue ring, and on the right-hand side where it would be coinciding with the other picture, it's very, very dull indeed. So sort of implying that something shining on it or something like that. I'm not too sure, and you're not accounting for everything there.
Well, you haven't given me a chance to account for it.
I don't even know where these pictures have been taken. I don't even know how you've accomplished.
So I'm a liar as well now, Adam. Yeah. So well, I've just told you I've took them, Adam. So are you going to take me for my word? If you're not going to take me for my word,
I can take you for your word. Yeah.
Okay. They're single pictures, Adam. The first one I sent you, go right to the top, and you'll see the picture of the stars with a little red patch on the right hand side of the picture. Do you see that, Adam?
Little red patch.
Go right to the first picture I sent you, all the way to the top.
Oh yeah.
That's a picture of the Bubble Nebula. Now that is about 70 pictures all stacked together on top of each other. Now the reason it's stacked like that is because look at the detail in the picture, Adam. All them them little pinpricks of light are stars, Adam.
Well, that's what you say. That they like you said, there've been thousands of pictures just overlaid. So this could be just the city. They could be looking down upon Earth, and this could be just like houses.
No, Adam, that's not the stars, Adam. That little gas bubble that you're seeing to the right, that's part of the gas that makes stars. That's
That could
part of
be
the
a
gas
nuclear
that made
power
our
plant for all
star.
I know.
That's
That
the
could be
kind
a
of
nuclear
gas.
power plant. That could be reflection off the dome of all our lights.
So you're saying it's a reflection down from the ground?
George, have you got the app? George, have you got the app?
Which app?
I don't know. It's a Hangout app on an iPad.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like a reflection of the dome.
Can you see the picture of the ISS there as well that I took, Adam? If you go down, it's the second one down.
The second one down.
Second one down.
What about it? Saturn.
That's the ISS.
Isn't that Saturn?
No, that's ISS. You can clearly see that's one picture. That's one picture. That thing's travelling at 17,000 miles an hour. Usually, when they take pictures of the ISS, they take quite a few pictures and they stack them. That's one picture. And if you download that onto your iPad or whatever you're using later, and then zoom in on it, you can clearly see the solar panels, Adam. I can see them now on the picture. The two arms that are coming out at the side of the picture. You can call it a light. I'm happy if you want to call it a light, but that light has definitely got structure, Adam. You can't deny that it hasn't got structure. Second picture down, Adam.
I know when I'm looking at it now. It could be anything.
I can agree with you. If you want to call it, if you want to call it a light, I'll go with you on that. We can call it a light, but that light has definitely got structure, hasn't it, Adam?
How am I supposed to know what it really is, though? I don't really know what it is. It's just a little blob of.
All right, Adam. So, for instance, you've never seen a picture of the ISS, yeah?
Yeah.
Then you look at that picture there. You look at it, and you can clearly see it's got structure, can't you, Adam?
Well, from that picture, it could be anything.
Adam, has it got structure? Do you know what I mean by structure?
Yeah, form.
Yes. Now, if you was to enlarge,
I'm trying to say, but no, it sort of doesn't. Like I'm trying to look at it, and no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's small, Adam. If you enlarge, what do you mean it doesn't, Adam? I can clearly see two arms coming out on the left and the right hand side of it, Adam. How can you not see that?
Line right there, and then that means that it doesn't have structure because there's two pieces floating together. It doesn't have structure.
It is, Adam. How can you not say that hasn't got structure? It has got structure, Adam. I can see it clearly here now. If you want to be like that, Adam, then I can't. There's nothing I can do for you. I've provided you with a picture. I've told you that it's only one picture on its own. Usually, there's a lot of pictures stacked together in software that makes the picture a lot more resolution. But you can clearly see. I agree with you. If you want to say it's a light, I'm fully happy with that. But you've got to admit that light has got structure. There's two arms coming out the side of it. If you put that picture against what they say it is, Adam, if you put that picture against what they say it is, and compare the two pictures, you will see that picture of mine that I took, and you can take a picture like that, Adam, yourself, that exactly the same structure as they say it should have.
How do I know that you haven't just taken a little image, like an image of the ISS?
Because you can take it. Because you can do it, Adam. You can go out. You could go out tonight or tomorrow night with a camera. You can get the app on your phone. The app tells you what time it's coming over. You look at the sky and you'll see it, Adam. The minute I've never seen it before. I've never seen it before. And when I saw it,
do I have to get the app to do that?
Well, yes, because you have to know what time it's coming over, Adam.
If I can just explain, is there any way for me to figure out how the ISS, like where it is in the sky, without me have to use their app?
Yeah, you could do complicated.
In my eyes, that type of manipulation is easy. Then, if I have to use their app, find out where it is, then therefore, as soon as I download their app, they're going to use some type of technology to transmit whatever they can in the exact location they tell me it is. That's obviously what their app's for, to make sure that it's. So now I need to figure out how I can find the ISS without the app, and then take a picture of it without them knowing that I'm taking a picture of it.
Well, Adam, to find out where it's going to be and where it's going to, or what time it's going to be coming over your area or where you could see it, you need information, Adam. And the only place to get that information is off these websites. So if you're saying that you're not going to trust even websites, you don't have to go to get their app. Quite easily look on a website about what you could quite easily look on a website. And if you was clever, Adam, can I please finish?
Yes. Well, I'm trying to put it into what you're saying. You're saying.
No, you're not. Why can't you just listen, Adam? Why listen to you when you talk? Why can't?
If I triangulate it myself, I will be able to do what you're saying.
Yes, Adam. Are you clever enough to do that, Adam?
Maybe. I'm not too sure. I'll try.
Now, to do that, Adam, do you think you need certain information to do that, Adam? Wouldn't you?
I don't like Facebook.
Adam, you'd need certain information, because if you didn't know where it was starting from, you'd have no way you'd be able to calculate when it's going to be at your position, would you?
Beg your pardon?
Without certain information, Adam, it don't matter how intelligent and good at maths you were, you would not be able to tell what time and where it's going to be coming over your position.
Yeah, that's obvious. Yeah, I'd obviously need.
So you'd have to go somewhere to find out where it is at a certain time, so you could work out how many revolutions of the Earth it had made. Adam, again, you're interrupting me. Please let me finish. You'd have to do maths calculations to work out where it was, how quickly it was going to be revolving around the Earth, which I think it does in 90 minutes takes to go around the whole of the Earth, or it might be shorter than that. But then you'd have to do complex maths calculations to work out when you'd be able to see it. Or, instead of that app, there's websites that you can go in. All you have to do is put in your area. Like in the UK, we have postcodes, so I'd put
That's
in
the
my
same kind of concept that I just said. As soon as you enter your location, they've got instant knowledge that you are trying to look for their device, which will then entail them to watch you, and whenever they, it'll be reason for them to put something. That's why I need to do it this unbiasedly. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it myself, but unbiasedly, the only way to check if the ISS in the sky is to unbiasedly figure out where it is. Like you say, I have to figure out this mass for myself and figure out what trajectory, like you said, what speed it's moving, so I can figure out where to look sky. For myself, I can use certain bits of information, but I cannot use their programs and whatnot, because as soon as they try to figure out when and where I'm trying to find the ISS, they have an opportunity to manipulate me. All right, that opportunity is all I'm talking about, Mark. If you give somebody
George,
an opportunity...
can you mute, please? We can hear you scraping a bowl or something.
Yeah, but if you give somebody an opportunity, they'll use the opportunity, Mark.
Adam, do you know how crazy that sounds?
Beg your pardon?
Do you know how crazy that sounds?
No.
Okay.
Maybe to you, it doesn't sound crazy to me. When you give somebody an opportunity, usually they take the opportunity.
No, it sounds pretty crazy, Adam.
All right.
So what you're saying is when I go on my app, see when the ice is going over, and I've got 2 or 3 because I use a weather app as well, because then I can tell whether it's going to be clear. So when I go out, I'm not going out, setting all my telescope up, taking images, and then the clouds are coming over. That's no good to me. I have to know when it's going to be a clear night. One of the apps that I have, it's not run by NASA, it's not run by anyone, it's run by an astronomy group that have donated it to amateur astronomers like me, so they can enter their location, find out what the weather's going to be like, and part of that, it gives you information about ISS station. I'll have a look now, tell you what's happening over England at the moment with the ISS, and it's not their app, at all. It's nothing to do with any space agency. It was built and given to the public as a tool for amateur astronomers to look at the night sky, Adam. It's got nothing to do with NASA or anyone like that. Right, the ISS at the moment, the next time it's come over the UK in my area is 2100. I tap on the picture of the ISS, and it will give me the start time. 2122 it's coming over, and it's coming over west at an angle of 10 degrees on the horizon. Right, at maximum, that means that the maximum height, like it's going to be, and you can see it the most clearest, is 2124, and that's the southwest, and that's 24 degrees, and then it tells you the end, 2127.
It's giving you the location at that point that they can project their projection.
So you're saying the ISS is a projection?
Could be. I could use the same, what you're saying right now, how you've described how I have to find the ISS. I could also accomplish the same type of thing with some type of holographic technology on people.
So what you're saying,
when you have to use programs and whatnot to find certain like where it's going to be in a certain location and whatnot, you cannot do it for yourself. Then
so what you're saying, what you're saying, Adam, is that the thousands of people that look at these apps and have a look up in the sky to see when ISIS is coming over, there's someone now monitoring that app. They're saying, Fred in Australia.
That'll be a lot easier to.
Hold up, Adam, please. Again, you're doing it again to me. Fred in Australia at 9 o'clock, he's looking at whether the ice is coming over, so we're going to project it there. Then an hour later, Danny in the United States says, I want to have a look at the ISS, and then they register that he's looking for it, so they project the thing up there as well. Is that what you're saying, Adam?
Could could be a possibility.
It could be a possibility.
Yeah.
Now, in logical and critical thinking, you take every possibility that could be, or do you dismiss the possibilities that are very, 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 very slim to practically impossible? And what you're left with, whether it be 10 or whether it be one explanation for a phenomenon, that is more likely to be the truth, Adam.
Yes, that's what I try to go with. Yes.
Okay. So out of all the possibilities,
I could have went with a million different possibilities.
yeah, you could, Adam. You could. But Adam, out of the possibilities, we've only got two at the moment, Adam. Yeah, let's stick with two, so we can have a conversation about it. It's either a projection, as you're saying it is possible, yeah.
Yep.
Or it is really there, yeah.
Or it's suggestive.
So you're now going to enter another
or it's suggestive programming somehow.
How would you mean suggestive programming, Adam?
I'm not too sure. I'm not a psychologist.
So what did we just discuss?
That's what come to my head.
Yeah, but
and I
Adam,
guess I'm right.
can
I know that I'm not talking. God's talking.
Adam, look, you're going off on one again. Why are you going off on one, Adam?
They suggest that there's something in the sky, so you fucking look for it that hard that you see something. Then when you see a little dot, something in your eye actually, it's in your eye, then you make out that it goes across the sky. Yes, suggestive programming.
Adam, what did we just say about critical thinking and thinking about logical things? We just said that we don't bring in, when we try and make decisions, we don't bring in every outlandish mad idea. Otherwise, you'd never be able to make
an alternative.
Adam, can I finish, please?
Always bring in an alternative.
When you make a decision, when you make a decision, Adam, about something in reality, whether it be something in your life or whether it's some information you've been given, the logical process is to evaluate that information and to see if it seems possible. You don't think of it, if someone says something to you, you don't think of a million different reasons that it could be. So let's just stick to two possibilities, Adam. It's either real or it's not real. Yes? Can we agree with that, Adam?
Okay.
Right. Now, is it more likely that it is true that the ISS is travelling around the Earth 17,000 miles an hour and people all around the world can see it? They can take pictures of it. They can take pictures, detailed pictures of it, that clearly show the exact same picture that the ISS said to be. That's printed on, if you don't want to go to NASA, you can go to 101 other sites.
What's your point, Pearly? What's your point, Mark?
My point, Adam, is what are the two more likely propositions? We're talking about critical thinking here now. We're not talking about talking down the pub with your mates.
Yeah, all right. Can I jump in there? It would actually be a holographic projection, because to try to keep a satellite in the air, especially something that they say the ISS is so large, it'd cost so much fuel that it's not actually reasonable or plausible.
Doesn't need fuel, Adam. It doesn't need fuel.
Sir. Whatever, dude.
Why would it need fuel, Adam?
Gravity. Then we've got to go into gravity, dude. Then we've got to go into.
Why would it need fuel, Adam?
Skeptical theory. Skeptical theory is what you've got to. What are you got to jump on board with to actually say
why
that the ISS
would it
can
need
sit
fuel?
up in the air like that?
Adam, science doesn't say it needs fuel, so why add that?
Oh well.
It doesn't need fuel, Adam. What does it need fuel? It's got small jets that it changes its position. If they detect a threat coming from outer space or any debris, then they can adjust their positions, and they can adjust their position for numerous different reasons. So they do not need fuel, like you're saying, fuel like a jet plane needs, or
well, they need
a
some
car.
type of fuel, don't they? They need some type of a fuel, don't they?
No, they don't, Adam.
Oh my god, man, I can't handle this. They do so. They're supposed to be traveling on whatever, man. Can't.
Why do they need fuel? Can you give me one reason why they need fuel, Adam?
Because gravity doesn't exist.
And what was we just talking about? Critical thinking, Adam.
See? There's no fucking proof of gravity.
Yeah, but Adam, what I just explained to you and what you agreed was that you don't introduce Mark,
come on, don't interrupt me while I'm trying to say it. Critical thinkers would obviously say no, there's no such thing as gravity because there's no proof of it. So then therefore there's no plausible way for us to keep a fucking a big ass fucking building in the air, because that's practically what it is, the Trump Tower in the air, fucking so high. It's gonna cost so much fuel for us to keep it up there. It's not plausible. So more than likely, yes, it's a fucking holographic projection. That's more plausible for the logical, yes.
Once again, Adam, they do not need fuel. Science says they do not need fuel, so I don't see why you're introducing fuel into the equation.
Science is not logical, you know that, right? You can't talk
Gravity can be proved. Science is not logical.
No, science is not logical.
Why is science not logical, Adam?
Nah, science is not logical because nothing is proven in science. Everything is theory. It's always worked upon, so it's not logical. You can assume.
So the science that makes
you can assume you can assume anything in science, and you can actually say that yes, it's credible, it's credible, it's credible, it's credible, it's credible, it's credible, it's credible. Until the point you find something that says that it's not. Your science isn't logical.
Adam, you're going into a rant again, Adam. Why are you going into a rant?
No, I just show. Oh man, I can prove you wrong all day.
You haven't proved me wrong one time, Adam.
Oh, I just did. Logical. You're saying that science is logical when science, the definition for science is its theory, and it has to be worked upon.
No, definition of science is not theory,
Yes,
Adam.
it is. It's a
No,
fairy
it's
tale
not
that you
theory.
work upon. Yes, it is. It's a fairy tale that you add more to.
If it's a fairy tale, Adam, why does it work?
Oh, because that's how it works. That's how the assumption works. You build upon it. It's a story that you're building
Well,
upon.
it can't be an assumption, can it, if it's working, Adam?
Your pardon? Because obviously we're living in a functioning world. Because obviously.
But why does it function? If the science is wrong, it wouldn't work, Adam, would it?
I can use the same science, all right, to then to portray flat Earth. I can use the same science to portray a
Adam, the
concave
mechanics.
Earth. Listen,
Adam,
I
the
can
mechanics
use
know
the
how
same
to fix
science
the car.
portray a concave Earth
Adam,
like Lord Stephen Christ has.
Adam,
all right?
Adam, does the mechanic know how to fix a car?
It's only theory.
Adam, does a mechanic know how to fix a car? Adam, can a mechanic fix a car?
No.
What, mechanics can't fix cars?
No. Just because a guy calls himself a mechanic doesn't necessarily mean he knows how to fix a car.
So what does it mean then if you call yourself a mechanic?
A person that knows how to fix a car knows how to fix a car. All right.
So what would you call someone who knows how to fix a car,
I
Adam?
can call myself a mechanic right now, and I don't know how to fix a car, so I'm a liar. Therefore, a mechanic does not know how to fucking fix a car.
Okay, we'll take mechanic. Well, that word seems to have triggered you, so we'll take that word out. If you take a car to someone and they take the car to pieces and rebuild it, would you say that person knows what he's doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how has he got that knowledge?
Probably because of previous experience with taking cars apart and putting them back together.
So, through experiments over the years, people have realised that if you learn something and it's practical and it can fit reality, that it works. Yes?
It works, but doesn't mean it's actual fact. It works.
So, it must be right then, Adam, mustn't it?
No. We can use
It's not right.
No, it works. It works.
So, it must be right then, Adam, mustn't it? If something works, it must be right.
No, there's a difference between something being right and working.
So, if it doesn't work, what is it then?
Oh my God.
Adam.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't mean it's wrong.
Adam, I'm being all calm. Why are you going off on one?
You're like frustrating me, dude. You can't even use simple logic. If it doesn't work, it doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just needs to improve. It doesn't mean that it's wrong though. It just means it hasn't got to the point of right yet. You know what I mean? Of moving.
So
and working.
does an iPhone work?
It just hasn't got to the point of working yet. It needs to be.
Does an iPhone work?
It's not wrong. Why can you
iPhones?
say that? That's the wrong type of statement. Well, I don't
Adam.
know what you're trying to do. That's where you're trying to mix science with my philosophy. That's why I'm a philosopher and I'm having to deal with scientists.
Adam, do iPhones work?
Beg your pardon?
Do iPhones work?
Do iPhones work?
Yeah.
They function.
Do they work?
No, they function. I work. I go out and labour. If you want to.
Okay. Do they function, Adam? Does an iPhone function?
Yes, they function.
So the technology that built it and the electronics that are inside the phone obviously work. Yes.
They function.
All right, Adam. They function. Yes. They function, yes?
Yes.
So the mathematics and all the works the science that went into building the iPhone.
No, it functions. It doesn't work. It functions. Don't try and misword it. When you're saying your statement now, you keep on saying functions. That'll work.
The technology that built the iPhone functions, yes?
Yes.
So the science that built the iPhone functions.
Yes.
So the science that built cars and the person that rebuilds the car, it functions, yes?
Yes.
So why can't other things function?
Bless you.
Why can't gravity function? When gravity can be proven, Adam, why can't it function?
Can you prove gravity to me then, please?
Yes, I could prove it. I can't prove it to you over a computer on an internet, Adam, but I could prove it to you. Yes, you could prove it yourself as well, Adam.
Well, I'd need to see somebody else prove it for me, and then I'd follow their test because that's the only way to really do it. I could recreate your test, however you tell me to do it, but I don't really understand.
And if you recreated it, if you recreated it,
if I'm going off a bias, I'd be receiving your mathematics and
Adam,
assuming that
Adam,
like
if you've done the same test, Adam.
No, just
Adam.
wait. You're going to tell me that the string or something is going to be
fuck's
pointing
sake.
towards the middle of the earth, and I'm not going to be under the assumption that something is happening, and it's an assumption.
Adam, if you do the same test as me and you get the same result as me, would that prove that the test was working or functioning?
Function.
It functions,
for whatever
yes?
reason, I don't know, but the test just means that it functions. It doesn't mean that you're actually getting the result.
So it means the information I told you was correct, yes?
Result wanted.
It would mean the information I told you was correct, Adam, wouldn't it?
Functionable, not correct.
So how can it not be correct, Adam? If it wasn't correct, the definition of not correct is it wouldn't work, would it?
Functionable. It's not correct. It's
well, if it doesn't function, it doesn't work.
We can use this to, it's functionable. We can use this to, but it's not correct. We add to this more and more. So how is it not just a function?
So if you carry out the same test as me and the same test as 100 people before me have done, and we all get the same results, we could say that that test functions, couldn't we?
We can say that. How would I word this? I know what you're trying to do, but just wait.
I'm just trying to ask you a question. I'm trying to get some common ground here. That's all I'm trying to do, Adam. I'm not trying to trick you up. I'm not trying to get you to guess you.
No.
I'm just trying to have a conversation. But if you can't agree, if we can't agree on the definitions of words that have been used for hundreds and hundreds of years, and you keep changing definitions, then we can't have a conversation. Because when I say something, when I say Adam, please let me finish. Please let me finish, Adam.
Go then.
If I describe something as working, we both know what working means. If you want to think that I'm trying to catch you up and you want to say function, then it's pointless, Adam. We both know what I mean by work. Obviously, the phone don't get up in the morning and go to work, does it?
When a
you know
judge,
full
when
well.
a judge or a police officer
Adam, why
asks
can't
you,
I ever
when a
finish
police
something?
officer or a judge or anybody with an authority
Here we go
asks
again.
do
You're just
understand?
talking
Yeah,
away.
well,
You
you're trying
don't
to
care
tell me
whether
that words
anyone's
don't matter.
listening.
You are trying to tell
just
me
want to
that words
waffle
don't
on
matter.
like a nutter.
I will talk over you now because you're trying to tell me that words don't matter. I'm not going to enter any type of contract like that. No, words do matter. I do not stand under any statement being made.
So words don't have meanings, Adam.
Yes, they do. All words have meaning.
So would you agree that? So would you agree that over the world there are certain definitions of words that have meanings?
Under the statement being made, it's not asking you, do you comprehend? When a police officer asks you, do you understand? He's not asking you if you comprehend.
Why are we starting talking about freedom on the land? Adam, why are we talking about freedom on the land shit? Why are we talking about freedom on the land shit, Adam?
You sit there and try and talk over me.
Adam, why are we talking about freedom on the land shit?
Words do matter. Fuck, man.
So there's not a dictionary, Adam. So there's not a dictionary in Australia that's got the same definition of, say, work in England as well, and say America.
You just got to use your common logic. Use your common sense.
I'm asking you, is there a dictionary in Australia that you can look up the meaning of words?
Probably. Well, I've got Google though, so why don't you? Just,
now, is your dictionary in Australia different from America, England, India, France, Belgium? Have we all got different dictionaries that mean different words, mean different things?
No, but they have an Australian version.
I don't know what you're trying to get at here. Anyway, I'm
trying to get some common ground that we both know.
I know where you're going with it, so I'm just not going to answer dismiss. I don't know what you're trying to do.
Oh, okay, Adam. All right then. All right. Well, I'm not going to talk anymore because it's obvious you can't even have a decent adult conversation, Adam. You change the meaning of words. You're dancing around like a tap dancer. I'm not trying to catch you out. I'm trying to have an adult conversation with you. But if I say a word and you're going off on some tangent saying that word don't mean that word don't mean it, then we can't have a conversation, can we?
Little bum from Sydney, Australia, and you still can't get me. Come on, man.
Get you? What are you on about, get you?
Can't stump me.
Can't what?
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's move on.
Stump you? What are you on about, Adam? I don't know what you're going on about. I'm not trying to stump you.
Anyway.
I was trying to have an adult conversation, but it's quite clear that you're incapable of doing that, Adam. You seem to think that I'm trying to trip you up every other word I say. And you just go on and you just go out and wacky tangents.
Whether you believe it's being
So I talk to George. Maybe he can get some sense out of you because I can't.
Whether you believe it's being constructive or not, it's irrelevant. We have had a conversation for over an hour now, so wow, really?
Just sitting listening.
He dropped out. All right.
I mean, George, how can you have a conversation with someone like that just denies the meaning of words? I don't understand.
I understood what you were trying to say. You were trying to say, does the item work? And he says, no, that's not what it's like he doesn't want to admit to the word or something.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
Well, the reason why is that there's some people out there that think like free men do. You know, when you go to court, you say, I'm a man, I'm not a person. And people use terminology like that. So he doesn't want to say something something that doesn't really mean, mean something that it's going to affect him, or it's not what his meaning is. He's trying to take control of himself. That's what basically he's trying to. So that's what I saw, when you guys were talking.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason I come on here. I say that I laugh at them because the attitude that they give towards me. Yeah, I'm going to say that. If someone wants to have an adult conversation, I'd rather have an adult conversation. But if you're trying to talk to someone who's denying that what a word means, when we all know what words mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I agree. I understood exactly what you said.
I mean, I'm trying to take him step by step into a logical thought process that at the end of it, he can think of what the information is at the end of it, and then make a decision on it based on sound reasoning and judgment. But he just goes on mad tangents. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that.
Well, it's like I said, you tried, and you're going to do what you can to try to have a conversation in a meaningful way. And sometimes you can, sometimes you cannot. I mean, I've had conversations with Andy where he was perfectly calm for hours, and then there were times I couldn't. It's different for every person. That's why I say I just not going to bother my time, waste my time. If I can't get through to it, buddy, I'll just give up and say, fine, let someone else know. That's how I do it. I'm not. I
wasn't laughing at you, Jules. I wasn't laughing at you. You know what I mean? I'm just laughing.
No. I know what you're saying. It's just, it's constantly the same thing, time after time. We're repeating the same thing, one after another after another.
Well. We got Grapehead and shit. Grapehead and shit.
Lord Steven, how's our fair God?
You fucking idiots. You guys are so fuck. Who pays you guys? I want to know. Who pays you, motherfuckers?
Your mummy and daddy pays you, Steven. What are you shouting about?
Get the shit out of your mouth, You actually like shit in your mouth.
And this is supposedly Jesus Christ.
You sound like you're talking like you have shit in you.
So all these fans now are spewing at his language here as well. And this is God. All the viewers now, this is the so-called God.
You're such a fucking idiot.
You can listen to him. He's a raving idiot.
Get the fuck out of here, you.
He's obviously been smoking meth, sniffing ugly polish.
Let's see your ugly fucking face, you piece of shit.
And he doesn't wash.
Ugly fucking mother.
Doesn't wash. Look at him. Look, he hasn't had a washing week.
You fell for the divine ruse, and you're preaching your bullshit.
I've heard he sucks cock and street corners.
You're cursed. I curse you. NSA put these motherfuckers on.
Curse me. So the God that's supposed to be a loving God is now
going to experience the karmic discipline of the Lord.
Oh,
you don't fear me?
Stephen. Is that the same? Is that the same discipline and the calmness to the Lord that you got arrested by the FBI?
Fucking mega cry meteor hit you on the fucking head.
Were you going to send one? Why don't you strike me down now, God?
Where are the fucking ice chunks coming from, you morons?
Why don't you strike me down now, God? What colour of trousers am I wearing?
You know what? Go get some fucking speech lessons. Get some fucking speech lessons, because you sound like shit. You sound like you have shit coming out of your fucking mouth, Mark.
What colour trousers am I wearing, Jesus?
Come on. Go to the bathroom, wash your mouth out.
Every
got
one
fucking
of your
shit in your mouth,
been wrong, isn't it, Jesus?
Go to the fucking bathroom and wash your mouth out.
Did you predict you were going to get arrested by the FBI?
In Grapehead, here's Grapehead. Grapehead George. Grapehead George.
You do know that, don't you? You was arrested.
Fucking baller idiots. You fucking morons. You fell for the fucking ruse.
Okay.
Tell me where the mega cry meteors are coming from. Tell me. I'm waiting.
You're funny.
Tell me. Oh, I'm funny.
No, you're funny. I didn't say you was funny. You're not funny. You're funny.
No, you're a fucking ugly piece of shit.
You're a fucking piece of shit, man. I'll fucking smack the fuck out of you.
Let's see your ugly motherfucking face.
Yeah, let's see your ugly motherfucking face.
You're probably a fat fucking bastard that hasn't gotten laid in 15 years, right? You haven't gotten laid in 15 years, right? 20 years. Who's paying you, motherfuckers?
Yeah, you
Who's paying you, you fucking ugly fucking piece of shit?
You motherfucker.
You fuck. Let's see your face, moron.
Yeah, fucking
You're
don't
fucking
see your
cursed.
face. Do
You're
us a favour
fucking
and turn the
cursed.
camera off. At least
You're
have a watch.
fucking ugly motherfucking
you cocksucker.
Yeah,
How
let
many
the mega
cocks
cry
shut up
meters
your
fall.
I bet you got raped in prison, didn't you?
I won. The debate is over. You guys fell for the divine ruse. Light is bending. You're inside the earth. That's all there is to it. Any questions?
All right. How are we inside the earth? I'm curious.
Shut up. Shut up.
So you can't answer it.
No, it's called, I'm not going to give it away. If you fucking didn't have the fucking time to actually investigate what I've been telling you people for the past 13 years.
You're not going to give it away, Joe.
But it's easier. just to say it and not do it.
Grapehead George. You look like a fucking grape. That double chin. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go fucking on a diet.
How many legs have I got, Jim?
Is that the only thing you could do is just insults because you can't have answers?
No, it's called resorting to this because you guys are fucking in denial of reality. You're inside the earth.
Okay, Jesus.
All right.
Good one.
Sit
Good
there
one,
in your
morons.
own little world, think that you're a god.
That's a good one, dude. You're winning.
Jules, the funny thing is, she's made loads of predictions.
I can't even imitate you because I don't have shit in my mouth. I can't even imitate the way you sound. I wish I could. Oh, no, I don't want to put shit in my mouth. You know, like when you come from a dentist, when you have like a bunch of cotton in your mouth, that's how you sound. You sound like a fucking moron. Go get some fucking speech lessons, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Can you understand this? You are a cunt.
Tell me where the fucking mega meteors are coming from.
You are a fucking raving idiot.
Oh, that's a good one, dude. That's real good.
They're not, because there's no such thing. Prove it then, Jesus. You're Jesus. Prove it.
Fuck you.
Well, you can't prove it then.
Dudes.
So you're no better than them fucking
You're a prideful,
You're no better than them loons 2,000
You're a prideful, ignorant fucking bastard. You're not going to enter my kingdom unless you humble yourself. All knees shall bow unto me. Your fucking knees are going to bow unto me. When I'm exalted into authority, you watch. The NSA already has you on the fucking FEMA detention list. You guys should fear me. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Fear me. Why don't you fear
me? The Lord sucks cock. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, you're going to go into a FEMA detention camp. That's what I'm going to do.
We have Butlins in the UK. We don't have FEMA camps. It's Butlins.
Just wait and see. Not much longer now. I'm going to be exalted into authority, and I'm going to fucking
make a new prediction.
Have my buddies at the NSA.
This could be the 750
down
prediction
and haul your asses into a fucking FEMA detention camp.
Make a prediction then.
There's to it. There's nothing left for you morons but judgment.
All right, when is it going to happen?
At least the flat earthers are halfway there. You guys are fucking morons. You're paid to be here, aren't you?
How are you halfway there?
You're the one who's ripping on flat earthers that they're idiots.
That's because I care for them. They're halfway there. You guys are fucking morons. You guys are pseudo-intellectual morons. You think you can apply math to
a symposium saying that flat earthers are wrong.
Resolve the moon terminator illusion. You can't. Resolve the moon illusion. You can't. Tell me where meteors are coming from. You can't. Can you? The hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies. Isaiah 28:17.
I've just done it. It's
going to happen. Isaiah 2:17. And the Lord Stephen Christ alone shall be exalted in that day.
No, he didn't say that.
Yeah, you guys should learn how to fear me. I'm telling you right now. I'm warning you.
You're a well-known delusion. Everyone knows you're just delusional.
Fear me, dude.
You got arrested by the FBI.
Fear me. Fear me.
The
you need to
FBI arrest Stephen.
Fear me. I'm warning you.
Why don't you ever want to talk about that, Stephen? Is it because you're embarrassed because you was arrested for threatening to kill someone?
No, I'm not embarrassed about that.
Oh,
that was actually intended.
So
that was intended.
Oh, well, so you knew you was going to get arrested by the FBI?
Fuck you. Hey, you know what?
So
I suffered. I already suffered. Now it's your turn to suffer.
Yeah, we're fucking suffering now with you in the room.
Because you deny me. You deny the fact that you're living inside of my earth. Psalm 24, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. The world and they that dwell therein. That means I actually even own you. I own you. I own your fucking asses.
Jesus,
I'm here to actually impose divine discipline.
Strike me down, Jesus. Jesus, strike me down.
In due time, you're going to suffer the
strike me down now because you're a gay cunt. Strike me down, you gay prick.
You're going to. I guarantee you.
Okay.
I guarantee you will suffer the divine consequences of denying me, of mocking me. Be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. Isaiah 28:2. Lest your bands be made strong, lest your shackles be made strong. Isaiah 28:22. Laugh now, cry later.
Proper retards, these people, man.
Laugh now, cry later, dudes. Laugh now, cry later. I'm warning you. This is your warning.
Now. Yeah, I'm laughing.
Warning given August 11th, 2016 to Mark and Grapehead George.
Hold on, let me write it down.
Well, who else wants to be added to the FEMA detention list? Anybody?
Is it the
NSA?
Put yourself there.
Jesus, is it also 16th? You said. I want to get this right.
Come on, take the fucking shit or cotton out of your mouth and learn how to.
And you smoke too.
You can't remember. You can't remember what the prediction you just said. What was the date? Jesus.
Okay, looks like I won this debate. Anybody else want to join?
You've never never won a debate in your life. You see the delusional people.
Listen to that nervous laughter. Listen to that nervous laughter.
Nervous laughter, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I've just insulted you and I'm scared.
I am the Lord of all humanity.
No, you're not. You're a fraud on the internet who sucks cock
inside,
rock.
you are fearful of me. You just won't admit it.
I'm terrified of you.
You just need to be committed.
Yeah, you are. You are. You're all going to get it.
No, you've already had it. You got it in prison. That's what I heard.
I already suffered. You guys had your suffering to come.
You didn't
I heard
suffer
you was a bitch
enough.
in prison. Did they use lube or did they...
Oh, now you want to pile on. You want to pile on your sufferings? Go right ahead.
No, I'm just asking you. Did they use lube or did they do
Mark
you
my
dry?
words. Mark my words.
So they done you dry today. That must have hurt. Did that hurt?
Mark my words.
Did it hurt getting your
gonna
arse
happen.
raped?
I tried warning. I tried being nice to you guys.
I don't ever remember that in the
But
Bible.
all I got was
Nice.
insults,
Do
ridicule.
you remember that Jesus getting his arse
rejection.
raped?
Came in here and criticized.
You don't understand. You don't have the perspective of understanding this because you don't have the humility to understand.
Now. Oh,
The meek
okay.
shall inherit the earth. You guys are prideful bastards.
What? So will you
I
inherit
own
the
the
earth? Will you inherit the earth?
This is my earth.
It's your
It's like
earth,
you're
is
inside
it?
my house.
So why is it all
Yeah,
your
you're inside
predictions
my
have been
house.
wrong then, Jesus?
You're inside my house,
Why is
and you're
your
not welcome
predictions all been wrong?
unless
Yeah.
you repent.
You're not
Repent.
good
You're
at
inside
predictions.
your parents' house. That's
Repent
the
right now. Earth is my
He
house.
admitted earlier, he
I
admitted
own
earlier, Mum
everything.
and Dad
Laugh
said
now,
you
cry
can't-
You
later.
don't own anything. You live in your parents'
Laugh now,
house.
cry later, motherfuckers. Laugh now, cry later. Hey, keep it up. Keep going.
Oh, but
Yeah, you're having a good one, aren't you?
yeah, you said Mum
yes,
and
we
Dad
are.
would send you
Face in the
money.
morning.
Is that Joseph?
See how fucking ugly you look and how
Is that
fucking
Mary
ugly
and
you
Joseph?
sound.
Is that
That's all
Mary
you
and
can
Joseph?
say is just insults. That's how
Hey, you know
dumb
what?
you are.
At
You
least
can't
I don't
make
have to
any
wake up,
answers. You
look in the
can't
mirror,
even
and
give
see how
any-
fucking ugly I am because I'm not ugly. You guys are fucking ugly.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
fucking
Yeah,
ugly.
Right.
Look,
Oh,
how come you never show your fucking ugly face?
And you think that
Marky.
you coming on camera when you haven't washed for it?
Marky. How come you don't show your fucking ugly
Why
face?
does Mummy and Daddy still send you money,
Come on,
Jesus?
come on.
Surely, if it's your wealth,
Show your
why have you
fucking
got no
ugly
riches?
face.
Why does
Do
your
you
Mummy
live
and
in the
Daddy still send you
basement?
money?
Show
Or
your
down by
fucking
the river?
motherfucking face.
Why does your Mummy and Daddy
Come on.
send you money? Are you a little
Come on, you
child?
can do it.
Why don't you turn my camera on, Jesus?
Work. I think you get welfare. Yeah, I think you get welfare.
Oh,
That's
look,
what
he's
you
got
live
an
with your
icon
mommy
of
and daddy.
stars.
Why
Oh,
don't
look,
you-
those stars
why
are
don't you turn my
millions of
camera
light
on,
years
Jesus?
away.
Why don't you turn my camera on, Jesus?
How far are those stars away, Marky?
Come
Tell
on,
me.
Cam. I'll give you 10 seconds to turn my camera on. I'm
Tell
sitting
me.
here now.
Tell me.
Turn my
How far
camera
are
on,
those stars
Jesus.
away? Are they light years?
1,
How far is a light year?
2,
Oh, he's counting now.
3,
Isn't that wonderful? Wow. Hey, guys, Mark
4,
can count. Let's see if he can count to 10.
5,
Can he do it? Kindergarten,
6,
kindergarten
7,
intelligence here. Here we go.
8.
Oh, he's
9,
putting the Lord, thy God, to the test.
10.
Now he's actually going to be in more trouble.
Oh
Holy
dear,
sh-
you failed in that test.
Wow, you put the Lord, thy God, to the test.
So you've been exposed as a fraud. Thank you very much.
Anybody else want to put me to the test? Anybody? Grapehead? Georgie Grapehead, you want to put me to the test?
How can I put someone like you to the test? You can't even understand. You know what? 12-year-olds say that quite often.
My model is fucking awesome. You're living inside of it. I beautifully display it with my graphic abilities. I know how the earth looks, and you're inside of it.
The problem is you live in your parents'
The problem is that your fucking hearts are corrupt.
See, that's
You don't understand that I actually created this ruse where light is actually bending, and you think it's straight. So you think you can apply standard trigonometry.
How old are you? Are you like 45, 46?
The sun is inside the earth. Now you try with your ad hominems. You can't work.
Ad hominem. So you can't even say the word correctly.
Grapehead. Shut up.
No, don't tell him to shut up,
he's
Jesus.
getting mad now. Oh my.
Of course he's angry. He can't win a conversation or an argument. He has to get angry. Then that's the only thing he's got left.
That's right, Mark.
So how many times was you raped in prison then? Jesus. How many times did they fuck you in the arse? Jesus?
Was it a federal jail or was it a state? Oh, I
Yeah,
get
there's
it.
pictures, Jules. There's pictures of him in cuffs.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be federal
It looks
detention.
really funny when he's getting bent up by the FBI. He apparently said some
No?
right wacko things.
Yeah,
as well.
let's look it up, folks. Let's look this guy up.
Angels fear to tread, to actually converse with me. Just you morons who are ignorant of my my divine.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, George.
You don't understand.
It's definitely worth a look and a laugh. I've had a look a few years ago when I first come across him.
This is so fucking.
He was making predictions then, and as usual, all these predictions have been wrong.
Oh, here is a YouTube video of you, Lord, telling the prison experience.
Get paid for laugh now. Wow. See, this is the way I actually did it. I did it so I set you guys up for this.
Oh,
laugh
yeah,
now, cry
you
later.
knew.
Laugh now, cry later. That's how it goes, guys. Laugh. Come on.
Yeah, Steven's arrest. Here's another YouTube video of you.
Pile on to come.
Proper comedy gold, mate. Comedy
the
gold.
of Lord Stephen Christ.
I want more. Do it more. Come on. More laughter. Let me hear it. Test me.
Let's see here. Lord Stephen Christ telling prison experience.
Provoke me to the confusion of your own face. Can you do that? You fucking morons. You're cursed.
So you cursed. You're cursed with a gay curse.
You're fucking cursed.
You'll forever suck cock for the rest of your life.
The word? No, it always backfires, dude.
You'll never see a pussy again in your life, Stephen.
Mark my word. Mark my word. It's gonna happen soon.
Your word is worth fuck all.
Because the sun is gonna stop very soon.
Your word, of course it is, Stephen. Of course it is.
You assholes are gatekeepers.
Okay, you're
So go ahead. No, probably. But not much later.
God, how fucking boring.
It happened pretty soon.
Yeah, of course it is, Stephen. I'll call your predictions didn't come true, Stephen, eh?
Time to get Mark.
Laugh now.
You see what I mean?
What is a cell Earth? Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one, isn't it?
It's like
the final days, the final hours.
Kind of funny. You don't even have a fucking
completely stupid. That's what I mean. Like, if he was half intelligent, you can understand it. But when you look into it,
in the cell Earth. Wow.
See, that's the way I actually did it. I devised.
Yeah, of course you did, Stephen.
Yeah, there's
something happened when it's happened already. That isn't prediction, Stephen. You do realise that, don't you?
The red is caused by some fucking weird ass velocity change, but it's just simply chromatic aberration caused by glass.
Yeah, of course it is, Stephen.
Science fiction. Wow.
Tell me we're just this insignificant speck.
You are.
You are. Tell me that we're living on this
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're an insignificant speck.
Spinning ball.
You're an insignificant speck.
It just perpetually spins forever and ever, never decelerates. It just keeps going, right? You fucking
But
moron.
of course you have proof and you have experiments, right?
You're a fucking moron, aren't you?
And you have nothing to prove. I'm looking at your website.
Dude, learn to have some humility. I'm warning you right now.
Light bend and
He's
how
warning
the
you,
horizon
George.
works.
He's warning you.
Fear me. Yes, I'm warning you. Fear me. Why won't you fear me?
Fear you?
Because you're an
Fear you
arsehole
for
and you're a prick and you're a fraud.
You're a guy who lives in his parents' home and you're looking at your bed and you think you're all shit and you're the Lord. How do you think people are going to take you? They're going to look at you and going to say,
don't you understand?
You should be committed.
I have myriads of followers, myriads of angels.
No, you don't. You have about
yes,
five.
I do. Yes, I do.
5 delusional people.
They're in the government, guys. They're in the government.
Oh,
are you talking about the followers in the committed hospital?
I'm talking about the people on the ground. I'm talking about the people in the capital letter
He's
H's.
on about the boyfriends in prison, George. That's what he's on about.
I'm testing
those two.
I'm testing your faith, and you're failing miserably.
I don't have no faith in you. You're a prick. Why would I have faith in a prick?
Doesn't matter if I'm a prick. I'm here to fucking save humanity.
No,
you
guys are actually trying
faith
to
is between me and the Lord, but not you.
Trying to suppress my information. You cannot tell me where the megacry meteors are coming from. Do you even know what they are?
There's no such thing.
Yes, there are. They're called large chunks of
No, there's not. No, it's not bollocks, Jesus. It's bollocks.
Okay. You don't want to believe it, right?
No, it's bollocks, Jesus.
You don't want to believe that large chunks of ice are falling
like all your predictions of bollocks.
Do you? That doesn't fit into your fucking warped, perverted.
No, you don't fit into my warped sense of my reality.
Yeah. See, okay. Thank you. At least you admitted you're fucking warped. And get the shit.
I didn't admit that. I said you're warped.
Get the fucking shit out of your mouth.
I said you're warped.
Why don't you? Yeah, no, you said you're warped. Get the shit out of your mouth, dude.
I said you're warped, Stephen. For someone who's supposed to be God,
it's really disgusting to hear your fucking ugly voice.
Why are you so stupid?
Can you go to the fucking bathroom and wash your mouth out?
Stephen, what is your IQ level?
Shit in your mouth.
What is your IQ level,
Have you been licking Grapehead's asshole or something?
So you haven't got an IQ, Stephen. That is quite understandable, really. Listen listening to you and seeing you on camera, it's quite understandable that you have a very, very, very low IQ.
Why would you do that? Why would you swallow shit? I don't understand.
And I'll make allowances for your low IQ. Because that's what God teaches, isn't it? Not to treat people that are inflicted and disabled. So I won't be horrible to you.
Just you fucking morons, because you're actually preventing me.
Oh, so God can abuse people? We're not allowed to say anything.
I made you. I can do whatever I want.
Oh, you made me. So what colour trousers am I wearing?
Fear you not me?
What colour trousers am I wearing, Stephen?
Will you not tremble in my presence?
Why couldn't you just turn my camera on, Stephen? Surely, if you're God, if you're the one and only powerful God, why can't you do anything?
Kick us out of the hangout.
My presence.
Why are you so useless, Stephen? Why can't you do nothing?
You know what? I created you to have that fucking voice so I can fucking make fun of you.
You can't do nothing, Stephen. You proved that. You can't even turn my camera.
Will you not tremble at my presence?
If you cannot tremble at my presence,
will you not tremble?
You can't even turn my camera.
Why won't you tremble at my presence?
Because I don't tremble.
Don't you recognize that I'm a living God?
You're a coward, Stephen.
There's others that do. No, you're a coward. Turn on the camera.
No, you're a coward, Stephen.
Turn on the fucking camera.
You pick on vulnerable people.
No. I'm trying to save
humanity. You seem to think you're something special.
You're actually preventing.
You live with your mum and dad, who pays for your survival.
You're preventing people from being saved.
You're a fucking leap.
I live all over the world.
No, you don't.
Temporarily, I'm here at my parents' house, but that doesn't.
Don't lie, Stephen.
Oh, you're temporary. Okay.
Yeah, I just got back from Slovenia.
Yeah, of course you
Europe.
did,
I spent some time in Netherlands. I spent some time in Texas. I spent some time in Colorado.
Yeah, no pictures on your website. Nowhere to be seen.
What are you? You're a fucking moron. That's what you are.
Oh, we're a fucking moron. At least I don't live with my parents.
George, would you want to follow a God like that?
Go to the fucking gym, lose some fucking weight, grapehead.
Would you want to follow a God that just abuses people?
You see the one picture, because I'm bending on the side, I have a grape head.
Yeah, well, why would you put up that picture, idiot?
Look at you. You're bald and you got funny looking markings on your body.
You pulled the bald card out, didn't you? Now you're doubly cut. Remember Elisha? No? When they made fun of his bald head? Oh,
yeah.
Damn it. Maybe I should just stop. I don't want you guys to get too hurt.
Oh, man. Hey, Mark, do we feel that we're hurt now?
I'm badly hurt.
It's not, I guarantee it's not going to happen now. It's going to happen later.
Oh, it's going to happen later. So you can't do anything now, but it's going to happen later.
Why would I do that? Why would I do something right now?
So you're weak then. That's what you're saying.
Well, you could show your divine power.
Waiting for you to repent. Humble yourself and follow me. Repent.
So you're Jesus, so you're weak.
I know who the Lord is.
You cannot tell me where the large ice chunks are coming from. That's going to be the end.
There's no such thing. That's why.
Oh, yeah, there are.
I can't tell you something where there's done nothing.
Really?
There's no such thing?
No.
Of mega cry meteors? Really? Are you a fucking moron?
Not the description you describe them as. There is a thing that they describe as mega cry meteors, but not what you describe.
No, it's inexplicable. They don't know where it's coming from.
No, it's not inexplicable.
It's a glass sky.
How could it be inexplicable? If they've explained it, it's not inexplicable, is it? You do realise that, do you? Are you
glass sky 100 kilometers high.
Are you be able to
process that? You realize that there's a glass sky at 100 kilometers high?
Yeah, of course there is, Stephen.
Yeah, how do you know that? Oh, yeah, that's right. You flew up there, right?
I know that because I created it.
Oh, you created it. Okay, then show us a picture of it.
No, why should I show you anything? Your hearts are fucking filthy. I don't reveal things to the
we're not good enough.
I reveal things to the humble.
So we don't have the privilege.
Humble get revelation. You get shit.
Oh, wow.
You get your own fucking vain babblings of pseudoscience. That's what you get.
Pseudoscience. Yeah, that's right. Where theory comes into
I already won the Earth
work,
debate. It's all
and
over.
Work becomes an experiment. Experiments become truthful.
You guys have
science is bullshit.
Devastatingly, you have lost. It's called science false.
Lost? What have we lost? We haven't lost anything.
You think you're on a spinning ball and the universe is vast and endless. I feel sad for you. You fucking morons.
Oh, we're morons now. You made us, didn't you? You made morons then, Jesus, did you?
Oh my god, it's so fucking funny.
Yes, you are funny. I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Yeah, you're funny because people are laughing at you.
Get some voice training or something, Mark. You sound like shit.
And yeah, but you made me, didn't you, Jesus?
Yes, I did. But I'm here now to help you, to improve your voice.
You're here to help me. So you made a mistake in the beginning.
Now listen how nice my voice sounds. So soothing.
You sound like a retard.
It sounds wonderful. A lot of people.
You sound like a retard.
They love my voice so much.
No, they fucking don't.
You sound like a bastard.
I got an ASMR
That is the definition of delusion.
It's a beautiful,
what you just said then, that was the definition of delusion.
Husky voice. But you got shit voices. I made you that way, I guess, because I didn't like you.
Because you're not very good God, are you? You can't do anything right. You can't even put my camera on, can you? You're very weak. You're very weak, God, aren't you?
Very weak.
I've just called you gay and said you got raped in prison and you've done fuck all.
It's a matter of giving myself a handicap because I'm way too powerful for you guys.
Oh, you're way too powerful.
That's what
you're
it
way
is.
too powerful, but you went to jail and you live with your parents.
See, that was all part of the whole test.
Of course it was.
Oh, yeah.
Was that part of the test
whole
not to switch my camera on as well? Was that part of the test, was it?
You sound like
I had to suffer first.
Idiot.
I had to suffer first, but
what you mean? You got
guys,
fucked in prison? Is that what you mean by
suffer in the future?
Jesus, why don't you make a confession now that you got bum raped in prison?
Actually suffered. You didn't
George,
suffer shit.
George, do you believe mega cry meteors are real?
No.
Meteors.
Wait, George, you mentioned Jesus Christ. You believe in Jesus Christ?
Yes, I do.
Holy shit! And you don't believe in me? That I'm Christ?
You're not Christ.
You actually you believe the Earth is spinning and it's a ball?
So what's wrong with someone who's religious who believes in Jesus? Do
you believe that, George?
Yes. No, I
you
know.
You know that the Earth is spinning in a ball.
Yes.
Oh, I feel sad for you. Do you believe in Scripture?
Because
do you believe in the Bible?
So now you're just basically saying something because of what you want.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I do.
And so you
but I don't believe everything that is in the Bible.
Okay, well, you actually think that the Bible actually implies that the Earth is a spinning ball? Really?
Well, it doesn't say one way or the other, so you can't say.
It doesn't. Okay, so you think that God would just make this insignificant spinning ball speck in a vast wasteland of a universe?
Well, actually, the thing is with most people, they can't interpret the Bible because it's been changed over the years. So you tell me, do you believe everything that is written in the Bible is exactly what was said more than 2,000 years ago?
Do you believe there are ice chunks called megacry meteors?
Why can't you answer the question? Don't answer
because I'm not on the witness stand. You are. Answer the question. Do you believe there are ice chunks?
Do I believe there's ice chunks?
Yeah, mysterious ice chunks that fall out of a clear blue sky. Do you believe that?
No. Why would I believe it?
You've never heard of megacry meteors?
Yes, I believe of meteors. I do know of them.
No, megacryo meteors.
Mega cryo. Okay, when you say it that way. Okay.
What about meteors? They are large chunks of ice.
Yes, I do know that. But
do you realize that they are a mystery to scientists? They don't know where they're coming from.
Well, when you have something coming out of space itself, you don't know where exactly it comes from. Yeah, of course you're going to say that. Do you know every comet that comes by where it came from?
Do you realize that if they were coming from outer space, they would be like 1,000,000 times bigger before they entered the atmosphere, and they would be detectable, but they're not detectable?
No, actually, it burns up through the atmosphere of the ozone, actually, and it would kind of condense small down in size.
Oh, George, I want to apologize to you. I didn't know you were a Christian. I thought you were an atheist. So I'm going to give you a little bit more grace, okay? Sorry for making fun of your face. But anyway, I want you to understand that you're living inside the Earth, and there is a glass sky at 100 kilometers high, and there's a mantle of ice that's adhered to that glass. And the sun is moving around inside the stationary Earth. And the sun can stop. It's stopped before in the past. Did you ever read Joshua chapter 10 where the sun actually stopped in the sky? When, Joshua commanded the sun to stop? Well, that can't happen if you're on a spinning ball. You'd have to assume that the spinning ball stops spinning in order to actually see the sun stop in the sky. And if the spinning ball stops spinning, you'd have like a whiplash effect of...
Well, how about the other way around? What if the sun... Well, let me ask you this. Why would you think that the sun would stay stationary and everything else turn? Have you thought about that?
Because you have to have your foundations set properly, okay? There is an ochedron in the middle of the Earth. Job chapter 3 describes that, okay? And so this ochedron is emanating. It's called the Father of Lights. If you read James chapter 1, verse 17, it says the Father of Lights. So it's extending this high arm of light that's mentioned in Job chapter 38. And it's also mentioned in Ecclesiastes chapter 12. And it's extending to the back of the sun. The sun is not a ball, actually. It's a half a ball, and the backside is actually dark and flat, and it has these collimated light rays hitting the diameter of the sun. So it's this electrical unit, basically. And so the sun stopped before, and it's going to stop again, because that's going to constitute the final day and the final hour. Okay. When it says that no man knows the final day and the final hour, well, that's how it's going to end. The sun is actually going to stop in the sky. And so, since this glass sky is invisible. We can't see it, but we can detect it other ways. We can detect it by the bottom edges of auroras, right, 100 kilometers high, or we can detect it by radio wave propagation, scattering. Radio wave reflecting to get a ham radio wave to get around to the other side of the Earth. You need a hard surface to bounce that radio wave off of. It can't just go up into this plasmic blob. It's just going to evaporate and absorb. So you have this hard surface. That's why we can actually bounce radio signals to the other side of the inside of the Earth, because there's a hard surface in the sky.
No, ham radio works.
Yeah,
no.
Call it the ionosphere.
Yes.
And so ionosphere, ions, right? Ultraviolet light bouncing off of glass ionizes those atoms. So we can understand that there's actually a literal firmament in the sky. It was created after the flood. Rainbows are indications of that. The mysterious origin of tektites. Scientists can't figure out where these tektites are coming from. They don't know if it's coming from the ground or from space. There's holes in both theories. But if you understand there's a literal tangible glass ceiling to the sky, the mystery goes away. It's very simple. Okay, so
why not just put all the effort in find the dome and prove it?
You got to realize this is a divine deception, George. You got to realize that.
So you're saying they're putting all the efforts to disprove God in the existence of God.
This proves God. This proves there's a literal heaven, right? This proves that Earth is so significant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't believe in the ball anymore, okay? You can't believe in the spinning ball. Heaven, God is right there. Jeremiah 23, I'm near. I fill heaven and earth. I'm right here. It all makes sense. You got to understand. It says, or like you can read Isaiah 45, verily thou art a God that hideth thyself. So there's actually, or like when he says, I stretch the heavens as a curtain. So heavens are hidden, or heaven, the octahedron is hidden by the celestial sphere. There's a ball of stars in the middle of the earth. And so because light actually bends with absorptive antennas, it can actually bend the light. So we're getting, what we think of as straight light is not straight light. So when we look at the horizon and we see the sun setting or the moon setting at the horizon, it's physically not laterally there. It's actually an inversion. It's actually curved up around like that. So the light actually bends up toward the center of the earth. It's a very beautifully, masterfully designed divine trick. But that's the whole concept. That's the solution to this whole dialectic. You got these initial problems that a lot of these flat earthers are finding out about the globe, and then they're reacting to it. So that's like the second phase. The solution phase is the fact that you're actually living inside the concave cell Earth. It's stationary. That's how the kingdom's going to be set up. The sun's going to stop. The ice is going to fall. You read Isaiah 26. Talks about, come my people, enter into thy chamber, hide thyself for a little moment until the indignation be overpassed. And so we have all these underground shelters and tunnels, deep underground military bases and shelters at airports. Every city has a shelter. And so prior to that time, before it's announced, there's going to be mayhem. There's going to be martial law, and there's going to be a lot of scattering, a lot of mayhem, a lot of hysteria. And the people, the redeemed, need to take shelter underground prior to this event happening where the sun stops. Because when the sun stops, the heavens are going to unravel like a scroll. Literally, with this ice and glass, it's going to unravel like a scroll. So all this ice is going to be falling down. We have, you can read Matthew 24, 2 shall be in one field, 1 taken the other left, 2 at a mill, 1 taken the other left. So you have this random bombardment of these ice chunks falling all over the place. And so that's what Jesus was talking about. The kingdom, that's how the kingdom is going to be established. But first is going to be destruction, just as in the days of Noah. So do you believe there was a literal flood?
Well, there was no flood.
Huh?
No, I said there was. I hear it.
Okay. Well, there was a literal flood. And so when you read, it says, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the time of the Son of Man. There's going to be destruction happening, and it's going to happen, in a sense, surprisingly upon people. You're not going to be prepared for it. And so I'm trying to prepare people for it. I'm trying to help you guys and realize that.
So you're saying you're giving clues. So you're giving clues to the people out there.
I'm helping people understand with the correct foundations, with their foundations set. You read in Job 38, where it says the foundations of the earth, where it's described as God stretching a line upon it and laying it with measures and laying the cornerstone. So he's describing a geometric structure with a cornerstone, which sounds to me like it's a pyramid. So we have this, symbolism, Illuminati symbolism of the pyramid, back of dollar bill. There's a literal pyramid that they know about. The elite know. The elite know the form of the earth. There's an actual pyramid up in the middle of the earth. And that's also why, the Nephilim, they can actually pretty much design their own pyramids on the earth. Like in Giza, they had knowledge. They had foreknowledge of the construction of the heavenly pyramid, which is up in the center of the earth. So, but that's, if you have your foundation set correctly, and you realize it's a divine deception. You read like Ecclesiastes 12, where it says that who can make straight that which God has made crooked? And that word for crooked also means bent or curved. And so you realize that light is not actually straight. There's no straight lines in nature, especially the fact of the matter that we're living in this enclosed structure. It's like a cell, like a nucleus of an atom. You have a nucleus, you have a cell, you have an outer wall, you have an outer edge. So we're inside the earth. You read Genesis 1, it says God created the heaven and the earth. If you understand crystal field theory, it has to do with 3 axes, your X and Y and Z axes. And so when you connect those ligands to the corners of each axis, you're going to form an octahedron. So it's called octahedral crystal field theory. And so there's a center cation, which is positive, and then you have these 6 negative ligand ions, and they converge toward the center, and then they expand and they create a sphere. And that's why things are spherical. That's why the earth is spherical, but it's concave spherical. You're living on the inside. Everything is on the inside. That's where life is. You look at anything in nature, an egg, a fruit, a seed, an atom, you're all on the inside. And so that's the divine deception, George. And so if you have your foundations with that understanding, and you can understand the omens, these large chunks of ice are falling mysteriously, and they've been happening way before aviation. You can't say it's coming from airplane discharge. You can't say it's coming from star water like some people speculate. No, it's formulating. Well, they say it's crystallizing in the troposphere, but higher up at this 100-kilometer level, it's super, super cold. The mesopause level, 95 to 100 kilometers. So super, super cold. So it's in an amorphous state, which means it's transparent. So we don't see it. But when a piece falls off and starts to descend again and gets warmer, it crystallizes in the troposphere. So by the time it hits the ground, it's most likely going to be pretty much opaque. So these signs, these are the signs. These are the warning signs. These large blocks of ice that are falling down mysteriously, randomly, all over the place. And so that's why I'm trying to help you guys understand. This is indicative of the fact that you're living inside the earth, and there's actually a glass firmament to the sky with an ice mantle adhered to it.
Why isn't there reports in the media, Stephen, about large chunks of ice sitting the ground?
They're intentionally suppressing this information.
They're intentionally suppressing
Actually, no, Mark. Actually, no. They do report about it because they can't help but not to.
So they aren't suppressing it.
The latest one fell in Rome. There was a car.
They're either suppressing it or they're not suppressing it, Stephen. Or what are they suppressing it, or they're not suppressing it?
They're partially suppressing it, especially when it has to do with
So what would be the point of that then?
Mark, especially when it has to do with connecting the dots to me, because I talk about it all the time.
So what would be the point then?
There was a documentary.
What would be the point of partially suppressing something?
There was a documentary company. It's called Off the Fence. They approached me. They wanted to actually have me in their documentary when they were going to talk about.
So you're not going to answer the question. You're just going to go on some stupid little rant.
But they canceled the documentary. This stuff is too scary. It's kind of like the Titanic sinking, and you have the band playing.
So why do they even bother telling us then?
They don't want to create hysteria. They're waiting for the right time.
So why do they even bother telling us then?
I'm announced, and the whole world will be revealed.
Why do they bother telling us then?
Time of revelation, Mark.
So you can't answer that, Stephen, right?
Mark, I'm trying to help you.
No, you're not. You're just rambling on.
I'm trying to help you now.
I'm asking you a civil question. I'd like an answer, please. What is the point? What is the point of them suppressing something? If they don't want people to be panicked and they don't want people to find these things,
because
why
there's a lot of
are they suppressing it?
Mark, there's a lot of incentive not to tell people about this. Monetarily.
Where are these large lumps of ice landing, Stephen?
Randomly all over the place.
So one could land in the middle of Rome and kill 2 or 3 people, Florida, maybe 10 people.
Pennsylvania, Illinois.
How many people have been killed by these blocks, Stephen?
Italy, Spain, Australia.
Stephen, how many people have been killed by these blocks falling?
Yeah, there's been a couple people that have been killed.
So 2 people.
Tunguska is probably.
So 2 people.
Chunk of ice. What does that matter, Mark?
No, well, surely, if massive blocks of ice are falling out of the sky randomly, there must have been numerous deaths that you can point us to.
Not numerous. You just think you got to think in terms of like.
So why would they need to suppress it if it's not killing people and it's not doing any damage to anything? Why would they need to suppress it? Why would you be scared of something that doesn't kill you, Stephen?
Why? You're not scared?
Not something that doesn't kill me, no.
If you can't see, if you can't read the writing,
don't kill me.
You can't see the omen, Mark.
Stephen.
No,
Rain doesn't kill me. I'm not scared of rain. So why would I be scared of something that doesn't kill me?
It's for those who have ears to hear and eyes to see. If you don't have the ears to hear and eyes to see, I can't help you.
So you can't point me to anywhere.
Not everybody's going to make it.
So you can't point me to anywhere that says that a few people have been killed by great big chunks.
Sadly, I don't think
you can't even produce 2 people that you claim have been killed.
Do you want to be saved? Do you want your life extended?
So you can't tell me these 2 people were where they was killed.
Do you want your life extended? It's a simple question.
No.
You don't? Okay. Then I don't have anything to say to you.
Okay. So you can't answer simple questions. Why can't you predict one of these? Why can't you predict one of these micro? Why can't you predict when one's going to hit and tell us where and what time it's going to hit? That would be a prediction that would get a lot of notice, don't you think?
You don't understand the kenosis.
No, but don't you think if you said next Wednesday in London at 2:15,
you don't understand that
a megacrometer is going to fall out of the sky and it's going to kill 10 people.
I'm not going to do that.
It's not your job.
You don't understand that.
So what is your job then? You're here warning people of the sun's going to stop, but it's not your job to warn people about megacrometers falling and killing people.
Can you do something? Do me a favor. Just shut up.
Well, stop asking you questions that you can't answer. Is that what
I'd rather converse with George. George is at least he's listening. He understands.
What George? So George, what you want is
you want
people that are acceptable to your garbage and your
You're just an idiot. You're just a fucking moron.
I'm an idiot. But
yeah,
you can't name one person, any city, anywhere in the world. Why have none of these megacry hit?
Here I go again. You know, I don't want to resort to.
Why have no megacry meters hit England?
Okay, I already got that out.
Is England spared? Is England God's country?
I wouldn't be surprised if another one's going to fall pretty soon, just because.
Not one has hit England. One's never hit England.
Yes, actually in England, yeah.
No, one's never hit England.
I think it was a couple of years ago.
Where then, Stephen? Where in England did it hit?
I'll look it up.
Oh, what, you don't know?
Positive.
You have to look up. You have to look it up. Is that what you're saying? You have to look it up on the internet, yeah? The Almighty God that knows everything, that the sun's going to stop on August or whatever it is, on August 16, that you have to use the internet to get information. Is that what you're saying to me, Stephen?
You got a lot of bitterness in your heart, I can tell. What happened?
I've got a lot of bitterness in my heart.
Yeah.
You made me with that bitterness, Stephen, didn't you?
So you admit it, right?
Well, if I've got bitterness, didn't you make that bitterness, Stephen?
Why are you bitter, Mark?
Did you make me, Stephen?
Yeah.
So you made the bitterness then?
Yes, I did. But why?
Why am I bitter, Stephen?
I'm asking you. I forgot.
Well, you made me, Stephen. You must know why you made me bitter. Why did you make me bitter? Why did you make me bitter, Stephen?
It's a part of being understanding. If you read like Jeremiah.
Well, I'm trying to understand, Stephen, but you won't answer the question. Can you tell me why you made me bitter, Stephen?
No more.
It's a simple
question. God shall remember your sins no more.
So you can't answer a simple question,
So you
Stephen.
don't understand that God actually does not remember things.
Oh, so you're not God then?
It says that I shall remember your sins no more.
Are you God, Stephen?
Yes, I'm the living God.
So why do you speak of God in a past tense as if that you're not him?
Can't work with a bitter heart.
Is it because that you don't know, you keep slipping in and out of your story and you can't keep...
In order for you to get well and healed.
Anyway, we digress. We digress, Stephen.
Get to the bitter root of your situation.
We digress. You're using the internet to tell
me you're putting up walls. I can see that you're putting up walls, but we need...
you can see that, can you? Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up, Stephen?
We need to get to the bitter root.
Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up, Stephen? Shall I give you a guess?
Did your mom abandon you? Did your dad hurt you?
It's one more than one and less than
What
three.
kind of sins? What kind of sins have you fallen into?
So have you found the place where in England where it's hit by the crime meter and give us that information, Stephen?
We need to talk about your personal life.
So was that London? Was it London,
With you, we cannot talk about these things. We need to talk about your personal life.
So you can't supply information then, Stephen. So
let's find the bitter root.
No mega crime meter. You've heard it.
Were you abandoned as a child? Did your father abandon you?
No mega crime meter has ever fallen in England. Now,
why is that?
Is England God's country?
Did your father abandon you?
My father died when I was 17.
Oh yeah, the mega crime. Oh wait, your father died when?
My father died when I was 17. But surely you would have known that, wouldn't you?
Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, your father died when you were 7.
But you didn't know that, Stephen. Why didn't you know that information? You made me. Surely God knows doesn't God know everything, Stephen?
Because I remember your sins no more. I forget things.
Well, what's that got to do with my father dying? So
there's bitterness. So you're mad at God for taking away your father, right?
No, I didn't say that. You
That's
did.
What it is. That's what it is.
So let's get back to the proper story, Stephen. Can you give me the date and time and what city the mega crime fell on England?
Sit on the couch here. I'll be your psychiatrist. Let's talk about your dad. What happened?
You can't give me any information, Stephen. You can't tell me when or where and what time or whenever anything hit
You're
England.
deflecting. We need to get.
So
we need to heal
God,
first.
God loves England then. God must love England then. If no megacrime eater has ever hit England,
Heal you.
then
Yes,
God
there
must
are.
love England.
Yes,
Do
there
you
are.
love England, Stephen?
Manchester,
Do you love England, Stephen?
1970, April 2nd, 1973 in Manchester, England. A nice chunk fell. There was one even more recently. But anyway, you're deflecting.
Hold up. When was the last one? When was the last one, Stephen? You said more recently. When was that?
I'm not going to play dog with you.
You can't give me that information. So the last megacrime meter hit what in 1970? You said. So what? That's 40 years ago.
Do you want to be
no,
healed?
nearly 50 years ago. Then. So
do you want?
So
do you want
no
to be
megacrime meters have hit England in 50 years. Why is that, Stephen? Does God love England and it stopped megacrime meters hitting England?
Why don't you say, why did you take away my father, Stephen? Why did you take away my dad, Stephen?
So why is that, Stephen, that no megacrime meters have hit England?
Ask me that. Why did you take away my dad at 7? What were you
So
thinking?
you can't answer the question, Stephen.
That's what you really need to ask.
To everyone that's listening, you've heard me asking for questions. You've asked him to provide
all
information.
about.
He's provided no
Can't work
information.
with bitter hearts, but I'm here to heal you.
A pathetic
If you
fraud.
want healing, you need inner healing, Marcus. That's where your aberration came from. Your bitterness, your bitter heart.
But you made me bitter, Stephen.
Yes, I made you.
Why did you make me bitter, Stephen?
No.
You don't know. But I thought you knew everything, Stephen.
No, I forget things. Remember?
Oh, so God's fallible then?
I remember your sins no more.
So God's fallible then?
From that perspective, but...
So God is fallible, yeah?
Well, that's a part of being inside in Emmanuel.
So you've admitted God's fallible?
I'm still God.
But you're fallible. You just admitted that, haven't you, Stephen? That you said God is fallible. Did you not just say God is fallible?
Listen, here's something for you.
So you're not going to answer that question. I thought that God was truthful and honest, Stephen.
Merciful to their
You're not being very truthful and honest, are you?
And their sins and
you've
their
admitted that God is fallible. And now that you realise what you've admitted, that God makes mistakes,
I will remember
when He's supposed to be perfect, you're trying to deflect again away from the situation that you're a fraud, Stephen.
That's really
quite
what it is.
clearly you're a fraud. I've exposed you all the way from the UK.
Everybody is.
Thank you, Stephen. That was very entertaining. I will say good night now. Well, I won't say good night.
Wait, come back here. No,
I've exposed you, Stephen. God is fallible.
We need to talk about your bitter heart.
Why should I believe a fallible God, Stephen? I don't believe a fallible
bitterness. God. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
No, you're fallible, Stephen. That means you can make mistakes, Stephen. So I can't trust someone who makes mistakes. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Go away for good? Don't go away for good. Don't worry. I won't throw you in a female detention camp. I love you. I'll be merciful unto you. And your sins and your iniquities will I remember no more. Did you leave? So that's what it is. I have to inoculate you people, so the insults. But now, I'm healing you guys. I'm helping you understand. I'm merciful to the unrighteous. First I wound you, then I heal you. That's how it works. In mysterious ways. Anybody else want to talk?
Anyway, George, where in the States are you, George?
Oh, you're still here, Mark.
I live in Illinois.
Illinois, cool. Well, I went to the States in '96. I was in New York in beginning of '96. I was in there.
Yeah.
I'm from Illinois. What part of Illinois are you from, George?
Yeah, I didn't hear you, George. Sorry, say that again.
That's okay. Chicago.
Oh, you live in the city? Okay.
Yeah.
I was born in the city and I grew up in Des Plaines.
Oh, you did? Oh,
yeah. I lived in Zurich, Wakanda, Mount Prospect, Long Grove, and I later moved to Lake Geneva. Yeah, northwest suburbs. Palatine for a while, Arlington Heights for a while.
Well,
what do you do for a living?
Actually, I fix computers. I fix MacBooks and MacBook Pros and Airs, and I have 4 people working for me. Yeah, I do pretty good.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So, what do you do for?
Well, I was a graphic artist for a long time.
Web designer or publisher? Or?
I was more into 3D and After Effects type of stuff and print. I was doing a lot of print work back in the 90s too. But lately I just do Earth stuff and I utilize my graphics for that.
I see. It's not bad. Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Why is it that a lot of people outside the United States, they say you want to go to a holiday instead of saying you want to go on vacation?
The same reason that the Americans take the U out of colour.
I'm sorry. What was that?
The same reason that Americans take the U out of colour.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
It's just a use of a word in in the UK, which means like, you know, holiday to us means a vacation to you.
Got it.
So like, I mean, basically, as you know, obviously that America and England have got good ties together because obviously the people that settled in America was from England, wasn't they? So, so like a lot of our words intermingle, don't they? But like you do a lot of mad things. Like we say map, you say map.
Correct.
We put an S on the end of it, you don't. You just say MATH, and we say math.
That is correct.
I don't understand. I mean, like I said, I've always been brought up the way I speak. So when people say there's no S on the end of maths, I don't understand that. And the same as you most likely think there's an S on the end of it. Why are they putting an S on the end?
Well, especially when I heard many people all over England, the different accents. You know, sometimes they do have different meanings in words all over England, just like here in the United States. You know, Texas, they have a different meaning from what we say here in the Midwest. So yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it's like you can go from the top of England to the bottom of England, and there's dialects all the way through. Like, I mean, I've trouble even understanding some of them when I'm from the country.
Well, what about what do you call it? Eastlanders? I've heard that they're the hardest to talk to.
EastEnders, you mean?
Yeah, Eastenders. I'm sorry, Eastenders.
Yeah, that's apart from London. Now, all it goes back to is back years and years ago, through crime and that, the people in London that was doing the crime, they invented a language that they could say in front of people that the other people wouldn't understand. So that's what the rhyming slang comes from.
I see. Okay.
So when they were sitting in pubs or whatever, planning criminal activities, if they could say things, if there was a policeman or someone sitting near them or someone that was going to give information to the police, they wouldn't be able to understand what they were saying.
Got it.
And it's basically all it is rhyming slang. So like road, there's people call it frog and toad, which means road. Apples and pears means stairs.
Got it.
Like obviously, once you realise what they're saying, if you had just heard someone say it, you think, what the fuck is he talking about? But once you realise it's rhyming slang, then you can work out what it actually means. Like the wife, there's loads of like slang for the wife, like ball and chain, things like that. And like so, you could have a conversation with someone and they wouldn't have a clue what you was talking about, and you could be planning a robbery or something.
Got it. Well, it's like the same meaning people say speak the Queen's English. You know, it's like what do they mean the Queen's English? Meaning speaking the proper English, or?
No, I think basically what it is because like if you go around the world, practically every country, there's parts of the country that speak English. And obviously when the English was around the world doing all their conquering and that they wanted people to speak, you know, English. So that's why they taught it, and that's just a way of saying speak English, you know, the Queen's English.
Got it.
Instead of butchering it, you know, like say the Americans take the U out of L, colour, they take the S off of the maths. So I'd say to you, speak the Queen's English, i.e. speak English, you know, how it's supposed to be said, Queen's English.
Got it.
That's basically what that means, really, just pure English, really.
So take away all the slang words that people say in England, like wanker or bollocks or something of the sort, and say, speak the Queen's English.
Yeah.
That's okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Because I've seen a lot of British programs out there. Like I've seen this program called Here Comes the Sheriffs.
Yeah, about the bailiffs,
Yeah, the bailiffs and everything. And I learned a lot of the slangs by watching that show. So.
What'd you watch that on then, George? Cable?
Is Benny Hill dead?
No, he works at McDonald's with Elvis.
He's dead, right? He died a long time ago.
Many years ago.
Yeah.
I remember growing up watching Benny Hill. Funny stuff.
Yeah, so you watched that on cable, George?
I'm sorry, on cable? No, I was watching the show on YouTube because it's kind of like there's BBC America, but they don't put all the programs from England on the BBC side here on the American side. So I had to watch it through through YouTube, and they have all the episodes available on there. So that's how I saw the show.
Yeah, I've heard you mention a few things before about England, so I obviously thought you'd been watching something.
Well, I like a lot of the shows, like Sherlock. You know, I saw it here in the U.S. on BBC America, and I really like that show. Actually, it's an awesome show. It's one of my favorite shows. But we have to wait every 2 years for a new season, which sucks. I wish they would stop doing that. You know?
Yeah.
But what's your opinion about the pedophile issues that they've been having with the BBC and all that crap that I've been hearing about?
Well, I mean, what can you say? I mean, it's whatever country you go to, there's going to be that kind of behaviour. That's proven by the studies and the figures that are out. It's just who covers it up. I mean, in the BBC, obviously, the people that have been accused and the people that have been found guilty, and even Jimmy Savile, who's dead now, so he's never been on trial. But
he's dead. Oh, I didn't know he was dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jimmy Savile's dead, yeah. They didn't, there was rumours, you know the rumours, the work mill rumours?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like them kind of rumours. There was rumours about him going round, but, well, there was no hard evidence ever produced until after he died.
I see.
And then it all came out, and that's obviously where it all come from.
I see. It's just that I see a lot of British people, frustrated with the BBC, and they don't want to pay their TV license and stuff like that. It makes them very frustrated, And they say, I don't want to pay my TV license because of those pedophiles of the BBC,
Well, I mean, technically, they have got a point, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other arguments as well. There's a lot of people have the argument that they won't fund a terrorist organisation. I mean, that's like that's a bit to the extreme, suggesting the BBC are terrorists.
Yeah.
But in a crazy man's mind, you can make them leaps, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another reason they say I'm not going to pay money to the BBC because they're they support terrorism.
Well, I don't believe you guys should be paying for a TV license, in my opinion. Here in the U.S., we don't have to do it, but most countries around the world, they have to, which I find it kind of interesting that in England, it was originally meant to help form the TV and radio networks in England, and then they were supposed to stop, but they never stopped. And that's the problem right there with the TV license.
I mean, that could be argued now that it should be stopped and banned. Stopped, obviously banned, or whatever you want to call it, stopped, so people don't have to do that. But I mean, it might seem a lot of money, but you do get good programming. Like you said, you enjoyed Sherlock. I think that's a BBC program, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But you know what? The BBC still gets money from the government, anyways. The Parliament sets aside a budget for the BBC every year. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I understand that. But like Jeremy said, I think it was the other night, he said to you, like, what you get for it, you get radio stations, you get good TV programs, you get the biggest news gathering organisation in the world. Whether you believe the news they put on the telly, that's a decision that you have to make, isn't it?
Yeah.
But if they did stop the arbitrary tax, which is called the TV licence, then the only other way to fund it is either straight from the government, which we'd be paying anyway because of our taxes.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't work, then the other way is subscription, like we have to pay for other TVs, like I've got Sky and I get on like 250, 300 channels, but I have to pay for them, under a subscription service.
Yeah, I mean,
what I pay for my Sky, I mean, I pay over £100 a month for my Sky. I mean, I get broadband and all that with it as well, but if you work it out, that's £1,200 a year that I pay for Sky, and I've had it the last 7 years, so I've given them £8 grand, £9 grand, yeah. Now, if I pay BBC £145 a year, I get radio channels, I get TV channels, I get catch up, like I can watch things that were played a week ago, like on BBC iPlayer. So you get a lot for your money of £145 when you put it against the subscription services.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. All right.
I mean, that £100, the £100 I pay to Sky each month, obviously that's got telephone and broadband in it, so you could take, even if I was really generous and took £50 out from the telephone and broadband, which don't cost that, if I took that out and left the telly, say at £50 a month, even £50 a month for 12 months is £700.
Yeah, but you're getting other channels too. You're not.
Yeah, but they're not high quality channels though, George.
So you're saying they're not high depth?
No, high quality program.
Oh, you're talking about the programs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's good. I agree. There's hundreds and channels, but to the point where you can say that the channel is pumping out good programs, you might get one or two good programs in a week out of one channel. That's provided by Sky, like a history channel or a documentary channel. You might get one or two documentaries that you can watch. The rest of them are just like batshit crazy stuff. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not interested in that kind of channel TV.
Well, I mean, it's a little different for us here in the United States. I mean, we do have the over-the-air channels that are free, but they're all corporate owned. But I mean, these are programs that they do a pretty good job, and so does the cable companies here. But I mean, you do get your monies. But a lot of people now lately really are starting to cut cable TV and just do Netflix or Hulu or maybe Amazon, or maybe YouTube, and that's it. And they're just cutting cable TV entirely.
Yeah, that's the way things are going at the moment, and like obviously they do projections. I'd imagine the projections over the next few years isn't looking very good for BBC and channels like that because of the very things you just mentioned there, Netflix and things like that.
Oh yeah. I'm doing that already right now. It's I do the over-the-air channels and then my internet, and that's it. I'm trying to cut money. Yeah, I'm trying to save as much as I can. It's just I'm paying enough as it is paying the business internet for the business, but bad enough that I have to pay just as much as I do at home. That's terrible.
Yeah.
But,
what kind of speeds are you getting for your broadband?
Speeds, I get at home, I get about 105 down and about 20 up.
See, that's good days. Like in the UK, I'm on fibre broadband and I'm getting about 45, 50.
That's not bad.
That's down, and up I get about 12, 15.
No, that's still not bad.
No, it's not bad. But when I look at the speed you just said, 100 and something, that's double what I'm getting.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you have to understand here, the infrastructure that they use here in the cable system is a hybrid fiber cable and cable itself, and they're trying to compete because of the fiber optic broadband companies that are going all over the states. Like we have Google Fiber that is hitting a lot of cities coming up in the next 3 years. So the cable companies have to bump up the speeds, just to compete. So coming up in the next couple of years, we're going to have 2 gig transfer rates all over, and that's going to be normal.
Yeah, I mean in Taiwan, I think it is, and places like that, they've got them speeds, and they've had them speeds for years now.
Well, yeah, because they don't have an infrastructure. It's easy for them to do that.
Yeah,
that makes sense, Countries like England and ours here in the United States, it's a lot harder. It's not that easy,
No, we've got a bit of a monopoly over here with British Telecom, because British Telecom was such a monopoly for many years. Then like they've laid all the cables and all the network and the infrastructure. So obviously now the government have been saying that they can't do that no more, and it has to be a fair playing field. They've took on a contract from the government to supply broadband, fast broadband to people, and they're just dragging their feet over it, dragging it. There's a thing on the other day in Parliament saying that they're getting warned if they don't sort it out. Then I can't remember whether they said they're going to let other people take over the contract or something. But anyway, they're blocking other companies like Sky that want to use, because it's all right having fibre, but if you haven't got fibre going into your house, then you're losing a lot of speed. You know what I mean? If you're going from fibre all the way to your junction box outside your house, and then the cable that's going from the junction box to your house is the old copper stuff, then you're going to lose practically all of that speed that you've gained for that fibre optic, because the old copper wires that used to have normal broadband through, they can't handle that kind of information at that speed.
Actually, they can. It depends on the type of cable. Here in the U.S.,
in the US now, I think you've got more upgraded cable, but our cable is being laid when first broadband was first.
Well, that is true.
The old copper cable.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. If it was the new stuff, then obviously you could most likely, you could bridge that gap between the two speed differences. But with the old copper cable, the really old stuff, like that was laid when people were first getting broadband, that just can't capable to handle the information that's coming through.
Well, you do have more DSL than you do regular cable or anything else.
Yeah.
That makes. Plus, you also have the problems with British gas, with people. I've seen videos of people's houses trying to get into their house and try to change the meters and trying to pass a warrant that it's not even a real warrant or so. I've seen a lot.
That's all that freedom on the land, George. It's all woo. Yeah. What you see is the end result of them continuously sticking fingers up at the companies. What they do is they don't pay their gas and they don't pay their electric. And what it is, the meter is inside the house, So what it is, if you don't pay for your gas and your meter's inside the house, and you just say to the gas gas board, I'm not going to pay you, and you just continuously use gas, then they can run up 2 to 3 years worth of bills on that gas before it gets took to court, yeah?
Okay.
So you imagine a house using gas free for 2 to 3 years, you're talking at least 2 to 3, maybe 7 or 8, £9,000.
Okay.
Yeah, they blatantly said to the gas company, fuck off, we're not going to pay you. So the gas company have got no option. The only way they can stop you bleeding money out of the company is to go to the court and get a warrant.
Got it.
That's the end result that you're seeing on them YouTube videos. The gas companies are not allowed to just say, go to a court. If you don't pay the bill for a week or a month, they're not allowed to go to court and say, he hasn't paid his bill, we want to cut him off. The judge will just laugh at them. The only way that the judge will ever issue a warrant in them circumstances is if there's like a mitigating circumstances, i.e. they haven't paid their bill for 2 to 3 years, the gas company have sent loads of letters and they've just ignored the letters.
So it's basically, it's a certain amount of time. So if it's more than a year or two, then they could go to court and say, see, it's been 2 years, they haven't paid the gas bill, we need to get to the meter and...
Yeah, they don't just cut you off either, Jules. They're not just cutting these people off. They go in and they supply another meter. The only difference is you can still use gas, you can still do everything you normally can do. The only difference is every time you put money into the meter, they take a bit back for the debt.
Oh, like a prepaid.
Yeah. They don't even, so for instance, they come into your house, George. You could have like wall-to-wall tellies all around the house, like thousands and thousands of pounds worth of merchandise that they could take for the bill. They don't even do that, George. They leave everything in the house. The only thing they do is put a prepayment meter in.
I see. Okay.
So what they're portraying on these videos is this free man on the land shit. They seem to think.
Oh yeah, that I know. I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all that bollocks about that sign of warrant, that is a load of bollocks. It's just all this woo that people get sucked into.
Well, it's like the guy Tom Crawford you heard about, right?
Yeah, I know Tom. I can give you documents on Tom Crawford. I know all about his case.
Oh, I know all about his case too. I have his documents from last year, the court date over in May 2nd when he lost the court date, and he had videos out there the next day saying we won. And I looked at the documents, I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? He lost. And then 2 months later, he got evicted.
Yeah, he's been named now. He's in the UK. If you continuously bring a case to court that's got no merit, they put a strike against you. And what that means, you cannot bring that case to any more courts in the UK. Not unless you've got something with new evidence. Because what he was doing, he was continuously losing, and he was just continuously going to court again over the same point.
Yeah.
And the judge said to him, "You've got no case, you've got no merit. The arguments you're putting forward have already been challenged and already been dismissed." So the judge said to him, "I'm putting you, I can't remember the name, but it's something litigant. I can't remember what it's called now, the first part of it. But anyway, it puts you on a list. So if you try and bring that case back to court, the court won't hear it."
I see.
Because otherwise you just get people, if people continuously lose, they just keep bringing it to court. You never get court work done because it'd always be tied up with people doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, he put out a video a couple of months ago during the anniversary date saying that he was going to go back to court and try to fight back and get his house back, and then he said he was going to threaten the new owners of the house.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, they broke back into the house. He broke back in, and he had 6 people on the roof, and they all went to prison.
Yeah, that was the 6 and 1.
Yeah, they all went to prison, and then he broke in the house again. He broke in a couple of months ago. He was on the roof. And I think he was there for about 12 hours, and they persuaded he wanted to get arrested so he could hear. He thought the idea was he wanted to get arrested and then go back in front of the judge for this, charge of trespassing or whatever charge it was for breaking in the house and getting on the roof. He thought that he could bring up the old case in the new court. That was going to be his way to get around that litigant thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought if I got arrested for trespassing, and when I'm in court, he's going to say to the judge, "I want a jury trial." And then when he was at jury trial, instead of discussing the charge he was charged with, he wanted to bring back up his mortgage and all that. That's what his plan was, but he didn't get charged. Police didn't charge him with anything.
Yeah, that's why I think the...
Well, no, sorry, Jules. Sorry, I've got to correct that. I think he has been charged because there's things on the about him being in court. So I think he did get charged. charged, but not the way he wanted to be.
No, he got arrested, but he got freed in October, and then in January, his son and the other 6 were actually free because they decided not to press charges after all. And then they were screaming around, going, "See, we won. This is a big step." And then nothing happened. And then in March, he tried to take the house back, and then they arrested Tom again, and they let him go, and they said it's not worth just arresting him. So it's been a downfall for him because he didn't pay for his mortgage. He didn't have the endowment. He didn't know what he was doing. He was a complete idiot. So
yeah, he believed the woo. There's a site in England. It's on the net. You can have a look at it. It's called Get Out of Debt Free.
Yeah, I know. Mark Cylon. Yeah, I know that.
Get Out of Debt Free. Yeah, that's when he first posted. Yeah, there's another site as well. If you want to look into it, it's called Quaterloo. It's run by a Canadian.
Yeah, I'm in the group too. Yeah, I know them.
Yeah, they've got all the information on there. Anyway, like that Tom on his first post in that Get Out of Debt Free, he done a big post on his first post, and his first post he admitted all the things that he'd done wrong. He admitted that he knew that the endowment wasn't going to be covered because it had been cancelled. He admitted that the money had been transferred into his account, 20 odd years ago. He admitted that he made a mistake, and he admitted that he didn't know what he was doing, and he needed help. And then what happened is them nutters on that site got hold of him, started giving him all this woo-woo, and then his story changed. His story changed to, we didn't know about the endowment, the bank didn't tell us anything about it, they changed our mortgage without our knowledge, and started coming out with shit like that.
Yeah, and then he had an eviction in 2006. He then lied about the endowment that was stopped actually by his wife, and didn't mention that to the people. Didn't mention a lot of things. And then you have now him with Mark Cylon and what's that other guy's name? They're going around England on a tour trying to tell people what to do about your mortgage and not pay it.
Yeah. See, they're under the impression, when you obviously sign the mortgage deed, when you sign the mortgage deed, George?
Yeah.
Yeah, what they're basically saying is that when you sign the mortgage deed, the bank's getting paid twice. It's getting paid for you, it gets the money, it creates the money when you sign the document, which is part true because it's the fractional reserve banking. Yeah, so we all know that if you look into that, that's true. So that part of it is true. But what they're saying is that when you sign it, they create the money, they charge you interest on the money, then they go and sell the mortgage 10 to 15 times over on the market, the actual mortgage deed. They're saying this is the woo they're putting out, that they sell it loads of times on the market, these mortgage deeds.
Yeah.
And the bank's getting paid, 10, 15 times over for this mortgage deed, which is utter rubbish. You know what I mean?
That's Guy Taylor's talking.
Yeah. And that's what they tell them, and that's what the information they're giving them. So what they're saying is you don't have to worry about it. The house has already been paid for. So they say stop the mortgage. There's nothing they can do, and they give them information like that, and then they go and stop paying the mortgage. And anyone who knows with a mortgage, 2 months arrears automatically makes a court case happen. It's in your contract, isn't it? 2 months of default on the mortgage, and that's when the proceedings start.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to Tom. You know what I mean? Right at the beginning, the bank said to him, they put a stay on the warrant. They said, look, pay the 2 months arrears and we'll set up a new mortgage. And he completely ignored the advice. And he took the advice of Ceylon and people like that.
Yeah, in 99, they told him, hey, look, you're not paying money into the endowment. Let's change it into a part interest, part, capital mortgage, and you'll be fine. No, they sent flowers and champagne to try to convince them. No, ignored that one too. And that was in the transcripts that I read. And this is what happened. He's sitting there claiming I paid for the mortgage, even though he didn't. And now you got other people going through the same crap too.
But this crap's losing people their houses. This is what's so sad about it.
Yeah, and that's what pisses me off, is people are constantly listening to idiots like these these guys. I mean, you got Guy Taylor who lost his own house.
He's lost every court case he's ever been.
Yeah, and then you have Mark Ceylon that has this organization group who's helped people lose their house to, and a business, failed business, time after time after time, and charges people to help them try to save their house too on top of it.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, and he has it here in the U.S. too. And I've heard people talk about this guy, and I keep on telling people, stop paying this guy, stop listening to this.
Have you heard of the new one, the Weir Bank, Peter of England?
Oh, the We Bank thing where
yeah, W-E-R-E Bank.
Yeah, don't give me checks. I don't want you sending checks.
It's such a blatant scam though, George, and people are suffering it. If you look at his Facebook page, people complain and he blocks them.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people. They must be really desperate to fall for this.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? He was coming out with a new chipset where you could accept money using the NFC thing from your card, and they did a demonstration, and someone debunked it. And
he got caught with a little thing in his hand.
Yeah, and then in the country of Australia, they banned him. They said he's not allowed to come to Australia or use any of his stuff.
I didn't know that. That's the first time I heard that. That's funny, that is.
Yeah.
It's all this woo, because what it is in England, I don't know what it is in America, but in England, there's a saying that we're ruled by consent.
Mm-hmm.
So what they seem to think is, if they don't consent, they don't have to follow the rules. And that's what it is. It's where all the woo comes from. That's what Adam said earlier about I don't understand you. What they're saying is when a policeman comes up to you and he asks you a question, he says, do you understand? It's not do you understand, it's do you stand under me? That's what they twist it into.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say, when a policeman asks you, do you understand, you're to say no.
Well, here in the United States, we just don't say anything. That's our right. That's the best thing to say.
Yeah, well, it's the right in England as well. It's the right in England as well, George. But what it is, if you're driving a car on the Queen's Highway, they've got a right to stop you and ask you to produce documents.
Oh, yeah.
If they pull you over, and they say to you, can I see your license? Do you understand? And you say no, then you're just inviting a whole woo of trouble, because they're going to say, what do you mean you don't understand? And they say, no, I don't stand under you. And the policeman just says, what are you on about? And they say, because they seem to think that the words do you understand is some kind of trap.
Well, it's not only that. They start coming out with these free man stuff like, I'm not doing anything with commerce or anything, so I don't need a driver's license. I'm just going from one place to another, so you can't tell me otherwise, and stuff like that. And then they wonder why they get arrested.
And they seem to hold great weight in common law.
Yeah.
Like they say acts and statutes aren't law.
Or acts aren't law too. I hear that a lot.
Yeah, acts and statutes aren't law, but all common law is law under precedent, law that's like, there's precedent for it. I mean, every law's been man-made. No one's made the law apart from man.
Yeah.
So whatever, if they want to call it an act, it's still the same as common law because it's made by man, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's utterly ridiculous. And when they say these warrants aren't signed, you're not coming in, it's just utterly ridiculous. If you look into it, they don't have to be signed the way they're saying it. It doesn't have to have a red wet ink signature on it. That is utter rubbish.
Yeah, they have digital warrants now that go into effect. Same thing here in the United States. They have another thing called a knock-and talk, which is basically they call the judge, they get the approval, it's recorded because it's a special recording, and then they say, we have a verbal warrant, we're coming in, because there are situations and times they can't wait for the actual paper. For only specific situations.
Yeah, we have the same law in England. What it is, if they know a crime's being committed, or there's likelihood of a crime being committed, or anyone's in danger, then they're allowed to force entry under pace.
Correct.
Yeah, so they do that a lot. But look, civil. What all this is civil. Like when the bailiffs turn up. If it's a criminal case, so for instance, they wanted you for a criminal matter, and they had to come round and search your house, then they bring a warrant with you. They bring a warrant with them, and they hand you the warrant, and on the warrant it tells you what they're looking for.
Yeah.
You get a copy of the warrant, and that's given to you. If you, so for instance, they issue a warrant for your arrest, arrest, they have to have the warrant. They have to have the warrant with them when they come and arrest you. Well, they don't have to have it, on and with them. But when you get back to the police station, they've got to produce the warrant. Like, so they have to have it then, and it has to be signed by a judge then. But like, that's under them circumstances. And there's a few different warrants. You can get a warrant that's backed for bail. What that means basically is you'll go to the police station. They put you in front of a sergeant, and he'll bail you again. So you'll get arrested. You get taken to the police station. Then the sergeant will bail you, most likely, sometimes instantly, to appear either at a court on a certain date, and that's that. And you'll get bail on that warrant. And then there's the other warrant. If it says it isn't back for bail, it means that you don't get no bail. You get took to the police station. You'll get held until the first opportunity to put you in front of a court.
Correct.
But like them kind of warrants, they've got to produce them kind of warrant. But when it's a civil matter, it's a whole different matter.
Yeah, that I agree. I mean, here in the U.S., we don't have bailiffs like you do.
Yeah.
It's a little different here. I mean, we have debt collectors, but they can't really do much anything here in the U.S. Evictions, actually, they have to go to the county court. Depending on the type of eviction, it could be anywhere from 7 days to up to 6 months. But they've changed it, and it varies from state to state. Now, here in Illinois, we could do it within 7 days. If they have proof of no rent within 3 months, they could go to court, and then in 7 days they could evict them. And the county sheriff goes with the landlord and have them evict. That's how it's done here in the U.S.
Yeah, I think I've seen a few in the States when they've been evicted. Like, I've always seen a sheriff or a deputy or someone being there as well.
Yeah. It's always some type of law enforcer, and it's the law enforcement that does it. They just present the writ, just like how you guys have a writ, and they say, we have a writ for your eviction. You have to leave within the next hour, or we have to throw you out.
Yeah.
That's how it works. I know in England it's a little different. They have to go through the process of the county court and then the high court if for some reason they can't get their money or eviction. So the high court writes out a writ, and then the writ is used by the not the sheriff, the high court enforcement officers.
Yeah, they all classed as sheriffs. They're called high sheriffs.
Yeah, because they changed the name, I believe.
Yeah, they keep changing it. Yeah. See, we've got, I don't know about you, but we've got like loads of different layers of how serious it is. I mean, say for instance, you took a credit card out. You had it for a couple of years. You was okay for the first couple of years, but then you got into debt. Say for instance, there was £2,000 owed on the card. Then you try and obviously arrange with the credit card company to make some payment plan. If that all fell to pieces, they'd usually go to a county court and they'd ask the judge to get a county court judgment against you.
Yeah.
Now, with the county court judgment, and that can be ignored basically, but that's a strike against you. So whenever you try and get credit in future, a simple thing like a mobile phone contract, you'll get turned down for that. So it has major implications on the running of your life. Now, depending whether the company wants to pursue it, if they wanted to pursue it, they could take it further and go back to the county court, say they've had nothing from you, they've had no contact with you. Can they get some kind of order? Now, the judge, if he wanted to, he could maybe put an order against your wages. Say for instance you was working, he can put an order in where it's an attachment of earnings order, and the judge might say, right, he's taking home £500 a month.
Yeah.
We'll take £50 a month, pay the credit card. And
we have that here too.
Yeah, you'd have no choice over that. But if it's a secured debt or if it's a business, then you're talking a whole different ballgame. Then you're talking about like a secured debt. Obviously, it's secured against something, so they have the right to come and take that property that it's secured against.
See, but that's the thing. They could go to your house and take goods to cover the cost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
that scares.
You know the old vampire saying, "Don't invite him into your house." If you invite a vampire in your house, then you're fucked, aren't you?
Yeah.
According to vampire films, I think you have to invite them in. They can't come in. They have to be invited in. Anyway, if you invite a bailiff, so for instance, a bailiff knocks on your door, and this is just a normal bailiff, he's got no high court powers or anything like that. If you open the door to him and you're talking to him, so for instance, you have to go away and get some evidence.
He could go in free.
If he comes into the house, you leave the door on the latch or it's not closed properly, and he comes into the house. The minute he walks into the house, he's now legally allowed to re-enter the house whenever he wants.
Yeah, I've I've seen the show. I've seen the show. They could come in peacefully into residential. If it's a business or a commercial, they could go in forcefully.
Yeah, they don't need no permission with a business.
Yeah.
But it depends what kind of business it is. If it's a PLC, it's like a PLC, which is a private limited company.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember, there's a few other names of companies, but depending what companies they are, depending whether, a director of a company could owe, say, £250,000, and he could be living in a £2 million house. But if it isn't a certain limited company or a certain company, they can't touch the house.
Yeah, that I've seen. But I've seen on the show, the sheriffs, they went to Fujitsu, which is the largest Japanese industrial manufacturer of computer chipsets in London, and they were like telling, well, you can't go in, and the sheriffs were like, I don't give a damn what you say. I'm coming in no matter what. I have the law behind me, and I'm going to go in and start taking stuff away. So you're not going to do anything. And I thought that was the weirdest thing in the world. But yeah, they could do that. And that just shocked my mind when I saw that program. I was like, they do that in England? Jesus Christ.
But that is a well-known fact that comes when you have a secured debt or you're with a company. And if they didn't have that kind of law, George, then the companies would be able to run riot, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, no, I understand why they do that, and it makes sense because they have to take back what's owed. That I understand. I agree with that. But it's just that the way they could do it, that they could just come into your house or come into your business and just take away goods. That part right there is what's scary. That's all.
But don't you think that's quite a powerful tool?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a very powerful tool because it'll convince the people to pay. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's quite a good idea then, isn't it, George?
Yeah, they rather have the money than take your good because they know they're not going to get
Because they only get, if you owe £1,000, that they can take like what you think is a lot of money's worth of stuff, but they only get £250 for it at auction.
Yeah.
So you're paying another £150 for them to take it all out because they charge you for the van that takes it away, which is a fucking liberty.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? So like, by the time they've took it all out of the house, took it to the auction, they've sold it, and then what comes off the debt is a pittance, and you still owe the money, and now your house is empty. So it's a powerful weapon.
Yeah, I agree.
And like, I agree that there's bailiffs that take liberties. I've had dealings with bailiffs before, and they're blatantly liberty takers. But if you know how to handle them and you don't get intimidated by them, they're quite easy to handle. But like, they do try and intimidate people, especially obviously if it's someone they think they can intimidate, like an old person or a single mum or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen videos of pretty bad bailiffs, and I've heard a lot of people complain about bailiffs that they just go beyond what they're supposed to do and really threaten someone. And I mean that's wrong. That's
See,
wrong.
a lot of them have to be registered as well, George. So there is comeback. So if a bailiff come round and I feel that his attitude is, aggressive or anything like that, then what you do is you look on a list. They have to give you their number. You look on the list of registered bailiffs to check that they are registered, because they have to re-register every 3 years, I think it is. But you can have a look what court issued their licence. Say, for instance, like I'm in London and a London bailiff come to see me and I felt their behaviour was wrong, I could go to the court that issued them the licence and I could have a hearing in front of the judge, and they'd be there as well, obviously the bailiff. And if you can present evidence, say for instance they've done something they're not allowed to do, and you had evidence of that, then it is highly likely, and it is well documented, the judge will take the licence away from the bailiff there and then.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So like, there is repercussions for the bailiffs that act like that.
Got it. So there is a way for people to fight back.
Yeah, there is a redress, but you know yourself, George, that like, if you're an old single lady, an old lady or a single mum, that kind of thing's quite daunting, isn't it? All that officialdom.
Yeah.
But if you're a sensible person, and say for instance that the bailiff knocked on your door, you closed the door and said, I don't want to deal with you, and then they broke in the house, and they claimed that they didn't break in the house, they claimed that you let them in, and they took loads of stuff out of your house. This has happened before on many occasions. They've done this kind of behaviour. They took all the stuff in the house, then the persons took them to court, produced evidence or whatever, whether that evidence be testimony evidence from him and maybe some other people that were in the house at the time, whether it's video evidence or whatever evidence they produce. If it's proved that the bailiff steps beyond his powers, then the bailiff gets the licence get removed, and the company that he works for can be fined. So there are, you know, serious repercussions for bailiffs that act like that.
I see. Interesting.
You know, years ago, like when they brought in, I think it was a couple of years ago, they brought in a whole raft of new things like now. Like before, people, they used to take really bad liberties. They'd knock on the door. The minute you open the door, they put a foot in the door, and you couldn't get them to remove the foot. Obviously, they wanted you to have the door open so they could, you know, force their way in. Because if you ring the police and they're in the house, you know, if you ring the police, because they won't get out of your house. If they're in your front, if they get in and they think they're in there legally, they will not get out of your house. So if you used to ring the police and say, look, the bailiff's done this, the bailiff's done that, they come round, he's in your house, there's no damage to any doors, any forced entry, then the chances are they're going to walk away, the police.
I see.
You know what I mean? So all them years ago, when they could do them kind of trick, then they could get away with that kind of thing. But now they're not allowed to do that. The government have brought in loads of the rules that they're not allowed to do that anymore.
Got it.
So like, that's what they've done, because the bailiffs were just, you know, getting away with murder.
I see. So what do you think about the Queen, having the Queen and still being in the monarchy and all that stuff? Do you think it's still good for England or it's bad for England? I'm just curious.
I mean, my mum loves the Queen. My family loves the Queen. I've never been a great fan of the Queen. I've been to Buckingham Palace when I was younger. My dad used to take me to the Trooping of the Colours, things like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, when I was younger, it was amazing seeing Buckingham Palace and things like that. But they have no consequence on my life, George. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think about them. There's news about them and that. I don't have any, you know, major thoughts about whether they should be here or whether they shouldn't be here.
Well, the only reason I'm saying it because I'm an American and we never had a monarchy because of the revolution, and that was a long time ago and all that. It's just that I see the monarchy has no power in England anymore, and she's the head of state, and all she does is present England and represent England itself. And you could put a president in her place and do the exact same thing and pay less. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you could. There's arguments for and I could argue both sides, George. I could argue both sides because it's without a doubt the Queen and the royal family does bring in a lot of tourists which come in the country and spend the money in the country.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So, like, there's that. I mean, I don't want to be like start shouting about England's past and that, but because obviously they've done some terrible things to countries, invading them and, you know, stealing their wealth and things like that, and I fully appreciate that. But no, I mean, it's been a part of England for so long. We can go back like 2000, well, not so 2000 to kings. I can't remember the first king, but it must have been 1500 years ago. So like, we've got a lot of heritage kings and queens. So to just get rid of them, I mean, our best chance maybe was when the king had his head chopped off, Charles I. You know what I mean? Maybe
so you think having a king might make changes in the country and the way how it is?
No, because obviously you've never had one, have you?
No. I'm just saying for England, you think it's better to have a king than a queen?
Well, they're the same. Like you said, they're powerless. I mean, they're not powerless. I mean, if the Queen, when the Prime Minister or the government presents, you know, their plans and that, I mean, the Queen's been in seat now for over 50 years, so she's not just someone that, you know, they can walk in and bully. She's not that kind of Queen. If she's not happy with something or she feels something's unfair, she will let her voice be heard. So if you was a Prime Minister and you wanted to stick your fingers up at the Queen, then it'd have to be a pretty good reason to be able to do that, if you know what I mean. So although I agree that they haven't got much power like they would have had in the old days, they still do carry weight, you know. Like Prince Charles, there's arguments at the moment about the Prince, like obviously the Queen's son, getting involved in too much politics because they don't think the Queen or any member of the royal family should be involved in politics.
I see.
So, but the Prince Charles, there was a lot of letters being released from Prince Charles to members of the Parliament, to ministers and that, and some of the things in the letters were obviously quite forceful of his opinion, you know, about certain matters in politics that he shouldn't have really been talking about. He tried to get them stopped. He tried to stop them producing the letters. He went to court. I think it was going on for about 4 years, 5 years, but they come to an agreement where instead of releasing all the letters, they released quite a lot. A lot of it's been redacted, but anyway, you could gather from what he was putting in the letters that he was doing a lot more than what he should have been doing, really.
Well, I thought that Prince Charles, one of his two sons, would be king instead of Prince Charles.
The way things are going at the moment, I mean, the Queen's not going to last forever, obviously. I mean, she could last 100, maybe, you know what I mean? She's going quite strong at the moment, but whether that she'd still, you know, be a workable Queen at that age.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends, like, you know what I mean? It could bypass Charles, I suppose, depending how old he is at the time that the chance comes to him.
Yeah.
It could miss him, and I mean, not technically, because he's technically, you know, in line for the throne, but like, obviously, you know.
I see.
It depends, really. I'd imagine Charles will have a go because he's waiting all his life for it, hasn't he?
Well, I've heard rumors that they said they didn't want Charles. They want one of his sons to be king instead.
But it doesn't matter what they want, does it? It's a hereditary line. That's the way that kings and queens work like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know.
That's the whole. If they're going to change the whole structure of it, there's no point having the king and queen anymore, is there?
Well, it's, I mean, yeah, that's true. But it's also to do with power. I mean, look at Canada, look at Australia, look at New Zealand, look at South Africa, look at Cyprus. They're all under the head of state of the Queen. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but the Queen doesn't really have much power over them countries, does she? I mean, she can't involve herself in the politics of that country. She's just mainly a figurehead, really, isn't she?
It's true, but if they do, then why not just not have her as the head of state? You know, might as well, you know, give up that position and let them do what they want.
Because the world's full of tradition, isn't it, George?
Yeah, I know.
Like, if you've got no tradition, if you've got no linear past, like something like the Queen, then you just blend into all the different countries around the world. I mean, there's not many countries in the world now that have got a Queen sitting. I think Spain's got one. I think Monaco's got one, a royal family. So
they still have some.
Yeah, the Saudi and that have got a royal family, but it's not kind of the same structure as we have.
Correct.
But to take that out of the equation, I mean, I could argue for it, that take her out of the equation, and then you'd be left with what do you replace it? Do we have a republic and a president, like, you know, the States has, or France, or something like that? Or do we keep the model we've got?
But they have the Commonwealth. I mean, they still have that. That's what keeps the common, you know, countries together. You know, it doesn't have to represent Queen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I understand what you're trying to say.
So as someone looking out, instead of me looking in outwards, for you to look out inwards, how does your perception of the Queen and that come?
Well, I don't have a problem with the Queen. I mean, here in the United States, a lot of people still respect her. You know, here in the United States, like I said, we don't have a monarchy. So we look upon other countries like England because you guys have the tradition, you have the history, and seeing the Queen is a big thing for us here in the United States. But at the same time, there's also that hatred because of the Revolution War, you know, and it's the same time you kind of have that, thank God we don't have Queen or the King as, you know, in our country, you know, so it kind of goes back and forth, you know, but for me, I don't have a problem.
But the Queen, she can draw a crowd, can't she?
Oh yeah, she'll draw a crowd. When she was here in the U.S., God, what was it, a couple of years ago? She was in New York, Washington, and even here in Chicago, I remember. And I remember when she came here in Chicago, it gridlocked probably half the whole metropolitan area of the Chicago. Yeah, it's like every time the president comes up, you know, you'd be amazed at how many people wanted to come over and see the Queen. You know, you don't have someone like that come around a lot. Yeah.
So what would you call that? Would you call that adulation? Would you call that respect? Would you call that reverence? I mean, what would you call
that? I would say respect. I mean, I do respect her in a way. I see other people would too, because she has some kind of authority. I mean, a lot of people don't know that much about the Queen and what she normally would do, but all they know is what other people have told, you know, someone else. You know, a queen is a queen. You know, it's a tradition. You know, they're not taught, you know, in schools the way how it is, because we don't have a queen here in the U.S. So for them, they believe, you know, the Queen is great. You know.
Yeah. Do you think Americans would like a history like we? I mean, I'm not like saying that we're something special, because loads of countries got a history. But what I mean, you're part of our history. Obviously, the Americans, you know, family, brothers and sisters, and all that. So what I mean is, would you think Americans would like that kind of history?
I don't know. I mean, it depends.
Are they sentimental, the Americans?
I mean, for history?
Well, I mean, like, you know, would they be sentimental with something like a Queen? If you'd had a linear family,
that you could trace back, like, you know, for say, let's just say, for instance, for 1500 years. I mean, it goes back further than that. But if you had something like that in the States, do you think that'd be appreciated, or do you think it'd be looked as kind of like a dictator kind of shit kind of thing?
I would say more a dictatorship because of the history we've had in the past. You know, with the revolution, you know, back then in 1776, and then in 1812, England did burn our capital. You know, so you guys did burn us. So yeah, it's.
Well, that's true, but you did take the U out of colour, George. Come on.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. But
like, if you took, I mean, obviously our history is so entwined together because obviously the settlers came from England, and like you said, we did burn your capital. So I mean, but if you took that out and America was a separate country like the UK or any other country that had a royal family, but you could trace that back about, like, say, 2,000 years in history of your country, do you think America would like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, because it would be, you know, tradition. Yeah.
If you didn't have the stigma of the revolution, I mean.
Yeah, I agree. If it wasn't with the revolution and everything, I think they would have better respect in many different ways. Yeah, I would see that. Yeah.
I mean, like, I've often wondered how the outside world looks at England, you know, due to the royal family and things like that. It's come across, it's gone across my mind a few times. Like.
Well, I'll tell you on my side of view here in the United States. For a lot of us here in the U.S., you know, they look at England as, you know, a great, proud, very, you know, they think they're a very, you know, posh people. They're very rich, that they're very, you know, upspoken, very educated people. You know, they see a Brit, they're happy. They're like, oh, I love your accent. You know, a lot of our commercials, we hear a lot of British people talk in our commercial. But in England, they have a lot of Americans who talk in your commercials. And, you know, it's kind of weird in that sense, but that's how we see the Brits. You know, it's changed over the past 100 years. You know, we went to Europe in World War I to help Europe for England and France and other countries. We came again in World War II. You know, there were a lot of Americans who were living in England at the time, training, you know, getting ready for, you know, to invade into Europe. You know, there's a lot of good history between our two countries. At the same time, there's also a lot of bad blood between our two. So it's changed, you know.
Yeah, I quite like the relationship we have with America. You know, like all your friends that you have around you. I mean, like, we have friends that we go down drinking with and we socialise. But how many people can actually say at the end of the day, when the shit hits the fan, your friends are going to be there? But like, America knows that if you're ever in the shit, and I mean really in the shit, you know, England will always back you up. And I'd like to think that if America, like we needed America, you'd always help us, as you have done, like you said, with, you know, World War I and World War II. Not that England was saying that we're the only country and we need your help. That's not what it's about. What I mean.
Yeah. Even the Falkland Wars. You know, U.S. did help England.
Yeah, although they did chastise us. At the beginning of the war, they were chastising England, saying that we shouldn't be going to war. We shouldn't be going to war and blah blah blah. But although you know what Margaret Thatcher was like, she basically said "fuck you." You know what I mean? So she went over there. She went over there and.
She was the woman of the iron fist, so yeah. And Reagan respected her because of that. And I think if it wasn't for Reagan and Thatcher, you know, telling Gorbachev to go screw yourself, you know, it would have been maybe a whole different situation. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
England did recover because Thatcher did make a lot of changes and to help lift it up. Because in the 70s, England was pretty bad, you know, economy-wise. A lot of people were losing their jobs.
I remember the 70s. I was a young boy, and I remember on a week, out of a week of 7 days, you'd have 2 or 3 days where the power was off.
Wow!
Because of the strikes, and because the miners weren't, because we run our power stations on coal. Obviously, in the 70s, most countries I think did run their power stations on coal. They still do. Russia, a lot of it. Anyway, but yeah, miners weren't going down and getting the coal, so the power stations didn't have the coal to be able to run for the full 7 days. So
So you used to get 2 or 3 days notice, you know, there'd be news flashes, news things. There's going to be no power on blah, blah, blah. And so everyone had warnings. And I remember that so well as a little boy, you know, not having no power in the house, no electric. We used to have candles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My dad used to have a little gas canister things that we used to boil the kettle on and things like that. You know what I mean? It was mad. It was mad back then. But like, you know, yourself, I mean, America, every country has ups and downs. I mean, America on the Depression, you know what I mean? That was like,
Yeah, that screwed us royally. And actually, the thing that made it worse was that people were committing suicides left and right. You know, they were losing their houses, they were losing their family, they were losing their money, they were losing everything, and they didn't have anything to live for. I mean, it really messed up the country. If it wasn't for World War II, I think the country would have never recovered.
yeah, there's a lot of people in England like that as well. I mean, after the war, like with the ration and that, but, you know, the 50s and 60s started picking up and, you know, we got where we are today.
Yeah, the Cold War did kind of bump us, you know, in the, you know, different direction, I would say. But for us, it was also the Korean conflict, and then there was Vietnam. You know, those two really, you know, put a stranglehold on us for, you know, a certain amount of time, and wasn't the right thing to do. And then, you know, 9/11 came, and then it changed not just us, it changed everybody else in the world too, and how things are being done now. So it's really frustrating.
Yeah, I went up the trade towers when I was in New York.
Oh, I have to myself.
Yeah, them mad lifts that changed well, not the gravity, but changed your weight going up and down in the lift.
Yeah.
You know, because of the speed it used to go. I mean, I don't know whether it was just some kind of spill that the lift person, you know, the person who's in the lift that does all the operating.
Yeah.
Like, he said to us, like, you know, when we go up in the lift, we're going to be going so fast. I don't know if it's on the way up or the way down, but because you're going so fast, you're in that kind of zone where you weigh less, if you know what I mean? You know, you know when you go over a bridge really quite fast, you get that feeling in your stomach, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, you feel like you could take off.
Yeah, because you feel the vibration, you know, when you're going across. Yeah, you have that specific feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, he said to us, like, on the way down, we're going to be going so fast. Anyway, like, on the way down, there's 2 women passed out in the lift because you went down so fast. Like, when they opened the door to everyone to walk out, because I think it holds about 50 people, the lift. Oh, it's a massive lift.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, anyway, the door opened and we started walking out of the lift, and these 2 women collapsed, like, because obviously their legs went. Yeah, but that was quite mad. I got pictures of, like, the cars from the top of the towers.
Yeah.
And, like, the little yellow taxis down on the square down there, and it's mad, man.
Yeah. Well, in the Sears Tower, it's the same way. They have the elevators that goes up and down pretty fast. Same thing there. But they did something new up in the top observatory. They put a window that extends out, so you're really walking on glass, and you're over, you know, 106 stories high, walking on glass, looking down. There's nothing else other than that glass holding you up there. And trust me, there are a lot of people who don't want to do that. It's pretty scary. If you go on the internet, you'll see pictures of that, and it's pretty interesting how high it is up there. But we here in the United States, we call them elevators. I know there in England, you guys call them lifts. So
Yeah, we call them lifts in the UK. Yeah, in the UK, I don't know if you ever heard it, but we had kind of the same thing. It was a tower. It's still there. It's called the BT Tower. But they used to have a big restaurant on the top of the tower, and it was in a circle, because the tower, like, goes up. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a big, massive, round dome on the top of the tower.
Okay.
But they built a restaurant in there, and it used to have glass windows all the way around, and the tower used to turn around in a 360-degree circle. So you'd sit down and have your dinner. While you was having your dinner, the tower would turn, and you'd see the whole view of London, and it was like big, plain glass windows to look out of.
Wow.
But then they stopped it because of the IRA.
Oh, at that time, in the 80s and the 90s, I think.
Yeah, 70s and 80s, really.
Oh, the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, there was bombs going off in London every couple of days. So they decided it was too dangerous to have something like that when the IRA were letting bombs off left, right, and centre.
Damn that! Leaving all that fun and everything, eating up there.
I think they've just opened it again now. I'm sure I see a news program on it that said that was going to reopen it.
Oh, that's cool.
On the BT Tower. It's a massive tower. They've got bigger buildings in London now, but it's still there. It's called the BT Tower. I don't think it's the BT Tower anymore, but yeah, it's quite tall. I'm not sure exactly how tall, but yeah, it's very tall.
Yeah, they have a building there in London that looks like a rocket, like a twisted building. You know which one I'm talking about?
Give me 2 seconds, Jules. Just 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah,
I've just got to do something.
Let's see what the chat is saying. 3 years ago, question. Yeah, you sound like whatever. It's like chat is doing their own debate. Interesting.
All right, Jules. Sorry about that. I had to do something. I wanted to ask you something quickly, Jules.
Sure.
Like, as an Englishman looking at across the pond at America, with all the mass shootings and all the mass killings, what's your opinion on the gun culture?
Well, it depends on which side you're on. The issue right now, especially in the last 3 years, ever since the whole Black Lives Matter, organization came up, the big issue was a lot of Black Americans getting shot. But the problem is that the media focuses on the Black Americans getting shot and not as much as other groups. Here in Chicago, over on the 4th of July weekend, there were over 60 people shot and 8 of them killed by gunfire. No protests, no outrage, no nothing. The news talked about it, but nobody in the nation even gave it. And this has been going on for like 10, maybe 15 years. And you have people on the left that says, well, the best thing to do is get rid of the guns. Well, and then the right's like, no, we can't get rid of the guns because we need it for protection. In my opinion, getting rid of something is not going to solve the issue, because yes, if you do take away the guns, handgun murders will go down, but at the same time, other type of crimes go up. You look at England. England got rid of the handguns of the population and even the policemen. Yes, handgun murders did go down, but at the same time, other crimes have gone up. Mugging's gone up. Other type of stabbings and other areas have changed too.
Handguns have never been available in England, George. Handguns, yeah, there's a countdown. Yeah, handguns have never been lawful in England. The only handguns that have ever been lawful is if you was at a firing range.
Okay.
If you was at a firing range, you could have a gun at a firing range, and under certain circumstances, you could have them in your house on the lock and key.
Yeah.
But you get strict vetting for that.
I see.
Then they banned handguns altogether after the Dunblane tragedy when all the kids got shot in the school. That was in Scotland, and then they banned all handguns completely. Instead of just taking the handguns out of the public, they banned everyone from owning a handgun, to the point where the British Olympic shooting team had to leave the country to practice.
Yeah, but not even the policemen. The constables don't even have.
Yeah, they do. They have armed police, George.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they have loads of armed police. I've had encounters with armed police.
Oh, okay. I thought the constables weren't allowed to have handguns.
No, they have the normal constables on the beat that have just normal protection. They have CS gas and they have tasers.
Okay.
But there's cars, especially in London. There's always cars, fast patrol cars that are armed to the teeth. They're all carrying Heckler and Koch machine guns. They carry 9mm handguns, usually Glock handguns or Heckler and Koch. So those can usually get to a scene within a few minutes.
T-minus 3 minutes.
So they're all across England. The police are armed. It's just that they don't give arms to normal bobbies in the street. So if the normal bobby in the street comes across someone who's armed and who's determined to kill them, then obviously there's fuck all they can do.
Correct. Well, it was like that one incident that one guy had that knife and was knifing a lot of people. the constables couldn't do anything about it. They had to wait for other groups of constables who had handguns.
Yeah. I mean, they have got equipment. I mean, more and more constables now are carrying a taser. I mean, they're effective at short ranges, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, here in the United States, all the policemen have handguns. Period. Handguns or shotguns or AR-15. So.
But not being funny, George. Yeah, you're constables. Yeah. If I was to become a policeman in your country, I could become a policeman and I could be carrying a gun within, say, for instance, 6 months to 8 months after becoming. Well, you get issued a gun straight away, don't you?
Yes.
You get. How much training would you be given with that gun?
You get over 2 months training. They don't let you right away.
No, obviously they wouldn't let you right away. But what I'm saying is, if I join the police, say in 6 months' time, I could be on the street with a handgun, couldn't I? 6 months off. 6 months after joining, roughly.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, in the UK, you have to, for someone to become a firearm officer, they have to volunteer. Once they volunteer, they go through months and months high class training by the elite firearms unit. They get psychiatric testing. They go through all kinds of tests to make sure that these people are mentally stable and under pressure and under a high pressure situation that they're not going to start shooting everyone they see. And a lot of things. I watch a program called The First 48.
40 seconds.
I don't know if you know about it. It's from America, but it's a program about detectives involved in murder cases. And they show you and that.
30 seconds.
And some of the officers that I've seen on these programs, they seem pretty trigger happy. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to understand that
20 seconds.
the neighborhoods that they're at is a whole different situation where you're constantly looked at every corner that you go.
Are you going into the next hangout, George?
6.
No, actually, I got to go to sleep.
Yeah, me too, man. Oh, I'm going to chip off as well. Anyway, it's been really nice talking to you. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, my microphone's on. Can you send the link to